In the mystical realm of traversing deities, Chu Ming found himself ensnared in the grips of insanity, sharing the same physician as Lin Qiye. Bound tightly to the hospital bed, he was at the mercy of Dr. Liu. "Forgive me, but your condition is rather severe, necessitating some coercive control," the doctor stated. "I'm not ill," Chu Ming retorted. Liu pressed, "If you're not ill, take a few steps." In a state of torment, on the verge of collapse, Chu Ming finally awakened his extraordinary ability, the universal divine agent system. As the name implies, he could become the agent of any deity across the myriad realms. However, Chu Ming exclaimed, "Wait, what is this nonsense? Grey Wolf as a divine agent?" The system responded, "Conceptual deity, nonetheless a deity." Chu Ming was perplexed. The system elaborated, "Grey Wolf deity, immortal body, infinite recovery, boundless perseverance, unparalleled comprehension, Wolf King form, heavenly God form, and the power of thought. Do you desire this or not?" Chu Ming could only exclaim, "That's impressive." From that moment forth, a conceptual deity agent emerged, dominating the Pantheon and standing unrivaled in a vast universe. Chu Ming mused, "This earth seems overly urbanized." Lin Qiye retorted, "Bro, you just reincarnated. Don't mess around." Chapter 1. Traversing to Sunshine Mental Hospital with thoughts of a verdant pasture. In Sangnan City, at the Sunshine Mental Hospital, a balding middle-aged doctor scratched his head, his gaze stern as he addressed the handsome youth before him. "Chu Ming, right? This is merely a routine checkup. No need to be anxious." Chu Ming, exasperated, replied, "I'm not anxious, I'm not ill. Just let me go, I've been confined for over a decade. I am truly fine." The balding doctor nodded. Yes, you're right, you're not ill. I never claimed you were unwell. So please, remain calm." Yet, his brow furrowed, and with a serious demeanor, he noted, "Delusional symptoms have subsided, yet there's a notable issue with self-awareness, as he believes himself to be unwell." Witnessing the doctor's expression, Chu Ming felt an inexplicable fury rise within him and could not restrain his anger. "I am not ill. How dare you question my sanity? It's you who seems unwell." The doctor, taken aback, stared at Chu Ming in shock before returning to his notes. "Patient's condition has worsened, symptoms of mania suspected." Chu Ming caught sight of this notation, igniting his fury further. "What? I have mania? Do you have evidence?" The doctor, growing more serious, insisted, No, I never said you had mania, you must have misread, please calm down." Yet, he continued to write, "Evidence is conclusive." Chu Ming exclaimed in disbelief, "What kind of hospital is this? It truly is a mental institution, even the doctors are mad." Feeling utterly defeated, Chu Ming sank into his chair, despondent. The doctor, now alert, noted, "Diagnosed with bipolar disorder, suspected antisocial personality disorder, and a proclivity for violence, continued hospitalization is necessary, discharge is absolutely prohibited." Chu Ming, half laughing in disbelief, realized that absurdity could elicit genuine laughter. The doctor recorded, "Sudden fit of laughter, suspected mental instability." After noting a few more observations, the doctor remembered his purpose and began reviewing Chu Ming's medical history. Patient Chu Ming has suffered from severe delusions prior to the age of 15, claiming his mind contained a vast green pasture populated by anthropomorphic sheep, wolves, and other creatures. Is this accurate? Chu Ming hesitated before affirming, "Yes, it is indeed so." In truth, this persisted not merely until he was 15. Even during the 3 years since his arrival in this world, every time he closed his eyes, he could still envision that green pasture alongside. Grey wolf and happy sheep. Absurd indeed. So absurd that Chu Ming began to doubt his own sanity. He also pondered whether this might be the manifestation of his ability as a transcendent being. Yet for 3 years, that verdant expanse had not impacted him, nor could he influence it, he could only observe silently. He found himself at a loss regarding this bizarre phenomenon. "Do you still envision that pasture in your mind?" the doctor queried sternly. Chu Ming shook his head. "After 15, I could no longer see it. Perhaps it was merely a childhood injury leading to hallucinations, but I am fine now." He spoke with earnestness, maintaining a calm demeanor. The doctor, slightly skeptical, wrote, "According to the patient, delusional and hallucinatory symptoms have diminished, though the possibility of deceit cannot be ruled out." At that moment, a knock echoed through the room, followed by a composed voice. "Dr. Han, are you there?" "I'm Lin Qiye, here for a checkup." The balding doctor paused, exclaiming, "Please wait. I'm attending to another patient. I will be with you shortly." Outside, a soft "oh" was heard, followed by silence. The doctor turned back to Chu Ming, who appeared utterly astonished, as if struck by a revelation. What is it? The doctor inquired. Chu Ming's face betrayed a mix of excitement and shock as he murmured, "Nothing, I will have my revenge soon." Dr. Liu was utterly perplexed. Chu Ming's exhilaration was not merely due to Lin Qiye's presence. He was already aware they shared a physician. However, for various reasons, they had never crossed paths until this serendipitous encounter. At that very moment, as Lin Qiye spoke at the door, the unexpected meeting had ignited a spark of hope within Chu Ming that a voice echoed in Chu Ming's mind simultaneously. Ding! Detection of forbidden ruins energy currently absorbing. Energy absorption complete. System activated. The Universal Deity Proxy System has been successfully bound to the host. As the name suggests, with the system's assistance, the host will have the opportunity to become a proxy for any deity across the myriad realms. Chapter 2. Contract with the Grey Wolf? Conceptual deities or deities? System? Is it the resurrection match you won? The joy in Chu Ming's heart was indescribable. He had always known that as a transmigrator, he could not be without a golden finger. And here it was. This golden finger appeared quite formidable indeed. The Universal Deity Proxy System. It would allow him the chance to become a proxy for any deity across the celestial realms. Wasn't this a soaring opportunity? Having read God Slaying, Chu Ming understood the immense power that deity proxies wielded in this world. It was undoubtedly extraordinary. Eagerly, he inquired within his mind, "So, system, what must I do to become a proxy for those deities?" Host, I will construct a universal space in your mind, randomly linking to a world within the myriad realms and selecting a deity from that world to bond with you. The bond value between the host and the deity starts at 0. For every increase of 5 in bond value, the host can randomly extract an ability from this deity. Additionally, the host will gain a certain enhancement in mental and physical prowess. The method to enhance the bond value is quite simple. The host merely needs to stay close to the owner of the forbidden ruins in reality to continuously absorb energy from them, thereby automatically increasing the bond value. Upon reaching a bond value of 100, the deity can be summoned for a brief period. The more owners of forbidden ruins present around the host, the faster the bond value increases. Chu Ming comprehended the system's functions. It was rather straightforward. As long as he remained near the owner of the forbidden ruins, he could continuously enhance his bond value and acquire the abilities of the deity he was bound to. Moreover, once the bond value reached 100, he could summon the deity. Thus, he needed to bind a deity first. Chu Ming promptly declared in his mind, "I understand. System, please construct the universal space within my mind now. Preferably connect me to a rather impressive world and bind me to a powerful deity." Firstly, this system does not accept wishes. Secondly, this system has been bound to the host for quite some time at the moment of binding. The universal space was already constructed in the host's mind, and a world was randomly linked. Then, the energy of this system was exhausted, leading to its slumber. Chu Ming was taken aback. Processing the implications of the system's words, he suddenly realized, "You mean, the verdant grassland in my mind is the world you linked me to?" "Correct. That's not right." Again, after a prolonged silence, Chu Ming asked, "The world of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf? Are there any formidable deities within?" "Of course. Does the host wish to randomly bind to a deity?" Okay, let's begin the binding." He couldn't help but feel somewhat speechless. Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf? What kind of deity could possibly exist in this children's animation? Conceptual deities? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the system's voice rang out once more. Ding. Random selection complete. Congratulations, host. You have bound the deity of the verdant grassland, Grey Wolf. Deity, Grey Wolf, divine rank, conceptual deity. Abilities, thought power, conceptual level research, infinite recovery, immortal, unlimited willpower, heaven-defying insight, genius form, Wolf King FRM, celestial form. Bond value 1. I'm astonished. A cascade of outrageous abilities left Chu Ming utterly astounded. This wolf, was it really that formidable? After a brief moment of shock, his excitement surged. He truly had not expected the verdant grassland that had puzzled him for so long to be such a powerful golden finger. This was indeed a leap forward. It is essential to note that a conceptual deity is not a specific deity, but rather a concept. You might think this is a trivial statement, but actually, well, it practically is just that. Chu Ming was unsure about the specifics of a conceptual deity, only acknowledging its remarkable power. He would explore this further in due time. Ding! The host has successfully bound a deity for the first time. You are granted one opportunity to extract a deity's ability for free. Chu Ming's eyes lit up. Oh, how generous. Let me draw. Beginning random extraction of the ability from the deity, Grey Wolf. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired infinite recovery. Infinite recovery. A conceptual level recovery ability, no matter how grievous the host's injuries may be. After a scene transition, they will be healed instantaneously. Wow, this ability? Chu Ming stroked his chin, somewhat perplexed. It certainly appeared quite impressive, and it was indeed an ability possessed by Grey Wolf, or many animated characters for that matter. In the previous scene, he might have sustained serious injuries, but once a scene transition occurred, he would inexplicably appear healed in the next shot. It was undeniably powerful. However, where in the real world is there a scene transition? Damn, what use is this ability? Host, how can you be so certain that you are in reality? Huh, that seemed to make some sense. Nonetheless, Chu Ming did not dwell on it too much after all. It was merely a free ability drawn. Regardless of its usefulness, he had nothing to lose. As long as he raised the bond value with Grey Wolf to 5, he could draw another ability. Surely not all abilities would be useless? Thus, his immediate priority was to locate an owner of the Forbidden Ruins, stay close to them, and absorb their energy. Do not misunderstand, he merely intended to absorb their Forbidden Ruins energy. The first target that came to Chu Ming's mind was undoubtedly Night Brother. However, a new problem arose. Lin Qiye was not hospitalized, he was merely there for a follow-up and would likely return home after the checkup. Therefore, if he wanted to stay by Lin Qiye's side, he needed to be discharged first. Damn, after all this, he still had to resolve this issue. But fortunately, Chu Ming assessed his body. Just as the system had stated, each time he extracted a deity's ability, his mental and physical attributes received a certain enhancement. Setting aside the mental aspect, after a boost to his physique, he felt significantly stronger, felt capable of punching a cow to death. Escaping from a mental hospital shouldn't be too difficult, right? Hey, Chu Ming, are you all right? The trembling voice of Dr. Han suddenly broke through Chu Ming's thoughts, pulling him back to reality. When Chu Ming returned to his senses, he saw a look of terror on Dr. Han's face. His hands were trembling under the table, frantically pressing the emergency alarm to call for security. Chu Ming had inexplicably been excited earlier, had uttered something about revenge, and then fell into silence, his expression fluctuating between excitement, confusion, and anger. Dr. Han was nearly petrified. Without any hesitation, he began frantically pressing the emergency alarm. Chu Ming glared at him, watching his hands tremble under the table, and after a moment of silence, he erupted in fury. Are you seriously calling for help against me? Doctoran? His expression froze for a moment before his actions quickened. Chapter 3. Lin Qiye. The atmosphere in the office was abruptly shattered as the door was forcefully flung open. 2 security guards stormed in with an air of urgency. What is happening? Are you all right, Dr. Han? Their voices faltered, and their expressions transformed into a peculiar mix of bewilderment, as if they had stumbled upon an absurd scene. Outside, patients waiting for their appointments gathered, drawn by the commotion quickly surrounding the door. Among the onlookers, Lin Qiye was equally taken aback by the sight within the office. There stood Chu Ming, diligently trimming Dr. Lu's hair with an earnest expression. The sound of scissors snipping echoed as the few remaining strands atop Dr. Han's balding head were unceremoniously severed, observing the now completely shorn crown. Chu Ming nodded in satisfaction and quipped, complimentary haircut. No need to thank me, Dr. Han. Are you not moved? Dr. Han's face drained of color as he trembled. Glancing nervously at the scalpel poised at his neck, he quickly shook his head, exclaiming, I dare not move. I dare not move. Chu Ming retorted. You're employing such an old joke? What if it falls flat with the readers? Dr. Han stammered in confusion, Clearly, he could not comprehend Chu Ming's words. His fear escalating as he desperately signaled the guards for help. Help me. Come quickly. The guards, snapping back to reality, adopted serious expressions, realizing the precariousness of the situation. It was evident that the patient had succumbed to a fit. Dr. Han was in grave danger. Chu Ming turned to them, threateningly stating, Do not approach. If you dare take a step closer, I shall snip off 100 strands of his hair. Dr. Han's face paled further. Do not come closer. For heaven's sake. Do not approach. The guards exchanged bewildered glances. Snip. Another crisp sound resonated as Chu Ming snipped off a sizable tuft of hair from Dr. Han's sideburns. Doctor. Han protested, but they haven't even moved. Why are you still cutting? Chu Ming shrugged. I never said they wouldn't come closer. I simply said I wouldn't cut anymore. Besides, I assure you, I only removed 60 or 70 strands at most. Dr. Han's mental state crumbled. Are you out of your mind? Chu Ming replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, you diagnosed it." Dr. Han lamented, "Must I be wrong? Please, let that be enough." The guard stood there, expressions grim, unsure whether to intervene, fearing that any movement could provoke Chu Ming into a fatal act against Dr. Han. The scene had devolved into a standoff, leaving the onlookers outside in a state of shock. Good heavens, this patient has truly lost it. Mental illness is terrifying. A man in a hospital gown exclaimed, turning to Lin Qiye beside him. "Brother, look at this. This is what insanity looks like. What right do we have to be confined here?" Lin Qiye remained silent for a moment before replying, "I was discharged long ago. I am merely here for a follow-up." The man blinked in surprise. "Oh, my apologies." He then glanced at Lin Qiye, his expression turning puzzled. "Why are your eyes covered with a black cloth? Are you blind? But how can a blind person come to see this?" Faced with the man's confusion, Lin Qiye chose not to respond, lowering his head to turn away. However, the man suddenly grasped his shoulder, exclaiming, "I understand. You can see things even with your eyes closed, right?" Lin Qiye was taken aback, swiftly turning to the man. "Could it be that this person?" The man burst into laughter. "Huh? I knew it. A kindred spirit. I'm not the only one in this world who is a bad spirit. I told them I could see using ultrasound, and they labeled me as insane? What a joke. Ha ha." Lin Qiye pondered the man's hospital gown. A flicker of sympathy crossed his mind, and he shook his head slightly, preparing to leave. At that moment, a wave of astonishment erupted behind him. "Wait. Superhuman? Now is definitely not the time. Maybe later? Look at what is happening in that office. I told you that person is a superhuman, didn't I?" Lin Qiye paused but did not turn back. Instead, he focused his mental energy to sense the situation inside the office, and his heart raced with alarm. He saw that at some point, Chu Ming had released Dr. Han and was now at the window, gripping the iron bars with both hands. With an immense effort, he bent the bars with his bare hands. The two guards, who had intended to rush in, were left dumbfounded, their mouths agape. Guard 1. "I remember our hospital windows are reinforced with rebar, aren't they?" Guard 2. "Yes, indeed." The guards swallowed hard, their faces filled with fear and confusion as they stared at Chu Ming, paralyzed by the sheer impossibility of the scene. "Is it possible that we are hallucinating due to exposure to the mentally ill?" Guard 1 speculated. Perhaps, Guard 2 agreed, equally shaken. Before their astonished eyes, Chu Ming pried open a sizable gap in the rebar-enforced window, large enough for him to escape. He smiled in satisfaction, surprised by how much his physical attributes had improved after just one extraction of power. "If I were to extract 10 times, would I not become a formidable force against Klein?" He mused. Just before leaping out to make his escape, Chu Ming glanced back at the door, where he spotted the boy wrapped in black cloth, a slight smile gracing his lips. He knew Lin Qiye could see him. "Brother Yi, wait for me. I shall come to find you soon," he declared before diving through the window, vanishing from sight. Lin Qiye was left in a state of disbelief. Hadn't he just met this person? If Lin Qiye could open his eyes, they would surely reflect his astonishment laced with trepidation. After all, a mental patient capable of bending rebar with his bare hands declaring he would seek him out was a terrifying notion. Having come for a mere follow-up, how had he encountered such a multitude of deranged individuals? Lin Qiye stood there, stunned, his mind racing with the image of Chu Ming bending the rebar. After what felt like an eternity, he muttered, "Indeed, there are supernatural beings in this world." In an instant, Lin Qiye found himself inexplicably intrigued by Chu Ming. Yet, beneath that intrigue lay a deeper sense of fear. He hoped fervently that this mentally ill individual was merely boasting and only fortuitously aware of his name. "Please, do not truly come looking for me," Lin Qiye silently prayed, yearning for a return to normalcy. This follow-up would be his last visit to the hospital. Once he passed, he could transfer to a regular school in a few days. He would no longer need to return to the psychiatric hospital, merely having to manage the follow-up visits from the doctors. Thus, reflecting on this, Lin Qiye frowned slightly. No, this follow-up was crucial. He could not leave just yet. Meanwhile, in the office, Dr. Han, trembling with fear, shakily retrieved a bottle of risperidone from his drawer, a medication for treating hallucinations. Without uttering a word, he directly opened the medicine bottle, poured a dozen or so pills into his mouth, and swallowed them with water. Closing his eyes, he silently awaited the effects of the medication. After a few minutes, Dr. Han felt it was time and abruptly opened his eyes, glancing towards the window, only to still see the twisted steel bars with a significant gap. Dr. Han remarked, "It seems this is not an illusion after all." At that moment, Lin Qiye entered the office, seated himself across from Dr. Han, and calmly handed over a medical report, stating, "Dr. Han, I am here for a follow-up on my mental health." Dr. Han turned around, lowered his gaze to the medical documents, and remained silent for a long while before suddenly asking, Qiye, do you think that seraphim you saw as a child could have been real? Lin Qiye was taken aback for 3 seconds, quickly shaking his head. No, it was merely delusion. I was ill back then. Dr. Han insisted earnestly. No, you were not ill. Lin Qiye responded with confusion. Dr. Han sighed deeply. It seems that you are not the one afflicted. Rather, it is this world that is unwell. Lin Qiye remained silent for an extended period. He quietly took out his phone and dialed the helpline of the psychiatric hospital. Hello, is this the director? It seems one of your psychiatrists may be suffering from a mental illness. The director was taken aback. Dr. Han exclaimed, I am not ill. Lin Qiye retorted, you see. He is exhibiting self-awareness issues, insisting he is not sick. Dr. Han was left speechless. Chapter 4. Escaping the psychiatric hospital and encountering Zhao Conqing. Woohoo, I am finally free. Chu Ming sprinted down the street, oblivious to the peculiar gazes of passers-by, reveling in the liberation he had longed for after 3 years of confinement. Nearly moved to tears. 3 years. Do you have any idea how I endured those years? Damn, those foolish doctors acted as if they could not comprehend human speech, insisting I was mentally ill. Have you ever seen a mentally ill person so utterly sane? He cursed those doctors in his mind once more. Regaining his senses, Chu Ming looked around and realized he had run into the old district of Songnan City, practically traversing half the city in his frantic escape. He sighed in relief. He should be safe now. Finding a spot to sit by the roadside, he surveyed his surroundings, taking in the street scenery with a beaming expression. Though it was merely an ordinary street, to someone who had been confined in a psychiatric hospital for 3 years, or even 12 years of considering his past life, this was nothing short of breathtaking. The sensation of freedom was exhilarating. Chu Ming couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, a middle-aged woman walking hand in hand with a little girl passed by. The girl pointed at Chu Ming and curiously asked, why is that man so strange? Chu Ming, in high spirits, smiled and replied, what seems strange about me, little one? The girl responded, are you a mental patient? Chu Ming's smile vanished. The little girl seemed ready to say more, but her mother quickly picked her up and hurried away. The middle-aged woman glanced back several times. Her eyes filled with bewilderment and fear. Chu Ming noticed that her gaze lingered on his attire. Slowly, he understood everything and lowered his head to look. Ah! He had forgotten to change out of his patient gown. Furthermore, emblazoned across the chest of his gown were the bold words, Sunshine, Psychiatric Hospital. Chu Ming exclaimed, damn. No wonder those passers-by looked at me strangely. He was at a loss for words. Having worn this gown for so many years, he had completely forgotten to change. Just then, more passers-by walked by, all casting odd looks in his direction. Chu Ming declared, I am not mentally ill. The onlookers merely stared at him. Chu Ming added, actually, this is Korsakoff syndrome, you know? The bystanders looked at him with pity. Chu Ming grumbled, damn it. The onlookers were startled and fled. Chu Ming resignedly sat back down. He examined his patient gown with a sense of helplessness, pondering where he could procure some normal clothing. This outfit was simply unacceptable. As he contemplated this, a mocking voice suddenly emerged from beside him. Kid, your style is quite unique. Which psychiatric hospital did you escape from? Chu Ming was taken aback. Turning to see an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, neither handsome nor unattractive, who had somehow appeared beside him, regarding him with an amused expression. Chu Ming frowned slightly. What does this mean? An unintelligent antagonist appearing? Mocking me for no reason? Shouldn't I retaliate now? However, the middle-aged man's next words left Chu Ming dumbfounded. Kid, please come with me. You have some matters to attend to. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Conqing. Chu Ming was shocked. What? Zhao Conqing raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Chu Ming lamented, old Zhao, when you die, you'll be quite a sight. Zhao Conqing was puzzled. He had intended to get angry, but upon seeing Chu Ming's patient gown, he suddenly chuckled. Thank you for the compliment. Now, can you come with me? Without hesitation, Chu Ming replied, of course. He guessed that the psychiatric hospital must have reported him. Supernatural occurrences that the police couldn't handle would naturally be escalated to Team 136 of the Night Watch. Zhao Conqing was evidently there to escort him to Team 136. Within that team, there were 5 possessors of forbidden ruins. How exhilarating would that be? Perhaps he would soon acquire the second ability of Grey Wolf. Why would he go? He must go. Zhao Conqing, taken aback by Chu Ming's unwavering agreement, couldn't help but ask. Aren't you curious why I want to take you? Chu Ming was also momentarily stunned. Realizing he was acting suspiciously, he quickly improvised. Oh right, I forgot. Why do you want to take me? Who are you? Zhao Conqing observed Chu Ming's dramatic performance, thinking that even Kai Shukuan would pale in comparison. Zhao Conqing fell silent. However, he dismissed any further thought. This kid did indeed seem abnormal, but after all, he had just escaped from a psychiatric hospital. Moreover, the records indicated that he had spent a full 12 years there. Even if he were a normal person, he would have undoubtedly become abnormal. Thus, his strangeness was likely the new normal. Zhao Kongsheng reached a conclusion, shaking his head and saying, "Don't worry about so much, just come with me. Once we arrive, I will explain everything. You are too conspicuous on the street right now." Chu Ming nodded slowly, rising to his feet, but suddenly had a thought and asked curiously, "So, since you can't answer now, why did you ask me that question earlier?" Zhao Kongsheng brushed it off. "It's nothing, just a casual inquiry." Chu Ming frowned, suddenly glaring. "Wait, do you also think I'm mentally ill?" "Brother, I'm really not." Zhao Kongsheng quickly nodded. Yes, you're right." Chu Ming thought to himself. It must be that he had spent too long in the psychiatric hospital and had lost the ability to communicate with normal people. As soon as he spoke, he was easily mistaken for a mental patient. Damn. So if he just remains silent, it should be fine, right? If I utter another word, I shall be crushed to death by Hong Ying's legs. Chu Ming silently swore an oath. In Sangnan City, at the Peace Bridge, lies the Peace Affairs Office. It appears quite unremarkable on the surface, yet beneath it lies a spacious and well-lit hall. Hong Ying, lounging on the sofa with her long legs crossed, polished her long gun and casually remarked, "It's fine for old Zhao to capture that lunatic alone, right?" Si Xiaonan glanced at her in astonishment. "Sister Hong Ying, why do you care?" Hong Ying quickly interrupted, "Who cares about him? I'm merely concerned that he might not even be able to subdue a mere lunatic, which would embarrass our 136 squad." Humph. Si Xiaonan pursed her lips, seeing through the faade but choosing not to expose it. Oh, when Qima, engrossed in his phone, looked up at the two and smiled gently, "It's fine. That lunatic, judging by his behavior, is likely not of a high rank in the Forbidden Ruins. Probably just a low-risk one. Moreover, I've investigated thoroughly. His name is Chu Ming, confined in a mental institution since he was 6 years old. And this is almost his first time out at 18. Clearly, he has only recently entered the realm of the lantern due to some reason. Otherwise, why wouldn't he have escaped earlier? Old Zhao can easily handle a low-risk lantern, plus Cold Xian will be accompanying him. Oh, that's reassuring." Hong Ying secretly breathed a sigh of relief, lowering her head to continue polishing her gun, yet a twinge of pity arose within her for Chu Ming. 12 years in a mental institution, and fortunately, he was indeed mentally ill. Otherwise, he might have been driven to madness long ago, right? Wait, something feels off. All right, I brought the kid back. The rest is up to you. At that moment, Zhao Kongqing's voice echoed from the entrance of the underground space. Soon after, his figure appeared, accompanied by a striking young man clad in a patient-s outfit. Upon seeing this, everyone paused their actions and curiously gathered around. The probability of a Forbidden Ruins owner emerging is quite low, especially in the remote city of Sangnan, where only 8 or 9 appear each year, most of whom are harmless with serial numbers above 600. Thus, the presence of someone like Chu Ming, possessing a certain lethality and being a lunatic, inevitably piqued their curiosity. When Qima smiled and asked, "Child, don't be afraid, we are all good people. Could you share what your superpower is?" Chu Ming replied, "Oh, you're too direct. Let me handle this." Hong Ying stepped forward, offering a sweet smile to Chu Ming. "Little brother, could you tell sister if there is anything uncomfortable about your body?" Chu Ming? Hong Ying frowned. "Is he mute?" Si Xiaonan timidly suggested, "Sister Hong Ying, could it be that your voice is too unpleasant for him to respond?" Hong Ying. Just as she was about to lose her temper, Zhao Kongqing approached, puzzled. "Hey, this kid was quite talkative earlier. So why has he gone silent in a crowd? Could he be socially anxious like Cold Xian?" Cold Xian. Chu Ming. At that moment, Chun Mai, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "Let's not crowd him. He needs some quiet. After all, he has some mental issues. He might be a bit autistic, so let us avoid triggering him." Zhao Kongqing realized, oh right, this child is mentally ill. It's reasonable for him to suddenly stop speaking. Chu Ming, I'll curse your mother." Zhao Kongqing. Chapter 5. Becoming a temporary member of the 136 squad speaking is not an option, and remaining silent is equally unacceptable. What more do you want from me? Chu Ming was completely exasperated. Fine, let me embrace being a lunatic. At least it makes me seem quite sane. After all, I've been mistaken for a lunatic for so many years, it no longer matters. Looking on the bright side, I will never return to that dark, oppressive mental institution. Right? I am free now. Why should I care about others' opinions? After comforting himself, Chu Ming smiled. Well, I am indeed a lunatic. Are you all satisfied now? Everyone was taken aback, exchanging glances and silently nodding in agreement. Indeed, he appears quite severely ill. Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brow and whispered to Chen Mai. This person-s Forbidden Ruins has lethality. Although not strong, he can bend rebar with his bare hands, which is already dangerous for an ordinary person given his current mental state. Chinmai nodded gravely. Yes, this child is certainly unsuitable for recruitment. Is there a specialized mental institution for treating Forbidden Ruins owners? Should we send him there? Wu Xiangnan. Will it be reimbursed? Chinmai, such matters are surely reimbursable. Wu Xiangnan. That's good. It's safer for a mentally unstable Forbidden Ruins owner to stay in a specialized mental institution. Chinmai. Indeed. Wu Xiangnan. Exactly. Chu Ming. I'm not going. I'm not going. Chinmai? Wu Xiangnan? The two, bewildered, turned to see Chu Ming had appeared behind them, casting a look filled with resentment and extreme refusal. Oh, the conspiracy was discovered, leaving the two awkwardly at a loss. Chinmai. Wu Xiangnan. Misunderstanding. Chu Ming. I'm not going. I'm not going. The two. At that moment, Hong Ying approached, frowning. Captain. Deputy Captain, where are you planning to send him? You aren't considering sending him back to the mental institution, are you? Chinmai replied helplessly. We're doing this for his own good. We can't possibly recruit someone like him into our squad. Wu Xiangnan. Yes, indeed. Zhao Kongqing. Absolutely. Chu Ming. Nonsense. Wu Xiangnan. Zhao Kongqing. Chu Ming grew anxious. I'll say it again. I am not a lunatic. I was misdiagnosed. If I am confined in any mental institution again, I truly feel I might lose my sanity. Wu Xiangnan frowned. But you just said you are a lunatic. Chu Ming. It was a joke. Can't you tell? Don't you think I'm humorous? Wu Xiangnan. Cold Xian. Humorous. Hong Ying cast a glance at Chu Ming, a flicker of pity in her eyes. After pondering, she suggested, what if we observe him for a few days? His mental state doesn't seem overly unstable. Perhaps he is just unaccustomed to interacting with normal people after being confined for so long. Upon hearing this, everyone sighed in resignation. Hong Ying's compassionate nature had resurfaced. Chinmai, caught in a dilemma, said, Wu Xiangnan protested, no, that won't do. Chu Ming eagerly agreed. Yes. Everyone turned to him in unison. Almost in chorus, shut your mouth. Cold Xian silently drew his handgun, chambering around with a click, and regarded Chu Ming with cold eyes. Chu Ming, 6. Ultimately, at Hong Ying's pleading, Chinmai reluctantly announced that they would observe Chu Ming for a few days, and if any issues arose, they would send him to a mental institution. Of course, Chinmai had considered multiple factors. In recent years, the occurrences of the mysterious in Songnan City had become increasingly frequent and powerful, and their 136th squad was indeed in dire need of new recruits. Although Chu Ming's Forbidden Ruins rank seemed low, he likely possessed a low-risk ability that could merely enhance physical strength. However, after a few years of training, elevating one's realm should be sufficient to rival the likes of Zhao, an ordinary individual unencumbered by restrictions. Chinmai was quite keen on retaining Chu Ming. Setting aside other matters, this lad possesses an utterly unblemished background, rendering any potential issues in this regard virtually impossible. As for his mental state, while he may appear somewhat eccentric, he has not lost his rationality nor exhibited any tendencies toward violence. He is entirely capable of understanding human discourse. Perhaps his mental affliction is not particularly severe, or maybe he simply hasn't had an episode. In any case, it would be prudent to observe him for a few days. Should any issues arise, sending him to a psychiatric facility could be deferred. Thus, Chu Ming smoothly integrated into Team 136, albeit as a temporary member. Nevertheless, he was quite content. Initially, upon leaving the psychiatric hospital, his foremost intention was to seek out Lin Qiye, to remain by his side and absorb his Forbidden Realm energy. Now, however, Team 136 boasted 5 possessors of Forbidden Realms, along with numerous forbidden objects. Was this not far more delightful than merely drawing from Lin Qiye? Stealthily absorbing energy for 2 days, Chu Ming was elated to discover that his affinity with Grey Wolf had escalated to 4. Just one more point, and he could extract an additional skill. Moreover, he realized that drawing Forbidden Realm energy did not impact its possessors in any discernible way. They remained entirely unaware. This newfound confidence emboldened him to absorb openly. In the restroom, Chinmai stood at the urinal, casting furtive glances over his shoulder with an expression that oscillated between oddity and apprehension. Chu Ming stood behind him, a gentle smile gracing his face. Captain, you continue with your business. I shan't disturb you, so there's no need to look at me. Chinmai felt a twinge of exasperation. Could you please stop following me? What exactly do you want? You've been shadowing me all day. Now, he had even followed him into the restroom. Chinmai was on the verge of a breakdown. Could this lad be having an episode? Chu Ming scratched his head, suddenly realizing he might have overstepped. Oh, right. I'm actually here to use the restroom too. He promptly moved to another urinal, unfastening his trousers. I'll accompany you. Chinmai thought better of it. Forget it. I suddenly don't feel like going anymore. He swiftly turned and fled the restroom. Am I behaving unusually? Chu Ming began to doubt himself. Yet, at that moment, He had no time for self-reflection. In his mind, the system interface revealed that his affinity with Grey Wolf had reached 5. He could extract a new ability. This was splendid. His efforts over the past few days had borne fruit. Overjoyed, Chu Ming decided to find a tranquil spot to extract his ability. Then, he realized that the restroom was quite serene. His stomach also felt a bit uneasy, so he walked into a stall, shut the door, and while relieving himself, he addressed the system in his mind. System, commence the extraction. System, initiating random extraction of Grey Wolf's abilities. Extraction successful. Congratulations. Host has acquired Immortality, a conceptual level ability, granting the host an undying body, no matter the severity of injury sustained, even if the body is reduced to mere fragments. Death shall never befall them. Incredible. Chu Ming was ecstatic. Immortality, coupled with infinite recovery, would he not be invincible? One ability ensures he cannot perish from any injury, while the other allows for instantaneous recovery regardless of the severity of harm sustained. Together, they render him akin to Elbu riding Dianwei, unparalleled in the world. Truly, the power of conceptual abilities is remarkable. With just 2 abilities, he has achieved a genuine state of immortality. If he could extract all of Grey Wolf's abilities, what would divine beings even amount to? Mere playthings. Conceptual beings are the true gods. Having raised his affinity by 4 in just 3 days is quite efficient. As long as he remains with Team 136, obtaining all of Grey Wolf's abilities is merely a matter of time. Chu Ming silently resolved to solidify his commitment to Team 136. Just then, his earpiece crackled to life with Chun Mai's serious voice. Attention, all members of Team 136. We have received confirmed reports. In the old district of Songnan City, nearly 40 specter faces have emerged. Commence cleansing operations immediately. Specter faces? Chu Ming's heart skipped a beat in surprise. Had the plot commenced so swiftly? Yet, he could not afford to dwell on it. Rising with determination, he recognized this as an opportunity to showcase his capabilities. If he performed well, securing his place in Team 136 should be assured. To continue absorbing Forbidden Realm energy, he must shine. With resolve, Chu Ming strode forth. However, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to squat back down, wipe, and then resolutely rise to exit. Chapter 6. Can you smell the pungent aroma of fermented tofu, herring, and old 8 secret mini-burgers? Outside the old district of Songnan City, Zhao Conqing sighed in resignation, retrieving his phone from his pocket and settling by the roadside to play a casual game. As a support member of the team, he typically did not engage directly in combat. His role was simply to wield 3 standardized forbidden objects capable of deploying the Boundless Void and cover the battlefield with it. Within the Boundless Void, all occurrences remained unseen and unheard by the outside world, preventing the Night Watchman's confrontations with the mysterious from impacting ordinary citizens. At this moment, Zhao Conqing had already activated the Boundless Void, enveloping half of the old district, and having completed his task, he found himself with little to occupy his time. What else could he do besides play? Yes, cleared another level. Tonight, I will definitely reach level 400. Zhao Conqing grinned slightly before promptly tapping to proceed to the next level. This was already level 356. Nearby, Chu Ming leaned over, curiously observing, and disdainfully remarked, "You're hopeless. My mom has reached level 11, 451 in this game, and you haven't even past 500? Zhao Conqing, uninterested, replied dismissively, "Oh, your mom is impressive." Chu Ming nodded. Indeed, she loves this game. Sometimes when she gets stuck, she even forces me to help her play. Zhao Conqing, without raising his head, replied perfunctorily, That's good." Chu Ming shot him a sidelong glance. "If my mom can force me, can yours?" Zhao Conqing continued to feign indifference. "No, my mom doesn't." Huh? Chu Ming queried. "Doesn't what?" Zhao Conqing's fists clenched. In the next moment, a large bump appeared atop Chu Ming's head. Zhao Conqing withdrew his fist, suppressing his anger. "Shut up. If you harass me one more time, do you believe I want to take you down?" Chu Ming, really? I don't believe you. Zhao Conqing, swish. The long blade was unsheathed. Chu Ming gazed up at the sky, marveling at the brilliance of the moon. Realizing that Chu Ming had finally ceased his incessant pestering, Zhao Conqing let out a sigh of relief, inwardly cursing the boy's eccentricity before returning his focus to the game he was playing. Damn, upon returning home, I must suggest to the captain that this kid be sent to a mental institution. Chu Ming scratched the bump on his head, turning his gaze towards an area of the old city, his eyes narrowing slightly. According to the unfolding plot, Lin Qiye and his few unfortunate classmates were nearing an encounter with the 2 ghost-faced figures. This was his sole opportunity to demonstrate his worth. Initially, Chu Ming had intended to join the front lines, but after a serious discussion, Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan firmly opposed his involvement. Had it not been for Chu Ming's insistence that he would cause trouble if not allowed to join, he might not have even had the chance to accompany Zhao Conqing on lookout duty. Therefore, he must preemptively eliminate those two ghost-faced beings before Zhao Conqing could seize the kill. There was no way he would allow Zhao to claim the glory. Furthermore, if possible, he hoped to save Wang Xiao and Jiang Qian, who were killed by the ghost-faced king in the original narrative. If he managed to do so, the captain's impression of him would surely improve, increasing his chances of remaining with Team 136. With his thoughts resolved, Chu Ming concocted a reason to depart and said to Zhao Conqing, "Brother Zhao, I need to relieve myself." Zhao Conqing, impatient, replied, "Then go." Chu Ming persisted. "Aren't you coming with me?" Zhao Conqing, eyeing him as if preparing to draw his weapon, prompted Chu Ming to promptly rise and flee, exclaiming, "I'll be right back." Finally, a semblance of peace returned. Zhao Conqing exhaled deeply, continuing his game and relishing the hard-won tranquility. 10 minutes later, after clearing another level, Zhao Conqing suddenly realized something, looking around only to find no one in sight. "Hey, where is everyone? Where are my teammates? Did they vanish while I was in the restroom?" Zhao Conqing was bewildered and hurriedly stood up, glancing about with growing anxiety. Surely, this kid hadn't taken the opportunity to escape? Damn it. The captain had specifically ordered him to keep an eye on him. This shouldn't be happening. The boy had seemed eager to join them. How could he run away? Was it all just an act? Just as Zhao Conqing hesitated over whether to search for Chu Ming, a voice crackled through his earpiece. "Zhao Conqing." His expression instantly shifted to seriousness. "Yes, Captain. What happened?" Chen Mai replied, "We've encountered a problem. One of the ghost-faced beings has evolved into a ghost-faced king, seriously injuring Hong Yang. 2 more of them have escaped, and we can't break free right now. Lao Zhao." Zhao Conqing instantly grasped the gravity of the situation, responding without hesitation, "Which direction?" "Southeast." "Good God." Chen Mai, sensing the urgency, pressed, "What's wrong? Did something happen? Is that kid okay? Keep him in place and don't let him engage. He's too young and hasn't been trained." Zhao Conqing, his face darkening, replied, "It's fine, I understand. I have to go now, Captain." The earpiece went silent. "Damn it. That little brat better not die." Zhao Conqing shouted, and in an instant, he surged across the street, diving into a black van, slamming the accelerator. The vehicle remained motionless. Zhao Conqing exclaimed, "What the hell? Who the hell tampered with my accelerator?" Frantically repairing it, he pressed the gas once more. Boom. "What the hell? Who punctured my tire?" Outside the old city, at the entrance of a small alley in the southeast direction, Wang Xiao came to a halt, turning to the 5 behind Lin Qiye and saying, "All right. I'm taking this turn. I'll head off first." On this day, it was Lin Qiye's first day transferring to a regular school. Being blind, combined with the kindness shown by his aunt, his classmates were particularly attentive towards him. After school, a dozen classmates volunteered to escort him home. But as they walked and gradually dispersed, by the time they reached this point, only Wang Xiao and 4 others remained. Wait a minute. I thought there were 4 people in the original plot? Chu Ming stood beside Lin Qiye, perplexed, wondering who this additional individual could be. At that moment, Wang Xiao, preparing to leave, glanced at the group and paused, his gaze lingering on Chu Ming's face. "Hey, aren't you from our class?" The others turned to look at Chu Ming, equally puzzled. "Who is this guy?" Lin Qiye quickly interjected, "Don't mind him. He is probably from the adjacent class. Let us go, hurry up." Lin Qiye's tone was urgent, tinged with anxiety and a hint of panic. With the mental awareness granted by mortal realm, he had already sensed that this unexpected guest, Chu Ming, had stealthily blended in with them just minutes before, engaging in jovial conversation as if he were one of their classmates. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Qiye recognized him well. This was the very person who had escaped from the mental institution. Moreover, he was someone capable of bending rebar with his bare hands. No way. Is he serious? Is he really here to find me? What on earth does he want? I don't even know him. Lin Qiye was engulfed in confusion, perspiration trickling down his back, terrified that this unhinged individual might suddenly act violently, urging Wang Xiao to leave quickly and not draw attention to Chu Ming. What if he provoked him? Well then, I'll be on my way. Wang Xiao didn't dwell on it, casting one last puzzled glance at Chu Ming before preparing to turn away. However, Chu Ming suddenly stepped forward, gripping Wang Xiao's shoulder firmly. "No, you can't leave, Wang Xiao." He was taken aback. "Why not?" Chu Ming responded earnestly, "Because I am good." "Wang Xiao, are you out of your mind?" "Lin Qiye, what the heck?" Li Yifei and the others were equally bewildered by Chu Ming's bizarre behavior, preparing to voice their concerns. But then, Chu Ming inexplicably lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "Everyone, do you smell something foul, like fermented tofu and herring, or the aroma of Old Eight's secret hamburgers?" "Wang Xiao, who is Old Eight?" Chu Ming, a renowned food critic. Wang Xiao. He genuinely began to doubt this person's sanity. Lin Qiye, equally confused, asked, "What are you talking about? There is no foul odor. It's downright disgusting." Chapter 7. The Conceptual Power of Grey Wolf. Transitioning can restore all injuries. Oh my god. There really is a foul smell. I can smell it too. What is that odor? Compared to herring in a can, this is positively nauseating. Soon, the expressions of Lin Qiye, Jiang Qian, and Lu Yuan turned grim as they all covered their noses, displaying looks of disgust. Clearly, they too caught a whiff of the ghostly figure's unique fragrance. What is happening? Lin Qiye's complexion drastically changed, as a wave of ominous premonition surged within him. Outside the old city, the rumors of a deranged killer, the eerie stench, and the sudden emergence of a psychopath, everything felt profoundly unsettling. Without a moment's hesitation, he urged the others, "Let's not linger here. We must flee." After warning them, he turned, preparing to escape. Truly, as the protagonist, his caution was commendable. However, just as Lin Qiye pivoted, a figure darted past him with astonishing speed, vanishing almost instantaneously. It was none other than Lin Qiye. Chu Ming, 6 roar. As expected of the little snake spirit, your speed in fleeing is indeed extraordinary. If memory serves, after this incident, this little snake will soon be blessed with many offspring. Brother, we should also run. Something feels amiss, Lin Qiye's anxious voice echoed. Chu Ming nodded in agreement. You're right. Let's go. Then don't just stand there, Lin Qiye exclaimed. Chu Ming, astonished, replied, Wait, you actually want me to run with you? Knight brother, you are quite kind. You fool. Lin Qiye thought of murder. How can I run if you hold me back? Huh. Oh, my apologies. Chu Ming realized and quickly released his grip, patting his backside. Now you can run. Lin Qiye. Chu Ming, what's wrong? Lin Qiye, feeling humiliated, retorted, Why did you slap my backside? Chu Ming, apologetically, responded, Oh, I'm sorry. It was a reflex. Weren't you supposed to be running? Why are you still standing there? Lin Qiye fell silent, his fists clenched tightly. At that moment, within his mental perception, two grotesque, terrifying figures with ghastly pale faces emerged from both sides. Unaware of the impending danger, Wang Xiao, Jiang Qian, and the others gazed in horror at the two monsters, trembling and screaming incessantly. Indeed, it was because Chu Ming had delayed them for that brief moment that they found themselves ambushed by two ghostly figures. There was no escape. Brother, we bear no ill will towards one another. Why would you lead me to my doom? Lin Qiye gritted his teeth, his voice quivering, not from fear, but from despair and rage. Chu Ming remained composed, because I want to see you wield your little knife against your rear. Indeed, he wished for Lin Qiye to experience the same awakening as in the original narrative. If Lin Qiye did not awaken at this moment, the subsequent plot would undoubtedly spiral into chaos. With this knowledge of the story, how could he allow such a catastrophe to unfold? Huh? Did you really think he was insane? In reality, he was quite astute. Lin Qiye thought, what in the world is happening? Is this person deranged? His mindset shattered. He couldn't comprehend why he was so unfortunate. Having endured so many years of hardship, he had finally grasped the chance to live a normal life. And now, out of the blue, he encountered a lunatic. Plus, two abominable creatures more grotesque than any monster. Lin Qiye trembled, nearly reaching a boiling point. Seeing this, Chu Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement. Excellent. This aligns with the original. To further emulate the source material, Chu Ming picked up a white cane from the ground. Brandishing it to demonstrate, Knight brother, observe closely. This is a slash, this is a thrust, and this is a jab. After his demonstration concluded, Chu Ming handed the cane to Lin Qiye, offering an encouraging gaze. All right, now go and confront the ghostly figures. Lin Qiye. Chu Ming was taken aback. What is the matter? Lin Qiye glanced down at the cane in his hand, then sensed the two approaching specters, ultimately focusing on Chu Ming's puzzled expression. I am furious. Lin Qiye tightened his grip on the cane, his body beginning to shake uncontrollably. As the suppressed rage of a decade surged forth, a faint glow flickered in his eyes. Chu Ming? In the next instant, damn it. I will kill you, you lunatic. Lin Qiye bellowed, finally opening his eyes for the first time in 10 years. In that moment, a brilliant, blazing, and divine pillar of light erupted from him, soaring into the sky. Instantly, the night transformed into day. Chu Ming was hurled several meters away by the sheer force of the blast, half his body disappearing from sight, blood gushing forth, and his innards scattered across the ground. He was struck by the overwhelming might of the seraphim, nearly meeting his demise on the spot. With great effort, Chu Ming lifted his head from the ground, examining his half-destroyed body with confusion. Why does this plot seem off? Ah! The horrifying scene elicited piercing screams from Jiang Qian and the others, their faces twisted in terror. Whether it was Lin Qiye, who had suddenly unleashed divine power, the two monstrous figures, or Chu Ming, who was half dead yet attempting to reinsert his organs. All of it shattered their worldview. In that moment, Lin Qiye regained some clarity, glancing at Chu Ming's maimed form. Panic setting in. Did I just kill someone? The column of light visible to half of Sangnan City ignited a wave of panic. Light. Look. Light. Like sunlight piercing through the darkness? Fool. I told you to look over there. What is that pillar of light? Could it be an alien invasion? Nonsense. Can't you make a reasonable guess? Clearly, someone is summoning Diga. I must disagree with that hypothesis. I believe number 42 concrete should be mixed with pasta. On the streets, passers-by speculatively discussed the astonishing phenomenon, conjuring various absurd theories. Hey, am I okay now? Without warning, Chu Ming's body instantaneously returned to its original state. Even his clothes were restored, pristine and unblemished. Had they just transitioned to another scene? Wow, incredible. Truly remarkable recovery abilities. Uncle Wolf is impressive. Chu Ming hastily rose, astonished and exhilarated, inspecting his body and testing its functions to see if there were any notable differences. Everything was identical. The dimensions remained unchanged. Would you look at that? These new joints are quite nimble. Deep squat. Jump. Hey, no issues here. Jump. Wow, I can leap higher. Meanwhile, observing Chu Ming's exuberance, Lin Qiye rubbed his eyes, dumbfounded, murmuring, these new eyes aren't functioning properly. Am I hallucinating? Wang Xiao and the others were equally bewildered, standing frozen in place, questioning if they had ingested something hallucinogenic. Even the two grotesque figures paused, momentarily dazed. Ghostly figure 1. Roar? Roar? Ghostly figure 2. Abba 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 Abba. It seemed they were beginning to contemplate their existence. Chapter 8. I shall return. The extraordinary resurrection of Chu Ming, restoring him to his former self, left all present, including the masked creature, utterly stunned, undoubtedly surpassing their understanding. However, the creature, lacking intelligence, regained its senses after a brief moment of bewilderment, irresistibly drawn once more by the tantalizing scent of flesh. With a chorus of shrieks, they charged forward without hesitation. Damn it, Lin Qiye thought, momentarily distracted from his astonishment at Chu Ming's incredible revival. As two of the creatures bore down on him, he instinctively picked up the cane from the ground, preparing for battle. With a swift strike, a piercing thrust, and a deft jab. Wait? Lin Qiye hesitated as the staff techniques that Chu Ming had just demonstrated flashed through his mind. Could they actually be of use? At that moment, he had no time for contemplation. The creatures lunged at him like arrows released from a bow. Utilizing his newly activated extraordinary dynamic vision, he narrowly evaded their assault, gripping the cane tightly as he readied himself to counterattack. Just then, a panicked voice called out from nearby, "Let go of those two creatures. I'll handle this." Before the words had fully settled, Chu Ming's figure appeared before Lin Qiye, dashing forward and delivering a powerful elbow strike that collided squarely with one of the creatures. In the next instant, that creature was sent flying, crashing directly into the other one. Thus, with a single, forceful impact, both creatures were propelled backwards several meters. Standing firm, Chu Ming's gaze was resolute as he commanded, "Stand back. Let me take care of this." Lin Qiye was taken aback. "Aren't you on their side?" Chu Ming, exasperated, replied. "Do I look as abstract as them? Do you think I eat fried dough sticks?" Lin Qiye was bewildered, struggling to comprehend. "Then why did you pull me back earlier? And why? Because without a little pressure, how could you regain your clarity? A bit of hardship is inconsequential," Chu Ming declared with an air of selflessness, his expression calm yet resolute. "It's merely a touch of wind and frost." Lin Qiye was momentarily struck dumb, his eyes widening as he began to perceive Chu Ming's frail figure as towering and enigmatic. He touched his own eyes, utterly astonished. "Who exactly are you?" Chu Ming replied nonchalantly. "I am a member of the Night Watch, Team 136, stationed in Sangnan City." "Night Watch?" Lin Qiye murmured, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. The grandeur of the name suggested that this was no ordinary organization. Perhaps its members possessed supernatural abilities akin to Chu Ming's. Despite the myriad of questions swirling in his mind, Lin Qiye stifled his curiosity, recognizing the necessity to stay out of Chu Ming's way as the two creatures began to rise again, their predatory gazes fixed upon them. He understood it was best to retreat and not hinder Chu Ming's efforts. Although he had unleashed the fearsome might of a seraph earlier, that power was not his own. At that moment, he was merely a fledgling in the realm of enlightenment, devoid of adequate means to defend himself. In stark contrast, the man before him had been instantly revived and had just sent two monsters flying with a single blow. Clearly, he was far superior. Resolving to act, Lin Qiye prepared to step back and earnestly stated, "I don't know who you are, but thank you." "Hey, look. He is even thankful to us." Chu Ming smirked slightly but quickly added, Wait, I need a favor. My shoulder is dislocated. Help me pop it back in. Hurry, they're coming. Lin Qiye, bewildered, replied. What favor? My shoulder is dislocated. Help me. Chu Ming urged, his anxiety palpable. Despite the enhancements he gained from drawing divine powers, he had only done so twice. And his physical condition had barely improved to a mid-level state in the realm of enlightenment. Moreover, while his combat skills were respectable, they were not exceptional, certainly not on par with the likes of Kuan. The earlier elbow strike had relied solely on brute strength, lacking any finesse. The creatures, inherently stronger than humans, likely possessed bones harder than rebar. Faced with such formidable foes, Chu Ming feared his shoulder might not only be dislocated but perhaps fractured. What are you waiting for? Help me, he shouted again, desperation creeping into his voice. Lin Qiye, exasperated, replied, but I don't know how. Fine, I won't blame you. Just go play over there, Chu Ming said, extending his left hand to grasp his right arm. Gritting his teeth, he exerted a sudden force. Crack. Ah. The sound rang out as Chu Ming's shoulder was reset, and he tested his mobility. Fixing his gaze on the two creatures, he smirked coldly. Now, let us settle this. Before he could finish, the two creatures pounced on him, and a sharp sound was heard as one of them bit down on his shoulder, blood gushing forth. Damn it! That was my freshly reset shoulder. Chu Ming cursed. Why does this creature possess such superior physical strength despite being on the same level? Was this the essence of mystery? Fury surged within him. With a fierce kick, he channeled all his strength into a blow in between the legs of one creature. Boom. The immense force sent the creature soaring through the air, arcing gracefully before crashing several meters away, clutching its groin and writhing in agony. It was evident that he had achieved a state of paralysis. Clearly, this creature was male, and the others present, except for Jiang Qian, felt a chill at the sight. That was brutal. Following suit, Chu Ming lifted his other leg and delivered another powerful blow to the remaining creature. Boom. The second creature also flew backward. You think you can fight? I'll send you flying. Chu Ming spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva, rising from the ground, cursing fiercely. However, the next moment, the second creature, after hitting the ground, immediately sprang back to its feet, its eyes blazing with fury, charging at Chu Ming without pause. Wait. Why didn't he get paralyzed? Lin Qiye remarked, an odd expression on his face. It seems to be female, Chu Ming noted, recognizing the discrepancy. Ah, that makes sense. The next instant, the female creature lunged at the spot where Chu Ming had previously stood, sending dust flying everywhere. Chu Ming, however, had already moved 2 meters away, glaring at the creature with rising fury. His shirt had been torn apart, revealing a deep gash across his chest. Just moments ago, he executed a roll, narrowly evading the attack of the ghastly figure, but his chest was still grazed by its claws. At that moment, Chu Ming had lost his right arm, blood pouring from his chest, appearing utterly tragic. Jiang Qian's face turned pale. Can you still fight, brother? Wang Xiao expressed a sense of despair. It feels a bit precarious. Lin Qiye gritted his teeth, picked up his guide stick, his eyes shining with determination, ready to rush in and assist. Among the gathered individuals, perhaps he was the only one capable of aiding Chu Ming? Lin Qiye was not one to meddle in others' affairs, yet he loathed the idea of being indebted to anyone. Since Chu Ming had restored his sight and was desperately trying to save them, how could he stand idly by? Resolving himself, Lin Qiye shouted, I will help you. Stop, stop. Chu Ming raised his left hand in a gesture of restraint. Lin Qiye froze, anxiously pleading, brother, if I don't help, you will die? Haha. Chu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his fierce gaze ignited with fighting spirit, grinning, die? Do you underestimate me, Uncle Wolf? Lin Qiye. Haha. Chu Ming's smile suddenly turned defiant. If I'm not mistaken, this chapter is about to conclude, right? Don't go anywhere. I will return. Chapter 9 Lin Qiye. Is he not dead even after being reduced to mere flesh fragments? Is this person a deity? Chu Ming's bewildering words left Lin Qiye and the others in a state of shock. What are you saying? Eh? Wait. What? However, their confusion was fleeting as they widened their eyes in astonishment, gasping as if witnessing something unfathomable. In the blink of an eye, the bloodied, pitiful Chu Ming had transformed. Standing there, whole and unscathed, calmly stretching his limbs, he smiled and said, I quite admire this author. The two ghastly figures. Lin Qiye was stunned. Wang Xiao and Jiang Qian were equally dumbfounded, although they had witnessed Chu Ming's absurd ability to revive once. Seeing it a second time was still astonishing. Such formidable power. Lin Qiye found it hard to believe. Could it be that he is none? Chu Ming chuckled and shook his head. If a conceptual deity had it, would it still be called a conceptual deity? He picked up a brick from the ground, weighed it thoughtfully, and grinned at the two ghastly figures. From now on, fight. How exhilarating. In the next moment, Chu Ming charged forward, brick in hand, engaging in a chaotic melee with the two ghastly figures. Roar, bang, roar, roar, bang, bang, roar. You scream at your mother. Bang, 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 bang. Hey, quite rhythmic. Eh? Wait, I lost my hand. Eh? Wait, I lost my leg. Eh? No, that is not right. No. 2 minutes later, the two ghastly figures were left battered and bruised. One collapsed on the ground, unable to rise, appearing to have only a breath left. The other was in a similarly poor state, limbs fractured, its ghastly face riddled with bloodied holes, panting heavily, clearly at the end of its rope. It gazed at Chu Ming in sheer terror. Despite its low intelligence, it felt a chill at Chu Ming's reckless fighting style, momentarily contemplating retreat. Meanwhile, Chu Ming exclaimed, Eh? Where's my head? Where the hell did it go? With half his head gone, Chu Ming was hopping on one leg, desperately attempting to locate his missing head. Soon, he found it and reached out to retrieve it, only to realize his hand was long gone. Am I perhaps a bit too injured? Lin Qiye's face turned ashen. It's probably not just a bit. Jiang Qian covered her eyes, too terrified to look, trembling. Can this still live? Wang Sha shouted, Brother, you need to recover a bit. This is far too frightening. The onlookers were utterly alarmed. This brother was simply outrageous. He had fought with his life, nearly defeating one and gravely injuring the other. Even with his head gone, he continued to throw punches. Utterly terrifying. Throughout this ordeal, Lin Qiye had attempted numerous times to assist, only to be bellowed at by Chu Ming to refrain. Now biting his teeth in regret, he mused. With everything in such disarray, did Chu Ming truly not require his help? At that moment, the remaining ghastly figure, still barely standing, seemed to sense that Chu Ming was at the end of his strength. After a moment's hesitation, it chose not to flee. Its eyes gleamed with malice as it let out a series of furious growls, preparing to eliminate this exceedingly troublesome human. Roar! It lunged forward, and Chu Ming, now too weak to defend himself, was torn to shreds in an instant. Blood stained the night. Lin Qiye and the others were instantly engulfed in despair. Damn it! He can't possibly survive this. Roar! The ghastly figure seemed to revel in its victory. Damn it! You better die! Lin Qiye erupted, his eyes ablaze with fervor, raising his guide stick to charge forward, his heart filled with profound sorrow. Why? Why won't you let me help when it's clear you can't win? Must you risk your life to save us? Confusion and regret consumed him. Had he known, he would have ignored Chu Ming's wishes and rushed in to help from the start. But alas, it was too late to say anything. He could only slay this ghastly figure to avenge Chu Ming. Consumed by rage, Lin Qiye lifted his guide's stick, ready to strike the ghastly figure on the head. I said stop. Chu Ming's voice halted Lin Qiye in his tracks. He looked around in shock, trying to locate the source of the voice. Soon, he found it. It was the lower half of Chu Ming's head. His mouth was moving. Don't move. Don't you dare take my kill. As he spoke, Chu Ming's mouth wiggled, causing his lower head to crawl a short distance toward the ghastly figure. As it moved, he added, I'll bite it to death. Spit. Spit. Damn it. Why is there so much sand on the ground? Lin Qiye? Wang Xiao? Lu Yuan? Jiang Qian. She fainted from fear. The ghastly figure roar. On the twisted, ghastly face of the creature, a flicker of humanity appeared. As if it had seen a ghost. Watching that defiant mouth crawling toward itself, the ghastly figure collapsed. Roar. With a terrified howl, it scrambled to its feet, dragging its injured body as it fled into the distance. Chu Ming's mouth exclaimed, Wait, don't run. I've only got a drop of blood. Lin Qiye, how did you see that? Chu Ming's mouth pointed in a direction. Oh, my eyes are over there. Lin Qiye turned to see two eyeballs rolling in a pool of blood, one looking at him, and the other at the fleeing, ghastly figure. Lin Qiye felt as though he too was on the brink of collapse. That night, what did he experience? Lin Qiye sighed deeply, resting his forehead in his hand. This night, Chu Ming's mouth uttered, You hurt me? At that moment, Lin Qiye noticed the ghost-faced man had already sprinted several meters away. Suddenly, whoosh, a pale blue blade gleamed, slicing through the air like a crescent moon. In the next second, the ghost-faced man's head was sent soaring, tracing a beautiful arc before rolling onto the ground. Zhao Kongsheng retracted his long blade, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Lin Qiye and the others, his mind filled with confusion. How did these two ghost-faced beings end up dead and severely injured? Who could have done this? Was it the agent of the Seraph? Recalling the earlier pillar of light that pierced the heavens, a chill ran down Zhao Kongsheng's spine. The energy within that beam was terrifyingly immense. However, he had no time to ponder these questions now. Zhao Kongsheng quickly approached the group, anxiously inquiring, Have you seen a young man around 8 meters tall, more handsome than me, about 18 years old? Lin Qiye paused, tentatively asking, Is his name Chu Ming? Zhao Kongsheng's eyes brightened. Yes. Yes. Have you seen him? Where is he? Lin Qiye remained silent for a moment before responding. Right here. Zhao Conqing was taken aback, surveying the surroundings in confusion. Where? Lin Qiye pointed to the ground. Here. Zhao Conqing looked down to find a pool of blood and scattered flesh, a horrific sight. Earlier, from a distance, he had assumed it was the blood of the ghost-faced beings. But now, Zhao Conqing's pupils constricted, his face turning pale. He saw half a human head. No, it couldn't be. Zhao Conqing shook his head in disbelief, staring intently at Lin Qiye, demanding, "Where is he?" Lin Qiye's voice was somewhat numb. "He is right here. All around." "Impossible. He was just fine moments ago." Zhao Conqing felt as though struck by lightning. An overwhelming sense of guilt and self-reproach surged through his mind, nearly driving him to despair. Thud. Zhao Conqing collapsed to the ground, gazing at the bloody scene, tears streaming down his face. "I'm sorry, I failed to protect you." Chu Ming's mouth interjected. "Old Zhao, don't be so formal. I think I can still be saved." Zhao Conqing. He shot up from the ground as if electrocuted, frantically scanning the area. Who's speaking? Chu Ming's mouth declared. "Here. Right here. Just look down. I'm not dead yet." Zhao Conqing looked down in the direction of the voice. Silence enveloped the night. Zhao Conqing was stunned, glancing up at the others. Then back down at the mouth, and suddenly he laughed. "Ha ha ha, turns out I'm the one who's lost my mind." Chu Ming's mouth retorted. "Are you foolish? I'm not dead yet. Someone save me." Zhao Conqing, after a brief silence, amidst the chaotic explanations from Jiang Qian and others, he finally managed to convince himself that he was not going insane and that Chu Ming was indeed still alive. Trembling, he fished out a cigarette, struggling to light it several times before finally succeeding, taking a deep drag as he gazed at the moon, murmuring, "I, Zhao Conqing, have weathered many storms. I have seen all kinds of scenes. Yet this, I truly cannot comprehend." Chu Ming's mouth responded, "You'll understand when you reach my age." Zhao Conqing lowered his head, his expression incredibly complex. "What on earth is your ability?" Initially, like Chen Mai and others, he had thought that Chu Ming's ability was merely a low-risk enhancement of physicality and strength. But now, it was clear they had all been gravely mistaken. Chu Ming's mouth insisted, "Forget about that. Just tell me, did I achieve something today? I single-handedly took down 2 ghost-faced beings. Tell me, am I handsome or what?" Zhao Conqing smirked. "Single-handedly? Did I not take down the second one?" 10 meters away, Chu Ming widened his eyes, then cried out, "Old Zhao, do you have no shame? Picking up a head counts as a kill? I had already worn it down to half health, alright." Zhao Conqing felt a bit awkward, but retorted, "If it weren't for my car getting damaged by some beast, taking out the throttle and bursting a tire, I would have arrived much sooner. Did you really need to step in?" As he spoke, he grew increasingly agitated. "Damn it. I better not find out who that beast is. Otherwise, I'll make him pay." Chu Ming's eyes darted nervously, quickly changing the subject. "Enough with that. Just tell me, did I do well today? Can I join Team 136? Zhao Conqing fell silent for a moment, revealing a bittersweet smile. "You did indeed achieve something. And even if you hadn't, with such a remarkable ability on display, the captain would surely find a way to keep you in the team." Chu Ming rejoiced. "Haha, I knew it. Awesome. Wait, what? You mean as long as I demonstrate this ability, even without achieving something, I can join Team 136? Zhao Conqing nodded. "What else?" "Your ability is nearly on par with Old Wu's. No, it might even exceed Old Wu's in terms of sheer potential. How could the captain possibly let you go?" After a pause, he added, "Unless your mental state is genuinely too unstable." This left Chu Ming at a loss for words. Moments later, he spoke. "First, I must emphasize again, I am mentally stable, not insane. Second, why didn't you say this earlier? Had I known, I could have showcased my ability directly. Why risk my life here? Damn, it hurts so much." Zhao Conqing shrugged helplessly. "You should have asked." Chu Ming. He was exhausted, mentally drained. Zhao Conqing sighed, glancing once more at the scattered remains of Chu Ming, frowning. "How do you plan to recover from this?" Chu Ming's mouth replied, "Stop asking. I'm tired. Let's move on. This chapter is nearly 4,000 words long." Zhao Conqing? What? Chapter 10. Zhao Conqing. How can he still be alive after being shattered? What kind of miraculous ability is this? Zhao Conqing's confusion lasted only a second before transforming into shock and disbelief. In the blink of an eye, the Chu Ming who had been a disarray of skin and flesh moments before reverted back into a living person. Phew. Finally restored to his original state. "It nearly killed me." Chu Ming let out a long breath, stretching his brand new body, patting his backside as he stood up. This time, he patted himself. You. Zhao Conqing's eyes widened in disbelief. "How did you change back?" Chu Ming shrugged. "Just like that." Zhao Conqing, "Just like what?" Chu Ming gestured. "Just like this, Whoosh, and I returned. Zhao Kongqing. He could hardly believe his eyes. Even Wu Xiangnan's extraordinary ability, rebirth, took several seconds to restore him after his body had been shattered. Yet this kid truly transformed from a puddle of mud back into a complete human in an instant. There was no process at all. In the blink of an eye, he had regained his human form. Even his clothes were restored. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye and the others displayed no signs of surprise, their expressions entirely numbed. They had become desensitized to Chu Ming's abnormal powers, utterly desensitized. What kind of ability is this? Zhao Kongqing vigorously scratched the back of his head, nearly breaking the skin, as he frantically recalled the forbidden ruins he was familiar with, but none of them seemed to match. Initially, he had some doubts about whether Chu Ming's forbidden ruins were akin to Wu Xiangnan's. However, it was evident that this young man's resurrection was of a far superior caliber compared to the older Wu. The mere realm of a lamp could achieve such exaggerated revival. The potential was astonishingly immense. Have I stumbled upon a treasure? Zhao Kongqing murmured to himself. At that moment, his earpiece suddenly crackled to life. It was Wu Xiangnan's voice. Zhao Kongqing, have you located Chu Ming? Is everything all right? There seems to be a suspected Seraphim agent on your side. Be cautious. If you find him, bring him back immediately. Earlier, on the way there, Zhao Kongqing had reported Chu Ming's disappearance truthfully and had been scolded by Wu Xiangnan for a considerable time, leaving him feeling guilty and remorseful. But now, the guilt in Zhao Kongqing's heart had dissipated significantly, replaced by the elation of having discovered a gem. He grinned widely, exclaiming, "Rest assured, deputy, everything is fine. This kid was just torn apart by a ghoul. He was in pieces." Wu Xiangnan. On the other end, there was a moment of stunned silence before several startled exclamations erupted. Wu Xiangnan, what did you say? Wen Qima, what the hell? Si Xiaonan, huh? Lin Qiye, no way. Wait, I haven't finished. Zhao Kongqing's expression changed. And he hastily added, although this kid was shattered into pieces, his mouth can still talk. His eyes are still bouncing around. Can you believe it? And guess what? In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a puddle of flesh back into a humanoid shape. He was completely unscathed. Moreover, the two ghouls that escaped were basically taken down by this kid alone. He is extraordinarily fierce. After this declaration, silence enveloped the earpiece for an extended period. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wen Qima and his companions, who had just survived a bloody battle and were resting amidst a pile of ghoul corpses, wore expressions that were nothing short of theatrical. They were bewildered, confused, and astonished in equal measure. Zhao Kongqing's words were intelligible, yet when pieced together, they led them to question whether he had been drinking. Cough, cough. On the open ground, the injured Hong Ying was receiving treatment from Si Xiaonan. Upon hearing Zhao Kongqing's account, Hong Ying opened her eyes, terror reflecting within them, and weakly said, I think I just heard old Zhao has gone insane. Xiaonan, am I going to die? Am I hallucinating? Si Xiaonan replied, Sister Hong Ying, this isn't a hallucination. Hong Ying gasped, it's over. I'm really going to die. Si Xiaonan countered, no, it's old Zhao who has gone insane. Hong Ying paused, relieved, laughing, well, that's good then. Wu Xiangnan remained silent for a long time, pressing his earpiece with a serious tone. Zhao Kongqing, you are not joking, are you? This is a combat zone. And misreporting military situations is a serious violation. The group had grown accustomed to Wu Xiangnan's tendency to emphasize discipline, and they weren't in the mood to retort. Instead, they awaited an explanation from Zhao Kongqing. What he had said was simply too outrageous. Being torn apart by ghouls, even having his brain split in half. Yet not only surviving, but also being able to move his eyes and speak. And then, in the blink of an eye, returning to normal? Surely, not even those who possess divine ruins could achieve such a feat. Moreover, Chu Ming was merely a lamp realm. Even if he possessed such an extraordinary forbidden ruin, it was implausible that he had sufficient mental strength to manifest such an incredible effect. Everything contradicted common sense. Thus, the group leaned towards believing that Zhao Kongqing was jesting. Yet, Zhao Kongqing's urgent voice soon broke through the silence in their earpieces. Xiangnan, you have to believe me. I know this is incredibly hard to believe. I took a moment to accept it myself. But you must trust me. I did not utter a single falsehood. If I did, I would never become a general in this lifetime. Upon hearing this, the group's gazes sharpened, exchanging uncertain glances. As teammates who had spent countless days together, they were well aware that becoming a general was Zhao Kongqing's lifelong dream, and he would never joke about it. So could it be true? Was that kid genuinely so extraordinary? When Qima was left speechless, Hong Ying exclaimed in astonishment, if what old Zhao says is true, then Chu Ming's forbidden ruin must surpass even that of the deputies. Even Lin Qiye's expression was one of astonishment. Who would have thought? He usually seems so scatterbrained. Yet he harbors such an extraordinary forbidden ruin? Wu Xiangnan pondered for a moment before suddenly suggesting, is it possible that old Zhao has fallen victim to some illusion? Everyone froze, their expressions shifting to alarm. No way. Could it be that besides ghouls, there's also a mysterious force here that can drive someone insane? Old Zhao, hold on. We're coming to save you. Zhao Kongqing, I am at a loss for words. I can't be bothered to explain. If you don't believe me, fine. Just wait until I bring this kid back, and you'll believe it. Goodbye. On the other side, Zhao Kongqing hung up in exasperation, turning to find Chu Ming gazing at him with a resentful expression, momentarily taken aback. What is wrong now? Chu Ming, what do you mean by initially humanoid? Zhao Kongqing frowned. Sizing him up? Isn't that what he is? Chu Ming retorted, what the hell? Chapter 11. That was not a human head. It was the head of a ghoul. A demon's head. Zhao Kongqing was too weary to continue bickering with Chu Ming and turned his attention to Lin Qiye, who appeared dazed. A glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. A seraphim agent? Merely a lamp realm? Upon arriving, Zhao Kongqing had sensed the residual divine aura of the seraphim on Lin Qiye, but in his haste to find Chu Ming, he had overlooked it. Now that the mentally unstable kid was unharmed, he needed to devise a plan for this seraphim agent. A divine agent, a possessor of forbidden ruins. Even if only a lamp realm, held unimaginable potential. It was imperative to integrate him into the Night Watchers. No matter what. He must not fall into the hands of the ancient god church. With this resolve, Zhao Kongqing decided to lure Lin Qiye back. He feigned nonchalance, swinging his long knife, accidentally producing a magnificent flourish. After shaking off the blood, he executed an effortlessly graceful motion, sheathing his blade with a swift whoosh. Zhao Kongqing's lips curled into a slight smile as he gazed deeply at Lin Qiye, speaking, Kid, that slice I made earlier, it was a head roll. Impressive, right? Lin Qiye blinked, observing the man before him, who seemed to be vying for attention, and after a moment of hesitation, nodded, impressive. Not a chance. Chu Ming interjected. Disputing. Wasn't he just retrieving a head? Zhao Kongqing's face flushed with embarrassment, indignant. What do you care if I retrieved a head? Just tell me if my slice was impressive or not. A head roll. Chu Ming corrected him. That wasn't a human head. It was a ghoul's head, a demon's head. Zhao Kongqing, Lin Qiye, Jiang Qian. What is going on? Zhao Kongqing, utterly speechless, slapped his forehead and quickly said to Lin Qiye, ignore him. This kid's mind is a bit off. Let us continue our conversation. You just said I was handsome, right? Do you wish to become as handsome as I am? Not really. Zhao Kongqing's lips twitched. Why not? Lin Qiye, it's a quick way to meet your end. Zhao Kongqing paused, attempting to refute. Well, it's not that easy to die. We possess supernatural powers, much like superheroes in films. How could death come so easily? Chu Ming chimed in. Exactly. Old Zhao is right. Look at me. I'm doing just fine. Two mere ghost-faced beings. I've only used 3 lives and effortlessly dealt with them. As long as you have hands, you're good to go. Zhao Kongqing, Lin Qiye, after a prolonged silence. Well, I acknowledge you're a good people. And I genuinely appreciate your rescue. Lin Qiye spoke earnestly. However, I still need to contemplate joining you. By the way, I need to retrieve my backpack. My study materials are still in it. Go ahead. Go ahead. Zhao Kongqing waved his hand helplessly, feeling utterly exhausted, and silently lit a cigarette. Sigh. Today's youth are truly not to be underestimated. This divine agent has quite the heart. After experiencing such terrifying events, a normal person would be utterly shaken. Yet he still has the composure to fetch study materials? What a studious child, Zhao Kongqing mused, casting a glance at Chu Ming, who wore a peculiar smile. Frowning in confusion, he asked, What are you laughing at? Chu Ming, I recalled something amusing. Zhao Kongqing, you have no wife and cannot have children. Don't you dare use that tired old joke on me. Scram. Chu Ming. With a serious expression, Chu Ming replied, I'm not joking this time. I truly remembered something delightful. Don't you wish to know? Zhao Kongqing, skeptical but unable to contain his curiosity, asked, What is it? Chu Ming smirked. I remembered a fool who thought he was quite dashing, attempting to impress a high school student, only to be outsmarted by that very student. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing laughed. Ha ha ha. That person is indeed foolish, unable to fool a high school student? And to be played like a fool? What a waste. Afterward, Zhao Kongqing glanced curiously at the direction Lin Qiye had vanished. Hey, does it really take that long to fetch a backpack? Where could he be? Jiang Qian timidly interjected. Well, uncle, it seems Lin Qiye didn't take his backpack when he left school today. Zhao Kongqing's expression instantly stiffened. And he turned sharply to her. Why didn't you mention that earlier? Jiang Qian shrank back, frightened. You didn't ask? Zhao Kongqing. He shot a glance at Chu Ming, who was struggling to contain his laughter, his expression numbed. Silently pulling out a cigarette, he squatted in a corner, feeling defeated. Sigh, I am such a fool. At the peacekeeping office, in the underground space. Creak. The door slowly opened, and Zhao Conqing entered, listless, occasionally sighing. Chu Ming followed behind, full of vitality. The stark contrast in their demeanor expressed the author's nostalgia. The 5 individuals seated within turned their heads in unison upon their return, casting a surprised glance at Zhao Conqing before their attention shifted entirely to Chu Ming. Their emotions varying from astonishment to disbelief. They had just checked the surveillance of the battle between Chu Ming and the 2 ghost-faced beings, confirming that Zhao Conqing's earlier outrageous claims were, in fact, not outrageous at all. The truth was indeed so absurd. This young man, who had escaped from a psychiatric hospital, possessed a forbidden realm that was not merely a low-risk enhancement of physical prowess. Rather, it was a formidable forbidden realm that could ensure he would not perish from even the gravest of injuries, capable of instantaneous recovery. This was unprecedented and unseen. Their Team 136 had stumbled upon a monumental treasure. When Qima and the others looked at Chu Ming with increasingly bright eyes, akin to precious gems, more excited than if they had seen silk stockings, their eyes almost sparkling. "We're back," Zhao Conqing said weakly. The next moment, swish, swish, swish. When Qima, Hong Ying, and Si Shaoran all jumped up in unison, rushing towards him. "Huh?" Zhao Conqing was taken aback, warmth flooding his heart, as he shook his head. "I'm fine. You all sit down, no need to comfort me." The 3 ignored him entirely, rushing past him to inquire about Chu Ming. Ming, how do you feel? Are you hurt?" "Little brother, you're incredible. We watched the surveillance. You almost took down those 2 ghost-faced beings all by yourself." Unfortunately, old Zhao snatched the kill. Sigh. "Chu Ming, what exactly is your forbidden realm? It's so impressive. Can it infinitely restore your body?" Zhao Conqing, "I'm hurt too. Is no one going to comfort me? I'm exhausted. Just let it all end." However, gazing at Chu Ming, who was surrounded and beaming with pride, Zhao Conqing felt an almost imperceptible sense of satisfaction. "Humph, this kid is one I brought back." Chapter 12. With infinite recovery, invincible, utterly indomitable. The excitement of Hong Ying and the others led them to continue questioning Chu Ming. Zhao Conqing quickly interjected, "All right, enough already. This kid just survived a bloody battle and nearly died 3 times. Let him rest first. Any questions can wait until tomorrow." Wu Xiangnan added, "Yes, old Zhao is right. Let us allow Chu Ming to recuperate." Lung Xian, reclining on the sofa, was engrossed in messaging someone, casting a disdainful glance at Hong Ying and the others. "Stay ignorant. It's just a forbidden realm, right?" After saying that, he returned to his phone, continuing to message a friend. "Bro, what kind of forbidden realm allows instantaneous body recovery? Please look it up for me. I beg you, if I can't figure this out, I want to be able to sleep tonight." On the other end, are you an idiot? No such overpowered forbidden realm exists. Long Xian, meanwhile, upon hearing this, Hong Ying and the others realized they had perhaps overreacted, displaying awkward and apologetic expressions, urging Chu Ming to rest. Chu Ming scratched his head. Actually, you can ask me a little longer. I haven't finished boasting about my exploits." The crowd. 3 seconds later, Chu Ming was unceremoniously kicked into the room by Zhao Conqing, followed by a loud bang as the door slammed shut. The force was so great that the light fixture on the ceiling swayed violently. "No raccoon, no branches." Chu Ming grumbled in frustration, jumping down from the wall and collapsing onto the small bed. Glancing at the human-shaped indentation on the wall, he scrutinized his waist. It seemed his lumbar disc was slightly protruding. Muttering to himself, Chu Ming set aside other thoughts, contemplating the gains of the night. Not only did he achieve merit, but he also showcased an absurdly powerful forbidden realm. He could essentially secure his position in Team 136. For the next month, he could unabashedly absorb the forbidden realm energy from Hong Ying and the others. As for what would happen after a month, as a temporary member of the Night Watch team, he would undoubtedly need to participate in the training camp. And within that training camp, the number of Forbidden Realm holders would be significantly greater, with around 200 to 300. Chu Ming could hardly envision the exhilarating sensation he would experience at that moment. Just a mere glance at the hundreds of Forbidden Realm possessors could potentially cause an explosive increase in his bond with the Grey Wolf. The thought alone sent a thrill through him. Speaking of bond values, Chu Ming suddenly recalled something important and hastily opened the system panel. Host, Chu Ming, Realm, Mid-stage of the Light Realm, Abilities, Infinite Recovery. Immortality, Current Connected World, the World of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, Current Bound Deity. Grey Wolf, Deity Introduction, Deity. Grey Wolf, Divinity, God of Concepts, Abilities, Power of Thought. Concept Level Research, Infinite Recovery, Immortality, Infinite Willpower, Extraordinary Insight, Genius Form, Wolf King Form, Celestial Form, Bond Value. 12. upon reaching 100. The deity can be summoned. Hint: one ability from the deity can be drawn. Indeed, his bond value with the Grey Wolf had surged from 5 to an impressive 12. The reason? Chu Ming speculated it was likely due to his proximity during Lin Qiye's explosive display of angelic power, which had nearly melted half of his body. Being so close must have allowed him to absorb a substantial amount of angelic energy, resulting in this remarkable increase in bond value. It became evident that the closer he was to powerful Forbidden Realm possessors, the more energy he could absorb. However, the more formidable the possessors, the more challenging they were to approach. The farther he stood, the less energy he could draw. Thus, an abundance of forbidden energy paradoxically meant he could absorb less. Wait. That conclusion seemed flawed. Chu Ming furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, but he dismissed the thought. With his bond value now exceeding 5, his immediate priority was to draw a skill from Grey Wolf. He had long been curious about the extent of his capabilities under the infinite recovery ability. Under the cover of night, armed with a roll of paper, a hand, and a miracle of software, several hours later, the first rays of dawn illuminated the towering piles of used tissues in the room, alongside the still vibrant Chu Ming. Bored, he lamented that he couldn't be killed, utterly disenchanted, and decided to abandon further experiments. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed the system in his mind. System, initiate the draw. Beep. Drawing the ability of Grey Wolf. Draw successful. Congratulations, host has acquired concept-level research. Concept-level research. There is nothing you cannot conceive. Anything can be accomplished. A heap of scrap can be assembled into a mech. A pile of garbage can be fashioned into a world-destroying bomb. This ability also allows the host to create various inventions of Grey Wolf, such as weather cube, opposite hammer, shrinking gummies, intelligence-diminishing spray, time machine, and the celestial wolf, among others. Note: all of Grey Wolf's inventions share a common flaw: unable to catch sheep. Note 2. This ability is not passive. It requires active deployment by the host, with varying mental energy costs depending on the complexity of the creation. Chu Ming's eyes lit up. Finally, he possessed an active skill. Although immortality and infinite recovery were formidable, they were merely passive skills that transformed him into an indestructible cockroach, offering little enhancement to his combat capabilities. Had he possessed concept-level research earlier, he could have crafted impressive weapons to effortlessly dispatch mere ghost-faced foes, avoiding the previous night's debacle entirely. Using active abilities necessitated mental energy. With his current mid-stage mental capacity, what could he create? Weapons or offensive measures were paramount, but what materials were necessary? Chu Ming mused while surveying the various items in his room, ultimately resting his gaze on the pile of unused tissues on his bedside. A brilliant idea struck him. Without hesitation, he activated concept-level research. With a cacophony of sounds clanging, popping, and a flurry of activity, half an hour later, Chu Ming triumphantly held up what appeared to be ordinary sheets of paper. Tada! Explosive paper. Indeed, this was one of the Grey Wolf's ingenious inventions from Season 1, a type of paper that could explode. While it appeared unremarkable, applying even slight pressure would trigger an explosion. Its destructive power was considerable, capable of creating a substantial hole in the wolf fortress. In reality, against nuisances like the ghost-faced beings, just 7 or 8 sheets of explosive paper would be sufficient to obliterate them. Chu Ming had successfully crafted over 100 sheets of explosive paper, ample for his needs. He had considered making more, but his mental energy was running low. Although his third draw had enhanced his mental capacity and physique slightly, he had not yet broken through to the later stage of the light realm, just a smidgen short. Yet, that was inconsequential. With a bond value of 12 with Grey Wolf, a few more days of absorbing forbidden energy from Hong Ying and her companions would likely elevate him to 15, allowing for another ability draw. With this thought, Chu Ming felt no urgency. He placed the explosive paper on the bedside table and reclined back, contemplating another matter. Tomorrow night, barring unforeseen circumstances, an unexpected event was set to unfold: the ghost-faced king incident. According to the original storyline, tomorrow evening, Zhao Kongqing would visit Lin Qiye's home and upon exiting, would encounter the ghost-faced king. Cold, icy rain would lash against his face as he activated the ghost god trigger, unleashing his hidden energy reserves to deliver what would be the most heroic and stylish strike of his life, safeguarding Lin Qiye's world. This event was also a pivotal reason for Lin Qiye's decision to join the 136th Squad. He owed a debt of gratitude to old Zhao. Chu Ming pondered deeply. Truthfully, he held a fondness for old Zhao. Whether from his previous life while watching Godslayer or during his recent interactions, he found Zhao to be quite admirable. If possible, he would certainly wish to save old Zhao. However, if he rescued old Zhao, it could dissuade Lin Qiye from joining the Night Watchers, potentially throwing the future narrative into chaos. Wouldn't that undermine his omniscient advantage as a transmigrator? How to navigate this dilemma? Chu Ming scratched his foot, feeling somewhat distressed. After a lengthy contemplation, an epiphany struck him. Who said that old Zhao's survival would guarantee that Brother Yi would not join the Night Watchers? I have a plan. Chapter 13. Crafting Grey Wolf's Explosive Paper. In the activity room, Chinmai placed the freshly steamed buns on the dining table, scanning the room before frowning. Where's Amin? Why hasn't he been called to breakfast? Hong Ying picked up a bun and stuffed it whole into her mouth, mumbling indistinctly, I can't taste it. Si Xiaonan replied, perhaps it's still sleeping. Lung Qian interjected, hey. Si Xiaonan continued, Chen Muyi, you all should eat slowly. Be careful not to choke. Chen Muyi cast a glance at them and then asked, what about old Zhao? Where has he gone? Wu Xiongnan replied lightly. He wouldn't have found the agent of the Seraph, claiming he would definitely bring him back. Chen Muyi frowned. Does old Zhao know where the person is? Hong Ying swallowed her bun and said, old Zhao mentioned that the person is wearing a uniform from the second high school. He is planning to wait at the entrance today. He'll definitely catch him. Chen Muyi retorted, if we know he is a student from the second high school, we could simply check and find out who it is. We could just call him out for a chat. Why wait for him? Hong Ying scratched her head and took another bite of her bun. That makes a bit of sense. Should we call old Zhao back? Lung Qian replied, hey. Hong Ying asked, what? Si Xiaonan chimed in, shut up, you brooding guy. Chen Muyi, uninterested in their usual banter, pondered for a moment and said, forget it. Old Zhao worked hard yesterday. Let's consider this a break for him, right, Xiongnan? Wu Xiongnan responded, sure. At that moment, after finishing their meal and about to wipe their mouths, Lung Qian frowned slightly. Strange, how come we're out of paper? Chen Muyi was taken aback. That shouldn't be. I just bought some yesterday. Let me check. After a brief moment, he returned, bewildered. Hey, this is odd. There really isn't any left. What is going on? Did someone rob the office? Wu Xiangnan's expression turned slightly peculiar. Cough. Last night, I saw Chu Ming take all the paper to his room. Chen Muyi exclaimed. Long Qian said. Hong Ying, bewildered, asked, why did he take so much paper? Si Xiaonan looked equally puzzled. Yeah, why? You're still young and don't understand. Don't ask. Chen Muyi replied dismissively, sighing internally at the youthful naivety. Seeing everyone had finished breakfast and were out of paper, Chen Muyi contemplated and turned towards Chu Ming's room. Wait for me. I'll check if there is any paper left in his room. Long Qian quickly reminded him, Captain, just don't take any of his used paper. Chen Muyi replied, sure. He arrived at Chu Ming's door and knocked. Ming, are you awake? Chu Ming responded, not yet. What is up? Chen Muyi asked. Do you have any unused paper? We're all out. Chu Ming hesitated. I do, but this paper might have a bit of a kick. Chen Muyi was confused. What do you mean? Is this guy acting weird again? He dismissed it. Well, whatever, just give me some. Chu Ming hesitated. Are you sure? Chen Muyi grew impatient. Yes. Hurry up. Everyone's waiting. Oh, fine. Chu Ming thought for a moment. Considering that old Zhao was absent and the remaining members were mostly within the pool realm, given Lang Xian's quick reflexes, he figured it wouldn't harm them. So he didn't overthink it. He grabbed a few sheets of explosive paper, cracked the door open just a bit, and handed them out. Chen Muyi's eye twitched. Could you be any stingier? Can't you give me a bit more? Chu Ming replied helplessly, I can't. This paper is quite precious. It can be used as a weapon. It will explode. Chen Muyi thought, damn, after just one night. This kid's mental state has become increasingly bizarre. Chu Ming added, Captain, don't give me that look. Trust me, it really will explode. I really don't recommend using this to wipe your mouth. Chen Muyi furrowed his brow, noticing that Chu Ming didn't seem to be joking, and recalled the incredible forbidden item he had demonstrated last night. For reasons unknown, he found himself somewhat skeptical. He cautiously took the few sheets, examining them closely for quite some time, eventually concluding they were indeed just paper. Chen Muyi was speechless, turning to leave with the paper in hand. Chu Ming, feeling resigned, had long grown accustomed to the sensation of being disbelieved. He had lived through it for 3 whole years, plus the memories of his former self, totaling 12 years. Whatever, they'll believe me soon enough, he shrugged, casting a pitying glance at Chen Muyi's retreating figure before shutting the door and returning to sleep. Meanwhile, Chen Muyi returned to the activity room and distributed the few sheets of paper among the others. Resignedly, he said, that kid seems to have lost it again. He refuses to give me more paper and insists it will explode. Fine, we'll make do for now, and I'll buy some later. Hong Ying laughed upon hearing this. Ha ha ha. That little brother is really amusing. So neurotic, yet adorable. Si Xiaonan shot her a strange look. Sister Hong Ying. Your mental state isn't getting infected, is it? Lang Xian suddenly stood up, expressionless, and took 3 sheets of paper before turning to leave. I'm heading to the bathroom. I'll grab a couple more. Si Xiaonan's expression changed. but I'll be out of paper to wipe my mouth. Lin Qiye didn't look back. You can wait until I'm done. I'll get you some then. Si Xiaonan complained. What a jerk, that brooding guy. Enough of the fuss. Chun Mu-yi waved his hand, his tone turning serious. Once you finish eating, wash your bowls quickly. We need to continue searching the sewers for the whereabouts of the Ghost Face King in half an hour. We must capture it within 2 days. Yes. Hong Ying and the others nodded solemnly, swiftly grabbing the paper on the table to wipe their mouths, clean the table, and whatever else needed to be done. If this paper really does explode, Chun Mu-yi muttered as he wiped his mouth. Before he could finish speaking, a series of explosions erupted. The entire activity room was suddenly engulfed in thick black smoke. What the? It exploded. Ah, my makeup. Wait, what? This paper really exploded. The sounds of shock, fear, and confusion echoed throughout the underground space. Moments later, from the direction of the bathroom, an ear-piercing and agonizing wail erupted. Adu. In the room, Chu Ming, who had been sleeping soundly, was jolted awake by the cacophony, quickly covering his ears and rolling over to continue sleeping, mumbling in confusion. What is all this noise? It's not even New Year yet. Why is there blasting and pig slaughtering? A minute later, there was a loud bang as the door was violently kicked open. Chu Ming jolted awake, turning to see Chun Mu-yi and the others, disheveled and covered in soot, glaring at him with murderous intent. Chu Ming pondered for 2 seconds, confused. Did you guys take a wrong turn? 3 seconds later, the room erupted with Chu Ming's chilling screams. Chapter 14. Have you ever seen 2 forbidden items? Now you have. Interrogation room. Name, Chu Ming. Gender, male, 18. I haven't even asked your age. Answer me one question at a time. Oh, but I was not referring to age. Chu Ming found himself tightly bound to the interrogation chair, blinded by a harsh beam of light, so he simply closed his eyes to rest. Wearing a look of utter exasperation, opposite him sat Chun Mai, Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, and Wen Qimo, their expressions as solemn as the depths of a still lake. Fixated on him, Lin Qiye, filled with humiliation and intense rage, nearly shouted in his inquiry, "Don't joke with me. Tell me, why did those papers explode?" Chu Ming, feeling quite helpless, replied, "Calm down, stop yelling, you're ruining your image." Lin Qiye, in a fit of fury, retorted, "How can you expect me to calm down? Damn it." Chu Ming felt utterly innocent. How was I to know you would use them to wipe your backside? I clearly stated from the beginning to the captain that those papers would indeed explode. Why didn't you believe me? A heavy silence enveloped the room. Who could possibly believe such a thing? Who could have foreseen it? Well, I bear some responsibility, Chun Mai said, rubbing his forehead in frustration, attempting to regain his composure. His expression grew serious as he inquired, "Chu Ming, how exactly did you achieve this?" Hong Ying and the others also stared intently, eager to uncover the answer. They had just discovered similar papers in Chu Ming's room, scrutinizing them for quite some time without finding any discernible difference from ordinary paper. Yet experiments confirmed that these papers could also explode. Each explosion's force was nearly equivalent to a full-strength strike from a mid-stage realm master. If 10 sheets exploded simultaneously, the power could rival that of a pool realm level. Judging by sheer power, it could be classified as a formidable weapon. Yet, it appeared to be nothing more than paper. Why was this so? The group was utterly baffled, especially Lin Qiye, an expert in weaponry, who was convinced that such explosive paper was entirely unscientific. Chu Ming raised his hands in surrender, his expression one of resignation. I initially intended to keep this from you, but since it's out in the open, I won't pretend any longer. In truth, I possess a forbidden domain that allows me to enchant the paper, causing it to explode. In the Ganges, perhaps? Once again, silence enveloped them. After a moment, Chun Mai turned to Wu Xiangnan. "Xiangnan, have you ever heard of such a forbidden domain?" Wu Xiangnan replied, "No." Chun Mai pressed on. "Have you ever seen anyone with 2 forbidden domains?" Wu Xiangnan shook her head. "Never." Chu Ming chimed in. "Well, now you have. I possess 2 forbidden domains." The group fell silent for an extended period, seemingly contemplating the truth of Chu Ming's words. Such an unscientific ability to transform paper into explosives could hardly be explained by anything other than a forbidden domain. Clearly, there were no other explanations available. 2 forbidden domains, both possibly unprecedented. Chun Mai's expression grew grave as he regarded Chu Ming with an immensely complex gaze. This fellow was quite extraordinary. Could their Team 136 truly accommodate such an imposing figure? Sighing, he decided not to dwell on it further. They needed to report this matter to higher authorities and let them deliberate. Chun Mai shook his head and ceased to press Chu Ming, freeing him from his bindings. They did not have much time to waste on this young man. They still had a mission to accomplish. We must search for the whereabouts of the Ghost-Face King. You stay here and behave. Do you understand? Chun Mai instructed Chu Ming with utmost seriousness before departing. Sure thing, brother. I promise. Chu Ming nodded vigorously. Chen Mai looked at him skeptically, harboring doubts, and after a moment's hesitation, turned to Wu Xiangnan. Xiangnan, perhaps we should restrain him again for the time being? Wu Xiangnan frowned. That goes against protocol, but given the circumstances, I think it's acceptable. Thus, Chu Ming found himself once again bound to the interrogation chair. Only then did the others feel reassured enough to leave the peace affairs office. Oh, the misery! Chu Ming lamented. He could feel that the ropes binding him were, in fact, enchanted, rendering his body completely immobile. Were they truly this overzealous? Did they think he was the type to cause trouble? Why was he being restrained? This was unlawful detention. Time passed swiftly, much like the National Day holiday. Soon, evening approached. As Chu Ming lay in a deep slumber, he was abruptly awakened by the sound of a door creaking open. Groggily turning his head, he saw Zhao Kongqing entering the interrogation room, eyeing him with a peculiar gaze. You rascal, Zhao Kongqing said, holding a piece of fried chicken, taking a bite before teasing. Who are you playing bondage with? Chu Ming rolled his eyes, replying irritably. Weren't you supposed to find that Seraph's agent today? Why have you returned alone? TSK, you can't even handle a high school student? Zhao Kongqing's smile vanished, and he instinctively wanted to retort, but the words that came out were, that kid has gone missing. I couldn't find him. Chu Ming smirked, aware of the truth. Having read the original story, he knew that at this point, Zhao Kongqing had already engaged in a passionate exchange with Lin Qiye at a couple's hotel. After realizing that Lin Qiye did not wish to join the Night Watch and only wanted to protect his family, Zhao Kongqing, for various reasons, ultimately softened his stance and concocted an excuse that Lin Qiye had gone missing. Chu Ming thought that Zhao's excuse was rather flimsy. Whether Lin Qiye was truly missing would be easily verified by Chen Mai and the others. Clearly, they were also turning a blind eye. They were all good-natured individuals. Unfortunately, according to the plot, tomorrow night, Zhao Kongqing would encounter the Ghost-Face King and meet a tragic end. However, luckily for him, Chu Ming had devised a plan to save Zhao. He had meticulously formulated strategies for how to ensure Lin Qiye would willingly join the Night Watch after Zhao survived. He had mentally rehearsed the plan several times and deemed it flawless. All that was left was to execute it tomorrow. However, to implement these plans, he needed to first use conceptual research to create 2 key items. And for that, he urgently needed Zhao Kongqing to release him. Hurry up and untie me. I'm in a bit of a rush, Chu Ming urged. Zhao Kongqing took another bite of fried chicken. No worries, if you pee your pants, you can clean up the interrogation room yourself. Chu Ming's eye twitched. That's not the urgency I'm talking about. Zhao Kongqing frowned. If you need to take a dump, I won't stop you. Chu Ming exclaimed, damn. Should I just let him die? Chapter 15. Successfully creating 2 extraordinary items for Uncle Wolf. Off to Lin Qiye's home. Fortunately, Zhao Kongqing was merely joking and soon released him from his bindings. Chu Ming, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped death, sat upright, stretched his stiff body, and hurried to the restroom. Then he dashed into his room, locking the door with a click, not uttering a single word throughout. Zhao Kongqing was left bewildered. Frowning, what is the meaning of this? Is he angry? Who was it that tied this kid up? That was a bit excessive, though he is always a bit eccentric. It doesn't warrant tying him up like this. Moreover, it was indeed a day of accomplishment for him yesterday. To not reward him is one thing, but to impose a punishment? Zhao Kongqing furrowed his brow, feeling that the actions of the captain and the others were undeniably unjust. He hesitated, contemplating whether to knock on the door and offer some comfort to Chu Ming. After all, he was just a child. It would be best to console him. Zhao Kongqing made his decision, approached the table, set down the fried chicken, and casually picked up a piece of paper to wipe his hands. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly felt a surge of heat in his hand. What? Zhao Kongqing looked down in astonishment, his pupils contracting. Boom. With a deafening explosion, a torrent of flames and black smoke erupted almost instantaneously from his grasp, rushing towards him. Holy cow! Zhao Kongqing exclaimed, but fortunately, his reflexes were extraordinary. The moment he felt the heat, he instinctively sensed something was amiss, almost by instinct. He flung the paper away and rolled to safety several meters away. He narrowly escaped the brunt of the explosion's force. However, he was still inevitably affected. When Zhao Kongqing finally stood up, his face was smeared with soot, his clothes were riddled with burns, and parts of his hair had been singed. This paper exploded. What? Zhao Kongqing was left dumbfounded. He could never have imagined that this thing would detonate. In that moment, not only his clothing and hair were ablaze, but also his composure. He stood in a daze for several minutes. Suddenly, a voice crackled through his earpiece. Old Zhao, have you returned? If you have, remember to check the interrogation room and untie Chu Ming. Oh, and whatever you do, do not touch the paper in the office. That stuff was conjured by Chu Ming's forbidden realm. It will explode. We've all suffered because of it. You mustn't touch it. Zhao Kongqing Chen Mai hello? Old Zhao? Zhao Kongqing took a deep breath, suppressing his murderous intent, and asked, "Captain, can I tie that kid up again?" Chen Mai fell silent for a moment, then sighed, "Did I remind you too late?" Zhao Kongqing's eyelids twitched. "Yes, I've already been blown up." A voice from Lin Qiye chimed in. "Are you still alive?" Zhao Kongqing, "It seems so." Lin Qiye, Hong Ying's excited voice came through. "Ha ha ha. Old Zhao, let me tell you. Lin Qiye went to the bathroom today, and he had that paper with him." Lin Qiye, "Shut up. You shut your mouth." Zhao Kongqing burst into laughter. Suddenly, the earpiece erupted with joyous laughter. Lin Qiye, he is considering changing planets to live on. Is it better to use a 556 for suicide or a 762? The next day, at 6 in the afternoon. I did it. In the room, Chu Ming's surprised exclamation rang out. After a full day and night of relentless use of conceptual research, draining his mental energy several times, he finally succeeded in creating the two items he needed, a green bean and a yellow bullet. At first glance, they appeared to be just a green bean and a yellow bullet. But upon closer inspection, one would find nothing remarkable about them. However, these two items were among the extraordinary inventions of the legendary Grey Wolf. They were also the key to Chu Ming's plan to rescue old Zhao tonight. With these two items, what was the Ghost-Face King? Even if a powerful being from the Sea Realm came, they would still be in for a surprise. With a face full of excitement, Chu Ming carefully placed the green bean and yellow bullet into his pocket and zipped it up. He pulled out his phone, glanced at the time, and his expression turned serious. It was already 6 in the evening. If he recalled correctly in the original narrative, Lin Qiye had just returned home from school, and Zhao Kongqing was already waiting for him there. In half an hour at most, Zhao Kongqing would encounter the Ghost-Face King at Lin Qiye's doorstep. Time was of the essence. Damn it, the mental energy from the light realm was simply too scarce. Otherwise, I would have produced these two items much earlier. With a mental complaint, Chu Ming hurriedly got up, ready to dash out the door, only to find that it was locked from the inside. It seemed that heavy objects had been placed outside to block the door. After several forceful kicks, he managed to break the door down, but it still wouldn't budge. Chu Ming, "All right, so this is how we're playing it? Then I can't be blamed." A slight smirk appeared on his lips as he reached into his pants, quickly retrieving dozens of explosive papers. It was precisely because he had hidden them in his underwear that Chen Mai and the others hadn't found them when they searched him yesterday. "Hey, I'm truly a genius. Blocking the door, are we? Then let us see." Explosions are an art form. As night fell over Songnan City, in an old residential area, "Xiaoqi, has your teacher left?" Auntie emerged from the kitchen, glancing at Lin Qiye by the door. "Yes, he has." Lin Qiye gazed out into the pouring rain, watching the figure cloaked in a dark red cape, holding a black umbrella, gradually fade away. His gaze was filled with complexity. That was Zhao Kongqing. Today, Zhao Kongqing had impersonated a physical education teacher, come to Lin Qiye's home, and shared many words with him, even discussing some experiences and dreams. Lin Qiye felt a bit strange. Was it akin to a pivotal character in a film reminiscing fervently before their demise? He nodded gravely. "Yes. I hope it's just an illusion." No, wait, whose voice is that? Lin Qiye's expression changed dramatically as he abruptly turned his head, only to find a handsome young man had appeared beside him, smiling warmly. Chu Ming greeted him with a friendly smile. "Hello." Lin Qiye, taken aback. "When did you arrive?" Chu Ming replied. "Just now, when you were gazing longingly at old Zhao's silhouette." Lin Qiye, now on guard, asked, "What are you here for? Are you trying to persuade me to join that night watchman, or whatever?" "No." Chu Ming shook his head, slowly tilting his gaze skyward. "I'm here to enjoy the moon." Lin Qiye, "It's raining, there's no moon." Chu Ming, "Oh, then I'll enjoy the rain." Lin Qiye. Chu Ming chuckled, "Just kidding. Actually, I wanted to sneak a peek at Michael taking a bath, but alas, it's raining, and I can't see the moon." Lin Qiye, "Damn it, you're insane." Lin Qiye felt utterly exasperated. Just as he had sent one troublesome individual away, another, even more troublesome one, had arrived. His feelings towards this eccentric peer, who possessed a rather formidable forbidden realm, were quite complex. On one hand, he was immensely grateful to Chu Ming for helping him see the light again and for saving him. On the other hand, he had an overwhelming desire to give him a good beating. Lin Qiye tightly clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to strike, and calmly yet earnestly stated, "Chu Ming, right? I truly appreciate your saving me that day, and I greatly admire the Night Watchman for guarding humanity in the shadows. However, I genuinely cannot join you. The only ones I wish to protect are my family, and I hope you can understand." Chu Ming raised an eyebrow. "Oh, am I arriving at an inopportune time?" Lin Qiye frowned slightly, about to say something when, at that moment, Annie emerged from the kitchen with a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. "Dinner is almost ready." "Qiye, Go call your brother. Who is this? She suddenly noticed Chu Ming and was momentarily taken aback. Chu Ming quickly greeted, Hello, Auntie. I am Lin Qiye's classmate. Here to play with him. Oh, I see. Auntie immediately smiled warmly and said, What a coincidence. I just finished cooking. Have you eaten yet, dear? Would you like to join us? Chu Ming replied, I've already eaten. Oh, I see. Annie responded, But I can still eat, Chu Ming added. Annie looked at him curiously, sensing something odd about the boy, yet brushed it off with a smile, saying, All right then, let us eat a bit more. You're at the age where you're still growing. Qiye, quickly fetch your classmate some chopsticks. Lin Qiye smiled at Chu Ming, thinking to himself, It seems I arrived at just the right moment. After a brief while, the family of 4 sat neatly around the table, which was laden with 7 or 8 dishes. A sumptuous spread prepared by Andy to celebrate Lin Qiye regaining his sight. Andy looked at Chu Ming and politely said, Child, please. Chu Ming interjected. I want to stand on ceremony. I feel right at home. Hey, with all this food ready, why aren't we eating? Annie asked. Oh, that's good. Let us dig in. Auntie replied. Yang Jin and the dog, Xiao Hailai, exchanged strange glances, subtly conveying their mutual suspicion and vigilance. This boy seemed to be an enigma. Definitely not an ordinary person. Was he truly Lin Qiye's classmate, merely here for a meal, or was there another purpose? As they pondered this, a glint of coldness flickered in their eyes. Chu Ming perceptibly sensed their scrutiny and internally sighed, acknowledging their keen vigilance. However, he thought it inconsequential. According to the original narrative, Erlang Shun had not fully regained his powers yet and should not expose his identity. As long as he refrained from any excessive actions, such as harming Lin Qiye or Andy, it was highly unlikely they would pose a threat to him. Moreover, even Erlang Shun could not kill him in his current state. With no psychological burden, Chu Ming disregarded the wary gazes from Yang Jin and Xiao Hailai and devoured his meal with gusto. Finishing 5 bowls of rice in just 2 minutes, Andy looked on in astonishment, exclaiming, Child, you. Yang Jin thought, Oh no. It seems we've encountered the reincarnation of Marshal Tianpeng. Apologies, Auntie, I just lied to you. In fact, I haven't eaten for a day and a night. I'm truly starving. Chu Ming admitted, genuinely. He had not even touched water during that time, while hastily creating the 2 props, and hunger was overwhelming him. Auntie paused, puzzled. Why is that? Don't your parents feed you? Chu Ming, focused on his meal, casually fabricated, Not at all. My family's meals are quite good. Whatever my mother leaves, my father eats. What my father leaves, my younger brother eats. And what my brother leaves, I eat. My 3 meals are quite sufficient. Annie was taken aback, staring blankly. After a moment, she asked, Don't you have a dog? Chu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. What? I also have to eat what the dog leaves behind. Andy was momentarily stunned and quickly shook her head. No. I meant the leftovers can be given to the dog. Chu Ming was bewildered. Give it to the dog? Then what do I eat? Auntie, Lin Qiye, Yang Jin, Xiao Hailai, woof woof woof. Are we really fighting over leftovers with the dog? Are you a dog, or what? After a brief silence, Andy looked at Chu Ming with increased sympathy and asked, Why didn't you eat today? Chu Ming replied, We just got a dog. Auntie's sympathy deepened, her heart aching. What kind of parents allow this? Truly, child, eat slowly. If you're still hungry, just tell me, and I'll make you more. Take your time, don't choke. All right. Thank you, Auntie. Chu Ming replied cheerfully. Annie thought for a moment and added, Child, do you eat steamed oil cakes? I can make some for you? Chu Ming replied, That works too. Yang Jin suddenly voiced his suspicion. I can't shake the feeling he is just here to mooch off the good food. Spinning tails. Xiao Hailai indignantly barked, Exactly. Plus, he doesn't even spit out the bones from the ribs. What am I supposed to eat later? Lin Qiye was already feeling a bit dazed, utterly bewildered by this boy's intentions. Was he really just here for a meal? Auntie shot Yang Jin a stern look. Given how unfortunate others are. You still doubt him? That's a bit too much, don't you think? Yang Jin was about to respond when his brow furrowed. And he turned to the rain-soaked night outside, sensing something amiss, his expression growing serious. Xiao Hailai set down the bone, glanced outside, then looked back at Yang Jin. A flicker of concern in his eyes, as if asking, Master, should we intervene? After a moment of contemplation, Yang Jin subtly shook his head and exchanged a glance with the dog. Unless absolutely necessary, we must not act. Both man and dog sighed internally, their eyes reflecting a hint of regret before they turned back. Ajin, what's wrong? Is there something outside? Lin Qiye inquired, noticing the peculiar behavior of the duo. Yang Jin shook his head, resuming his meal. Nothing. However, Chu Ming felt a jolt and turned to look outside. To his eyes, there was nothing but the night and heavy rain. Yet, he knew that at this very moment, Zhao Kongxing was likely unleashing the unguarded domain nearby. temporarily trapping the Ghost Face King within it for confrontation. Good. He had been waiting for this moment. A glimmer of determination shone in Chu Ming's eyes as he discreetly felt the green beans and yellow bullets in his pocket, along with the slingshot. The plan could commence. At that moment, Lin Qiye slowly stood up, curiously walking to the balcony to peer outside, murmuring, "Strange, there's nothing here. Why not ask the mysterious bat?" Chu Ming suggested. Lin Qiye startled, turning sharply, "Why are you following me?" Chu Ming took a bite of the oil cake, gazing deeply into the night, and shrugged. "No worries, I just wandered by for a meal. I won't disturb you. I'll take my leave now, burp." Lin Qiye thought. Could it be that this eccentric person is merely here to mooch food? Suddenly, he recalled. Wait, what did he just say? Lin Qiye's expression shifted dramatically, glancing suspiciously at Chu Ming's retreating figure. Let me ask the bat. How does he know I can communicate with nocturnal creatures? This ability was something he had only extracted from the goddess of night the day before. Did he uncover my secret, or was it merely a jest? Lin Qiye's heart raced. A chilling sensation of being exposed washed over him. He hastily shook his head, trying to reassure himself that Chu Ming was just joking. Managing to regain some composure. As he watched Chu Ming being sent off by Auntie, Lin Qiye's gaze flickered and slowly turned towards the window. Outside. There indeed was a bat, flapping against the glass, seemingly wanting to come in to escape the rain, looking pitiful. Should I ask it? Bat, hey, where's your mother? Let me in. I'm going to get drenched. Suppressing the urge to scold the bat, Lin Qiye calmly inquired about a few matters. Gradually, his expression grew exceedingly solemn, his pupils trembling slightly. Did Chu Ming know everything? At that moment, Ent's voice suddenly rang out. Hey, how come there are 200 yuan under this plate? Qiye, did your classmate leave this? Oh dear, this child, truly Qiye. You must return it to them. Lin Qiye turned around, staring at the 200 yuan, his expression somewhat dazed. After a moment of silence, he murmured with a complex tone. This person must really be ill, his gaze flickering as if lost in thought. Suddenly, he dashed forward, snatched the 200 yuan, and turned to rush out the door. I'm going to return it right now. Ant called after him. Remember to take an umbrella. Hurry back. After leaving Lin Qiye's home, Chu Ming found a sheltered spot away from the rain, pulling out the green beans and yellow bullets from his pocket, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Indeed, astute readers have likely guessed. These two items are the second incredible tools of the Grey Wolf, obedient broad beans, and directional bullets. The former, when thrown into someone's stomach, compels the person who swallows the obedient broad beans to obey any command given by the one who made them eat it. What is the Ghost Face King to me? As long as it consumes this item, making it exhaust itself to death would merely be a matter of a single command. However, the question arises, how could I possibly get this bean into the Ghost Face King's stomach? Naturally, that's where the second tool, directional bullets, comes into play. If you draw anything on this bullet, it will unerringly hit its target when fired. Even if you shoot blindly or in the opposite direction, the bullet will adjust its trajectory to hit the intended mark. This is truly a conceptual level tool. At this moment, Chu Ming had already drawn the open mouth of the Ghost Face King on the directional bullet. In other words, if the mouth is not open, I want he said it. With a smirk, Chu Ming took out a thin string and carefully secured the obedient broad beans to the directional bullet. Then he placed it in a slingshot, slowly raised it, and aimed in the general direction of the Ghost Face King before launching it. Huh, I'm a genius. Chapter 17, Ghost Face King. I see now, these two are here to perform a skit. The rain poured down relentlessly. Within the boundless void, crack, 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 Zhekong City. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth, irritably discarded his lighter, it wouldn't ignite in this downpour. He then pulled out a waterproof lighter. Flick, the flame ignited. Zhaokong City lit his cigarette, taking a deep drag, his expression oddly contemplative. Did that kid somehow predict it would rain tonight? This waterproof lighter had been forcibly stuffed into his pocket by Chu Ming that morning. Well, that was quite thoughtful. Yet, why was the 200 yuan in my pocket gone? Zhaokong City was engulfed in frustration, but he had no time to ponder further. His gaze fixated on the massive creature before him, the Ghost Face King, looming like a small mountain. What rotten luck today, he muttered. He had encountered this powerful and mysterious entity from the Chuan realm all on his own. Meanwhile, Chenmai and the others wouldn't arrive for at least another 10 minutes. Could he hold on for that long? Zhaokong City felt no certainty. He was just an ordinary person lacking the forbidden ruins, armed only with combat skills and experience. With the long knife in hand, he could manage against the lower-tier mysterious beings, but this Ghost Face King was from the Chuan realm, 2 entire levels above the lowest tier. Even though it had sustained severe injuries from Chenmai 2 days prior, it was far beyond his capacity to contend with. Zhaokong City understood that attempting to stop it was akin to an ant trying to halt a chariot. Yet, retreat was not an option. He cast a glance at the nearby low-rise building, recalling the child and his younger self. If the dark night descends, I shall stand before the multitude. Clang. Xiaokong City unsheathed his long knife, his gaze fixed on the ghost-faced king, eyes sharp, lips curling into a smile. Even if there are no millions behind me, I, Xiaokong City, will stand firm. As his words fell, whoosh, whoosh, both man and monster moved simultaneously. Clang, clang, clang. In the rain-soaked night, the two figures clashed. The sound of blade against claw erupting like the clash of metal, sparking blinding flashes. Xiaokong City unleashed 3 strikes, each aimed at vital points. Yet the ghost-faced king intercepted them with astonishing speed. Damn it! Xiaokong City exclaimed, ready to strike again. Suddenly, a sound of something breaking through the air rang out, originating not from either combatant. Both Xiaokong City and the ghost-faced king were caught off guard. The ghost-faced king reacted more swiftly. Catching a glimpse out of the corner of its eye, a thumb-sized, green and yellow object shot towards it at incredible speed. Swish. It zipped past the ghost-faced king's ear. Then, that object executed an impossible sharp turn mid-air, aiming straight for the ghost-faced king's gaping maw. Thud. The ghost-faced king felt a sharp pain in its throat, instinctively retching and expelling the green and yellow object. Xiaokong City, mouth agape, was about to exclaim in shock when that object landed perfectly in his mouth, and without thinking, he swallowed. Xiaokong City, what on earth? Before he could contemplate further, the ghost-faced king sent him flying, crashing into the muddy ground. Gag. What the hell was that thing that got in my mouth? Is this ghost-faced king laying eggs? Xiaokong City scrambled to his feet, gagging uncontrollably, desperately trying to dislodge the unknown object from his throat. Gur, gur. The ghost-faced king, meanwhile, glared intensely in the direction from which that object had come. A mix of anger and shock in its blood-red eyes, filled with vigilance. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from beyond the boundless void. Hey, old Zhao, are you still alive? Xiaokong City paused, instantly recognizing the voice, his expression changing drastically. What the hell are you doing here? Get lost. Of course. Chu Ming wouldn't heed him, although he couldn't see the scene within the boundless void. He could sense that the directional bullet and obedient broad beams he had fired had successfully hit the ghost-faced king's mouth. Little ghost-faced king, you're in my grasp now. Chu Ming immediately shouted. Open the door, old Zhao. I know you're in there. You can take on the ghost-faced king one-on-one. But you can't open the door, can you? Xiaokong City instinctively wanted to curse him out. Was this kid insane? What time was it to be fooling around? However, for some inexplicable reason, he found himself complying with Chu Ming's words, and with a thought, he created a gap in the boundless void. Xiaokong City? Chu Ming was astonished. Wait, you really opened it. Xiaokong was taken aback. What? I can't do it. Chu Ming, not wanting to dwell on his hesitation for fear of him regretting it, swiftly slipped through the opening into the boundless void, curiously surveying the ghost-faced king. The ghost-faced king, equally cautious, scrutinized him, momentarily hesitant to act. Although this human, before it was merely at the Lantern Realm, it had an unsettling feeling that he was no ordinary Lantern Realm being. What the hell are you doing here? Scram. This is the ghost-faced king of the Chuan Realm. Are you here to deliver your head? Xiaokong felt a surge of panic, given this young man's potential. He was destined to become one of the top powers of the Great Xia in the future. If he were to be implicated and perish before his eyes, Zhao would never forgive himself in this lifetime. Chu Ming shrugged. I want to die anyway. Xiaokong cursed under his breath, nearly forgetting that detail. He sighed in relief, then exclaimed, but you can't help me. Don't drag me down. Drag you down? Chu Ming chuckled, taking a couple of steps forward, exuding an aura of unshakable confidence, and raised his middle finger at the ghost-faced king. Huh, old Zhao, you might not know, but this ghost-faced king is nothing more than a mere plaything to me. Xiaokong. The ghost-faced king, huh? The ghost-faced king involuntarily took 2 steps back, its demeanor alert as it regarded Chu Ming. It couldn't comprehend why the seemingly insignificant Lantern Realm human could exude such confidence. Xiaokong's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Chu Ming. Recalling the young man's 2 bizarre yet formidable forbidden ruins, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Could this young man truly possess some method? Old Zhao, just watch. Chu Ming advanced another 2 steps, retracting his middle finger to extend his index finger towards the ghost-faced king, a slight smirk gracing his lips. As if delivering a royal decree, he commanded, kneel before me. Slap. Xiaokong dropped to his knees. Xiaokong? Chu Ming? The ghost-faced king. It glanced perplexedly between Chu Ming and Xiaokong, seemingly understanding. These 2 humans must be here to perform a skit? Silence. A heavy stillness enveloped the atmosphere, the awkwardness palpable. Just then, a thunderous crash echoed. The invisible canvas of the boundless void tore open once more. Lin Qiye stepped in, his eyes shimmering with golden light, and upon witnessing the scene, his expression grew even more grave. He murmured, "Have they already knelt and surrendered so soon? This situation is more dire than I imagined." Zhao Kongqing, damn it. Chapter 18. Old Zhao, watch closely. This death will be glorious. Hiss. Chu Ming scratched his head, utterly bewildered. This isn't right. The directed bullet unmistakably depicted the mouth of the ghost-faced king. I spent hours meticulously sketching it based on the photographs taken by Lin Qiye. While it may not be an exact replica, it certainly qualifies as abstract art. Logically, it should have entered the ghost-faced king's mouth. So what is happening now? Is it possible that old Zhao's visage is so grotesque that the directed bullet misjudged? That shouldn't be the case. Old Zhao, despite his quirks, at least resembles a human. Unlike the abstract form of the ghost-faced king, right? Uncertain. Let me try again. Chu Ming furrowed his brows, feeling a twinge of defiance, and shouted at the ghost-faced king. Jump. Zhao Kongqing leapt high into the air. Chu Ming, deep squat? Zhao Kongqing abruptly squatted down. Chu Ming pondered for 2 seconds. How about a backflip? Zhao Kongqing, Lin Qiye, the ghost-faced king. It seemed these humans were performing acrobatics. Noticing Zhao Kongqing's nearly murderous glare, Chu Ming hastily retracted a command, frowning in contemplation, utterly perplexed. Old Zhao, what do you think is going on here? Zhao Kongqing, you're asking me. He realized the bizarre and absurd situation. He was inexplicably obeying Chu Ming's commands. Why was that? Lin Qiye hesitantly interjected. Should I be applauding now? Zhao Kongqing's composure was on the verge of shattering. This shouldn't be happening. Chu Ming scratched his head and muttered. It should have shot into the ghost-faced king's mouth. How did it end up in old Zhao's stomach? Suddenly, he conceived a shocking possibility. No way. Old Zhao, you didn't tongue-kiss the ghost-faced king, did you? Zhao Kongqing, the ghost-faced king. Lin Qiye, gentlemen, shouldn't we be addressing the imminent crisis? With this reminder, the group finally grasped the gravity of their situation. Even the bewildered ghost-faced king snapped back to reality, its expression once again turning menacing, glaring at everyone, poised to launch its next attack. It had nearly been thrown off by this peculiar group. Zhao Kongqing's expression grew serious once more as he stated earnestly, Kid, I don't know where you acquired this outrageous ability to control others, but if possible, please direct it at the ghost-faced king and not use me as your test subject. Chu Ming nodded, his expression turning grave as he regarded Zhao Kongqing. But you need to spit out what you just consumed. Though still uncertain about the situation, it was evident that the obedient broad beans were undoubtedly inside old Zhao's stomach. What? Zhao Kongqing blinked, then suddenly grasped the implication, uncertainly asking, you mean the thing that just came out of the ghost-faced king's mouth? Chu Ming, so you caught it with your mouth and swallowed it? Zhao Kongqing turned pale. You bastard. Stop talking, ugh. Recalling the incident, he felt an overwhelming wave of nausea, turning away to retch violently. He gagged repeatedly, finally managing to expel the obedient broad beans and the directed bullet. Chu Ming, he now understands the situation. It seems these props are rather prone to mishaps. No wonder they couldn't catch the sheep. Ugh, what are these? Zhao Kongqing stared in disbelief at the 2 props on the ground, utterly dumbfounded. They appeared akin to children's toys. Were these the things controlling him? Before he could ponder further, the ghost-faced king, losing patience, had thought this overconfident lantern realm being had some hidden trump card and had observed cautiously for long enough. It turned out to be a fool. With a roar of indignation, it surged forward, its massive form transforming into a blur, racing towards them. Be careful. Get behind me, Zhao Kongqing shouted, instinctively grabbing the long knife from the ground and charging forward to confront it head-on. He had no idea if he could withstand the full force of the ghost-faced king's assault. He merely acted on instinct, fully intent on protecting the 2 young individuals behind him. However, get under my legs. Let me handle this. Chu Ming, quicker off the mark as a mid-level lantern realm being, surged forward, his explosive speed surpassing that of Zhao Kongqing, an ordinary person. Zhao Kongqing stared in shock, his eyes wide as he was suspended in midair, unable to react in time. He could only watch helplessly as Chu Ming's body shielded him, captured by the demon-faced king with a single claw. The other claw swung violently, sending Zhao Kongqing flying several meters. Fortunately, he managed to grasp his long knife to block the strike. Otherwise, it would have left him gravely injured. Even so, upon hitting the ground, Zhao Kongqing coughed up blood, feeling an excruciating pain in his organs, his complexion turning ashen. Yet, he had no time to dwell on his injuries. His gaze immediately shifted to Chu Ming, who was being taken away by the demon-faced king. His pupils constricted, rage igniting within him. Let him go? Zhao Kongqing gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot as he instinctively drew the Night Watchman emblem. I command you, stop. Chu Ming shouted urgently, exasperated. I'm not dying. Just activate the backup energy. Zhao Kongqing hesitated for a moment. I'll go help him. Lin Qiye gritted his teeth, golden light flashing in his eyes, reaching for Zhao Kongqing's long knife to assist. He believed that with his current strength, combined with the enhancement from the Starry Night Dancer, he could be of some help. You two stop. Chu Ming interjected again. Lin Qiye, furious, retorted, will it kill you to let me help just this once? At that moment, a sickening crunch resounded as the demon-faced king bit down, devouring a significant portion of Chu Ming's right arm and side, blood and organs gushing. Zhao Kongqing and Lin Qiye's faces turned pale in an instant. Despite knowing about Chu Ming's absurd immortality, the scene still sent shivers down their spines. Chu Ming complained. Why does it always bite the right side? Zhao Kongqing and Lin Qiye shared a moment of disbelief. The demon-faced king chewed a few times, displaying a look of disdain before attempting to toss Chu Ming aside. Fool, not worth eating. However, the demon-faced king was astonished to find that Chu Ming, with what remained of his hand and legs, was clinging desperately to its right arm, shaking it violently, but unable to dislodge himself. The demon-faced king was enraged and opened its massive jaws again, biting off Chu Ming's head. It revealed a look of contempt as it shook its paw again. Yet, to its shock, Chu Ming's headless body remained clinging to its claw. Just as it was perplexed, Zhao Kongqing and Lin Qiye gritted their teeth in frustration. From within the demon-faced king's belly, a mocking voice echoed, Old Zhao. The demon-faced king looked around in confusion. What do you want to say? A last word or something? Chu Ming replied, You'd better pay attention to this. Zhao Kongqing frowned. What is going on? Chu Ming declared, This death will be spectacular. As he finished speaking, Chu Ming's headless body suddenly sprang into action, lunging forward, thrusting his left hand deep into the demon-faced king's gaping maw. In an instant, his left hand reached the creature's throat. Grasped in his hand was a green bean. The demon-faced king's eyes widened in disbelief. Huh, ha. Chu Ming grinned. This is the obedient being. The demon-faced king's reaction was swift. The moment half of Chu Ming's body entered its mouth and his left hand was shoved into its throat, it instinctively raised its paw, attempting to pry Chu Ming out. But in the next instant, Chu Ming's half-body vanished from its mouth. Then, its belly suddenly expanded, bulging as though it had devoured a person whole. Zhao Kongqing and Lin Qiye were left dumbfounded. What just happened? Chu Ming's voice, muffled and echoing from within the demon-faced king's stomach, expressed his astonishment. According to his improvised plan, all he needed to do was hold the obedient being while being swallowed by the demon-faced king, and everything would be fine. A simple transition would mean winning the resurrection match again, right? However, this plan seemed to have taken an unexpected turn. Lin Qiye, stunned, watched the demon-faced king's swollen belly in disbelief. How did he just zip inside? Zhao Kongqing echoed his confusion. Chu Ming pondered for a moment and explained. The constitutions of individuals can't be generalized. Perhaps mine is just easily digestible. The demon-faced king's face displayed a look of horror as it frantically glanced around, finally incredulously staring at its own belly, which began to emit smoke. As a creature that had only been born for less than a month and had consumed merely a dozen individuals, it was still an ignorant child in desperate need of a more experienced demon-faced king to explain the absurdity of the situation. Why was a human speaking from within its belly? Mommy, I don't understand. The demon-faced king emitted a series of frantic howls, jumping around while desperately clawing at its throat, trying to expel Chu Ming. Shut your mouth. Chu Ming yelled angrily. Don't you realize how loud your echoes are inside? It's deafening. The demon-faced king immediately fell silent, its mouth uncontrollably sealing shut, fully obeying Chu Ming's command. Chu Ming was taken aback. Wait, the obedient being worked? Oh, this seems to be effective. Ha. Amazing. Elated, he couldn't resist taunting. Oh, look who it is. Haven't seen you for a while, and you've gotten so weak? Why don't you keep howling? The demon-faced king suddenly broke into laughter, hands on its hips, throwing its head back in mirth. Zhao Kongqing and Lin Qiye exchanged bewildered glances. Chu Ming added, This isn't a command. The demon-faced king immediately ceased its laughter, the efficiency of its obedience astonishing, switching from laughter to silence in mere moments. Hey, this is interesting. Chu Ming rejoiced internally. Although the plan had encountered some minor setbacks, he had ultimately succeeded in controlling the demon-faced king with the obedient being, successfully rescuing Old Zhao, and the first plan was a resounding triumph. Ha. I told you I'm a genius, didn't I? Chu Ming's excited voice echoed from within the demon-faced king's belly, his playful spirit ignited as he shouted. Demon-faced king armor. Combine. The demon-faced king looked bewildered. Huh. Chu Ming commanded, At attention. The demon-faced king straightened its chest, saluting with respect. Hey, smile for me. The demon-faced king grinned widely, exposing its blood-soaked maw in delight. Chu Ming hastily inquired, Old Zhao, Night Brother. Can you help me see if the ghost-faced king looks good when he smiles? I can't see it. Zhao Kongqing and Lin Qiye exchanged glances. and a hint of pity surfaced in their eyes as they regarded the Ghost-Faced King. Clearly, at this moment, the Ghost-Faced King had been utterly dominated by Chu Ming's inexplicable and outrageous methods. Being entirely controlled by a lunatic surely must be somewhat tragic. Noticing that the two were not responding to him, Chu Ming paid no mind, as he was now immersed in the exhilarating sensation of wielding control over a mysterious entity from the Chuan realm. Surprisingly, it was quite amusing. Thus, he continued to toy with the Ghost-Faced King, bellowing, "Armor, heed my command. Stand at attention." The Ghost-Faced King appeared bewildered. "You are the armor." With a swish, the Ghost-Faced King once again stood upright, showing respect. Chu Ming commanded, "Come, little ghost. Perform a trick for old Zhao and Night Brother. Can you do a backflip?" Roar, roar, roar. The Ghost-Faced King's expression changed as he shook his head repeatedly. "Good. I knew I wasn't mistaken about you," Chu Ming declared. "Then let's perform a backflip. Go." Ignore. The Ghost-Faced King, feeling humiliated, fearful, and wronged, could only comply against its will. In short, it executed a backflip. With a thud, it crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. It was evident that it truly could not perform the feat. Zhao Kongqing and Lin Qiye observed in disbelief as the Ghost-Faced King lamented. Chu Ming, puzzled, asked, why do I suddenly feel a bit dizzy? Why was everything spinning just now?" The Ghost-Faced King, on the verge of collapse, exclaimed, "Roar, roar. Don't you dare throw up in my stomach." After a brief pause, Chu Ming felt much better and promptly asked loudly, "You too. What do you think of this performance?" Zhao Kongqing and Lin Qiye replied, "It's all right." Chu Ming frowned. "Just all right. So that means it's not good enough? No way. I must create a spectacular act. Something that could blow your minds." Zhao Kongqing and Lin Qiye were nearly exasperated. The former slapped his forehead in disbelief and sighed. "Could you please stop? Can't you just let it die already? This is utterly ridiculous." Chu Ming resolutely refused. "No way. If there's no performance, then isn't that just death? We must create something. By the way, little ghost, do you know how to jump for subject 3? The two responded with disbelief, while the Ghost-Faced King cursed under its breath. Suddenly, the atmosphere became lively. Meanwhile, Hong Ying was on her way, sprinting through the rain-soaked night, her dark red cloak drenched by the downpour. Yet, she paid it no mind. Racing towards a particular direction in the old residential area, her face etched with urgency and anxiety. "Xiangnan, old Zhao is in this direction, right?" She shouted into her earpiece. Wu Xiangnan's voice came through. "Yes, just 3 buildings ahead. It's in the vacant lot to the right. But Hong Ying, you need to be prepared. Old Zhao's emblematic location hasn't moved in a long time. So, don't say anything." Hong Ying shouted, her eyes red, unable to accept the implication. Perhaps he is just tired. The earpiece fell silent, the atmosphere heavy with tension. It wasn't just Wu Xiangnan, Chen Mai, Wen Qima, Si Xiaonan, and all the members of Team 136 were anxiously monitoring Hong Ying's movements, silently praying for her to find old Zhao and bring him back safely. Yet, they were acutely aware of how bleak the prospects were. An ordinary person, alone against the formidable and terrifying Ghost-Faced King, had been missing for nearly 10 minutes. Was there truly any chance of survival? The hearts of the group sank, plunging into despair, rendered speechless. Soon, Hong Ying's voice rang out again. "I see the boundless void. I'm going in now." Whoosh. Tap, tap, tap. Within the earpiece, Hong Ying's footsteps suddenly slowed, and then her voice, tinged with confusion, emerged. I see old Zhao." The earpiece erupted with noise. "How is he?" Cold Shin asked. "Is old Zhao severely injured?" Si Xiaonan inquired. "Is he still alive?" Wu Xiangnan added. "Everyone, quiet down. Let Hong Ying speak." Shin Mai commanded. The earpiece fell silent once more. Everyone held their breath, anxiously awaiting Hong Ying's words. However, she seemed to be in a daze, unable to speak for a long time. The rain continued to pour. Everyone, puzzled, suddenly heard what seemed to be music mixed in with the rain on Hong Ying's end. The sword rises, the rivers and lakes' grievances sway, the bright moon cloaks the sleeves. The west wind brings fallen leaves, the flowers fade, and the sword cannot find rest. When Qima, Hong Ying, what is that sound over there? Si Xiaonan, who is singing? Cold Xian, this sounds a bit familiar. Hong Ying remained silent for a long time. Finally, with an incredulous tone, she managed to say, I see old Zhao watching the Ghost-Faced King perform a pole dance with his long knife." The group was left utterly dumbfounded. Before they could process it, Zhao Kongqing's voice rang out. "Good. Well done. A splendid performance." Haha. The group was at a loss for words. Chapter 20. Has Chu Ming made the Ghost-Faced King's belly bigger? A roaring laughter in the rivers and lakes. Could this be your excuse for separation? The air was filled with a heavy yet echoing melody. Before them stood the Ghost-Faced King, swirling around the long knife planted in the ground. its sensual and distorted dance captivating all. Zhao Kongqing sat cross-legged on the ground, watching with delight, occasionally applauding and exclaiming to Lin Qiye. Who could have possibly thought of this? It's simply brilliant. Aha. Lin Qiye stood nearby, his expression a mix of confusion and despair, seemingly longing for home. Hong Ying's mouth hung open, her pupils shaking in disbelief. She was utterly astonished. This scene was somewhat different from what she had envisioned. Wasn't there supposed to be a bloody battle with the Ghost Face King? Had the Ghost Face King turned over a new leaf? No. It seemed like it had ventured into the entertainment industry. No, that didn't seem right either. Hong Ying's mind was in a state of chaos. Her already limited processing power nearly crashed at the bizarre spectacle before her. Meanwhile, on the other end of the earpiece, Chen Mai and the others remained silent for a long time, although Hong Ying had only reported one sentence. The weight of that statement was enough to shock them for a century. Hong Ying, are you under an illusion? Chen Mai asked. I remember that the Ghost Face King's ghost face field does not induce hallucinations, right? Wu Xiangnan added. Si Xiaonan exclaimed. Could there be a mysterious entity present that drives people insane? When Qimao pondered, why does that phrase sound so familiar? Cold Xian asked, is it dancing beautifully? Even Hong Ying herself began to seriously doubt whether she had fallen under some kind of illusion. She could hardly believe that what was unfolding before her eyes was real. The powerful mysteries of the Chuan realm, an entity that had escaped from the captain's grasp. How could it possibly be performing a pole dance for old Zhao? Did he possess such charisma? And why was the Ghost Face King also singing? Wow, that little waist twist was quite professional, wasn't it? At this moment, Zhao Kongqing finally noticed Hong Ying entering the Wujie void. Perhaps he had been too engrossed, or perhaps the aura of his teammate was too familiar. He had failed to notice her presence at first. Zhao Kongqing abruptly stood up, his expression turning somewhat awkward. When did you arrive? Hong Ying's face was expressionless. When you said that you would enjoy the performance. Zhao Kongqing, recalling the image of himself watching the Ghost Face King perform a pole dance for an extended period, felt a wave of inexplicable shame wash over him, especially upon realizing that a familiar face had witnessed it. Flustered, he instinctively exclaimed, Hong Ying, don't misunderstand. I was merely enjoying some entertainment. Hong Ying looked at him with a peculiar gaze. Why are you explaining? Zhao Kongqing was taken aback. Right, why am I explaining? Hong Ying replied, Zhao, it's fine to be down to earth, but not to the point of the underworld. Lin Qiye seized the opportunity to interject. Indeed, there will be no good outcome between humans and beasts. Zhao Kongqing protested. No, why on earth did I feel the need to explain? Hong Ying cast a puzzled glance at Lin Qiye, who was still a stranger to her, and she wondered why this unfamiliar person was present in the ballroom, or rather, the battlefield. However, her curiosity was clearly directed towards other pressing matters. Old Zhao, what exactly is the situation with this Ghost Face King? Why is it singing and dancing? And why is its belly so large? Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing's expression grew serious as he furrowed his brows, pondering how to elucidate the situation. Well, it's a long story, a bit complex. To be honest, I haven't quite figured it out myself. He scratched his head and continued, in simple terms. Chu Ming made its belly grow. Hong Ying responded with confusion. Lin Qiye added, Chu Ming. 6. Well summarized, please refrain from summarizing again. Life insurance. And you've condensed it to life itself. Hong Ying was momentarily stunned. No, that's not. Zhao Kongqing instantly realized his blunder and hurried to clarify. Just then, a voice suddenly emanated from the belly of the Ghost Face King. Sister Hong Ying, you're just in time. Is there any performance you'd like to see? Just point it out. The mysterious performance of the Chuanjing isn't something you can catch every day. Ghost Face King roared despair. Hong Ying's eyes widened as she scanned her surroundings, attempting to locate the source of the voice. Chu Ming called out, here. Look here. I'm in its belly. Hong Ying stared, dumbfounded, at the Ghost Face King's prominently protruding belly. After a moment of shock, she exclaimed, Chu Ming's child can already talk? And it's speaking while still in the womb. This voice actually sounds quite similar to Chu Ming. Zhao Kongqing, Lin Qiye, Chu Ming. Wow. Your imagination is something else. This is too absurd. Hong Ying, her face filled with shock, instinctively took a few steps back and pressed the earpiece, shouting, Captain. Requesting support. I can now confirm. I am 100% under an illusion. Shin Mai's voice was grave. Calm down. First, stay composed. Tell me what you see. Wu Xiangnan added, don't panic. I analyzed it, and I think it might not necessarily be an illusion. Perhaps. Hong Ying interrupted. I saw the Ghost Face King pregnant with Chu Ming's child. That child is speaking to me from inside the Ghost Face King's belly. Wu Xiangnan. Stay calm. Do not let the illusion corrupt your mind. We will be there shortly. Shin Mai ordered. Everyone, pay attention. Immediate support for Hong Ying. A mysterious entity capable of casting illusions has been detected in the old residential area. Si Xiaonan urged, Sister Hong Ying. You must hold on. Lin Qiye commented. This illusion is a bit abstract. Forget it. Zhao Concheng, feeling a headache coming on, had intended to snatch Hong Ying's earpiece to clarify the situation to the captain, but was deterred by her vigilant gaze. As for his earpiece, it had already broken during the battle. It seemed futile. In such circumstances, even if he explained, the captain likely wouldn't believe him. It was just like last time. It was indeed outrageous. No, this time it was evidently more absurd. There was no way to convey the situation over the phone. It would be better to wait for them to arrive on site and witness it themselves. With this thought, Zhao Concheng decided not to stop her from calling for support. Yet, he also resolved to first clarify the situation to Hong Ying to avoid any potential conflict later. Hong Ying, calm down, and let me explain. The situation is actually like this. Chu Ming chimed in. Yes, he's telling the truth. Lin Qiye asked, may I leave now? Zhao Concheng insisted. Hong Ying. Trust me, what I am saying is true. If you don't believe me, have Chu Ming demonstrate it for you. Chu Ming exclaimed. Hey, everyone, focus on me. Look at me. Little ghost. Come on. Let us give Sister Hong Ying a show. Ghost face man. Roar, why don't you just kill me? Lin Qiye asked again. Can I leave now? Chu Ming replied. Damn. Go away. Ignore it. Ghost face king. Zhao Concheng clapped his hands together. See. This little guy is currently inside the belly of the ghost face king. Whatever he says, the ghost face king will do. Who knows how he does it? Hong Ying's expression transitioned from initial wariness and terror to one of astonishment and disbelief, as Chu Ming commanded the ghost face king to perform a series of complex maneuvers. The situation gradually shifted from shock to tentative belief. Finally, after Zhao Concheng revealed some private secrets known only to the members of Team 136, Hong Ying was convinced that everything before her was not an illusion. Wow. Hong Ying marveled, staring at the ghost face king's belly, unable to comprehend. How? How did you accomplish this? Lin Qiye interjected. May I leave now? Chu Ming, filled with excitement, said, Sister Hong Ying, don't worry about how I did it. Just tell me what performance you'd like the ghost face king to put on next. Let's have some fun with it. Hong Ying's eyes sparkled with interest as she clapped her hands and exclaimed, all right. Can you make it dance again like before? Chu Ming replied, of course. No problem. Come on, little ghost. Resume the music and dance. Ghost face king, Lin Qiye, both the human and the ghost simultaneously cursed inwardly. Damn. I can't believe this. Chapter 21 Lin Qiye. I want to go home. There isn't a single normal person here. As Chun Mai and the others rushed to the old residential area, armed and ready for a decisive battle, they entered the Wujie void, only to witness a scene that was utterly unexpected. Simply because you are so beautiful. Oh dear. Simply because you are truly too beautiful. In the center of the Wujie void, the ghost face king clumsily danced a rather comical dance to a rhythmically strong but slightly off-key song. Zhao Concheng and Hong Ying squatted nearby, thoroughly entertained, occasionally clapping and cheering. Hong Ying laughed heartily. What a great performance. What a wonderful show. As younger brother, what is the name of this dance? It is absolutely hilarious. Zhao Concheng pondered for a moment. I feel as though it blends the traditional martial art, Iron Mountain Lean, with the classic movements of basketball. The artistic elements are quite pronounced. Hong Ying nodded in agreement. Yes, and the lyrics repeatedly mention chickens. It undoubtedly carries the meaning of dancing at the crow of a rooster. It is not only artistic, but also rich in connotation. Zhao Concheng, impressive. Your analysis is more profound than mine. Lin Qiye, are there any normal people in this place? He stood there, utterly bewildered, feeling completely out of place in this world. At 18, standing like a foot soldier, he now deeply regretted his decision to meddle in this affair. Meanwhile, Chen Mai stroked his chin, contemplating gravely. Everyone. The situation is dire. It seems we have also fallen under an illusion. Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brow, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Indeed, and I sense no trace of illusion, which indicates that this mystery is quite formidable. Wen Qima, stay alert. Be ready for battle. Si Xiaonan expressed her concern. Where have Hong Ying and old Zhao gone? Long Xian, based on my observations. Si Xiaonan, what is it? Long Xian, I believe the ghost face king dances quite well. The crowd, Chen Mai shouted angrily. Lang Xian, what on earth is wrong with you today? In such an urgent situation, you are still joking. The others were equally perplexed. Long Xian was not usually like this. At that moment, several kilometers away, atop a tall building, Long Xian lay at a vantage point, keenly observing everyone within the boundless void through a specially designed telescope. This telescope was no ordinary device. It was a forbidden artifact that not only allowed him to see miles away, but also to penetrate the boundless void. He had been watching for quite some time. With his experience and keen eyesight, he had already ascertained that everything occurring here was indeed real. He wished to not only joke, but also to capture photographs. Meanwhile, Zhao Kongqing and Hong Ying noticed Chun Mai and the others and quickly stood up to greet them warmly. Under the watchful gazes of the others, they hurriedly and earnestly explained the situation at hand. Their vigilance only heightened further. Hong Ying, old Zhao, they seem to be skeptical. Perhaps you should reiterate that secret of yours, the one known only to us. Zhao Kongqing, is this tormenting the Ghost Face King or torturing me? Zhao Kongqing felt his face flush with embarrassment, conflicted, but to swiftly clear this misunderstanding and avoid further unnecessary trouble, he gritted his teeth and, feeling extremely awkward, said, Captain, you must believe me, I am indeed Zhao Kongqing. You should know that during elementary school, when I was still naive, I was upset that our school scheduled extra lessons during the National Day holiday, so I went to the principal's office and left a mess on his desk. The crowd, Chu Ming, and you, my old Zhao, are the true hero. Lin Qiye, I want to go home. After a moment of silence, the vigilance in Chun Mai's eyes diminished slightly as he turned to the others and quietly asked, is this about what old Zhao mentioned during the last game of truth or dare? Have any of you shared it? Wu Xiaonan, no. Wen Qima, no. Si Xiaonan, no. Long Xian, I accidentally posted it online. The crowd, everyone turned to Zhao Kongqing with a sympathetic gaze. Zhao Kongqing was taken aback. What else with those looks? Shunti only we know about this? Ahem. Chun Mai cleared his throat twice, beginning to believe that what lay before him was indeed real, yet still hesitant, he suggested, old Zhao, why not share another secret known only to us? That way, I might be able to believe it. Zhao Kongqing, Lung Xian chuckled. Ha ha ha. Zhao Kongqing. On that day, Lung Xian took several explosive papers to the restroom, and then Xiaonan helped him treat his flatulence for half an hour. Lung Xian, shut up. Zhao Kongqing. The crowd. Chu Ming quickly added, yes, yes. I can also share a secret. Lung Xian's flatulence absolutely has no hair. If you don't believe me, just ask him. The crowd struggled to contain their laughter. Lung Xian, I'll curse you. You little brat. I'll get you back for this. The crowd suffered in silence, trying to hold back laughter. Clueless Zhao Kongqing looked at everyone in confusion, speculating. Has Lung Xian's persona collapsed again? Hong Ying looked on with pity, sighing. No, he is merely on the brink of madness thanks to Chu Ming. Zhao Kongqing. Oh, that makes sense. Chu Ming murmured softly, if Sanjiu finds out, will he not kill me? Zhao Kongqing furrowed his brow in confusion. Who is Sanjiu? Chu Ming dismissively replied, oh, just a short, weak, and insignificant man. Zhao Kongqing. What does that mean? ISNT that just pure flight? Chu Ming, no wonder you would be written off. Zhao Kongqing. After confirming that the scenes before them were not mere illusions, Chun Mai and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. They then cast bewildered and astonished glances at the dancing ghost-faced king and its belly. Wu Xiangnan. So what old Zhao just said was true? Wen Qima, I find it more believable that he impregnated the ghost-faced king. Chen Mai could hardly believe the ghost-faced king from Chuanjing was subdued so easily by him, and it obeys his every command? How did he manage that? Si Xiaonan was filled with questions. How did he get inside the ghost-faced king's belly? Everyone felt that the world was becoming increasingly absurd. No. It was as if everything had turned chaotic since Chu Ming entered their world, as if each of them had contracted a mental illness. In truth, the reason I can accomplish all of this is quite simple, Chu Ming stated, revealing an explanation he had long prepared. This is actually my third forbidden realm. It can condense a special broad being. As long as a creature consumes this broad being, it will be utterly obedient to me. The crowd. Here we go again. Does that forbidden realm not cost anything? Among those present, the only two without a forbidden realm suddenly felt their composure shatter. Long Xian, damn it. Zhao Kongqing, damn. Chu Ming, are you done? The two. Lin Qiye struggled. Everyone, could you help me open the boundless void? I want to go home. Si Xiaonan. So how did Chu Ming get inside the ghost-faced king's belly? Long Xian, may I shoot at the ghost-faced king's belly? Chen Mai. No. Long Xian. Disappointed. Oh. Chapter 22. Guess where I hid the explosive paper? In my bag. Finally, this immensely tense, serious, urgent, and significant incident involving the ghost-faced king concluded in a rather absurd manner. Each person harbored countless questions, yet they all felt weary, eager to return and rest. Chen Mai sighed, unsheathing his long blade with a swift motion, and coldly gazed at the ghost-faced king. All right, it's time to end this. Let me bring it to a conclusion. Captain, please hold on. Chu Ming's anxious voice intermittently echoed from within the belly of the ghost-faced king. Don't take my ghost head. Chen Mai was bewildered. What on earth has happened to you? Why do you sound like you're gasping for air? Chu Ming replied, I can hardly breathe. Chen Mai, at a loss for words, suggested, then let me cut it open and extract you. No. Chu Ming resolutely refused. Let me solo kill. Don't take my kill. Chen Mai was speechless. Then you need to come out. Chu Ming exclaimed. I'm stuck. The crowd murmured. What is wrong with this guy again? Even in this dire state, he still thinks about solo kills? Besides, you're trapped in the belly of the ghost-faced king. How can you even think of that? Zhao Kongqing sighed. Kid, stop being stubborn. You've already made a significant contribution. Even if you didn't slay the ghost-faced king, your merit is still the greatest. Listen, let the captain handle it. Honging at it, yeah? You're stuck inside. How can you kill it? Lung Xian suggested. How about I just give it a shot? A 762 should be able to silence it. Si Xiaonan wondered aloud. How did he even get inside the ghost-faced king's belly? Lin Qiye replied, forget it. It doesn't matter. Chu Ming felt himself on the brink of asphyxiation and hurriedly said, Little ghost, quickly swallow some air into your stomach. I can't hold on much longer. The ghost-faced king, exasperated, complied. Ah, that feels good. Chu Ming instantly felt revitalized and sneered. Heh, just because I'm trapped in its belly. Does that mean I can't kill it? If I detonated 53 explosive papers while inside, how would it respond? The ghost-faced king, confused, asked, Huh? What are explosive papers? Chu Ming reassured, Don't worry about that. You're about to meet your demise. The ghost-faced king excitedly replied, Roar. Roar. Great. Thank you, big brother. The crowd had to concede that Chu Ming's method was indeed feasible, given the explosive power of those papers. 10 detonated together could rival a typical strike from a pool realm. If it were 53 detonated from the inside, it would likely leave the ghost-faced king in tatters. However, when Qima questioned, But didn't we confiscate all your explosive papers yesterday? Honging added, Yeah, we even searched you. Zhao Kongqing was astonished. You didn't churn out dozens of those things overnight, did you? Chu Ming coldly chuckled and shook his head, suddenly realizing they couldn't see him do so. He commanded, Little ghost, please match my tone and expressions. I'm about to show off. The ghost-faced king seemed unwilling. Chu Ming comforted, Don't worry, I'll take care of you soon. The ghost-faced king immediately perked up. Roar. Roar. All right, brother. I'll cooperate. Lin Qiye murmured to himself, My mental power is almost restored. I can use the divine might of the seraphim again to open the boundless domain and escape. Chu Ming readjusted his mood and sneered once more. Heh. Did you all search thoroughly? Did you check my underwear? The ghost-faced king struck a pose, hands on hips, acting overly confident. Shinmai twitched his mouth. I felt around and didn't find anything. Chu Ming smirked. Oh, you still don't know, do you? He deliberately elongated the last word. The ghost-faced king stood even prouder, sensing that the human inside was about to show off. The next moment, Chu Ming's arrogant voice rang out. I have a long wallet. How unexpected, right? The ghost-faced king's smile froze, rendered speechless. A profound silence enveloped the room for half a minute. Suddenly, a series of slaps echoed as the crowd facepalmed. Clearly, they were at a loss for words. Chu Ming, taken aback, quickly said, No need to applaud. No need. You're all too kind. I was just showing off a bit. The crowd responded with applause. Thank you, everyone. You're too kind. When Qima exclaimed, My head is about to burst. Shinmai gritted his teeth. Lang Xian, shoot him. End him. Long Xian interjected, Si Xiaonan. How did he even get inside? Lin Qiye, filled with excitement, declared, My mental power is nearly restored. Zhao Kongqing shook his head in exasperation and sighed. All right, let him explode. Everyone step back. Don't get caught in the blast. Shinmai, not wishing to compete with a child over accolades, glanced at the boundless domain and frowned. Wait. Let me reinforce the boundless domain. If it can't withstand the explosion, we'll be in trouble. Lin Qiye protested. No, big brother you. Zhao Kongqing nodded and patted Lin Qiye's shoulder. Let's go, keep your distance. Stop dawdling. Lin Qiye was stunned. You can see me. Zhao Kongqing replied. You're not a ghost. Why wouldn't I see you? Lin Qiye widened his eyes, feeling both aggrieved and furious. Then why didn't you respond when I was talking earlier? Zhao Kongqing retorted, Because I didn't want to talk to you. You were just insulting me. Lin Qiye snapped, You little brat, instead of eating at home. Why are you here making a fuss? Do you want to help me fight? Zhao Kongqing shot him a glance, scoffing, Do you think you're Chu Ming? Lin Qiye sighed. Indeed, the ancients were not wrong. In a group of 3, one is always superfluous. Even tying shoelaces, no one waits for the other. Yet, he had to admit that Chu Ming was truly outrageous. His so-called divine might of the seraphim paled in comparison to this madman. Moreover, now he owed him a significant favor. Lin Qiye, with a complex expression, gazed at the ghost-faced king's bulging belly, momentarily silent. This favor was indeed monumental. If it weren't for Chu Ming, their family of 3 might have. How could he ever repay such a debt? At this moment, Lin Qiye's mind was in a whirl as he silently followed the others, retreating to the edge of the boundless domain. Moments later, a thunderous boom erupted. The ghost-faced king's face broke into a relieved smile, and in the next second, it burst apart. A whirlwind of black smoke and flames surged forth. Chunks of flesh, bones, and shattered entrails scattered in all directions, soaring skyward. Amidst the debris, a third of Chu Ming's head emerged, a smirk gracing his lips. Dyeing the heavens red is quite simple. Meanwhile, one of his eyes fixated on the long knife that the Ghost-Faced King had used for its pole dance, now standing upright on the ground. Chu Ming's smile broadened. I too have achieved the stance of the valiant guardian. I am indeed a qualified night watchman. In the midst of the gathering, Chun Mai inquired, how did he manage to get in? Chapter 23. Si Xiaoan then posed a question. What does it mean when the bag is too long? At long last. This incredibly tense and grave incident involving the Ghost-Faced King has reached a conclusion. Was that phrase previously used? It matters not. It is unlikely anyone will notice. In any case, this truly is the end of the ordeal. Naturally, a flawless resolution. Time to wrap up. Chu Ming stretched lazily, stifled a yawn, and wore a look of satisfaction upon his face. His plan was evidently executed with remarkable success. Not only had he saved old Zhao, but he had also single-handedly defeated the Ghost-Faced King, emerging victorious from the ordeal. Moreover, he had showcased his exceptional talents to everyone. It couldn't have been more perfect. Of course, the most significant aspect was that after such an intimate encounter with the Ghost-Faced King, during which he absorbed a considerable amount of its forbidden energy, his bond with the Grey Wolf had exceeded 15. He could now extract another ability from Uncle Wolf. This was precisely why Chu Ming had refrained from slaying the Ghost-Faced King immediately. He had lingered within its belly for such an extended period. Opportunities to absorb the mysterious forbidden energy from the river god were exceedingly rare, and he certainly intended to cherish this moment. You don't think I'm rambling, do you? How could you unjustly tarnish someone's reputation? Such actions cannot be dismissed as trivial. In summary, Plan 1 was a resounding success. Now, it was time for Plan 2. With this thought, Chu Ming cast a glance at the dazed Lin Qiye nearby, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. Brother Yi, my little scheme may be slightly unscrupulous. Witnessing Chu Ming, who had moments ago been exuberantly celebrating, now revert to his original stance. Chun Mai and the others were once again taken aback for 2.5 minutes, their tongues clicking in astonishment. Although they had seen Chu Ming's astonishing recovery ability through the surveillance footage last time, reality proved that watching and experiencing were vastly different. Zhao Kongqing had grown somewhat numb to the situation. He stood up to stretch his shoulders, a flicker of pain crossing his face. Hiss. Hong Ying's expression changed, and she inquired with concern, Old Zhao, are you injured? Zhao Kongqing shook his head. It's nothing. I merely got swatted by the Ghost-Faced King's claw. I blocked it with a knife, so it's not a significant issue. Just a bit of discomfort in my shoulder. Zhao Kongqing demonstrated a high-raised hand gesture, grimacing slightly. It hurts a bit in this position. Chu Ming replied, then don't hold it like that. Zhao Kongqing responded, indeed. Hong Ying interjected, don't pay him any mind. This lad may appear somewhat human, but he lacks empathy. Zhao Kongqing grinned. Hong Ying nodded in agreement. Yes, I understand. Chu Ming remarked, alas. Old Zhao has also learned to be mischievous. I wonder whom he learned it from? However, Chu Ming was genuinely unconcerned about Old Zhao's injury. After all, compared to the original narrative, this injury was trivial. He had just had the energy to applaud and cheer, so it was hardly a substantial problem. Chu Ming, thank you. A voice suddenly emerged from beside him. Turning his head, Chu Ming found Lin Qiye gazing at him with a serious and earnest expression, his tone filled with sincerity. Thank you for saving me once again, and this time, you also saved my family. A slight smile graced Chu Ming's lips as he feigned nonchalance. It's a minor issue. No need for gratitude. As a member of the Night Watch, it is my duty to protect the people. Zhao Kongqing corrected, he's a temporary member. Lin Qiye surveyed the group with admiration, momentarily silent, a flicker of conflict in his eyes. Finally, he took a deep breath and declared, I am someone who cannot owe anyone a favor. With such a great debt, I truly do not know how to repay you. You don't lack for money. And yet Chu Ming's expression turned serious. I do lack. Lin Qiye faltered, momentarily speechless. I have no money. Suddenly, as if a thought struck him, he hurriedly retrieved 2 crumpled bills from his pocket and offered them. Oh, right, take these 200 back. I truly cannot accept them. Zhao Kongqing blinked in surprise. Huh, what is this? Chu Ming's expression shifted slightly. Seizing the opportunity before Zhao could comprehend, he swiftly pushed the 200 back towards Lin Qiye. No, you must keep it. Lin Qiye hesitated, anxiously insisting. No, I really cannot accept it. Chu Ming, equally anxious, urged, keep it. Obey. Reluctantly, Lin Qiye accepted, feeling increasingly grateful. Though he seemed unassuming, he was genuinely kind. Chu Ming leaned closer to whisper in his ear, let us exchange WeChat. You can contact me later. Lin Qiye. Zhao Conqing looked on with suspicion, uncertain. Wait, why is there something strange about that money? Chu Ming quickly interjected, Brother Yi, what were you about to say earlier? Please continue. Lin Qiye, glancing at Zhao Conqing with a peculiar expression, fell silent for a moment before regaining his composure. I just thought carefully. It seems there is only one thing I can do for you. Hong Ying regarded him curiously, while Si Xianan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Qiye's expression shifted dramatically. No, I do not mean to offer myself. The two women looked utterly dejected. With a sigh of exasperation, Lin Qiye continued. I know you all wish for me to join the night watch, but I have family to care for. They have looked after my disabled self for 10 long years. Now that my eyesight has returned, I simply want to ensure their safety. Thus, I apologize, but I truly cannot join you. However, Chu Ming, if you ever find yourself in need of my assistance, no matter how perilous the task, even if it seems certain death, just call my name, and I, Lin Qiye, shall not hesitate. Lin Qiye's gaze was resolute as he spoke each word with conviction. Does that count as repaying your kindness? Zhao Conqing regarded him with appreciation. You know, this lad truly has principles. However, a thought struck him. But wait, I also got injured while protecting him. Where's my favor? Meanwhile, Chen Mai and the others, who had been quietly observing Lin Qiye, exchanged glances filled with complex emotions, a mix of regret and recognition. They had long recognized him as the seraphic agent from that day, and they could not possibly miss the aura of the forbidden realm surrounding him. It was merely that Chu Ming's recent actions had been so extraordinary that they had drawn their full attention, causing them to overlook this detail. Chu Ming furrowed his brow, contemplating. If even you face certain death, then I must have died 800 times already. Lin Qiye sighed in resignation. I know I am too weak to be of much help to you. This is truly the only thing I can offer. Chu Ming regarded him coolly, reflecting on Lin Qiye's decision, which starkly contrasted with the original narrative. He was not at all surprised. After all, old Zhao had survived. There were insufficient bargaining chips. Thus, it was likely that old Zhao must be sacrificed. Was this the execution of Plan 2, aimed at persuading Lin Qiye to voluntarily become a member of the Night Watch? Very well, let that be your repayment of gratitude. Feigning agreement, Chu Ming patted Lin Qiye on the shoulder with a smile. Let us return home, my child. I know you long for your family. Oh, all right. Lin Qiye's expression turned peculiar, sensing that Chu Ming's smile bore an unsettling undertone. He hoped it was merely his imagination. Suddenly, Zhao Conqing interjected, Lin Qiye, could you show me that 200 you just had? Lin Qiye was taken aback. Huh, what? Zhao Conqing, that's the one with 200. Chu Ming quickly pushed Lin Qiye outside. Old Zhao, stop talking. Be considerate, Brother Ye's eyes have just healed. And he can't hear very well. Zhao Conqing. Lin Qiye? Si Xiaonan, what does that long-winded bag mean? Chapter 24. The premise of Plan 2 Shun Ti. We have returned to the wrong place. Captain? What the heck? I just took a nap in the car. And where am I now? Is this still the office? Compared to the battlefield of Zeliya, this place is a complete mess. What on earth happened? After dealing with the corpse of the Ghost-Face King, Chen Mai and the others returned to the office, ready for a good night's sleep, only to find the underground space utterly devastated, in utter disarray. In the next moment, they all turned to Chu Ming in unison, their eyes twitching. Chen Mai rubbed his forehead, feeling utterly drained. Long Xian whispered, let us deal with him. Chu Ming stroked his chin, wearing a solemn expression. Do you think there is a possibility, just a possibility, mind you, based on my analysis? Firstly, it is well known that explosions are a form of art. Secondly, it is also commonly understood that art is akin to Patrick Star. Thus, it is quite obvious that Patrick Star is responsible. The crowd, Chu Ming, puzzled, is my logic not sound? The group gradually turned red with irritation. Long Xian, excited, can we handle him now? Is it okay? Chen Mai, yes. I think it's permissible. Long Xian, overjoyed, 762 or 556. Wu Xiangnan frowned. No, we can't use rifles. Long Xian, disappointed. That is so boring. Wu Xiangnan, someone like him deserves to be swept with a machine gun. The light in Lang Xian's eyes gradually brightened, his smile becoming increasingly sinister. However, all things must balance out. The smile vanished from Chu Ming's face. He attempted to resist. Using extrajudicial punishment is illegal. Long Xian, no worries, we can disregard the law. Chu Ming, 6. In the dead of night, Chu Ming, dazed, returned to his room, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought, his eyes still reflecting traces of fear. How cruel. How could they treat a 3-year-old child this way? Chu Ming felt a surge of tears. They hadn't used machine guns on him, after all. That would have been excessively bloody and cruel. Moreover, he was, after all, today's key contributor. Such a terrifying punishment was clearly inappropriate. Thus, after several minutes of discussion, Chen Mai and the others devised a more lenient punishment plan for Chu Ming, to show him an episode of the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital documentary. Wow, how unbearable. The scariest episode from my childhood. Lying on the bed, tears streaming down my face, feeling utterly miserable. After a while, Chu Ming finally regained composure, patting his chest and muttering fiercely, "Revenge, I must retaliate. The first target for revenge, is definitely you, Lin Qiye." This target was not chosen whimsically. He had prepared thoroughly. His plan too, which involved persuading Lin Qiye to voluntarily join the Night Watchman, hinged upon Lin Qiye. What? You ask what this has to do with his revenge on Lin Qiye? How should he know the connection? As the saying goes, the strong draw blades against the weak, and the weak draw blades against the foolish. Is any further justification necessary? Wait, didn't Sun phrase it differently? Whatever, it doesn't matter. The meaning is roughly the same. Chu Ming shook his head, dismissing other thoughts, and reflected on whether his plan too was feasible. The overall logic of this plan is quite simple. Lin Qiye was unwilling to join the Night Watchman because he wanted to protect his family. Therefore, to persuade him to join, there are only two methods. First, make him no longer wish to protect his family. Second, make him believe that with his current strength, he cannot protect his family, and only by joining the Night Watchman can his family be safe. The first method, well, let us just say it's not entirely feasible. The second method, however, is indeed viable. Chu Ming stroked his chin, talking to himself. Thus, he merely needs to make Lin Qiye feel that his neighborhood is perilous, rife with mysteries, and that attacks could occur at any moment. Simultaneously, he must convey to Lin Qiye that by joining the Night Watchman, his family would receive significant protection from the military and the Night Watchman, ensuring their safety. This way, he would naturally be inclined to join the Night Watchman. Now the thought process is quite clear. As long as Lin Qiye's neighborhood is filled with mysteries, where 3 of them can be encountered within 10 meters, he will be frightened. This plan is likely to succeed splendidly. However, one must be cautious not to scare Lin Qiye's aunt. She is quite a good person. Thus, these mysteries must appear human-like, indistinguishable to ordinary eyes. While Lin Qiye's mortal realm can easily discern that they are not human, the requirement is to have both a human appearance and a sufficient quantity of mysteries. Where in Sangnan City can such beings be found? A slight smile crept onto Chu Ming's lips. The answer is already evident. However, according to the timeline, Lin Qiye, or rather, his dominant persona, the Nandu snake demon, has just begun to multiply. The number of its progeny is limited, possibly not exceeding 10. It is evidently impractical to fill Lin Qiye's neighborhood with them. Of course, Chu Ming would not simply wait for the Nandu snake demon to infect enough innocent students before executing Plan 2. Thus, he intends to utilize the Nandu snake demon, manually assisting it in extraordinary reproduction to create numerous snake demon progenies. Wait, why does that sound a bit strange? Regardless, it's not as you think. As for the specifics of how to operate, well, that requires some special tools from Wolfunkel. The difficulty of crafting this tool is quite high for me at my current mental strength. I should first extract a power to enhance my mental capacity. With this thought, Chu Ming focused his mind and opened the system panel. Host, Chu Ming, Realm, Mid-stage of the Lamp Realm. Ability, Infinite Recovery, Immortal. Concept Level Research, Current Connected World, the world of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. Currently bound Deity, Big Big Wolf. Deity Introduction, Deity, Big Big Wolf. Divine Rank, God of Concepts, Abilities, Thought Power, Concept Level Research, Infinite Recovery, Immortal, Infinite Willpower, Extraordinary Insight, Genius Form, Wolf King Form. Divine Form, Bond Value, 17. Upon reaching 100, the deity can be summoned. Tip: 1 extraction of divine ability is available. After having such prolonged contact with the Ghost Face King, I only increased my bond value by 5. It seems that this becomes increasingly difficult as one progresses. Chu Ming felt a twinge of disappointment but was not surprised. This system likely operates similarly to game levels. Higher levels demand more experience. In the Ganges, Chu Ming nodded. Then, without further hesitation, he commanded, Prison Master, extract my ability. Chapter 25. Big Big Wolf's Ability, Lightning Form. Beep. As the ability of the divine being, Grey Wolf, was extracted successfully, congratulations were in order for the host, who acquired the form of lightning. In this form, the host could harness the formidable electric power of the mighty Black Commander, unleashing powerful white lightning that significantly enhanced combat prowess. Notably, the duration, strength, attack range, and uniqueness of the lightning form would increase as the host's mental strength grew. The mention of the lightning form sparked a glimmer of excitement in Chu Ming's eyes. It was reminiscent of a cherished childhood memory from a particularly exhilarating episode of the peculiar battle of the ancient realms. In that narrative, Grey Wolf, Having endured oppression from Black Commander for numerous episodes, unexpectedly absorbed the latter's energy and wielded the power of lightning to exact vengeance. Consequently, in his lightning form, Grey Wolf dominated the underworld with astonishing might. This form could be considered a significant plot point in the early episodes of Happy Grey, and Chu Ming wondered how it would compare to the later Thunderous Flash. With a mere thought, brilliant arcs of white lightning enveloped him, radiating a dazzling brilliance. After extracting another ability, his mental strength ascended to the late stage of the third realm. At this juncture, the power he could unleash through the lightning form was quite impressive, exceeding his expectations. Standing in the center of the room, Chu Ming gazed at the inferno consuming the bookshelf, bed, desk, curtains, and the wall that had been rent by lightning, lost in contemplation. The following morning, Chen Mai, accompanied by a burly middle-aged man, approached the underground space of the office. "Captain Chen, did you say half of your dormitory was destroyed? What transpired?" the robust man inquired. Perplexed, Chen Mai's eye twitched as he chuckled awkwardly. No, just a minor accident." "Oh, I see." The middle-aged man, sensing Chen's reluctance to elaborate, refrained from pressing further but added, "Captain Chen, we need to discuss the repairs. Restoring half the dormitory will cost at least 10,000. Depending on the extent of the damage. If it's severe, we might be looking at a minimum of 20,000. Understood, Chen Mai nodded through gritted teeth, feeling a pang in his heart. This sturdy man was the owner of a low-risk forbidden realm, possessing the ability to repair damaged structures, though not without charge. The previous day, while attempting to open a door with explosive paper, Chu Ming had evidently miscalculated the force, resulting in the destruction of half the dormitory, including Chen Mai's and Wen Shima's rooms. There was no choice but to seek immediate repairs. Contemplating the hefty repair costs, Chen Mai felt his wallet lament in agony. It was a dire situation. "Curse that little brat," he muttered. "Well, 1 or 2 tens of thousands isn't much compared to old Zhao's life." Moreover, with Chu Ming's incredible feat of single-handedly defeating the Ghost-Face King and possessing 3 forbidden realms, reporting this will surely lead to increased funding for our team next year. After a moment of self-reassurance, Chen Mai felt somewhat better, shaking his head in resignation. This kid truly evokes both love and hate. He wondered if Chu Ming had managed to sleep well in old Zhao's room the night before. Before long, Chen Mai and the burly man arrived at the entrance to the dormitory area. Gently pushing the door open, they were immediately engulfed by a thick cloud of black smoke. The entire dormitory was shrouded in darkness, the acrid stench of charred belongings permeating the air, and the heat was stifling. Chen Mai felt as though struck by lightning, his pupils dilating in shock. The burly man was equally astonished, stammering, Is it on fire?" I don't know." Chen Mai stuttered, momentarily frozen. After a brief pause, the burly man gasped, "What the hell, Captain Chen? Were you all conducting experiments with incendiary devices? This entire dormitory is obliterated. The repair costs will be at least an order of magnitude higher." Chen Mai stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how such devastation could occur in just half a night. At that moment, several individuals emerged from the smoke, their expressions filled with rage. "Captain, Chu Ming burned down the dormitory again last night. We fought the fire all night. And that little brat is nowhere to be found. Damn, we should have just taken a machine gun to him yesterday." Exhausted, Chen Mai resignedly muttered, "Let it be destroyed." The burly man, intrigued, remarked, "These African fellows speak quite good Chinese." Curiosity piqued, he asked, "Have you heard of Sunshine Rainbow Little Cowhorse?" The atmosphere shifted, punctuated by the sound of a gun being cocked. "Can I go back?" On the top floor of a dilapidated building, Chu Ming gazed toward the direction of the peace office, his expression complex as he sighed in resignation. He assured himself that this time, it was entirely unintentional. Last night, he merely wished to experiment with the power of the lightning form. Who would have anticipated that, with his late-stage mental strength, he would effortlessly unleash dozens of bolts of white lightning, uncontrollable due to his inexperience, igniting all combustible materials in the room and causing a catastrophic electrical failure? After failing to extinguish the flames, and in a desperate attempt to avoid being subjected to the horror of the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital documentary again, he had no choice but to trigger the fire alarm and escape. For someone confined in a psychiatric hospital for 12 years, the terror of that documentary was akin to having an entire class witness your most embarrassing moments. Horrifyingly dreadful. Just the thought of it sent shivers down Chu Ming's spine. He vowed not to return until Chen Mai and the others had calmed down. Retracting his gaze, he turned to the direction of Second Middle School in Songnan City. Narrowing his eyes, he glanced at a colossal piece of machinery he had assembled, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. After escaping, Chu Ming had not idled. He had first pilfered a substantial quantity of scrap metal from a junkyard before discovering this abandoned building. Activating conceptual research, he began crafting a large prop cloning machine, which was pivotal to Plan 2. Once the cloning machine was operational, he could seek out Little Snake. Extraordinary reproduction, he mused with a smirk. Chapter 26. Successfully infiltrating the school to locate Lin Qiye. At second middle school, it was the morning rush as students flocked to the school gates like cattle. Make sure to wear your ID. No entry without it. That chubby kid. Where's your student ID? If you don't have it, come over to register. 2 security guards stood at either side of the gate, their eyes sharp as hawks, scanning each student's chest. Whenever they spotted a student without an ID, they would stop them to register and deduct points. Hey, you there? Yes, you. Come here. The slender security guard suddenly pointed at a handsome young man and shouted. Chu Ming, bewildered, walked over and asked, "What's wrong?" "I have my ID." The guard scrutinized the badge on his chest, his eyes twitching. "What on earth is this?" "A mental health certificate?" Chu Ming looked him up and down, as if regarding a fool. "Are you the one who is insane? This certificate clearly proves I am mentally ill." The guard, having served many years in security, had encountered individuals claiming they had forgotten their IDs. Those who had lost student cards, and even forgers attempting to blend in. However, this was his first encounter with someone attempting to forge a mental health certificate. The guard chuckled in disbelief. "Are you out of your mind?" Chu Ming frowned. What else could it be? The guard suddenly sensed something amiss. His smile faded as he scrutinized Chu Ming again, increasingly convinced that this young man was not merely acting. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed as a large butcher's knife fell from Chu Ming's school uniform. The guard's eyes widened. "What is this?" Chu Ming paused for a moment, hastily retrieved the knife, tucked it back into his uniform, and replied nonchalantly, "I'm an arts student. Carrying a utility knife is quite reasonable. Sanity?" The guard retorted, "Is there even a 15-centimeter utility knife?" Another clatter followed as a brick fell from Chu Ming's uniform. He quickly picked it up and explained, "I'm also a culture student, studying linguistics, so it's quite reasonable to carry a brick, right?" The guard responded with disbelief as yet another item, a chainsaw, tumbled out of Chu Ming's uniform. The guard exclaimed, "This is excessive." Chu Ming quickly stuffed it back, apologizing, "Sorry. That was a mistake." Then, a baseball bat fell out. Chu Ming smirked. "Actually, I'm a sports student. Carrying a bat is quite logical. Sanity?" The guard paused. That seems somewhat reasonable." Chu Ming smiled slightly. "So, can I enter now?" The guard, beaming, nodded eagerly. "Of course, brother. Please, come in." With a satisfied smile, Chu Ming took a few steps into the school, only to suddenly recall something. He turned back to the guard and said with a grin, "Just don't call the police, okay? I know where you live." The guard, terrified, shook his head. "Rest assured, I promise not to call the police." Chu Ming chuckled ominously. "That's good. If you dare to call, I'll come with a knife to your house. In and out, piercing your brain. Or perhaps, in with a white knife, out with a yellow one." The guard gasped in horror. "No, don't stab me." Chu Ming shook his head. "No. I'll stab your plate." The guard? "Looks like I'm really convincing as a lunatic. I've easily infiltrated the school. And this guard definitely won't dare to report me." As he strolled through the campus, Chu Ming reveled in his cleverness, feeling like a genius. He soon inquired about directions and quickly arrived at the entrance of Class 2, Grade 2. At that moment, the class was engaged in morning reading. Noticing Chu Ming's sudden appearance at the door, many students cast curious and puzzled glances, whispering among themselves amidst the noisy environment. "Hey, who was that handsome guy at the door? Is he here to find someone from another class? I don't recognize him." "Shoo, don't disrupt my reading. If you're not reading, others still are." Suddenly, a few students recognized Chu Ming, their expressions changing. Wang Xiao turned pale, exclaiming in horror, "What? How did he get here?" Lin Qiye, who had been dozing off, murmured with his eyes closed. "Huh? Did I just time travel to the Three Kingdoms during morning reading?" Wang Xiao slapped him on the back of the head. "Wake up. It's that Chu Ming from that day." Lin Qiye. Oh. Wang Xiao paused for a moment, leaned closer to Lin Qiye, and whispered, "After class." Lin Qiye, still sluggish, lazily turned over, mumbling, "He, trying to trick me again? So childish." Wang Xiao retorted, "I can handle anything in the game, all right? If I can't, I'll just practice more." Lin Qiye, startled, sat up abruptly, glaring around. Who the hell is playing with the game? Who? The entire class stared in confusion, as did the homeroom teacher. Lin Qiye, now sweating profusely, tried to salvage the situation. I was reading about Diao Chan, one of the heroes from Dream of the Red Chamber, and my evaluation is..." Wang Xiao instinctively interjected, "Not as good as Genshin Impact." Lin Qiye. The homeroom teacher furiously shouted, "Get out. Both of you." Lin Qiye, all right. Wang Xiao, huh? Silence. What is so funny? The class erupted into laughter. Chu Ming, observing the commotion, found it quite entertaining. With the teacher distracted, He seized the opportunity to pull Lin Qiye into a secluded corner. In the midst of Lin Qiye's confused and panicked gaze, Chu Ming smiled faintly. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into infiltrating the school to find you, even pretending to be mentally ill? Lin Qiye, puzzled, asked. Pretend? Chu Ming frowned. What's wrong? Nothing, nothing. Lin Qiye quickly shook his head, then hesitated before asking in a strange tone. So, brother, I heard from Wang Xiao and the others that you have superpowers, and they're quite strong? Chu Ming, slightly pleased, replied, exactly, what of it? Lin Qiye hesitated for a moment, but couldn't resist asking. Then why didn't you just climb over the wall to get into the school? Chu Ming's smile slowly faded. After a half-minute silence, he became serious and said meaningfully, it's just an organizational mission. You don't need to understand. Oh, I see. Lin Qiye exclaimed. No wonder. I thought you. Chu Ming frowned again. Thought what? Lin Qiye quickly shook his head. Nothing, nothing. After a brief pause, he swiftly changed the subject. By the way, brother, you came specifically to find me for something, right? Indeed, I have something to discuss. Chu Ming nodded, a wicked smile creeping onto his face. I need you to help me produce a bunch of children. Chapter 27. Kidnapping Lin Qiye, cloning machine, activate. Big brother, where are you taking me? A construction site? Oh no, you're not going to kill me, are you? Please. I signed a confidentiality agreement that day. I haven't leaked anything. Help, help. Lin Qiye found himself thrown atop a dilapidated building, terrified, bound tightly, and unable to move. Chu Ming, feeling somewhat irritable, rubbed his ears and exclaimed, stop shouting. There's not a single soul within 3 miles. Your voice would be of no use even if you shouted until your throat was hoarse. Lin Qiye, taken aback, hesitated and responded. What if I shout until my throat is fine? Chu Ming replied, that joke is rather old. All right then. Lin Qiye swallowed nervously and in a state of panic continued to yell for help. Help, 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 stop, stop. Chu Ming quickly interjected, his expression serious. Your real voice has already reached a level 4. For our male average vocal range, that's excessively high and burdensome for your throat. I believe you should switch to a falsetto. Lin Qiye? With a serious expression, Chu Ming declared, I possess a certain proficiency in music. You must trust me. Lin Qiye corrected him, the term is proficiency. After a moment of silence, Chu Ming darkened, saying, I am discussing music with you. What does language have to do with this? Do you think my language skills are poor and that you need to correct me? You are utterly infuriating. What? Lin Qiye flinched. All right. Okay, big brother. Let us talk about music. Music? Music? Chu Ming's expression darkened further. I went to great lengths to kidnap you, and you wish to discuss music? Do you think I have nothing better to do? Lin Qiye exclaimed. Damn, is this guy insane? He felt on the verge of a breakdown. Was he truly suffering a streak of bad luck? Just a few days prior, he had returned home normally from school, only to encounter a terrifying, mysterious event and be coerced into signing a confidentiality agreement that threatened severe consequences for any breach. However, despite his fear and anxiety, Lin Qiye inexplicably felt a strong urge to join that mysterious organization, to become a hero defending humanity. Perhaps this was simply the fervor of youth. But what if everyone in that enigmatic organization was as mentally unstable as Chu Ming? Lin Qiye suddenly considered changing cities. He was overwhelmed with fear and confusion, completely unaware of why Chu Ming had inexplicably brought him here and uttered a barrage of nonsensical words, leaving him utterly perplexed. This little snake demon clearly had 2 independent personalities. Chu Ming, stroking his chin, examined the terrified Lin Qiye with a contemplative gaze. Initially, he had merely attempted to provoke the other, hoping to draw out the dominant personality of the Nanda snake demon. What? You didn't think he truly had a mental illness, did you? No way. In truth, he was quite astute. Regardless of whether Lin Qiye or the Nanda snake demon controlled this body, it would not interfere with his plan. Shaking his head, Chu Ming dismissed other thoughts and turned to Lin Qiye, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Now, let us commence the first step of the plan. Lin Qiye, startled, inquired, P-plan? What plan? What do you intend to do, big brother? Rest assured, it won't hurt. Chu Ming cackled, and amidst Lin Qiye's terrified gaze, produced an object. Open your mouth. What? What are you planning to do? Obey. Open your mouth, and I will place it inside. No, it's a supplement. You have no say in this. Chu Ming lunged forward, forcibly prying open Lin Qiye's mouth, and inserted a compliant broad bean into it. Swallow it. No gulping. You must swallow. All right, brother. Gulp. Lin Qiye complied, despite the discomfort in his stomach and throat, swallowing the compliant broad bean with a ghastly expression. What on earth did you make me swallow? Lin Qiye's face twisted in sheer terror. You need not know. Chu Ming offered no explanation, simply stating, in any case, this green broad bean must not be expelled or defecated. That is an order. All right, brother. Lin Qiye nodded instinctively. But his expression shifted in an instant. No, wait. I can't control whether I can hold it in. Wait, why am I listening to you? Why? Chu Ming ignored the latter question and pondered for a moment before saying, for the next few days, you must control your sphincter and refrain from defecating. If you absolutely cannot hold it, report to me. All right, brother. Are you out of your mind? Lin Qiye's expression changed thrice in a second, shifting from fear to respect, then to shock, ultimately turning a deep shade of red. His pupils suddenly transformed into strange slit-like shapes, filled with rage and ferocity. Oh, the dominant personality has emerged? Chu Ming expressed mild surprise and shook his head. Unfortunately, you are using the same body. Nanda Snake Demon, I curse you. Stay back. Do not emerge. All right, brother. Lin Qiye's pupils returned to normal, his expression once again filled with terror. What just happened? Did I faint from fear? Nothing serious. You were almost possessed by a ghost. I saved you. Thank you. Don't mention it. Chu Ming ceased the banter and prepared to proceed with his plan, smiling. Now, please give me a strand of your hair. Lin Qiye was taken aback. What hair? Any will do. After a pause, Chu Ming added. Except for the extreme dominance hair. Lin Qiye felt a chill run down his spine, utterly perplexed by this lunatic's intentions, nearly in tears. But you've tied me up. How can I pluck my hair? I can't just pull it out. Chu Ming considered for a moment. That is not entirely impossible. Lin Qiye's face turned ghostly pale, as if envisioning a nightmarish scenario. I'm just joking. Chu Ming ceased the teasing, approached, and plucked a hair from his head, then turned toward a massive device. Lin Qiye breathed a sigh of relief but remained utterly perplexed by Chu Ming's actions in the strange apparatus. Unable to comprehend what this lunatic intended to do with his hair, Chu Ming placed the hair into the device. A faint smile gracing his lips as he pulled a lever. Next came the moment of revelation. In the blink of an eye, the enormous cultivation tank of the device erupted with blinding white light. As the brilliance faded, amidst Lin Qiye's astonished, bewildered, terrified, and confused gaze, more than 20 clones of Lin Qiye materialized beside Chu Ming. Chu Ming's mouth twitched. Oh no, I accidentally cloned too many. What? Lin Qiye was utterly dumbfounded, staring in shock. This, the 20-plus Lin Qiye clones, hearing his words, immediately began to mimic him. What? This. Why are they mimicking what I say? Damn, what is this? Damn, what is this? Chu Ming felt a buzzing in his ears and shouted furiously, shut up. You're driving me insane. Lin Qiye jumped, shrieking, okay, big brother. Okay, big brother. The cacophony of 22 shrill voices resonated in the abandoned building, echoing deafeningly. Chu Ming remarked, you possess quite the talent for high notes. Let us not even mention level 4. I think you could easily reach level 8. What? Chapter 28. I shall fill the entire Tsungnan city with the offspring of the Nanda serpent demon. Indeed, this colossal apparatus is none other than the extraordinary invention of Uncle Wolf. More precisely, the groundbreaking invention of Uncle Wolf's great-great-great-grandfather, the cloning machine. With merely a single hair, one can replicate a complete organism. In the early narrative of Happy Grey Wolf utilized this device to clone a foolish, bite-happy sheep named Happy Goat, intending to sow discord among the flock. Yes, one of the shortcomings of this machine is that while the cloned entity bears an identical appearance to its original, it is utterly devoid of intellect, essentially mindless. When the original is absent, the clone acts solely on the directives it has been given. Conversely, when the original is present, the clone can only mimic its language and behavior. It can be described as remarkably dim-witted. Chu Ming has already programmed these clones to obey his commands unconditionally and to heed only his instructions. Yet, they still uncontrollably mimic Lin Qiye's words. Could this be some biological instinct inherent in the clones? Chu Ming furrowed his brow in contemplation. What if I were to do this? He surveyed the lifeless puppet-like Lin Qiye clones and commanded, you shall not imitate Lin Qiye, your original, in any of your actions. This is my command. The clones responded in unison. Yes, pleased. Chu Ming nodded and turned to Lin Qiye, eager to conduct an experiment. Lin Qiye, say something. Lin Qiye, in a daze, replied, what should I say? Upon his words, the clones trembled, their lips quivering uncontrollably, instinctively trying to mimic the original, yet hindered by the implanted command. Simply put, the programming was malfunctioning. Then, with a series of explosive sounds, bang, 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 the clones, after a moment of stupor, began to detonate one after another. Miraculously, upon exploding, they did not splatter blood and flesh but transformed into puffs of white mist, dissipating into the air. Chu Ming remarked, this aligns with the original narrative. Ultimately, The clone's tendency to mimic their original is quite advantageous. If he could simply control Lin Qiye, the clones would undoubtedly remain in check. With that thought, Chu Ming shifted his focus to another concern. He had distinctly perceived that, despite being cloned from Lin Qiye, the clones possessed only the realm of the light realm, akin to mere blank slates. This realization left him somewhat disappointed. He had anticipated that the cloning machine could replicate the realm intact. If that were the case, acquiring a strand of divine hair would enable him to clone a deity. What of the clone's abilities? Did they inherit the Nanda serpent demon's capacity to consume and reproduce? Chu Ming's expression grew serious. This inquiry was pivotal for the continuation of his plan too. An immediate experiment was imperative. Thus, Chu Ming plucked a hair from Lin Qiye once more, utilizing the cloning machine to create 10 clones. He then produced a coiled strand of hair from his pocket. Indeed, this was Wang Xiao's hair. Earlier, at school, he had discreetly plucked a strand, which was now perfectly suited for experimentation. He placed the curled hair into the machine and pulled the lever. A flash of white light ensued, and 5 clones of Wang Xiao materialized among the Lin Qiye clones. Their expressions blank and devoid of vitality. Lin Qiye's eyes widened in astonishment. Wang Xiao, what do you want from me? A cacophony of overlapping voices resonated within the desolate building, creating an overwhelming auditory chaos akin to being trapped in a washing machine at a nightclub. Chu Ming's eyelid twitched in irritation. Everyone, be quiet. Lin Qiye responded, oh, okay. Suppressing his urge to lash out, Chu Ming, embodying the spirit of scientific inquiry, gritted his teeth and commanded, Lin Qiye clones, heed my instructions. Yes. Immediately use the abilities of the Nanda serpent demon to transform these Wang Xiao clones into your offspring. Yes. In the next instant, to Lin Qiye's astonished expression, the 10 clones, identical to him, began to swell rapidly, morphing into 10 monstrous beings with human bodies and serpentine tails, the Nanda serpent demons. Subsequently, these 10 creatures opened their razor-sharp maws, devouring the Wang Xiao clones in a single gulp. Chu Ming's eyes brightened with joy. Excellent. It appears that while the clones may be blank slates in terms of realm, they have nonetheless inherited the abilities of their original. Remarkable, if all went as expected. Yet, a twist of fate ensued. With 10 Nanda serpent demon clones and only 5 Wang Xiao clones, after consuming one each, the remaining 5 Nanda serpent demons found themselves without targets, their mouths agape in confusion. Moments later, they all turned in unison toward the 5 that had devoured Wang Xiao, roaring in indignation. Return him. Give me back Wang Xiao. The other 5 defiantly responded, no way. Never. Wang Xiao's clone pleaded, let me out. Chu Ming groaned. Goodness, it's unbearably noisy. It seems the clones are indeed simple-minded. Thankfully, I didn't use myself for this experiment. He hastily commanded them to quiet down and directed the 5 Nanda serpent demons that had consumed the Wang Xiao clones to produce offspring. Minutes later, the 5 Nanda serpent demons expelled 5 identical Wang Xiao clones, exactly as before. Chu Ming narrowed his eyes, uncertain. Have they truly become your offspring? Shall we see if they can transform? The 5 Nanda serpent demons complied. Transform. In the next moment, the heads of the 5 Wang Xiao clones exploded simultaneously, blooming like flowers to reveal monstrous heads of the Nanda serpent demon offspring. Excellent. Chu Ming exclaimed, elated. The experiment has been a resounding success, as I had initially envisioned. Lin Qiye, or rather, the clone of the Nanda serpent demon, retains the ability to consume and reproduce. Furthermore, these offspring possess the capacity to disguise themselves as humans. This means, through the cloning machine, I can swiftly produce hundreds, even thousands, or tens of thousands of Nanda serpent demon offspring. Then, I shall have them all masquerade as humans, infiltrating Lin Qiye's surroundings. Plan 2 will be halfway to success. My heavens! Chu Ming marveled at his own brilliance. Yet, it was also thanks to this cloning machine. Without it, he could never have produced so many Nanda serpent demon offspring in such a short time. After all, the original narrative stated that the Nanda serpent demon could only produce 1 offspring per day, while the offspring themselves required 3 days to reproduce, an exceedingly low efficiency. Moreover, the prerequisite for the Nanda serpent demon to produce offspring was to consume a real person. With the cloning machine, everything had become far more manageable. By allowing the clone of the Naga to consume a human clone, one can produce an offspring. However, a pressing issue arises as Chu Ming furrows his brow at the sight of the 5 restored human forms of Wang Xiao. It is evident that using the same genetic material from an individual to create Naga offspring is unfeasible. If Lin Qiye were to venture out and encounter numerous Wang Xiaos, he might indeed question his sanity. Thus, for the sake of prudence, it is imperative to gather a diverse array of human genetic samples, ensuring that each Naga offspring possesses a unique appearance. The greater the number of Naga offspring, the more Lin Qiye will sense a looming danger, thereby increasing the success rate of my plan. Therefore, as a precaution, I must produce at least 10,000 Naga offspring, necessitating the collection of 10,000 distinct human hair samples. Chu Ming pondered deeply, only to shake his head resolutely. 10,000 feels insufficient. A minimum of 100,000 is essential. If conditions permit, even 1,000,000 would suffice. After all, Night Brother is a clever individual. What if he uncovers my scheme? Ideally, I want the Naga offspring to fill the entirety of Songnan City. Chu Ming nodded to himself, determined to aim for an expansive endeavor. Where, then, can I gather such a multitude of diverse human hair samples? The Peace Affairs Office. How dreadfully dull. The past few days have been utterly uneventful. Leaving Hong Ying languishing on the sofa, barefoot and devoid of any semblance of decorum. Upon hearing her lament, Zhao Kongqing's expression changed dramatically. Be quiet. Such talk is ill-advised. Speak of it, and soon you shall find yourself occupied. Hong Ying pouted dismissively, her demeanor nonchalant. I don't believe in such superstitions. Besides, what could possibly happen? At most, the office might have a slight uptick in business, which I wouldn't mind given my boredom. Are you suggesting that Songnan City could suddenly be inundated with thousands of mysteries? Her last statement was a deliberate jab at Zhao Kongqing, for the number of mysterious occurrences in Songnan City each year seldom exceeds 5 or 6, and the simultaneous emergence of hundreds has never been witnessed. Zhao Kongqing sighed in silence, fully aware that this was mere superstition, but he preferred to entertain the possibility. If such a plethora of mysteries were to suddenly appear, wouldn't every specialized team converge upon Songnan City? That would certainly create quite the spectacle. When Shima jested, Zhao Kongqing, uninterested in their banter, glanced outside the office, suddenly expressing concern. Do you think that Chu Ming has gone off somewhere these past few days? Why hasn't he returned yet? Leng Xian scoffed. Why worry about him? He can't possibly perish. He then lowered his gaze to his phone, messaging a contact. Brother, your forbidden ruins can help locate people. Right? What's the fee? I told you, your punishment was excessive. He is too afraid to return. Zhao Kongqing shook his head, exhaling a sigh. That kid accomplished something significant. All he did was set fire to a dormitory. Surely, his merits outweigh his faults? There was no need for such punishment. Chinmai frowned. One must differentiate between matters. This child's mental state is rather unstable. If we don't impose some punishment to instill a lesson, he might cause even greater trouble in the future. Zhao Kongqing scoffed. He's merely a small fry in the realm of mysteries. How much trouble could he possibly stir? Chapter 29. Finding in Qingyu. Toying with Qingyu. That afternoon, Chu Ming returned to the second high school, convinced by Li Yifei's earlier advice. He opted to scale the wall this time. Which class are you from? Climbing the wall to skip class, are you? Come down at once. Chu Ming replied. I have early morning classes. Perched atop the wall, he glanced down to find a patrolling, thin security guard glaring up at him. Hey, this guard looks somewhat familiar. You've got some nerve. Climbing so high all by yourself? The thin guard sneered, seemingly oblivious to Chu Ming's identity, and shouted, Come down. Climbing out is futile. I've memorized your face. Buddy, you must be nearsighted, Chu Ming retorted. The guard furrowed his brow. Nearsighted? Nonsense. A mere 600 degrees is hardly nearsighted. My vision is like a ruler. Perhaps your hearing is poor as well? Can't you hear me? Why should I care to hear you? The guard shot back. Are you Akiyo Sawiri or something? Well, the guard grew impatient. Stop wasting my time. Little brat. Get down here. Otherwise, I'll, with a swift motion, a butcher's knife slipped from Chu Ming's school uniform and clattered to the ground beside the guard's feet. The guard looked down. What now? With a blank expression, the guard gazed at the wall and mused. What am I even doing here? Chu Ming interjected. You're here to take a dump. The guard snapped back to reality. Oh right. I'm finished now. I'll leave immediately, thanks. You're welcome. Chu Ming smiled slightly, then suddenly remembered something and called out. Wait. I have a question. The guard paused, his expression stiffening. What is it? Do you know which class Qingyu is in? Huh. And Qingyu? The guard blinked, looking puzzled. Brother, you're not referring to that top student in the city. Are you? Yes. Which class is he in? The honors class. In the Ganges. Having received the desired information, Chu Ming nodded with satisfaction, leaped down from the wall, retrieved the butcher's knife, and prepared to head into the campus. Suddenly, the hesitant voice of the guard called out from behind him. Chu Ming frowned and turned. Is there something else? After a moment of hesitation, the guard couldn't help but add, the top student's name isn't Qingyu. Not in Qingyu. Chu Ming fell silent for about 10 seconds. Then, with a smile, he remarked, actually, that character is a homophone. His name is indeed in Qingyu. Huh? I didn't know that. The guard looked bewildered, still wanting to say more, but upon noticing the butcher's knife in Chu Ming's hand, he quickly backtracked. Oh right. I remember now. It's indeed a homophone. His name is Qingyu. Qingyu. Chu Ming scoffed derisively. Are you illiterate? Can't tell the difference between Qing and Ji? Fool. He turned and walked away. The guard stood there, dumbfounded, as if time had frozen. A melancholy tune echoed in his ears. Isolated by the world, I endure its mockery. I merely maintain my silence, understanding what is good and what is bad. At that moment, Chu Ming returned, picked up the phone that had fallen near the guard's feet, glanced at the caller ID, and murmured, good thing a call came in. Otherwise, I would have lost my phone. With a peculiar look, he turned to the guard. Why are you standing there? You don't think you're still relevant, do you? How self-important. The guard replied, are you looking for me? Is there something you need? And Qingyu regarded the unfamiliar, striking young man before him with a mix of confusion and wariness, momentarily questioning whether he had misremembered his previous school. Are you the top student of Sangnan City? Regarded him with keen interest. Despite the boy's slender frame and seemingly frail demeanor, he was, in fact, an unwavering seeker of truth, a madman devoted to uncovering the most authentic aspects of the world, willing to sacrifice even his life in pursuit of the so-called truth. He could arguably be considered one of the most captivating characters within Slaying Gods. The reason for Chu Ming's visit was quite straightforward. He required the other party's assistance in gathering as many different human hair samples as possible for the cloning of snake demon offspring. This was indeed a formidable task. Chu Ming's preliminary plan involved instructing the snake demon offspring to disperse and collect hair from various barbershops throughout the city. However, he felt that this plan was somewhat too conspicuous and prone to exposure. As he pondered for a better approach but could not devise one, he ultimately decided to seek external help. He would enlist the genius and Qingyu to assist him. Surely, it would be a reliable solution. Yes, it's me. What can I do for you? And Qingyu asked, his brow furrowed and growing impatient. If there's nothing urgent, I'll be heading back to class. Hey, don't be hasty. Since I've sought you out, there must be something of great importance. Chu Ming interjected, blocking his path with a warm smile. Brother Yu, I have a serious and profound academic question I wish to discuss with you. Oh? And Qingyu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What is it? If it's beneath a master's level, don't bother asking. I won't waste my time answering. Chu Ming smirked, a cold smile playing on his lips. Master S? Huh. My question is so profound that even a PhD might struggle to answer it. And Qingyu replied, are you out of your mind? Chu Ming continued to smirk. Out of my mind? Well, one could say that. After all, there exists a fine line between genius and madness. And this madman has stumbled upon a significant flaw in fundamental mathematics. And Qingyu cast a peculiar glance at Chu Ming, and for reasons unknown. His current state of mind reminded him of certain moments in his own life, casting a shadow of doubt upon him. A flaw in fundamental mathematics? What flaw? And Qingyu queried skeptically. Do not be alarmed when I reveal this. It is something I discovered by chance and once made public. It will undoubtedly shake the entire mathematical community. Chu Ming declared with an air of mystery. Is it truly that outrageous? And Qingyu swallowed hard, his breath quickening, and whispered. Lower your voice. I promise I won't tell anyone. All right. I shall disclose it to you. Chu Ming nodded earnestly. Firstly, I have discovered that 2 multiplied by 0 equals 0, and 3 multiplied by 0 also equals 0. This implies, and Qingyu appeared puzzled. What is the significance? Chu Ming's eyes widened. It implies that 2 equals 3. And Qingyu's expression gradually returned to calm. You're an idiot. Chu Ming frowned. You don't believe me? And Qingyu replied, if you don't let me go, I'll call the police. Chu Ming added, then let me tell you another secret. I have invented a cloning machine. And Qingyu retorted, my watch has a 1-button emergency call feature. Chu Ming exclaimed, wait, you don't believe that either? Then let me share another secret. Do you believe I can break through this wall? And Qingyu's eyelid twitched, and without hesitation, he prepared to press the emergency button and escape. Suddenly, Chu Ming threw a punch, and a blinding flash of electricity erupted. The wall of the principal's office adjacent to them was instantly shattered, revealing a cross-section of concrete and twisted rebar. And Qingyu? Chapter 30 next. It is time to witness 1,000 clones of Qingyu. Is this the laboratory you speak of? And Qingyu gazed in astonishment at the dilapidated top floor of the unfinished building. Indeed, Chu Ming replied. Are you saying you have developed a cloning machine here? And Qingyu asked incredulously. Yes, Chu Ming confirmed. 1 strand of hair can clone an entire organism. Really? And Qingyu's expression shifted to disbelief. You mean a single hair can produce a complete biological entity? Of course, Chu Ming inquired, puzzled. Brother Yu, why are you silent? And Qingyu chuckled in frustration. Do I look like a fool to you? Chu Ming, still in disbelief, scrutinized him. Do you truly think this does not resemble a laboratory? And Qingyu retorted incredulously. Shouldn't I think so? Chu Ming protested, on what basis do you believe this? Just because it doesn't look like a laboratory? You cannot dismiss my laboratory based solely on its appearance. That is discrimination against our humble laboratory community. And Xingyu felt a pang of regret for following Chu Ming to this place. This individual seemed like nothing more than a madman with supernatural abilities, claiming to have developed some cloning machine. And Xingyu surveyed the dust-laden, nearly empty top floor of the unfinished building, filled with exasperation. If this place could truly create a cloning machine, he would stand on his head and eat 3 pounds of excrement. What on earth does this lunatic intend to accomplish? Do not be deceived by the simplicity of my laboratory. It is equipped with all the necessary devices, Chu Ming said nonchalantly, leading him to the center of the top floor, where they stopped before a massive object covered in rags. Equipped with everything? And Xingyu glanced around, his eyelid twitching. Do you not believe me? Chu Ming shot him a glance and pointed at the pile of haphazardly discarded tools on the floor. Do you see? This is a drill. This is a hammer. This is a saw. This is a nail. And this is a fool. What else do you think is missing? And Xingyu's gaze settled on the corner, where Lin Qiye was tightly bound. So what is this fool for? Lin Qiye interjected. Do not concern yourself with these details. Chu Ming waved his hand dismissively and approached, pulling away the rags to reveal a large, sophisticated, and technologically advanced instrument. And Xingyu's eyes widened in shock. This? With his keen eye, he immediately recognized that this instrument was certainly not a model. No way. Is this madman serious? However, after only 3 seconds of astonishment, and Xingyu quickly regained his composure and examined the instrument closely, frowning. Is this truly the cloning machine you speak of? Indeed, Chu Ming nodded, pointing at a funnel-like component of the device. Simply place a strand of hair inside, and it can instantly clone a complete organism, even generating thousands in a single second. I have already conducted experiments. And Xingyu's lips twitched. Instantly. 1,000 in 1 second? Yes, what of it? Chu Ming replied nonchalantly, his expression one of casual confidence. And Xingyu was left speechless. Do you genuinely believe what you were saying is scientific? A single hair can clone thousands of organisms in a second? Not to mention, do you comprehend the amount of energy supply required to achieve this? It would drain the entire power supply of Songnan City, and no material could withstand it. Is that so? Chu Ming raised an eyebrow, unwilling to engage in further debate. He simply reached out, yanked a strand of Xingyu's hair, and placed it into the cloning machine, cranking the power to maximum. A smile crept across his lips. Now, it is time to witness the spectacle of Xingyu. With a swift pull of the lever, a flash of white light erupted. On the once desolate rooftop, 1,000 suddenly materialized, clustering together in a dense throng. And Xingyu stood frozen, astonished, unable to regain his composure for a full half-minute, utterly bewildered. Chu Ming, witnessing this, urged, don't just stand there in a daze. According to your character's profile, you should be displaying a keen interest right now. Hurry. If you break character, the readers will scold you. And Xingyu indeed found the unfolding spectacle fascinating. Yet, who wouldn't be momentarily baffled by such a sight? This was not science. It could not possibly be achieved through scientific means. As he gazed at the densely packed clones, intrigue and excitement began to flicker in his eyes. This must be some form of supernatural ability, akin to how you just punch through a load-bearing wall, right? Chu Ming shook his head. No, this is science. And Xingyu furrowed his brow. That is impossible. At least with humanity's current technological level, it is absolutely inconceivable to create such a device. Chu Ming smiled slightly. Oh, this isn't human technology. And Xingyu squinted. Then what is it? Alien technology? Chu Ming replied. No, it is wolf technology. And Xingyu exclaimed, brother, could you be a bit more normal? Fine, it is indeed alien technology. Oh, that makes sense, Chu Ming said, his lips twitching. Look at this day and age. Speaking the truth renders one disbelieved and often mistaken for a lunatic. Is there no justice in this world? What, then, is the principle behind this device? And Xingyu pondered. Frowning deeply, Chu Ming shot him a glance. Have you heard of the Pythagorean theorem? And Xingyu was taken aback. What does that have to do with anything? Chu Ming replied. It probably has nothing to do with this. And Xingyu retorted, are you joking? Chu Ming chuckled and continued. Have you heard of tension? And Xingyu's eye twitched, feeling his knowledge of physics insulted. Who hasn't he heard of it? Chu Ming appeared astonished. Really? You actually know my patient? And Xingyu? Lin Qiye laughed heartily. And Xingyu glared at him. What are you laughing at? Lin Qiye responded. Oh, I have a classmate named Zhang Li. Chu Ming exclaimed. What a coincidence. Then we must be family. Lin Qiye nodded vigorously. Exactly. So, big brother, don't keep me tied up. Since we're family, let us. Chu Ming interjected. Make dumplings. Lin Qiye and Xingyu. Chapter 31. Lin Qiye continued. You want my head? I think this thing is useless, so take it. So, you mean to say that this Lin Qiye is not human? He is a snake spirit? Precisely, as you just witnessed. He is accurately referred to as the Nanduo snake demon, a mysterious being known for its prodigious offspring, and both it and its progeny possess the ability to disguise themselves as humans. Why did you pull down his pants? Oh, just out of curiosity. It's clear he is male yet can produce offspring. Is that the trait of this creature? That seems to be the case, but it's not important. What matters is, brother, you must help me. Help you? And Qingyu paused, recalling Chu Ming's earlier words, his heart racing. Even he deemed this boy before him utterly insane. He reiterated in disbelief. You want me to help you gather enough human hair? And then you intend to produce thousands of snake demon offspring? Chu Ming nodded enthusiastically. Exactly. The more, the better. I want to fill the entire Cangnan city with snake demon progeny. And Qingyu thought, this person must be some doomsday cultist, given his mental state. Don't worry, I won't harm civilians, Chu Ming assured him with a smile. All the snake demon offspring will be under my control. They will do as I command and will never go out of control. And Qingyu, puzzled, asked, what is the purpose behind all this? Chu Ming smiled mysteriously. The purpose is, of course, to achieve my goals. And Qingyu sighed in exasperation. He did not wish to engage in nonsensical banter with this individual. He posed the crucial question, if I assist you, what do I gain in return? Chu Ming had already devised a plan, pointing at Li Yifei. Once the task is accomplished, I will provide you with his head. Li Yifei? And Qingyu's eyes brightened, suddenly feeling a surge of excitement. Well, this is... Li Yifei's eyes widened in shock, as he seemed agitated, but his mouth had been sealed with tape by Chu Ming, rendering him unable to articulate a word. Chu Ming continued to sweeten the deal for Qingyu. Additionally, I can offer you 2 hours with the cloning machine, but only under my supervision. Li Yifei, MMM. And Qingyu's eyes sparkled, hesitating for a moment before asserting, no, at least 5 hours. Li Yifei, MMM. Chu Ming countered, 3 hours. And Qingyu replied, deal. MMM. Pleasant cooperation. MMM. Suddenly, Chu Ming ripped the tape off Li Yifei's mouth and frowned. What are you mumbling about? What exactly do you want to say? Li Yifei, filled with humiliation, yelled, my pants. Can you please put my pants on before we continue chatting? I don't want to be exposed. Chu Ming and Qingyu, apologies, I forgot. After walking over to help Li Yifei put on his pants, and Qingyu regarded him with surprise. So you agreed to let him give your head to me? Thank you. Li Yifei sighed with relief, then pouted, of course. Why wouldn't I agree? I think this thing is useless, so you can have it. And Qingyu? Li Yifei exclaimed excitedly, brother, you want my head, right? Although I don't quite understand why, rest assured. As long as you help my big brother succeed, I will directly sever my head and give it to you. And Qingyu? At that moment, Li Yifei was filled with anticipation and excitement. Yesterday, Chu Ming had told him. His true form was actually the 9-headed serpent from Chinese mythology. He just hadn't awakened yet. The condition for his awakening was first to produce 100,000 offspring, then to have his head severed, thus reborn from the ashes. Clearly, big brother Chu Ming was helping himself. Seeing in Qingyu's confused expression, Li Yifei sighed and spoke in a tone that suggested he was the only one with clarity in a world full of intoxicated souls. I know you don't understand. But you don't need to comprehend. You just need to follow what my big brother Chu Ming says. Then you will understand. Did you understand? And Qingyu remained silent for a moment before turning to Chu Ming, his expression peculiar. Is this guy also a bit off in the head? Perhaps, Chu Ming replied nonchalantly, suddenly realizing something was amiss. What do you mean by that? And Qingyu rolled his eyes. What do you think? Chu Ming's brows knitted together in concern. Brother, I won't allow you to speak about yourself that way. And Qingyu, the agreement was reached. And Qingyu soon departed from the dilapidated building to undertake his task. Chu Ming was unconcerned that he might report anything. After all, this madman would undoubtedly succumb to the allure of Li Yifei's head and the cloning machine. Given in Qingyu's intellect, gathering hair should not pose a significant challenge for him. Chu Ming felt that he could now lie back and wait for the arrival of the unexpected. However, he was taken aback when, that very evening, Qingyu returned to the abandoned building, not with a strand of hair, but with a disc. Confused, Chu Ming inquired, whose hair is this? It resembles a disc. This is the disc, Qingyu calmly explained. It contains the data of 1/3 of the population of Cangnan City. He glanced at the cloning machine, adjusting his glasses, and continued, if this machine can clone an entire organism from a single hair, then I believe that with its level of technology, inputting a string of data could likely clone a complete being as well. That makes sense, Chu Ming nodded thoughtfully, furrowing his brow. Shall we give it a try? Qingyu suggested. Chu Ming's expression turned serious. But the cloning machine lacks the function to input data. Qingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a cloning machine of such technological caliber lack such a fundamental feature? Chu Ming shrugged. I don't know. That is how it was designed by Uncle Wolf. Who is Uncle Wolf? Ngu asked, perplexed. Just an ordinary gray wolf, Chu Ming replied dismissively, ignoring the incredulous look from Ngu. He pondered for a moment, glancing at the array of tools on the floor. But it doesn't matter. I believe I can modify the cloning machine to add a data input function. That shouldn't be too difficult, right? From a technical standpoint, it was indeed not challenging. However, Ngu frowned as he surveyed the empty rooftop and questioned, but do we have the conditions to modify the machine? Where are the tools? Tools? Chu Ming walked over, picking up a hammer and a power drill, smiling. Isn't this enough? Ngu stared in disbelief. What on earth? Do you think this is a tractor modification? Chu Ming, uninterested in explaining, approached the cloning machine. Hammer in one hand and drill in the other, mentally reciting, no, wait, concept-level research. Activate. In an instant. Ngu's look of confusion transformed into one of shock and astonishment. Chu Ming's figure blurred as he moved rapidly around the cloning machine, wielding the hammer and drill with such speed that it was nearly impossible to see. Amidst the cacophony of sounds, after several minutes, he finally paused, wiping the sweat from his brow, a look of satisfaction on his face. To his surprise, a screen, a keyboard, and several ports had materialized next to the cloning machine. Now it can input data. Chu Ming extended his hand toward Ngu. Give me the disk. I shall conduct an experiment. However, there was a moment of silence. Turning curiously, he found Ngu staring at him in awe. What's wrong? You must have superpowers, right? No, this is science. This contradicts everything I have learned. Clearly, you have learned incorrectly. Chapter 32, Cloning Thousands of Serpent Demons. Action commences. As it turned out, Ngu's hypothesis was correct. By inputting a string of human data into the cloning machine and activating it, a complete human could indeed be cloned. This was immensely convenient. Chu Ming clutched the disk as if it were a treasure, with the data of 1/3 of Songnan City's population contained within. It meant he could potentially produce over 300,000 serpent demon offspring. Each one would possess a unique appearance. Such a multitude of serpent demon progeny would surely create an overwhelming effect around Lin Qiye. Chu Ming couldn't help but feel fortunate to have Ngu's assistance. Otherwise, he might still be foolishly collecting hair, even if he had considered the direct input method. Gathering such a vast amount of data in so little time would have been a monumental challenge. Curious, he turned to Ngu and asked, Brother Fish, where did you acquire this data? Do you want to know? Ngu replied coolly. Then first tell me how you managed to modify the cloning machine with a hammer and drill? Chu Ming replied, that is one of my superpowers. Ngu paused, surprised. Didn't you just say this was technology? Chu Ming scrutinized him for a moment. Are you illiterate? Where is such outlandish technology? Ngu, he's tough. His fists are tough. Chu Ming reminded him, you can't defeat me. Ngu, he's soft again. Chu Ming, bewildered, asked, are you made of sea material? Ngu, he couldn't resist. His fist hardened again. Hey, truly. Ngu was genuinely curious about what was going on in Chu Ming's mind. After teasing Ngu a bit more, Chu Ming embarked on his grand, solemn, and slightly perverse plan for a multitude of serpent demon offspring. First, he would clone 1,000 Li Yifei. Then, clone 1,000 different humans. Next, have 1,000 Li Yifei transform into Nandu serpent demons, devouring 1,000 humans to produce 1,000 serpent demon offspring. The entire process would take merely a minute. In just 1 hour, Chu Ming had produced 60,000 serpent demon offspring, each uniquely different in appearance. Although they were all at the weakest initial stage, encountering such a number would surely prove challenging for an ordinary individual in the early stages of their journey. Standing at the edge of the rooftop wall, Chu Ming gazed out at the sea of heads below. The once empty rooftop was now packed tightly, with no space to spare. This is my serpent demon army. Chu Ming, exhilarated, stood above the throng, embodying the presence of an ancient emperor, towering over thousands. Beside him, Ngu glanced down, his eyes twitching slightly. Do we really have to stand at the edge of the rooftop? Li Yifei trembled. Yes, I'm afraid of heights. Chu Ming patted his shoulder reassuringly. It's all right. We are not ordinary people. A mere 20 stories won't kill us. Li Yifei considered this, his expression brightening slightly. Oh, you're right. Ngu interjected, what about me? Chu Ming replied, you'd better hold on tight. Ngu ignored his resentful gaze. Chu Ming surveyed the crowd of serpents and felt a surge of theatricality. He declared with authority, soldiers, heed my command. We are about to face a hard battle. This battle is of utmost importance. I shall personally lead the charge. Your victory depends entirely on you. What if I lose? The serpents, Ngu, Li Yifei. What if you lose, then what? Chu Ming slapped his forehead. It's all good. You let them go. Oh, Li Yifei snapped back to reality, feeling a strange itch in his head. Without further thought, he shouted to his serpent offspring, go. Why are you all just standing there? The serpents, Li Fei. Bewildered. Hey? Minggu? Why aren't they listening to me? Chu Ming slapped the back of his head. Of course, they are your cloned offspring, not your actual offspring. Why should they listen to you? Do you think you're that important? Li Fei? Li Fei was taken aback, since they do not heed my commands. Why did you have me direct them? Chu Ming replied earnestly, because I forgot. And Xingyu interjected, I want to go home. Ahem. Chu Ming lightly coughed to ease the awkwardness and addressed the assembled serpents. All right, it's time to commence your tasks. Your mission is to blend into the human society of Songnan City without being discovered. First, head to the old district. Descend now. These serpent offspring would not obey him. Yet the Natawa serpent clones that produced them would. Upon hearing Chu Ming's command, they immediately instructed their progeny to spring into action. With a cacophony, tens of thousands of serpent offspring began to move, all descending the stairs in unison, creating an incredibly spectacular scene. In the blink of an eye, thousands had already met their demise. Chu Ming's eyelid twitched as he shouted in anger, for heaven's sake, use the stairs. Yet again, hundreds fell to their doom. Chu Ming furrowed his brow. Why are they not listening to me? And Xingyu remarked, it must be a delay. As soon as those words were spoken, Chu Ming's commands finally began to filter through from the Nantawa serpent clones to their offspring. One by one, the serpent offspring gradually ceased their reckless leaps and began to walk down the stairs instead. This entire process took a full 5 seconds. This delay. And Xingyu's expression turned grave. Are you sure you can manage this group of dimwits? Chu Ming stroked his chin. It should be manageable. 2 frames of smoothness. 3 frames of esports. And Xingyu replied, I can't shake the feeling that something will go awry. Chu Ming stated confidently, then you should avoid that feeling. Indeed. Chu Ming was unperturbed. When he cloned the Nantawa serpents, he had embedded a directive forbidding them from harming humans, and thus their offspring were bound by the same edict. With things thus established, surely nothing unexpected could transpire? Chu Ming, too lazy to ponder further, patted Li Fei on the shoulder and said, I need to clone a few more serpent entities. Come along, little serpent spirit. Suddenly, he felt that the term was somewhat too ambiguous and quickly corrected himself. Let us go, big fool. Li Fei scratched his balding head, feeling a twinge of bitterness. Never mind, for the sake of awakening the true form of the Hydra, what is a mere patch of hair? Brother Ming is only looking out for me. Chapter 33 Yang Jin. What the heck? 100,000 mysterious beings near my home? In the early morning, Lin Qiye arose as usual, washed up, and had breakfast. Over the past few days, his life had returned to a tranquil state, devoid of any further surprises. Each day, he lived like an ordinary high school student, attending classes, returning home, and completing assignments. The terrifying encounters with the ghost-faced man, ghost-faced king, and Chu Ming seemed like mere dreams. Lin Qiye felt as though he was on the brink of living the normal life he had always yearned for, studying diligently, taking the college entrance examination, graduating from university, finding employment, earning a living to support his family, funding his cousin's education, buying a home, and ensuring his aunt enjoyed a comfortable life. Such was everything he aspired to achieve. How mundane indeed. Protecting humanity was a task better left to others. He only wished to safeguard his own family. Lost in thought, Lin Qiye finished his breakfast, washed a dish, changed into his school uniform, and prepared to leave. Suddenly, he recalled something and turned to ask, Ajin, aren't you going to school today? Yang Jin appeared somewhat pale, looking under the weather. He coughed lightly and replied, cough, cough. Brother, my cold isn't gone yet. I've taken a leave. Lin Qiye frowned with concern. Is it serious? Shouldn't you see a doctor? No need. I feel like I'm almost better, brother. Just go to school quickly. Don't be late. All right. Take care of yourself. Drink plenty of hot water. And remember to take your medicine. After giving a word of caution, Lin Qiye turned and stepped outside. Bang. The moment the door closed behind him, the pallor on Yang Jin's face vanished, replaced by an expression of grave concern and confusion. After exchanging a glance with Little Black Lie, he hurried to the balcony, scrutinizing the pedestrians below who were trickling by. His expression appeared calm, but a storm was brewing within. Where did all these mysterious beings come from? Yang Jin's face darkened as he observed that among the pedestrians below, more than 4 out of every 10 appeared to be some form of camouflaged mystery. In just 2 minutes, he had spotted at least 100 mysterious figures passing by his doorstep. Although the presence of these mysteries was weak, merely at the initial stage of the candlelight realm, the sheer volume was astonishing. As early as 4 in the morning, Yang Jin had sensed a surge of mysterious energies in the old district. Initially, he thought little of it. After all, those mysteries were just in the candlelight realm, and should anyone notice and report it, the night watchers would swiftly handle it. However, after another half-hour of sleep, upon sensing the old district once more, he was taken aback to discover that the number of mysterious entities had surged by over 10,000. Indeed, Over 10,000. Yang Jin was momentarily stunned. Suspecting a miscalculation in his perception, he quickly kicked Little Black Lie awake, urging it to sense the area as well. After doing so, Little Black Lie was equally astounded. Then, their awakened aunt came over and kicked it again. In short, that was the situation. Yang Jin was at a loss as to what was happening. Now, with his perception, the number of mysteries in the old district had skyrocketed to over 100,000. It is noteworthy that the entire population of the old district was barely over 300,000. This meant that at this very moment, 1 in every 5 individuals in the old district was a camouflaged mystery. What the heck? Yang Jin couldn't help but curse. As a reincarnation of the illustrious Erlangchen, he had witnessed countless scenes. He had seen 10,000 celestial soldiers before, but never had he encountered 100,000 mysterious beings. Yang Jin was utterly astonished. Surely the total number of mysteries in the entire Great Xia cannot be over 100,000? How is this possible? Little Black Lie barked. Woof, woof. I don't know. Yang Jin furrowed his brow. Xiao Tian, can you identify what type of mystery this is? Little Black Lie replied. Woof. Woof. I don't know. Yang Jin sighed softly, not surprised. After all, even he did not recognize what these mysteries were. They certainly did not exist in any mythological texts. They were likely derived from some obscure rural legends of lesser mysteries. Indeed, they were weak, but the sheer quantity was staggering. Yang Jin could hardly fathom the devastation that would ensue if these mysteries suddenly revolted and began to harm others. The casualties would undoubtedly reach tens of thousands in a short time. The threat level would rival that of a Sea Realm mystery, if not exceed it. The only consolation for Yang Jin was that these mysteries disguised as humans appeared, at least for the moment, to harbor no intent to harm. They merely masqueraded as normal people, mingling among humanity. He could only wonder what their true purpose was. With a serious demeanor, Yang Jin silently observed a pancake stall by the roadside, where a dozen people were queuing to buy pancakes. Among them, 5 were indeed camouflaged mysteries. Brother, what do you want? The owner of the crepe stall, observing a young man with a vacant expression, inquired, what would you like to eat? In response, the young man turned to another middle-aged man, equally expressionless, and asked, what should I eat? The middle-aged man then directed his gaze towards a woman with a similar demeanor and queried, what does he want to eat? The woman, in turn, looked at a child and asked, what about you? The child, glancing up at the owner, inquired, what do you want to eat? The owner was left utterly bewildered, questioning, what on earth is going on? Are these individuals out of their minds? The surrounding onlookers mirrored his confusion, staring at this peculiar assembly of expressionless and odd-acting individuals. An elderly woman, growing impatient, exclaimed, hey, are you buying anything or not? I'm going to be late for work. If you're not going to buy, could you please step aside? You're driving me mad. Upon hearing her words, the group of dazed individuals jolted as if electrocuted, all turning in unison to fixate on the elderly woman. She paled, asking, what do you want? The young man, still in a daze, replied, did you say you're about to die? The elderly woman, taken aback, retorted angrily, what nonsense? Who's about to die? Are you all insane? You're the ones who are going to die. The young man responded, we can die, but you cannot. Humanity must not be harmed. Others chimed in, exactly. So, you must not die from anxiety. The elderly woman was left speechless, her anger dissipating into fear. Could these individuals have truly escaped from some mental institution? The young man turned to the middle-aged man, asking, if a person is about to die, what should we do to prevent it? The middle-aged man shook his head, looking to the woman beside him for guidance. She too shook her head, glancing at the child. How can we save someone who is about to die? The child looked at the owner and asked, how do we resurrect someone who has died? The owner, utterly perplexed, responded instinctively, the crematorium? The dazed group instantly grasped the implication and, without a second thought, rushed towards the elderly woman, lifting her and sprinting away. The elderly woman, terrified, shouted, what are you doing? Put me down. The young man reassured her, don't worry, we're just taking you to the crematorium. The middle-aged man added, yes. You will be saved soon. The child chimed in, right, don't die just yet. The elderly woman was left utterly confounded, realizing that these peculiar individuals seemed to possess an instinctive aversion to witnessing human suffering. On a balcony, Yang Jin, who had witnessed the entire scene, furrowed his brow, murmuring, moreover, it appears they possess an inherent behavior that prevents them from witnessing harm befalling humans. The little black dog barked, woof. Ridiculous. Quite absurd. Yang Jin felt overwhelmed, pondering, what on earth are these strange beings? Chapter 34, Lin Qiye. This world has truly gone mad. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye strolled leisurely on his way to school, taking in the sights around him. Although these were merely ordinary street scenes he had previously perceived with his mental powers, he reveled in the sensation of experiencing the world through his eyes. For someone who had been blind for a decade, this experience was nothing short of exquisite. During this time, Lin Qiye had deliberately refrained from using his mental powers, preferring instead to observe the world directly. As he continued to gaze around, he suddenly furrowed his brow, fixating curiously on a middle-aged woman. Had he seen her before? It seemed he had encountered her at the previous intersection. Why were they crossing paths again? Feeling something was amiss, he hesitated for a moment before employing his mental perception to scan the woman. However, he found nothing unusual. She appeared to be an ordinary person. Had he misjudged? Perhaps the events involving the ghost-faced man and the ghost-faced king had made him overly sensitive. Lin Qiye frowned, dismissing the thought as he continued on his way to school. 2 minutes later, he arrived at a large bridge, a common route for many students of the second high school. After crossing the bridge, he would only need to walk a little over 100 meters to reach the school. The sidewalks on both sides of the bridge were lined with various breakfast stalls, bustling with students. Lin Qiye casually glanced around, observing the vibrant youth surrounding him and basking in the warm morning sun, feeling quite content. Life in this world seemed mostly normal, devoid of the multitude of mysterious and terrifying occurrences. In his 17 years, he had encountered such phenomena only 3 times. With a bit of luck, perhaps he could live the rest of his life without encountering those monsters, leading a peaceful and ordinary existence. A slight smile crept onto his lips as he continued to admire the scenery. Suddenly, his smile faltered, and he stared in astonishment. On the right side of the bridge, a female student was purchasing buns. Her large eyes and somewhat flat nose paired with a round face caught his attention. After gazing at her for a moment, Lin Qiye abruptly turned his head to the left side of the bridge, where another female student was buying a handheld pancake. She too had large eyes, a flat nose, and a round face. This was odd. The two looked strikingly identical. Twins? No. Lin Qiye's expression turned to one of utter disbelief as he scanned the students on the bridge. Thanks to the superhuman vision and observation skills bestowed by Mortal Realm, he discerned at least 15 pairs of individuals who looked exactly alike. What? Lin Qiye uttered in confusion. Were there truly so many sets of twins in the second high school? Had he simply not recognized them before due to his blindness? But if they were twins, why were they all separated and not attending school together? Lin Qiye scratched his head, his mind swirling with questions. At that moment, a loud splash echoed, followed by a chorus of terrified screams. Oh no! Someone jumped off the bridge. Are you serious? Who would dare jump from 10 meters high? Is this some kind of madness? Isn't that Jibushi from our class? Wait, he just asked to borrow my homework a moment ago. How could he suddenly jump into the river? Could it be the workload was too much to bear? Someone save him. Call for help. I tried to dial, but the line is busy. A group of students quickly gathered by the left railing of the bridge, their expressions filled with panic as they gazed at the struggling figure in the water below. Jumping into the river? Lin Qiye furrowed his brow, hastily moving closer to assess the situation, contemplating whether to intervene. Although he was reluctant to meddle in others' affairs, as someone with special abilities, it felt wrong to stand idly by when he could help. The memories of Zhao Kongqing and Chu Ming from that rainy night resurfaced in his mind. Had they not fought desperately against the ghost-faced king, what would have happened? Resolving himself, Lin Qiye gritted his teeth and decided to jump in to save the person. However, just as he prepared to climb over the railing, suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. What should we do? I feel like he's about to drown. At this utterance, over 30 individuals in the vicinity shuddered as if triggered by a robotic command. Without hesitation, they surged towards the railing and leapt over it. Like dumplings dropped into boiling water, they splashed into the depths below. Lin Qiye? In the astonished gaze of those on the bridge, the 30-plus individuals swam in unison towards the drowning man, and within 2 minutes, they had rescued him. The onlookers were left speechless. What just happened? Did they all jump in together to save a life? It seems there are still many good people out there. Incredible. This spectacle will undoubtedly go viral. More than 30 people jumping into the water to save someone. Surely this could be nominated for the most touching event of the year. Wait. Why do I feel that the person who jumped in looks a bit like me? Lin Qiye pondered. What? My brother Fei actually jumped in to save someone? But he can't swim. Wait, if he is Fei, then who am I chatting with on WeChat right now? Listening to the chatter around him, Lin Qiye's expression grew increasingly grave as the sense of unease within him intensified. The fact that over 30 people jumped into the water to save someone was peculiar enough on its own. He also realized that the twins he had seen earlier were all among those who had jumped in to rescue the drowning man. Moreover, their siblings did not recognize them. What on earth was happening? Lin Qiye was engulfed in confusion, sensing a bizarre and surreal atmosphere surrounding him. He extended his mental perception, scanning the area within a 20-meter radius, but found nothing unusual. The individuals beneath the bridge were too far away to perceive. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Qiye decided to leave this chaotic place and quickly made his way towards the school. As he approached the school, he encountered more students. His steps gradually slowed, becoming stiff with a hint of trepidation. Along the way, he spotted even more pairs of twins, at least 50 pairs. Simultaneously, his mental perception remained active, revealing that many of the students around him were not human. They were grotesque beings draped in human skin, devoid of internal organs. Merely writhing masses of distorted flesh controlling these human shells. They were mysterious entities, akin to the ghastly figures he had encountered before. Moreover, they were disguised as humans. A surge of dread washed over Lin Qiye as he forced his expression to appear calm, fearful that the surrounding creatures might discern his unease and turn against him. The number of these monsters was overwhelmingly high. Among every 10 students passing by, at least 3 were disguised creatures. Amidst such a crowd, Lin Qiye felt a chill run down his spine. Just then, he arrived at the school gate, where he saw several pairs of twins being stopped by security. The 2 guards exchanged bewildered glances, seemingly at a loss. They had merely followed protocol, stopping students without identification and making them stand at the gate. Soon, identical individuals began to appear beside these students, joining them in their punishment. "Hey, do we have this many twins in our school?" the chubby guard asked. "Is it possible that our vision is so poor that we're seeing double?" The thin guard pondered. "I think there might be a slight chance of that, but it seems unlikely." "Then I have another theory." "What is it?" the chubby guard asked curiously. "Could it be that the homework assigned by their teacher yesterday was so difficult that they split apart?" Of course. The ones who are truly bewildered are those students standing there, watching the identical versions of themselves mimicking their every move. "Who are you?" One boy with a buzz cut could not help but ask. "Who are you?" The person who looked exactly like him turned to respond. "Are you a damn recording machine? Are you a damn recording machine? Do you believe I won't mess you up? Do you believe I won't mess you up? Dad. This world has gone mad." Lin Qiye was left in shock. Chapter 35. The Masked Squad. Are we really killing 100,000 mysteries? At the Peace Affairs office, Lin Qiye gazed blankly at the rundown storefront before him. To the right was a wedding planning company, and to the left, a funeral home. Abstract. His eye twitched slightly. Unsure. Is this truly the base of the enigmatic Night Watchman squad? Half an hour ago, he had refrained from entering the school, instead seeking a secluded spot to hide and calling young Jean and his aunt. After confirming that his family was safe for the time being, Lin Qiye intended to call the police, only to find the line busy and unable to connect. After a moment of shock, he recalled the confidentiality agreement he had signed with the 136 squad during the Ghostface incident. It contained a contact number. After pondering for a while, he decided to call it. After all, such mysterious occurrences should be addressed by the Night Watchman. The call was answered by Zhao Kongqing, who expressed surprise at Lin Qiye's call but seemed unsurprised by his experiences that morning. He merely provided an address in a monotone voice, instructing him to come find them. Thus, Lin Qiye arrived at the Peace Affairs office. Although he harbored doubts about whether the address was correct, he tentatively approached and knocked on the door. It opened promptly. Zhao Kongqing peeked out, his face etched with fatigue and numbing weariness. Upon seeing Lin Qiye, his eyes brightened slightly. "You've come. Please, come in." Zhao Kongqing led him through the small reception area of the office and pushed open a door, descending into the basement. When the spacious and bright hall came into view, Lin Qiye was left utterly astonished. It was not merely the size of the hidden space that took him aback, but the sheer number of people packed within. The cacophony of voices echoed around him, bustling like a marketplace. "Dude, when I got home this morning, I saw 2 dads and 2 moms. It's absurd. One of them can't be human. Aren't you guys supposed to handle these kinds of situations? Hurry up and help me. What the hell? I went to work this morning and found my colleagues had all learned to clone themselves. Save me. This thing that looks just like me keeps following me. Whatever I do, it does too. I suspect it's definitely not human. This morning, I saw my girlfriend and took her to a hotel, only to find another me with her at the hotel. Wait, I'm a bit confused. Twins. So many twins. Ha. The whole world is filled with twins. Ha ha. Hong Ying, Wu Xiangnan, and others were exceedingly busy, trying to soothe the crowd's emotions while documenting their accounts. As when Qima stood beside, he gazed in bewilderment at a birdcage containing a black raven, murmuring, "Is this thing broken? It hasn't made a sound." Zhao Kongqing surveyed the crowd, silently lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and turned his gaze toward Lin Qiye. All of these individuals have previously signed confidentiality agreements. They have encountered situations akin to yours and have come to report. Lin Qiye was taken aback, standing in place, nearly in a stupor for a minute, before gasping. What is going on? How many monsters are there in Songnan City now? Zhao Kongqing furrowed his brow, smoking half a cigarette in one go. We're not entirely sure. We're just as baffled. We don't even know what these things are. However, Preliminary statistics indicate that there are at least tens of thousands of entities masquerading as humans in Songnan City. Tens of thousands. Lin Qiye was rendered speechless. Such a number was beyond his imagination. The mere presence of two ghost-faced beings had nearly led to Chu Ming's demise 3 times. Could it be that tens of thousands of these entities could annihilate Chu Ming 15,000 times? The crucial point was that when ordinary people are killed, they die. With so many entities infiltrating human society, if they were to revolt, the consequences would be dire. Lin Qiye felt a chill run down his spine. Inhaling deeply to suppress his fear, and forced himself to remain calm. Do you have a solution? No. Zhao Kongqing shook his head, his face filled with concern. With so many entities, even if we were to eliminate them one by one, it would take at least 10 days to a fortnight. And we cannot afford to act recklessly. Why not? Lin Qiye instinctively asked, but he soon understood. These unknown entities were now dispersed throughout Songnan, blending in with the crowd. And thus far, they did not seem to exhibit a tendency to harm others. Otherwise, there would have already been rivers of blood. At this moment, if the Night Watchman were to take action and kill a few of these entities, would it not incite panic among the others? Could it lead to a riot? Lin Qiye quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, realizing it was far more complex than he had imagined, and his mood turned exceedingly grave. This meant that, at least in the short term, these entities could not be eradicated. They would have to continue living in this city infested with mysteries? No, that was too dangerous. Lin Qiye could not allow himself and his family to live in such an environment. Gritting his teeth, he turned to leave. Zhao Kongqing glanced at him. Where are you going? Without looking back, Lin Qiye declared, I want to leave this city. Zhao Kongqing sighed. It's too late. Orders have been issued to seal the city. Right now, not even a dog can exit Songnan. Lin Qiye halted his steps, turned around, and exclaimed, what about us ordinary people? Are we to continue living in this place overrun by monsters? Who can guarantee my safety? Who can ensure the safety of my family? Zhao Kongqing was at a loss for words. He too felt helpless. This incident had caught everyone off guard and was utterly absurd. His mind was still buzzing. Tens of thousands of entities, he wouldn't even dare to dream of such a number. Zhao Kongqing, feeling a throbbing headache, could only force himself to reassure Lin Qiye. Calm down. We've already reported the situation. One of the 4 special teams, the masked team, will soon arrive in Songnan to handle this matter. Rest assured. They are a special unit, and each member's capabilities are beyond the peak of the Chuan realm. Special team? Masked? Lin Qiye narrowed his eyes skeptically. Can they really handle this? Zhao Kongqing had no way of knowing. After all, this was a first of its kind in the nation, an unprecedented situation. Yet, in an effort to soothe his anxiety, he added, it should not be a significant problem. After all, the masked team has a record of defeating 3 Sea realm entities. The entities in Songnan, while numerous, are merely of the Lantern realm, which should be trivial for the masked team. Is that so? Lin Qiye was skeptical, but felt a slight sense of relief. The masked team, huh? It sounded rather prestigious. He hoped they could manage this crisis adeptly. Meanwhile, aboard a fighter jet en route to Songnan City. What? Tens of thousands of entities? All disguised as humans? Infiltrating the city? What the hell is this scene? I've never seen anything like it. You want us to clean this up? What a ridiculous task. It's simply impossible. Inside the cabin, a man wearing a swirling mask was shouting, Swirl, be quiet. I'm trying to sleep. A woman next to him, adorned with a rose mask, snapped irritably. Sleep? How can you sleep in this situation? This is outrageous. Swirl exclaimed, animatedly gesticulating, but suddenly felt an itch on his face and scratched at his mask. He continued. Tens of thousands of entities. This is unprecedented. Witnessing history, going against the heavens. The other members of the masked team, irritated by the commotion, clenched their fists, wishing to punch him. At that moment, a man seated at the front, wearing a king mask, spoke in a deep voice. The intel is incorrect. The number of entities appearing in Songnan City is not merely tens of thousands. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Swirl patted his chest. Thank goodness. I knew it couldn't be such an absurd number. That would be a gross exaggeration. According to the latest intel, the king mask man continued. The number exceeds 100,000. Swirl. Other members. Chapter 36. The atmosphere of the masked team, Squad 136, was indeed tense. I have searched through every accessible mythological text and ancient book, yet I cannot find any information regarding these entities. In the activity room, Wu Xiangnan shook his head gravely. These entities can mimic human appearance, behavior, and speech, and they are inclined to save others. Their sheer number is truly unprecedented. Beside him, Hong Ying, who had finally managed to send the reporters away, collapsed onto the sofa. Upon hearing this, she lethargically remarked, since these entities do not harm humans and are eager to save them, why should we concern ourselves with them? Let them live in Songnan City. When Qima pointed to the raven in the birdcage. Indeed, the The Raven of Calamity hasn't cried out. Perhaps there is truly no significant issue. Or it could simply be that its mind is unwell. The Raven of Calamity? Shinmai stated seriously, no. Just because they do not harm humans now does not mean they will not in the future. Allowing such a vast number of Lantern Realm entities to mingle among ordinary people poses too great a risk. We must find a way to eliminate them. Zhao Kongqing took a puff of his cigarette and sighed. So, how can we eliminate them? Shinmai shook his head, I don't know. The others, Shinmai displayed a sense of helplessness. This situation is indeed unprecedented and overly complex. It's unlikely we'll devise a solution anytime soon. We should wait for the masked team to arrive and discuss it with them before making further plans. Shinmai was also feeling weary. Only a few days had passed since the ghost-faced king incident, and the matter of Chu Ming's disappearance had yet to be resolved. Now, another significant issue had arisen. In all his years, Shinmai had seen his fair share of turmoil. He had even encountered the Shiva's wrath. Yet, the current situation left him utterly at a loss, feeling a sense of helplessness for the first time. The mention of the masked team ignited a spark of yearning and admiration in the eyes of Hong Ying, Wen Qima, and Lin Qiye. Yet, this is one of the special teams that countless night watchmen dream of joining. The thought of meeting the masked squad soon left a few of them quite exhilarated. Only Wu Xiangnan's eyes flickered with an unusual hue, his expression somewhat dimmed. He approached Chunmai and whispered, I shall not meet them. Please convey my regards. Chunmai regarded him deeply, nodding in understanding. I comprehend. You may wish to avoid them. Wu Xiangnan patted his shoulder and turned to leave. The others, including Hong Ying, remained oblivious to this exchange. Zhao Kongqing, however, cast a puzzled glance at the two, as if he had heard something about avoiding the masked squad. What connection could there be between Xiangnan and the masked squad? Zhao Kongqing found himself bewildered. Captain Shin, Lin Qiye, seated in a corner, suddenly spoke up. Can this masked squad truly handle those creatures? Perhaps, Chinmai replied non-committally. After all, they are a special team. I think not. A voice suddenly interjected. The group froze and turned to see Chu Ming entering through the entrance to the underground space, scoffing. With hundreds of thousands of mysteries, how could they possibly eliminate them? It's simply impossible. Lin Qiye's expression turned fearful. Chu Ming, puzzled, asked, Hey, why is everyone silent? I'm merely expressing my opinion. Feel free to continue. He then inquired about the recent renovations in the basement, noting it looked quite nice. The expressions of the group gradually turned grim. What's with the green faces after just a few days apart? Chu Ming remarked. The group's faces flushed red again. Why are you all red now? Did you just return from Sichuan for some training? Their expressions shifted once more, turning ashen. I didn't intentionally set the room on fire. It was an accident. He defended. The group's faces turned red once more. After a brief pause, Chu Ming mused. Isn't it fascinating how you can go from red to green? The others, now infuriated, reached for their weapons. Damn it. Get him. Shut the door. Release Lin Qiye. Arm yourselves with live ammunition. No holding back. Make sure he is dead. If he dies, we'll just kill him again. Hey, be gentle. The kid is still young. Just use a 556. Chu Ming thought he might have mistakenly ventured into the wrong place. The 136 team in the original text was supposed to be a warm and inviting place. Where did it all go awry? At the entrance of the peacekeeping office, the 7 members of the masked squad looked up at the old, crimson sign. They had removed their masks and cloaks, appearing rather inconspicuous. Vortex frowned. Is this really the headquarters of the 136 squad? It seems rather understated. Tian Ping mused. I never imagined the esteemed Black Wu Chang would be holed up in such a humble place, along with that senior from Blue Rain. Wang Mian interjected. All right. There's no need to dwell on that now. Let us not forget our mission. Let us go in and meet the 136 squad. They all nodded in agreement. Vortex approached and Pride opened the office door, gesturing for the others to enter. Why are you breaking into someone else's door? Tian Ping questioned. Vortex shrugged. What's wrong? I'm just trying out my newly acquired lock-picking skills. It's impressive and doesn't damage the lock. See? With a click, the lock fell off the door, splitting in two. The group stared in disbelief. Vortex gazed at the broken lock for a moment before slowly turning to Wang Mian, forcing a strained smile. Captain, could you perhaps reverse this situation? Wang Mian stepped forward, patting him on the shoulder. You'll have to pay for that yourself. Don't be so reckless in the future. He then led the others into the office. Vortex sighed in resignation, muttering to himself, it must be the lock's fault. Not my skill. The masked squad quickly discovered the staircase leading to the underground space and proceeded inside. I've heard that the atmosphere in the 136 squad is quite pleasant, similar to ours, Rose suddenly remarked. The people seem quite nice. Wang Mian nodded. It appears to be a warm and harmonious team. Just as they finished this exchange, they pushed open the door to the underground space. I'll kill you. You little brat. You've burned all my collectibles. Tie him up. Bind him. Open fire. Use machine guns. The scene before the masked squad left them utterly shocked. After a moment of stunned silence, Wang Mian turned to Rose. Is this what you call a good atmosphere? Rose pondered for a moment and replied, it seems fine. They're all involved in a lively dispute. Chapter 37 Wang Mian remarked, bullying team members is a violation, but let us return to the matter at hand. In the underground space, a conference room housed the 7 members of the masked squad on one side of a long table, while the 5 members of the 136 squad occupied the other. Lin Qiye sat dazed beside them, while Chu Ming was bound in the middle, looking defiant. The atmosphere was thick with silence as they exchanged glances. I want to file a complaint. The 136 squad abuses its members. Chu Ming broke the silence, his frustration palpable. I'm taking this to the higher-ups. I want to report them. Zhao Conqing corrected him. They are temporary members. No. Honging interjected. They are temporary members. What of it? Rose slammed her hand on the table, angrily exclaiming, what difference does it make if they are temporary? Doesn't that make them less than human? Why should they be treated this way? We all witnessed it. This is bullying. Exactly. Chu Ming echoed. You should be quiet, Zhao Conqing retorted. Chu Ming's eyes widened. Why should I be quiet? Am I not allowed to speak out against injustice? Are you trying to silence me? Is there no law? Is there no justice? Rose struck the table again. You're right. The 136 squad is utterly lawless. They bully temporary members and don't even allow them to voice their grievances. This is outrageous. Completely unacceptable. Exactly. Chu Ming supported her. I will report this to headquarters. Rose declared. I support that. Chu Ming added. The members of the 136 squad responded. All right, Rose, calm down for a moment. Wang Mian raised his hand, then turned to Chen Mai with a serious expression, asking, Captain Shun, I hope you can provide a reasonable explanation as to why you treated a temporary member in such a way. This is a serious violation of the Night Watchman's regulations and constitutes a significant breach. The expressions of Rose, Tianping, and the others were grave. Even Vortex had adopted a serious demeanor, awaiting Chen Mai's explanation. Such bullying behavior within the Night Watchman ranks was intolerable. Sighing deeply, Chen Mai looked resigned, unsure of how to explain. After staring at Chu Ming for a moment, he finally said, You may not know this, but this kid has some mental health issues. He was confined in a psychiatric hospital for a full 12 years. Chu Ming, indignant, exclaimed, See, they discriminate against the mentally ill. Realizing his misstep, he quickly corrected himself. No, I'm not mentally ill. Look, they're even slandering me as mentally ill. This is defamation. They're defaming me. Chen Mai, Team 136 and others, the masked team of 7. Wang Mian cast a deep gaze at Chu Ming and nodded. I can see it. But even if he has a mental illness, that is no justification for bullying him, is it? Chu Ming, what did you see? Jiang Wei furrowed her brows. What of mental illness? Is a mentally ill person not human? As she spoke, she pointed at the side where Vortex was. We have someone in our team who isn't quite right mentally, yet we do not bully him. How can you discriminate against the mentally ill? Vortex protested. What do you mean I'm not normal? Chu Ming also protested. Exactly. Where are we not normal? A collective silence fell upon the group. They glanced at Chu Ming, then at Vortex, and all nodded slightly in contemplation. Vortex, what are you all nodding for? I am perfectly fine, all right. Chu Ming echoed. Yes. We are definitely normal, understand? The group remained silent once more. They looked at Chu Ming, then at Vortex, and all nodded in quiet conviction. Vortex? Chu Ming frowned, turning to Vortex with a serious tone. Brother Vortex, it seems they do not believe us. What should we do? Perhaps you should explain again? Vortex's eye twitched, and he turned to him, enraged. Do I know you? You are you. What about your mother? Can you just shut up? Chu Ming's smile gradually faded as he stepped aside, adopting a serious demeanor. Everyone, I believe you are correct. This person is indeed not quite right mentally. Members of Team 136, members of the masked team, Lin Qiye, may I go home now? Bang! Vortex slammed the table. His face contorted with rage, grabbing a chair and charging towards Chu Ming. Damn it. Don't stop me. I'm going to deal with him. Wang Mian and the others were startled and quickly intervened. Chen Mai, Wen Qima, Zhao Conqing, and others exchanged glances and burst into relieved laughter. Truly, he is extraordinary. Chu Ming hurriedly retreated a few steps, his expression grave as he said, Everyone, please pay attention. I suspect this person has bipolar disorder. Vortex was furious. What the hell? Do I have bipolar disorder? Do you have any evidence? Chu Ming, everyone, did you see that? The evidence is irrefutable. The group fell silent once again. Jiang Wei, who was gripping Vortex's arm, hesitated and softly said, Captain, why don't we just let Vortex give him a beating? Tianping, I support that. Wei, I think that is fine. Wang Mian, though I would like that too. It does not comply with the rules. Lin Qiye. So, when do we have lunch? Chen Mai quickly stood up, looking at the chaotic masked team with a helpless expression. Calm down. Everyone, please calm down. This is my issue. I forgot to seal Chu Ming's mouth. That vortex, right? You should put the knife away. Harmony is of utmost importance. We must prioritize harmony. Chu Ming seriously added, it can be diagnosed as bipolar disorder, and there is a severe tendency for violence, suspected antisocial personality disorder. This condition is quite serious. My suggestion is the conference room fell silent for 3 seconds, and black lines appeared on everyone's foreheads. The next moment, the dozen or so people present simultaneously turned to Chu Ming, shouting in unison, "Shut the hell up." Bang! A loud noise erupted. Lin Qiye, from who knows where, pulled out a heavy machine gun and slammed it on the conference table, his face dark as he fixed a fierce gaze on Chu Ming. Chu Ming, everyone, I have a secret to share. The day Lin Qiye went to the restroom, Lin Qiye's face changed drastically. Brother, I was joking. These are all blanks. Don't say anything. Please don't say anything. Chu Ming smirked. Heh. Bang. Zhao Kongqing slapped a piece of tape over Chu Ming's mouth, feeling uneasy, and wrapped it around his head several times. Finally, he sighed in relief. At last, it's quiet. Lin Qiye was nearly in tears. Lao Zhao. What on earth did you bring back? My cool persona. Chang Wei was shocked. Huh? So this person's persona is cool? Vortex was curious. So what happened to this cool guy while he was in the restroom? The entire team 136 stifled their laughter. Lin Qiye, suddenly, I feel like dying. Should I just commit suicide or use a nuclear bomb? My remains would be scattered with the wind, and there would be nothing left for people to talk about. Once Chu Ming's mouth was sealed, the atmosphere gradually returned to normal. Everyone sat back at the conference table. Chen Mai sighed, thinking it best to elaborate on Chu Ming's situation. Having joined them for less than 10 days, he had already achieved considerable merit. First single-handedly defeating 2 ghost-faced men, then taking down the ghost-faced king. I admit this kid is indeed quite formidable, and I have reported his achievements. I suspect the rewards from above will be forthcoming soon. Then, Chen Mai shifted his tone. However, merit is merit, and faults are faults. In just a few short days, this kid used forbidden techniques to create some explosive paper, leaving us covered in soot, and then set Lin Qiye. No need to mention that. No need to mention it. Wang Mian and the others looked at him with pity, clearly having guessed the situation. Lin Qiye, fine, let us just end it here. I'm exhausted. Let it all be destroyed. Chen Mai continued. Then, this kid used the explosive paper to blow up half of our dormitory area. The next day, just as I was about to find someone to repair it, he set the entire dormitory area ablaze, and the fire was uncontrollable, ultimately consuming half of the underground space. The repair costs at this point, Chen Mai's eye twitched, his face contorted with pain, and he finally shook his head. Let us not even mention it. Let us not mention it. Then he disappeared for several days, and we searched all over the city for him. He just returned. After hearing the entire story, Wang Mian and the others fell silent. After a long moment, Wang Mian cleared his throat and said seriously, while beating team members is indeed against the rules and is a violation, it must be considered in context. Ultimately, it was all a misunderstanding. We should first discuss how to handle those tens of thousands of mysteries. Jiang Wei. Yes, I agree. Tianping. That makes sense. At this moment, both teams reached a consensus on certain opinions. Chu Ming, Lin Qiye, I shouldn't have come. Chapter 38. Vortex. Just a few 100,000 mysteries. Our mass team can take them down with ease. After a series of discussions, the group ultimately found themselves helpless, realizing that to eradicate these tens of thousands of mysteries, there seemed to be no shortcuts. They could only resort to the most straightforward method, killing them one by one. So after 2 hours of intense discussion, this is what you came up with. Chu Ming couldn't help but scoff. Zhao Kongqing retorted, what is your solution then? Chu Ming replied seriously, I believe killing them 2 at a time would yield better results. Zhao Kongqing, Vortex puzzled, hey, why is he talking again? When did you untie him? The group shook their heads in confusion. Chu Ming disdainfully remarked, heh, do you really think this rope can hold me? As long as I break my arms and legs and twist my head 180 degrees, I could easily break free. Vortex, huh? Wang Mian and the others were equally bewildered. Huh? Do not be surprised. Merely acclimatize yourself to the situation. Chen Mai chuckled awkwardly and turned to Lin Qiye, saying, why use ordinary rope to bind him? Go fetch that restricted item for a proper binding. All right. Lin Qiye responded with enthusiasm. Chu Ming sighed. Had I known, I wouldn't have returned. This place is entirely different from the original text, clearly filled with villains. As he lamented, he took advantage of Lin Qiye's absence to glance around the conference room, his gaze settling on Lin Qiye in the corner. His eyes brightened. and he quickly made his way over to sit beside him. Lin Qiye, startled as if struck by lightning, instinctively slid away, creating a 5-meter gap between them. His expression one of extreme vigilance. "What are you doing? What do you want?" Lin Qiye exclaimed, visibly anxious. "Do I look that frightening?" Chu Ming replied. "Not really." Lin Qiye shook his head, pondering. "It's mainly your overly human-like demeanor." Chu Ming, feeling somewhat helpless, reassured him, "You needn't act this way. I am generally quite amiable and friendly, so there is no need for fear." Lin Qiye's expression reflected skepticism, as he seemed unconvinced. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Ming said, "I understand that you might be frightened by the monsters disguised as humans outside. How about this? I'll calm you down a bit. And if you feel better, we can have a chat, all right?" Lin Qiye frowned. "You can comfort people?" "Of course," Chu Ming replied confidently. Lin Qiye eyed him with deep suspicion. "You don't believe me, do you? Then listen closely." Chu Ming cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Yell, yell, 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 yell." Lin Qiye was puzzled. "What did you say? Did you hear anything?" Chu Ming inquired. Lin Qiye, bewildered, responded, "Much better?" Chu Ming nodded with satisfaction. "Yes, much better is good." Lin Qiye was utterly confused. "What nonsense is this? Since you feel better now, let us converse." Chu Ming moved closer, sitting beside him and sighed softly. "This world is indeed perilous, filled with mysteries. If those hundreds of thousands of monsters were to riot, I doubt many ordinary people in Sangnan City would survive. Individuals like me are fine. I can't die anyway and have no family ties. However, you, Night Brother, are different. You have family." Lin Qiye remarked. That transition was a bit abrupt. "Just listen to me," Chu Ming insisted, having spotted Lin Qiye returning with a glowing robe, a sinister grin on his face. His tone turned urgent. "Night Brother, I have a secret to share. Every member of our Team 136 has their family protected by Weiyang. It is an artificial restricted item. If any ill-intentioned entity enters the Weiyang zone, it will teleport marked individuals to the Peace Affairs offices underground for their safety. Therefore, as long as you join our Team 136, you need not worry about those monsters harming your family." Before he could finish, Lin Qiye rushed over, covering Chu Ming's mouth, intent on binding him with the restricted rope, his eyes gleaming with malice. "Wait," Shinmai interjected. "Hold on. I think he has a point." Lin Qiye paused, bewildered. "Huh?" Chu Ming pried Lin Qiye's hand away and continued to Lin Qiye. "Did you hear that? Our captain agrees with me. What are we waiting for? Join us for your family." Lin Qiye was taken aback. "Huh? This is all so sudden." The others, including Xuanhua, looked on in confusion, unable to comprehend what was happening. Why were they suddenly trying to recruit someone? Only Wang Mian narrowed his eyes, observing Lin Qiye with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. As a fellow divine agent, he sensed the faint divine aura emanating from this young man. Wasn't he the Seraphim agent who recently appeared in Sangnan? How could he still not be recruited by Team 136? Wang Mian silently criticized their lack of operational efficiency. "Achoo! Achoo!" Zhao Kongqing suddenly sneezed twice, muttering to himself. "Does my wife miss me?" At that moment, Lin Qiye regained his composure, casting a wary glance at Chen Mai, who returned a look of affirmation and expectation. He reluctantly began to believe that what Chu Ming had said was true. If becoming a member of Team 136 meant his family would receive that kind of protection, he was genuinely tempted. However, the thought of potentially facing death as a night watchman and being separated from his family filled him with hesitation. After a moment of silence, Lin Qiye glanced at the members of the masked team. Aren't these individuals from a specialized team? Aren't they supposed to be formidable? Surely they will quickly eliminate the mysteries plaguing Sangnan City? The implication being that if the masked team could eradicate those mysteries, he wouldn't need to join the night watchman. Chu Ming immediately scoffed. "Huh? Hundreds of thousands of mysteries mixed within the city? How could they possibly clear them out? It's absolutely impossible. This isn't a matter that can be resolved merely by having high combat power." Xuanhua, displeased with this remark, slammed the table and stood up. "What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on us? It's merely a matter of dealing with a few 100,000 mysteries. We can take them out one by one." He turned to his captain. "Right, Captain?" Wang Mian replied. "Stop boasting." Xuanhua retorted. "I'm not boasting. It's the truth. Just a bunch of mysteries. We can dispose of them easily. If we collaborate with Team 136, hunting them separately, we could eliminate at least 5,000 to 6,000 each night. Within 2 to 3 months, we could clear them out. If we work efficiently, I believe we could even take out over 10,000. Once he spoke, the others furrowed their brows, contemplating the idea, finding it somewhat feasible. As long as the number of mysteries didn't continue to grow, and they could eliminate a portion without the others rioting, it seemed somewhat workable. Wang Mian, however, frowned. "But I suspect these mysteries have a source. The possibility of them appearing out of thin air is low. We should attempt to discover their origin while hunting them. If we find it, this matter should be easily resolved. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, realizing it was likely their only option. Chu Ming continued to chuckle mockingly. Heh. Everyone retorted, shut up. Chu Ming smirked. Heh. You think you can wipe out my serpent demon army? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 39. The Unknown Mystery Elimination Plan commences. Subsequently, Wang Mian and Chinmai engaged in discussion for over an hour, ultimately finalizing the preliminary Unknown Mystery Elimination Plan for Xiangnan City. You, Team 136. Along with us from the masked team, will total 14 members. We will form 7 pairs, with each group responsible for hunting the mysteries in one of the 7 designated areas of Xiangnan City. To minimize public panic, our hunting operations will be scheduled for nighttime, while daytime will be reserved for investigating the source of these mysteries. Wang Mian reiterated the plan and gestured to the side where Rose stood. Rose nodded, placing a small black box on the long table and slowly opening it, revealing 10 somewhat old-fashioned monocles inside. What is this? Hong Ying, Zhao Kongqing, and others displayed expressions of confusion. Chinmai furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling something, and exclaimed, could these possibly be the mirror of true sight? Wang Mian nodded. Indeed. It's a replica of the Eye of True Sight, classified as Sequence 315, an artificial forbidden object known as the Mirror of True Sight. Although it pales in comparison to the Eye of True Sight, which can discern all illusions and deceptions, it is still more than sufficient to penetrate the mysterious disguises of these entities. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying, Zhao Kongqing, and the others felt a surge of joy, as they had been at a loss for how to see through those enigmatic veils. They had even contemplated using Lin Qiye as a detector. Now, with the Mirror of True Sight, was it not far superior to relying on Lin Qiye? Wang Mian instructed Rose to distribute the Mirrors of True Sight, one for each group. Observing the curiosity with which everyone handled the item, he could not help but remind them, this object is quite valuable, so please be careful not to damage it. Moreover, these belong to headquarters, and I must return them after our mission. Any damage incurred will have to be compensated. Chu Ming interjected, unable to contain himself. Isn't it reimbursable? Is the Night Watch headquarters really that stingy? Wang Mian shot him a glance and decided to explain. To be precise, these items are actually lent to headquarters by the Guangshan Bailey Group, the second largest sponsor behind the Night Watch, aside from the government. In short, the situation is rather complicated and reimbursement is not straightforward. Chu Ming understood. Oh, that explains it. I see now that these belong to the labor deity's household. I must take a couple to play with. Don't ask why. It's simply envy of the wealthy. Then, apart from the Mirror of True Sight, Wang Mian continued. I also requested the bloodline trace, a forbidden object that can ascertain the number of biological relatives of any being. I suspect that the mysteries within Xiangnan City are likely of the same lineage, connected by blood, akin to an ant colony. With the bloodline trace, we may easily determine their numbers. Upon hearing this, Chinmai and the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the meticulous considerations of the special squad. With the aid of these 2 unique forbidden objects, the difficulty of their eradication plan was significantly diminished, and they might indeed resolve the matter of the over 100,000 mysterious entities in a short time. Thus, the collective anxiety of the group was somewhat alleviated, and they felt a sense of reassurance. Wang Mian scanned the room, asking, does anyone have questions or suggestions regarding my arrangements? If not, we shall commence tonight. I have a suggestion. Upon hearing the voice, the crowd turned to see Chu Ming speaking, only to collectively ignore him. I have no objections. I'm good with it. Yes. Let us begin our operations tonight. Wang Mian nodded, affirming, excellent. Chu Ming exclaimed, am I not a person? Am I not even considered human? Wang Mian replied, next. We will discuss the grouping and determine the specific areas each group will be responsible for. Sure, no problem. I can team up with old Zhao. Chu Ming protested, isolation. This is blatant isolation. I will report this to the central authority. Wang Mian concluded, all right, the groupings are set. We will commence operations at 10 o'clock tonight. We have 5 hours remaining, so please prepare. Chinmai affirmed, sounds good. Zhao Kongqing agreed, all right. Hong Ying chimed in, okay. Chu Ming lamented, isolation. Lung Xian chuckled, no problem, haha. Si Xiaonan inquired, what are you laughing about? Lung Xian replied, oh, just remembering something joyful. Wang Mian stood, surveying the group. Let us proceed as such. Please arrange a room for us. We need to prepare. Chinmai promptly stood up. No problem. Follow me, Captain Wang. Thank you for your efforts. No need for formality. Isolation, isolation. Let us go, let us go. Okay. Isolation, isolation. The group departed, leaving the meeting room empty save for Chu Ming and Lin Qiye. With a loud slam, the meeting room door closed. Lin Qiye appeared perplexed. Did they forget something? Chu Ming corrected, 2 things. Then, realizing something was amiss, he quickly amended. No, we are not things. Lin Qiye replied, brother, just stop talking. Chu Ming, incredulous, exclaimed, what? Even you want to isolate me? I saved your life twice. Lin Qiye sighed, first, I am not a thing. No, brother, I mean I do not harbor resentment. Secondly, as he spoke, Lin Qiye suddenly sensed something was off. Wait. Why am I explaining myself to a lunatic? He thought, and promptly fell silent, turning his gaze elsewhere. Chu Ming grew anxious. Secondly, what? Speak up. I absolutely detest two types of people. The first type is those who leave their sentences half-finished. The second type is, Lin Qiye, curious, turned back. What is the second type? Chu Ming began. The second type is Lin Qiye interrupted, your mother. Chu Ming retorted, using so many ellipses. Are you just trying to pad your word count? Just then, the door to the meeting room swung open, and Zhao Kongqing entered, carrying 2 plates of fried rice. He glanced at the two and raised an eyebrow. Are you hungry? Care for a bite? Lin Qiye froze, quickly rising. I don't need to eat. May I leave now? I merely came to report a case and do not wish to be involved in any of your actions. I believe I have no obligation to stay, so please allow me to return home. Thank you. Zhao Kongqing looked at him helplessly and shook his head. I'm sorry, but you cannot leave just yet. We must ensure your safety. They could not rule out the possibility that this mysterious incident was some sort of conspiracy orchestrated by the ancient god church. As a divine agent, Lin Qiye needed to be under their protection for their peace of mind. Lin Qiye grew anxious, but Zhao Kongqing interrupted, I understand your worries about your aunt and cousin. Rest assured, we have already dispatched personnel to protect them secretly. The creatures outside pose no threat to them whatsoever. Lin Qiye furrowed his brow, feeling slightly reassured but still baffled. But why must I stay here? This will be explained to you later. For now, remaining here is the safest option. You will understand in due time, Zhao Kongqing replied calmly, shifting his gaze to the restrained Chu Ming. Chu Ming seethed. Isolation. Zhao Kongqing rolled his eyes. As for this guy, preventing him from leaving ensures everyone has safety. Lin Qiye nodded in understanding. I get that. Chu Ming retorted. You understand your mother. Just wait. I shall ensure that you all face endless peril from the mysteries of Tsangnan City. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the sewers of Tsangnan City, Li Yifei scratched his bald head, confusion and astonishment etched on his face as he held a piece of paper, which was not an ordinary sheet but rather a special 1,000-mile messaging paper crafted by Chu Ming. No matter the distance, as soon as Chu Ming focused his thoughts, his commands would manifest on this paper, specifically designed to relay orders to Li Yifei. At this moment, Li Yifei received an order and cast a perplexed glance at the nearby Qingyu. Brother Yu, Mingus suddenly commanded me to produce 1 million serpent demon offspring. What on earth does he intend to do? Do you have any insights? And Qingyu replied, I think you're the one who is confused. Li Yifei retorted. Why the sudden insult? Chapter 40, Vortex, eradicating 250,000 mysteries in 3 days. Isn't that simple? The first night of the unknown mystery eradication plan in Tsangnan City unfolded with unexpected smoothness. The intellect of these unknown mysteries was woefully inadequate. They stood still, neither dodging nor counterattacking when faced with assaults. Curiously, even upon witnessing the demise of their kind, they approached to observe. Moreover, to the delight of the participants, these mysteries dissipated into a cloud of mist upon being slain, leaving no trace behind. This significantly alleviated their concerns regarding battlefield cleanup. In fact, they hardly needed to consider the aftermath or the panic that corpses might incite. All they had to do was locate the mysteries and eliminate them with a swift strike. With the assistance of the True Sight Mirror, the hunting efficiency of each group was remarkably high. They could dispatch 2,000 to 3,000 in just an hour. Isn't this a piece of cake? At this rate, we could eliminate 30,000 in a single night. No problem at all. In a hospital corridor, Zhao Kongqing wielded his long blade, unleashing a pale blue glow as he effortlessly dispatched 5 mysteries, unable to suppress a triumphant smile. Beside him, Wen Qima appeared visibly relaxed, nodding and saying, Indeed, at this pace, we can clear out these mysteries within half a month. It's not as troublesome as we initially thought. Saying this, he swung his blade horizontally, obliterating 3 mysteries that had ventured out to witness the commotion. Ordinary people in the corridor were struck with terror at the sight, screaming as they fled. However, Zhao Kongqing and Wen Qima were unfazed. They had enveloped the hospital with boundless void, ensuring that these individuals could not escape. Once the mysteries within the hospital were eradicated, they would simply use Dream Whisper to erase this segment of memory from the fleeing populace. At that moment, aside from Zhao Kongqing and Wen Qima's team, 5 of the other 6 teams were engaged in hunting mysteries across 5 other hospitals in Tsangnan City. The remaining team was stationed at the police station. They discovered that the abundance of mysteries in hospitals, police stations, and fire departments was staggering. They were practically piled up. especially in hospitals. Each one housed no fewer than 10,000 mysteries. The reason was quite evident. These mysteries seemed exceedingly keen on rescuing individuals, often arriving in groups to escort people to hospitals or police stations, even when the individuals didn't require assistance. Why do I feel something is off? Redding's peculiar voice echoed in everyone's earpiece. These mysteries don't harm anyone. Rather, they seem to enjoy saving people. And we're the ones killing them without resistance. Am I the only one who feels like we're the villains here? The earpiece fell into a profound silence lasting nearly half a minute. Vortex, that does seem somewhat reasonable. Rose, oh no, we've fallen into villainy. Tian Ping, stop watching so much anime. Zhao Kongqing, no, now that you mention it, it does feel a bit strange. Do I seem like I'm slaughtering the innocent? Another moment of silence permeated the earpiece. Wang Mian's calm voice broke the stillness. Everyone, do not bear any psychological burdens. These mysteries evidently lack sentience. Killing them is no different than exterminating a pest. Moreover, while they appear to be rescuing people, they pose a significant threat to societal stability. Just look at the current state of Tsangnan. Is there any semblance of order left? Such chaos is a form of harm to the ordinary populace. After this discourse, the discomfort of senseless slaughter faded considerably from the group's minds, and they began to realize that Wang Mian's words held merit. The crux of the matter lay in the question, who could guarantee that these mysteries would never harm humanity? Additionally, they indeed severely disrupted the normal lives of Tsangnan's citizens, plunging the entire city into disorder. As guardians of the night, it was their duty to eradicate all mysteries and restore tranquility to the people. Thus, the group refrained from further discussion and continued to execute the eradication plan, embarking on a fervent hunt. Tsangnan City Police Headquarters. After 2 grueling hours, Wang Mian and Vortex's team finally succeeded in eliminating all the mysteries within the headquarters. Astonishingly, this small police station harbored over 30,000 mysteries, exhausting their energies in the process. Complicating matters further, many ordinary people were mixed in with these mysteries, making them hesitant to engage in indiscriminate slaughter, which wasted considerable time. Nevertheless, they were quite satisfied with their efficiency. At this rate, focusing on hospitals and police stations, we could potentially eliminate over 100,000 mysteries in a single night. I believe we can complete the task within 5 days. No, 3 days. Vortex grinned broadly, feeling like a genius since this plan was initially his concept. Wang Mian nodded in agreement. Indeed, preliminary estimates suggest that the total number of mysteries in Tsangnan 1T exceed 300,000. This task is proving less daunting than anticipated. Absolutely. Vortex felt invigorated, urging, Captain, let us hasten to the next location and continue our pursuit. I'm fired up. Very well, let us go. Woohoo. Little mysteries. Watch as Vortex handles you with ease. The two swiftly departed from the police headquarters, their figures vanishing into the night. At the headquarters entrance, several officers stood in stunned silence, having witnessed the entire spectacle, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and confusion. What on earth was that? I suspect I've been dreaming all day. I would never have imagined that our station could accommodate over 30,000 mysteries. Chief, are you all right? Please say something. Beside them, the dazed chief trembled as he fished out a cigarette, igniting it with shaking hands as he stammered. I think I need to report this. Time passed with the swiftness of a dream. 3 days swiftly elapsed. After 3 busy nights, Team 136 and the masked team gathered in the basement meeting room of their office for a debriefing. Over the course of 3 nights, we have eliminated 260,000 mysteries. I estimate that the current number of mysteries in Tsangnan City should not exceed 50,000. Wang Mian remarked with a smile, pleased by the smooth progress of the plan. Upon hearing this, everyone displayed expressions of joy, their anxieties largely alleviated. At this juncture, Wang Mian produced a somewhat retro-looking camera, explaining with a smile as the others looked on in curiosity, this is the bloodline trace. As long as these mysteries are indeed related by blood, we can photograph one of them to ascertain the total number of this type of mystery. Chenmai beamed, great. With this, our final eradication plan will receive tremendous assistance. Captain Wang, we'll rely on you. Wang Mian replied, no need for formality, this is my duty. Without further ado, let us utilize bloodline trace to determine how many mysteries remain in Tsangnan City. Chenmai nodded enthusiastically, absolutely. Anticipation filled the air as the crowd, weary from days of toil, eagerly awaited news of their recent hunting exploits. Chu Ming, ever the observer, feigned curiosity, trailing behind the others with a slice of watermelon in hand, appearing to be merely an innocent bystander, having behaved relatively normally in recent days. Chenmai and his companions decided against restraining him, though they still barred him from leaving the office. Are we really wrapping this up so soon? Lin Qiye exclaimed. His spirits lifted. Truly, this special team is impressively efficient. I shall soon return home. Chu Ming cast a languid glance in his direction, savoring his watermelon, and spat out a few seeds. Enjoy yourselves while you can, he muttered under his breath. Vortex, wiping watermelon seeds from his face, clenched his jaw, suppressing the urge to retaliate. Forget it. Why bother with a fool? The task will soon be complete, and we can finally rest. Now, it is time to assess our accomplishments from these past few days. Wang Mian announced, his demeanor radiant as he held the bloodline tracing camera, poised to capture the moment. With a click, a brilliant crimson light erupted from the device, and a progress bar appeared on the screen, slowly inching forward. Only 2% in a minute? Wang Mian frowned. This detection speed is rather sluggish. That shouldn't be the case. Vortex replied, astonished. I've used this gadget before. It was quite fast. Shinmai shrugged nonchalantly. No matter, we can wait a bit longer. Just then, a mocking voice echoed from nearby, startling the group. Well, this is quite the gathering. Everyone turned in surprise. And Chu Ming furrowed his brow at the unfamiliar middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared. Who is this? He pondered, feeling a sense of unease. Is the narrative becoming increasingly convoluted? Can we even return to the main storyline? And is the security in this underground space truly so lax that anyone can just show up? Yuan Gang? Instructor Yuan? The members of Team 136 and the masked team exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unprepared for his arrival. Yuan Gang, the vice captain of the Night Watch's 006 team and the chief instructor for new recruits, was well known to all present, save for Lin Qiye. What brings you to Songnan? Wang Mian asked, perplexed. I received a key from Xiaopingge, Yuan Gang replied with a shrug. Chen Mai's brow furrowed. Did I not issue a prohibition on entry? How did you manage to come in? Yuan Gang's expression turned serious as he surveyed the group. I have come on the orders of Commander Yi. The unprecedented emergence of so many anomalies in Songnan has drawn his attention. If you find yourselves unable to handle the situation, the 006 team from Beijing is prepared to assist you. Should the circumstances prove too dire, Commander Yi is even ready to mobilize a top-tier human asset. At the mention of Commander Yi, a wave of astonishment washed over the group. He was the supreme commander of the Night Watch and one of the 5 pinnacle human beings. Despite their surprise, they understood the gravity of Songnan's situation warranted such attention. Chu Ming's lips curled into a tight line as he hurriedly consumed a few more bites of watermelon to quell his anxiety. This situation has escalated far beyond expectation. I must ensure I remain undetected. Otherwise, I could find myself confined in isolation for a century. Please extend my gratitude to Commander Yi for his concern. Wang Mian said with a slight smile. However, our progress has been exceedingly smooth. In just 3 days, we have eliminated 260,000 anomalies. The number of anomalies in Songnan is now within manageable limits, and we will soon complete our mission. Yuan Gang's expression froze, disbelief etched across his face. Did you say? 260,000. You managed to kill that many in just 3 days? Wang Mian maintained his calm demeanor, though his lips betrayed a hint of satisfaction. This achievement was unprecedented, even among the 5 pinnacle humans, and he could not help but feel a sense of pride. Nearby, Vortex and the others straightened their postures, brimming with pride. The magnitude of their task was daunting, and yet they had nearly resolved it in mere days. How could they not feel a sense of accomplishment? Of course, Team 136 played a significant role in this endeavor, Chenmai interjected, clearing his throat to remind everyone of their contributions. Indeed, I personally eliminated at least 20,000 anomalies. Hong Ying proclaimed with an air of pride. Is that true? Yuan Gang scrutinized their expressions, searching for signs of jest, but found none. He was utterly flabbergasted, grappling with the incredibility of their claims. Before arriving, he had prepared to report back to the commander with a request to mobilize a top-tier asset. Given the sheer scale of the anomalies, tens of thousands of them, the difficulty of the task was self-evident. And yet, they had nearly accomplished it in just 3 days? We would never joke about something so serious, Wang Mian assured him. Rest assured, you can report this to the commander without hesitation. After a prolonged moment of disbelief, Yuan Gang's expression shifted to one of astonishment and elation. Incredible. This is truly remarkable news. You have no idea how worried Commander Yi has been about the situation in Songnan. He has hardly slept these past few nights. If not for other pressing matters, he would have come himself. Without hesitation, Yuan Gang retrieved his phone and called Xiaopingge. Captain, I have good news. You won't believe it. But Wang Mian and his team have managed to. Xiaopingji's initial response was one of disbelief. It took a considerable amount of explanation from Yuan Gang, along with Wang Mian and the others' assurances, before he was able to accept the news. Shortly thereafter, Xiaopingge reported the situation to Commander Yu. 2 minutes later, the highest commander of the Night Watch, Yi Fan, initiated a video call to Yuan Gang's phone. The group gasped in astonishment. Chu Ming nearly dropped his watermelon. In the video, Yi Fan's expression bore a hint of disbelief, and without wasting time, he addressed the matter directly. Wang Mian, I am already aware of the situation you reported. If possible, please confirm it to me immediately. This matter is of utmost urgency, and I sincerely hope for a swift resolution. Exchanging glances filled with gravity, the group realized they had not anticipated such a development. However, upon reflection, they recognized the opportunity to earn merit before the commander. And what a significant achievement it would be. It is not merely a spark. It must at least be a starry medal. Upon this realization, the crowd could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Just then, a swift motion. The progress bar on the bloodline tracing display finally reached its zenith. A cascade of crimson light ascended into the air, slowly coalescing into a string of numbers. Observing this, Wang Mian's smile broadened as he addressed Yi Fan in the video. Commander Yi, how fortuitous your call is. We were just utilizing bloodline tracing to investigate the remaining quantity of this enigmatic entity. As you can see, the result is imminent. As they gazed at the string of impending crimson digits, anticipation flickered across the faces of the crowd. Yi Fan furrowed his brows, focusing intently. Chu Ming quietly produced a handful of sunflower seeds, sighing internally. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, gradually. The expressions of anticipation on their faces morphed into a blend of subtle confusion and bewilderment. Yi Fan remarked, this number appears rather lengthy. Wang Mian's countenance stiffened slightly as he scratched his head. Perhaps it has a decimal point? Shenmai added, that decimal point seems rather small. I can't quite make it out. Yuan Gang speculated. Is it possible that it simply lacks a decimal point? Furrowing his brows, Xuanhua began to count meticulously. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, oh my, what the hell? Chu Ming quipped, your counting units are rather unconventional. Silence. An excruciating silence lasting 2 minutes ensued. The expressions of the crowd shifted from confusion to astonishment, then to sheer shock, ultimately culminating in sheer terror. All present, including Yi Fan, bore expressions akin to having encountered a phantom. The reason being, that string of blood-red digits was 51411145. Chapter 42, The Irate Yi Fan. Driven to extremes by Chu Ming. In the conference room, the 7 members of the masked team sat on the right side of the long table, while the 6 members of Team 136 occupied the left. Lin Qiye, seated beside them, wore a bewildered expression. In the center of the table lay a tablet displaying a video call with Yi Fan. Chu Ming crouched atop Yi Fan's head. Yi Fan inquired, who obstructed the camera. Chu Ming, taken aback, replied apologetically, oh, my apologies, let me adjust the angle. With that, he reached into his pocket and made a slight adjustment to the right. Yi Fan nodded, good. Can you see now? Wait, what is that on my head? The crowd responded. Shenmai clenched his fist and growled. Who the hell allowed you at the table? Get down immediately. Yuan Gang, somewhat perplexed and anxious, questioned, is this newcomer a bit too arrogant? He is practically sitting on Commander Ye's head. Isn't? Chu Ming, bewildered, asked, so I don't need to be tied to the table this meeting? Shenmai, exasperated, retorted, you haven't made any mistakes these past few days. Why would we bind you? Chu Ming suddenly realized, oh, right. My bad. I'll get down now. What? If someone makes a mistake, they must be tied to the conference table for public display? Yi Fan furrowed his brow, his expression turning grave. Shenmai, your method of punishing team members violates the regulations of the Night Watchers, does it not? Shenmai's expression shifted. No, Commander Yi. Let me explain. Yi Fan snapped. What is there to explain? This is a serious violation. Such punishment is absolutely intolerable. Shenmai began to panic, hastily attempting to articulate his thoughts. A sudden clap. In one fluid motion, Chu Ming leaped off the table, pondering for a moment before pointing at the video feed of Yi Fan, asking curiously, and what about him? What did he do wrong? Yi Fan, the crowd. Chu Ming scratched his head, offering a sheepish smile. Haha. I thought the atmosphere was too tense, so I made a joke to lighten it. Hey. Why isn't anyone laughing? Don't you find me humorous? The crowd. Lin Qiye chimed in. Humorous? Your joke only makes me feel more miserable. Shenmai gritted his teeth. Can you all just be quiet? Lin Qiye, do you even care about your reputation anymore? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, fixating on Chu Ming, his expression subtly shifting, as if beginning to understand something. Chu Ming also gazed intently at the tablet displaying Yi Fan, deep in thought. Yi Fan's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Ming kindly suggested, Commander Yi, you might want to move a bit, otherwise. If your face remains motionless on the tablet, it'll resemble a posthumous portrait, which isn't ideal. The others? Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the room, more astounding than Sunbin. Even Zhuang Zhou's purification cannot resolve this. After a collective silence of 1 minute, Yi Fan broke the stillness. Tie him up. Chen Ma was taken aback. Huh? Yi Fan's forehead bulged with veins as he spoke in a low voice. Tie him up. I command you to tie him up. Chu Ming protested, but that's against the rules. Yi Fan slammed his hand on the table. I am the commander. My orders are the law. Tie him up. Chu Ming, 6. Thus, 2 minutes later, Chu Ming was once again bound and placed on the conference table. Yi Fan's eye twitched. Remove him. Don't let him and my head be in the same frame. Chu Ming queried. What is the issue? Your head isn't ghost ass. It can't be seen by others? Yi Fan bit down on his molars. Seal it. Keep his mouth shut. Zhao Kongqing sighed resignedly. Standing up and retrieving a roll of tape from his pocket, he approached and swiftly sealed Chu Ming's mouth with remarkable skill. Kid, daring to act up in front of the commander, you really have no sense. Zhao Kongqing muttered as he placed Chu Ming in a corner, unable to resist the urge to express his thoughts. Chu Ming, I wasn't acting up. I was just trying to lighten the mood. This is unjust. Unjust. Zhao Kongqing. Chu Ming, No one understands me. No one. Zhao Kongqing. Chu Ming, I will defect from the Night Watchers. I will join the ancient God Church. Just wait. You all wait. Zhao Kongqing. Chu Ming, Did you hear that? Zhao Kongqing looked puzzled. What are you mumbling about? This is so random. Chu Ming. It seemed that truly, no one understood him. The world isolated him, allowing its mockery to flow freely. Nearby, Lin Qiye cast a glance at him, frowning. What are you humming about? You're off key. Finally, serenity enveloped the room once more. The chaotic scene gradually returned to normalcy. Yi Fan's irritable demeanor calmed, restoring the dignity befitting a commander. He was, after all, rather surprised. It had been a while since he had felt such anger. What was it about this little brat that could provoke such ire? With a sigh, Yi Fan's expression turned solemn as he prepared to address the pressing matter, speaking in a low tone. So, what exactly is the mysterious quantity in Songnan? Silence once more. An oppressive silence. Chen Mai glanced at Wang Mian, only to find Wang Mian gazing back at him in equal perplexity. 2 teams, a dozen individuals, now bowed their heads, cautiously exchanging glances. Their faces bore the pallor of someone who had consumed a dish of fermented herring topped with sour lemon juice, blue cheese, and stinky tofu. No one could answer Yi Fan's questions. How could they possibly know the situation? It was utterly absurd. After toiling for 3 days and nights, slaying over 200,000 mysteries, he discovered that the number had inexplicably surged by several million. The moment he saw the figure of over 5 million, the tension that had gripped their hearts dissipated entirely. How could this be? The entire population of Songnan City barely exceeds 1 million. Now, amidst the mysteries, there were reports of a few residents in Songnan. In the future, if others ask about the people of Songnan, can they respond? We Songnan folks are rather mysterious. Damn, has the world gone mad? Chu Ming, Ha. Why does no one in the court dare to speak? Why is everyone silent? Is it a natural aversion to laughter? Chu Ming, Ha. This is a cloning machine. It defies the laws of energy conservation. Produce as many as you desire. This is extraordinary reproduction. You think you can wipe out my progeny? Dream on. Unless you possess the art of stripping away the 9 clans. The silent crowd turned in unison to gaze at him, their expressions gradually morphing into something peculiar. Wang Mian, what's he mumbling about? Why do I get the feeling this kid is quite pleased? Chen Mai frowned, right? With so many mysteries appearing, what is there to be happy about? Yuan Gang squinted. Something feels off, quite off indeed. Yi Fan also found it strange and furrowed his brow, tear his mouth open, and asked him what he's so merry about. Zhao Kongqing stood up and walked over, tearing off the tape from Chu Ming's mouth with a swift motion, inquiring with confusion, what are you so inexplicably joyful about? Chu Ming looked bewildered. Is it wrong for me to be happy? The others suddenly understood and turned back in unison. Well, then, no matter. In the river. In this Ganges, what on earth has your team 136 brought in? You want this kind of person? Although the kid seems spirited, he appears to possess 3 forbidden areas, all of which are unprecedented, each at least a high-risk sequence, and one even grants him immortality, allowing him to recover from any severe injury instantly. Captain Wang, why have you fallen silent? Wang Mian looked at Yi Fan on the screen and asked, Commander, may I recruit a member from Team 136? Chen Mai? Yi Fan, absolutely not. That would be against the rules. I believe this child is quite suitable by my side. Wang Mian? Chapter 43, Millions of Nandu Serpent Demons. Hunt down Lin Qiye. Hunt down Lin Qiye. Wang Mian and the others did not expect that this eccentric little brat, Chu Ming, would possess such potential. In an instant, their gazes towards him shifted subtly. They had previously wondered how a mere lantern realm could single-handedly defeat the Ghost-Face King. Now it became clear. No wonder Chun Mai was willing to keep him in Team 136 despite his annoying antics. Yi Fan had long been aware that Team 136 had discovered a remarkable talent, but he had never anticipated it would be Chu Ming. This adorable little brat was, in fact, the one brimming with untapped potential. How absurd. So it was you. Yi Fan gazed at Chu Ming with a complex expression. Chu Ming was astonished. Huh? You've heard my story? Yi Fan, your energetic demeanor tells me you are filled with tales. Chu Ming humbly replied. No, I am merely a simpleton. Yi Fan, Lin Qiye, brother, the term is great wisdom appears foolish. Chu Ming, huh? Oh, it's fine, they're quite similar. Lin Qiye, fine. Then you truly are a simpleton. Yi Fan's gaze shifted to Lin Qiye, a flicker of intricate emotion passing through his eyes. Agent of the Seraphim, a miracle of Tsangnan City a decade ago. Wait a minute. The actual living population in Tsangnan City seems to be only around 100,000. Right? Goodness, they might as well rename it to Mystery City. Exasperated, Yi Fan sighed. In such a small Tsangnan, how could there be so much trouble? Chu Ming interjected. So, we have both of us, the hidden dragons and phoenixes? Yi Fan was speechless. He may not be a hidden dragon, but you might genuinely be a phoenix chick. Chu Ming blinked. Commander Yi, you must mean that in a complimentary sense, right? Ah, yes. Yi Fan replied dismissively. Choosing not to engage further, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. After a moment of contemplation, he stated solemnly, let us return to the matter at hand. Clearly, the situation in Tsangnan City is far more dire than we initially imagined. The breeding rate of these unknown mysteries is alarmingly exaggerated. Your previous hunting plans are utterly unfeasible. The crowd wore serious expressions, nodding in agreement. Over 5 million? How can we even hunt them down? Moreover, this number may continue to escalate. We would exhaust ourselves and still not eradicate them. Thus, your mission must be altered. You are to focus entirely on investigating the origin of these mysteries. Since they share a bloodline, there must be a maternal source. Once we locate this origin, the problem should be manageable. Pausing, Yi Fan continued, I will endeavor to mobilize a top-tier human, and the military must also prepare for large-scale deployment. The crowd nodded slightly, showing no dissent towards Yi Fan's plan. With such a multitude of Lantern Realm mysteries, the most efficient eradication method is undoubtedly military intervention. Firearms remain lethal against such low-tier mysteries. However, once the military is mobilized and enters the city en masse, the commotion will be immense, inevitably provoking public panic, while the difficulty of maintaining confidentiality will escalate to hellish levels. Generally, local night watch teams handle mysterious incidents without military involvement. Yet, given the current circumstances, no such concerns remain. If we do not deploy the military soon, Tsangnan City will be engulfed by mysteries, left in utter disarray. The necessity for military action underscores the increasing peril of the city. Chu Ming sighed, turning to Lin Qiye, resolutely stating, joining the night watch is the only way to ensure safety. Lin Qiye remained silent, a look of conflict emerging in his eyes. Truth be told, he was wavering. This world was terrifying, far too terrifying, filled with monsters everywhere. Could he truly protect his family alone in such a perilous reality? At this moment, Lin Qiye felt utterly devoid of confidence. Still hesitating? Chu Ming found it rather exasperating. How stubborn can one be? Perhaps it would be easier to let old Zhao handle it directly? Achoo! Achoo! Zhao Kongsheng sneezed twice, mumbling, is my wife missing me again? Lin Qiye remained silent for a long time before sighing, visibly exhausted. I'm feeling a bit lost. Let me think about it. Chu Ming raised an eyebrow slightly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Night brother, you have forced my hand. After everything, you still hesitate to join? Huh? Damn it. Then let us proceed. Plan 22 activated. With a flicker of inspiration, Chu Ming activated the long-distance communication paper that spanned over 10 kilometers, issuing directives to Li Yifei. However, to be precise, he was actually commanding the Nantua Serpent Demon. Nantua Serpent Demon, heed my command. Immediately transform into your true form and pursue Lin Qiye. Yet, be forewarned. You must not truly kill Lin Qiye. Instead, you must find a way to be slain by him in the end. And you must not fall to the hands of anyone else. Whether you comprehend this or not, just do it. The Nantua Serpent Demon must be killed by Lin Qiye. More specifically, it was imperative that Li Yifei resurrect in Lin Qiye's asylum of divine madness and become a caretaker there. Otherwise, the subsequent narrative would deviate significantly. Chu Ming had long since devised a plan. Once Lin Qiye joined the Night Watchers, he would instruct the Nantua Serpent Demon to seek Lin Qiye and present its head, ultimately discarding the serpent's severed head to Xingyu. Thus, everything would return to its rightful course. Regrettably, our Night Brother is resolutely stubborn. Therefore, Chu Ming had no choice but to utilize the non-Tuas Serpent Demon and ultimately administer a potent remedy. After being pursued by the non-Tuas Serpent Demon, it should dispel Lin Qiye's last lingering doubts, right? However, Lin Qiye was currently situated in the underground office. If the non-Tuas Serpent Demon were to chase him here, it would be akin to a husky searching for its excrement in the restroom. After pondering for a moment, Chu Ming leaned down and whispered into Lin Qiye's ear, "Brother Yi, do you wish to escape?" Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback, his eyes brightening as he turned to reply, You can." Chu Ming interjected, "Shoo. I have a brilliant plan." Lin Qiye nervously swallowed, nodding slightly. Although reason dictated that trusting Chu Ming was not the wisest choice, he genuinely yearned to return home. A flicker of joy crossed Chu Ming's eyes, as he felt that all his plans were on the verge of triumphant completion. Moreover, after spending numerous days with Team 136 and the mass team, he had absorbed quite a bit of Forbidden Ruins energy. At this moment, he was capable of extracting the next Wolverine's ability. Abundant rewards indeed. Chu Ming was in high spirits, though he sensed he had forgotten something. What could it be? Oh, never mind, it probably isn't important. Meanwhile, in a certain sewer in Songnan City, Li Yifei stared blankly at the lines of text appearing on the long-distance communication paper. Utterly dumbfounded. Huh? What is this? However, he had no time to ponder further. The obedient Broadbean, and his stomach began to take effect immediately. In the next moment, his body rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal creature with a human body and a serpentine tail, emitting a piercing shriek. "Pursue Lin Qiye! Pursue Lin Qiye!" After a brief pause, it roared again. "Let Lin Qiye kill me! Let Lin Qiye kill me!" Beside him, and Xingyu, who was dissecting a mouse, was startled and looked up in confusion. "What? What's happening?" And in the next second, a cacophony of roars reverberated through the labyrinth of sewer pipes, layer upon layer, deafening. "Pursue Lin Qiye! Pursue Lin Qiye! Let Lin Qiye kill me! Let Lin Qiye kill me!" And Xingyu was left dizzy and pale, staring in shock. Huh? What's wrong with Lin Qiye? Has he violated the heavenly laws? Marula, the new chapter is stuck in review. Enough. Fellow tyrants, don't wait any longer. It seems we won't be able to get out tonight. Damn it. Why? Why should my fresh, healthy, and pure writing style be censored? I refuse to accept this. Chapter 44. The size of pills. Freely alter any part of the body's size. Due to the gravity of the situation, Yifan quickly arranged the tasks, and everyone hastily rose to leave the conference room. Ready to take action. Bang. The conference room door slammed shut, and the sound of their footsteps gradually faded away. Lin Qiye remarked, "Did they forget something again?" Chu Ming corrected him, "We are not things." Lin Qiye replied, exasperated, "Brother, this joke isn't funny the second time around." "Oh, that's true." Chu Ming furrowed his brow in contemplation. "Let me think, what should we change this joke to?" Lin Qiye's eyes twitched in urgency. "Stop pondering. Didn't you say you had a way to get me out? Now that everyone has left, come on, take me away." "Oh right, I almost forgot." Chu Ming suddenly realized. Then glanced at Lin Qiye, pondering a moment before stating, "Taking you out is actually quite simple, but first, you must help me." Lin Qiye frowned. "Help you with what?" Chu Ming silently lowered his gaze to his lower region. Lin Qiye's expression changed dramatically. "You want me to help you with that?" "No way. Not a chance." Chu Ming sighed. "I need you to retrieve something from my underwear pocket. I'm restrained by forbidden objects and cannot move." "Huh?" Lin Qiye paused. Chu Ming pressed. "What do you think it is?" Lin Qiye's face flushed, scratching his head. It's nothing, I thought." "Well, nothing at all." Chu Ming replied exasperatedly, "This is a serious male-oriented novel. How could it possibly include such things? Your poor mindset. It's not your fault. It's all because of Sanjiu being too suggestive, right? Stop being coy. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and help me out of my pants." "Brother, keep your voice down. It's fine. Even if they hear us, they'll just think we're perverts. Hurry up. I can hardly wait." Suppressing a murderous impulse, Lin Qiye reluctantly retrieved a few pills and a watch-like object from the small pocket of Chu Ming's underwear, wearing an expression of disbelief. "What on earth is this?" Lin Qiye was utterly bewildered. Chu Ming suddenly furrowed his brow in confusion. "Hey, why do you have that accent? That's strange." He remembered Lin Qiye in the original story didn't have that accent. Lin Qiye was taken aback. "What accent?" "I don't have an accent." "Wait, how is it possible that after just 3 days with you, my Mandarin isn't even standard anymore?" Chu Ming raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? Could it be that I infected you with my accent?" "I don't have an accent." "Huh? I don't think I have an accent either." Lin Qiye retorted. Chu Ming insisted. "It must have been you who passed it on to me." Lin Qiye conceded. Yes, you're right." Chu Ming pressed. "Are you just brushing me off?" Do you think I won't take you out if you keep this up? Lin Qiye's expression shifted. No, no, no. Please, brother. You can't be serious. You're right, okay? Chu Ming, now furious, exclaimed, why should I be wrong? Smack. Lin Qiye, utterly exasperated, slapped his forehead, feeling drained. Wait. Chu Ming suddenly changed his expression, as if he had uncovered a monumental secret. What's happening now? This sound isn't applause. Huh. What? You don't understand. I am a fish. I have my fish certificate. You don't comprehend my heart. Pretend to be calm. Ah, forget it. Let's get back to business. Chu Ming sighed, steeling himself as he looked at the pills and watch in Lin Qiye's hand, and said, Brother Yi, pick one white pill and one black pill to consume. Eat. Lin Qiye's eyes widened in astonishment. This item was taken from you. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming was displeased. What do you mean? It's only been a little over a week since I last bathed, and you dare to call me dirty? Shrimp-headed man. Lin Qiye's complexion turned pale, filled with utter resistance. No, brother, can we not find another way? And what exactly is this pill? What purpose does it serve? Chu Ming, growing impatient, insisted. If you don't want to, then just feed me 2 pills first. I'll demonstrate the effects, and then you can decide whether or not to consume them, all right? Honestly, how picky can you be, spoiled brat? Lin Qiye clenched his fists, feeling the tension rise. Yet, to quickly reunite with his aunt and cousin, he reluctantly decided to endure the humiliation, gritting his teeth as he took 1 black and 1 white pill and fed them to Chu Ming. With a gulp, Chu Ming swallowed them down, exclaiming, Lin Qiye, perplexed, questioned. Chu Ming's expression shifted to one of discomfort as he struggled to swallow. Muttering, damn it, I choked on it. Lin Qiye watched as Chu Ming finally managed to swallow the 2 pills, and he quickly said, Brother Yi, now grab the controller. Controller? Lin Qiye furrowed his brow in confusion, holding up his watch. This? Precisely. Chu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Do you see those icons above? They represent various parts of my body. Click on one of those icons and then press the shrink button. As Lin Qiye examined the controller, he noticed several abstract icons representing parts of the human body on the screen, along with buttons and a scroll wheel for enlarging and shrinking. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and he exclaimed, this device can actually alter the size of body parts, can it? Chu Ming grinned triumphantly, exactly. This is my invention, the size-altering pill. Once ingested and paired with the controller, you can freely modify either the whole body or specific areas. The maximum limit is 10 times. Really? Is that true? Lin Qiye was left speechless. What kind of absurdity is this? Is it even scientific? Chu Ming scoffed. Don't believe me? Then go ahead and try it. With a skeptical frown, Lin Qiye picked up the controller, thought for a moment, clicked on one of the icons, and then directly pressed the shrink button to reduce it by 10 times. Before him, Chu Ming appeared unchanged. Huh? Why isn't it working? It shouldn't be like this. Lin Qiye nodded thoughtfully. No, it definitely works. I believe it now. Chu Ming's expression turned to one of confusion, and suddenly, he realized something, his face paling. What the hell? What part of me did you just shrink? Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback, laughing nervously. Haha, it's fine. Even a little is quite cute. Chapter 45 Lin Qiye exclaimed, this is madness. This world is insane. In a secluded alley of Songnan City, he lamented, brother, I was wrong. Can you change me back? He covered his groin on the verge of tears. Why? Even small can be adorable. Chu Ming stored the controller, observing the bustling street outside the alley, and remarked sarcastically, short and powerful concentration is the essence, don't you understand? Lin Qiye, agitated, retorted, nonsense. I just saw you. Chu Ming replied nonchalantly, I was thinking of having another leg because walking on 2 legs is exhausting. Lin Qiye's eyes twitched. No. Can that thing even be used to walk? Chu Ming frowned, looking down thoughtfully. True, it's not very convenient, so let us just keep my Diachan at the waist. Lin Qiye exclaimed, are you even a carbon-based life form? All right, now that we've escaped, you can do whatever you want. Chu Ming waved his hand dismissively. Lin Qiye, frustrated, shouted, you need to change me back first. Chu Ming glanced at him, calm down. Don't worry, the effects of the size-altering pills have a duration. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye finally relaxed. How long does the effect last? About 24 hours. After 24 hours, I can revert back? No. You want to be able to revert back then? Haha, didn't he see that coming, did you? After a moment of silence, veins bulged on Lin Qiye's forehead as his face flushed with anger. Chu Ming, puzzled, asked, why are you blushing like a teapot? Mature individuals must learn to accept their shortcomings. Why are you shy? Lin Qiye, thoroughly embarrassed, exploded. I'm not shy. Chu Ming, I'm going to be late for class. Chu Ming's smile vanished as he eyed him warily. No, you're not Lin Qiye. The original Lin Qiye was far too kind to curse like that. Who are you really? Lin Qiye shouted, I'll curse you to the ends of the earth. He cradled his head, feeling utterly defeated. This is madness. What the hell is going on? Still cursing? Do you want to remain in this state? Brother, I was just joking. Please don't go overboard. I really can't handle this. In the end, Chu Ming restored him. But it was merely a small act of revenge. Otherwise, Brother Yi might forget the difference between big and small, daring to shrink my coin? This is simply outrageous. In this world, only I, Chu Ming, can find amusement in others. Who dares to make a fool of me? Who? Chu Ming chuckled to himself, satisfied. All right. It's back to normal. Lin Qiye sighed in relief, finally feeling at ease. However, he cast a fearful glance at Chu Ming, silently distancing himself. Brother Ming. Thank you for bringing me out, but I really need to go home now. Chu Ming, confused, looked at Lin Qiye, who was now 50 meters away. What did you say? Nothing. I said, I want to go home. Lin Qiye shouted from 100 meters away. Chu Ming quickly replied, take me with you. Hearing this, Lin Qiye, now 200 meters away, felt a jolt of adrenaline and turned to run. With the enhancement of the Starry Night Dancer, he dashed away like a wild dog, sprinting with all his might until he disappeared from sight. Faster than any syrup could make him. Chu Ming was left bewildered. Is this really necessary? The original Lin Qiye didn't act this dramatically. Something seemed off, more than just a little. Chu Ming's expression turned serious as he pondered the situation. He now harbored grave doubts that this slayer of God's world was not the original. He wasn't just guessing. He had ample reasoning. Firstly, the character design of Lin Qiye was completely off. He resembled a hot-headed brute. Secondly, Team 136 was filled with overly aggressive members, often resorting to tying people up. Moreover, Yi Fan, the esteemed commander of the Night Watch, had publicly lost his temper. That was clearly unreasonable. Finally, even Lin Qiye was spouting curses, exhibiting a volatile temperament. Clearly, all of this was inconsistent with the original narrative. There was a problem. This world undoubtedly had an issue. I must have traversed into a version of the Slayer of God's world that some foolish author had created. Chu Ming nodded thoughtfully, feeling as though he had uncovered the truth. What else could it be? Could it possibly be my fault? That was simply impossible. Embracing the philosophy of blaming others rather than oneself, Chu Ming conveniently overlooked some of his minor flaws as he watched Lin Qiye's departing figure. Chu Ming stroked his chin, a slight smile gracing his lips. Regardless of the circumstances, Brother Yi, you should truly experience the sensation of being pursued by the Nanto serpent demon. He merely intended to frighten Lin Qiye one final time. Under the current conditions, it was highly probable that he could coax him into willingly joining the Night Watch. Chu Ming felt no concern regarding any unforeseen events. After all, a mere pool-level Nanto serpent demon possessed limited combat power, bolstered by the Starry Night Dancer. Lin Qiye could easily dispatch it alone. What could possibly go awry? With that thought in mind, Chu Ming prepared to find a hiding spot, eagerly awaiting the successful culmination of his plans. However, at that moment, a thunderous rumble shook the ground. A cacophony of footsteps and roars grew nearer, becoming increasingly distinct, as if a multitude of soldiers charged towards him from the distance. Chu Ming stood bewildered. What was this commotion? Had the serpent offspring revolted? That shouldn't be the case. Hadn't he ensured they were programmed not to perceive human injuries? Perplexed, Chu Ming dashed out of the alley and gazed toward the source of the sound. In an instant, his pupils constricted. At the end of the street, thousands upon thousands of Nanto serpent demons surged forth in droves, causing chaos and trampling one another, their cries piercing the air as they raced toward him. They are pursuing Lin Qiye. Who is Lin Qiye? Asked someone. Fool. Passers-by are fleeing at the sight of me. Just ask already. Fool. You're the fool. No, you are. All right. Let us cease this quarrel. We are all fools here. They are pursuing Lin Qiye. Chop him into minced meat. Let's make dumplings together. Chu Ming, taken aback, stroked his chin, lost in thought. It seemed he had forgotten something crucial. He had indeed cloned a few of the Nanto serpent demons. System, just a little over 1 million, nothing more. Chu Ming. It appears I am truly forgetful. How could I overlook this? It shall not happen again. It shall not happen again. System. Honestly, I somewhat regret binding with you. Chu Ming furrowed his brow, reminding, listen, my friend, do you not comprehend? In male-oriented narratives, ascension system is a glaring flaw. System, you are akin to a patient afflicted with a grave illness, and I am merely here to bear your burdens. Chu Ming, why did you suddenly appear today? Upon hearing this, the system became incensed. I have not made an appearance for over 50,000 words. If I do not show up soon, readers will forget me. Damn you, useless author. Chu Ming, 6. Meanwhile, beneath the night sky, Lin Qiye sprinted down the street, weaving through the crowd, muttering, I must move. Damn it. I need to relocate. The street was abuzz with activity. teeming with people, a veritable sea of humanity, the noise deafening. Amidst it all, Lin Qiye felt his head might burst. What in the world? Clones. The street is filled with clones. How is this possible? Are they 28 siblings? How did their mother give birth to them? My eyes are failing. It's all an illusion. What is happening here? Why do these people all resemble one another so closely? Stepping outside nearly gave me a heart attack. What do you want? Please, do not approach me. He felt as if death was imminent. To the hospital. To the hospital. Wait. I heard that when someone is on the verge of death, they should be taken to the crematorium. To the crematorium. To the crematorium. Ah, help. Fear not. You shall soon be saved. Where is the crematorium? Where is it? Let me go. You bastards. Observing the man, who merely uttered the word death and was forcibly sent to the crematorium by thousands of mysterious beings, Lin Qiye's lips twitched, a flicker of pity crossing his eyes. This world has truly gone mad. I must relocate. Lin Qiye quickened his pace, desperate to return home. Just then, he seemed to hear someone calling his name. Lin Qiye froze, turning to look. He beheld a throng of dazed individuals moving through the streets, asking everyone they encountered, "Where is Lin Qiye? Where is Lin Qiye? Who is Lin Qiye? Who is he? Chop him up. Chop him into pieces." Lin Qiye, speechless and stunned, was profoundly shocked. In that moment, he began to question whether he truly was insane. Could it be that I have been confined to a mental institution since I was 7 and have never escaped? Everything I see now is merely an illusion. Yes, it must be so. This world cannot be so deranged. Chapter 46. It's over. Things have escalated. Lin Qiye is doomed. Is this the end? In the center of Tsangnan City, atop a high-rise building, Chu Ming stood inverted at the edge of the rooftop. His eyes narrowed as he observed the tumultuous scene below, where clusters of Nantua serpent demons and their offspring wreaked havoc. Rubbing his chin, his expression grave, Chu Ming began to piece together the situation. Previously, he had ordered Li Yifei to produce 1,000,000 serpent offspring, but it was evident that he had inadvertently created a few too many. However, this was inconsequential. The crucial point was that a single Nantua serpent demon could only produce 1 offspring per day. Therefore, to mass produce 1,000,000 serpent offspring in a short period, one would first need to generate 1,000,000 Nantua serpent demons. Chu Ming speculated that the actual number of serpent offspring in Tsangnan City was not that high, only around 3 million. The number of Nantua serpent demons was approximately 2 million, precisely aligning with the figure derived from bloodline tracking. As for why these clone serpent bodies had suddenly revolted, the reason was evident. It was undoubtedly due to Li Yifei's foolishness in shouting out the task details upon receiving the order. His clones overheard him, and thus the mimicking clones began executing the mission to hunt down Lin Qiye. Damn it, how absurd. Who could have anticipated this? Chu Ming supported himself with one hand on the ground, the other stroking his chin, lost in contemplation. Do not question why he stood inverted at the edge of the rooftop. It was entirely normal. With his legs off the ground, the virus was disabled, and his mind became clear. The situation had become chaotic. Chu Ming sought to calm his thoughts and address a significant issue. These clone Nantua serpent demons would only mimic Li Yifei's actions upon seeing him. It is now abundantly clear that the number of these clones has become overwhelmingly excessive, and they have become scattered throughout the city, far removed from Li Yifei. When the original is not present, can these beings, with intelligence inferior to that of authentic clones, truly execute the plans I have meticulously devised? Chu Ming furrowed his brow, his expression grave and unprecedentedly serious as he fixed his gaze upon the streets below. The current state of the streets cannot be described as peaceful, rather. It resembles a chaotic mlang of clamor. Thousands of Nanduo snake demon clones, alongside countless offspring of snake demons and a handful of humans, have congested the thoroughfare to the point of utter inaccessibility. The Nanduo snake demons are bellowing, "Kill Lin Qiye! Kill Lin Qiye!" The offspring of the snake demons echo their cries. "Who is Lin Qiye? Who is Lin Qiye?" The Nanduo snake demons retort, "I don't know." The snake demon offspring reply, "Then why are you calling for his death, you fools?" The Nanduo snake demons challenge, "You dare insult us?" The snake demon offspring retort, "What of it? Go ahead and try us." The absurdity escalates, with threats of seeking out their original to teach them a lesson. Chu Ming finds himself exasperated by the sheer absurdity of the situation. "Uncle Wolf, your inventions are utterly unreliable. If they were not so ludicrous, they would not yield such outrageous outcomes. No wonder joy seems perpetually out of reach." He harbored grave doubts that there must exist a hidden cosmic principle dictating that any of Grey Wolf's inventions would falter at a critical moment, particularly when he is on the verge of consuming a sheep. This has resulted in the fact that while Uncle Wolf's devices are often remarkably powerful, they are equally prone to malfunction. He pondered whether, once Uncle Wolf's bond value reaches 100, he should connect with a deity from another realm. Doraemon, Tomcat, Bald Chong, or perhaps a god from ancient Greece presiding over the abstract? The choice proved to be a perplexing dilemma for Chu Ming. Suddenly, the system interjected, "Brother, stop overthinking. Lin Qiye will die soon." Chu Ming snapped back to reality. "Oh right, I almost forgot the pressing matter at hand." He realized that the clones, based on their chaotic behavior, seemingly retained only the singular mission of pursuing Lin Qiye, and inexplicably, had developed an additional goal of turning him into minced meat. How preposterous. Is this something carbon-based life forms can fathom? Are we at a spring festival? Dumplings, really? Chu Ming could not help but voice his frustrations. Yet time was of the essence. He needed to find Lin Qiye without delay. Otherwise, his brother might very well be turned into dumpling filling by the thousands of Nanduo snake demon clones. Fortunately, although Li Yifei recognized Lin Qiye, these clones evidently did not. Which meant, for the time being, he should still be safe. However, Chu Ming dared not take chances. If something were to happen to him, the consequences would be catastrophic. Chu Ming's heart weighed heavily as he hastily retrieved his phone to call Lin Qiye. Beep beep. "We apologize, but the number you have dialed is not available. Goodbye." It was evident Lin Qiye had hung up instantly. Isn't the voicemail system from Songnan just rude? Fuming, Chu Ming felt the urge to curse, but alas. He was an orphan, left with no choice but to hurl his phone in frustration. "What now?" he mused. "Why are you silent?" He addressed his phone. "I'm just feeling sour," it replied. Chu Ming dismissed it, furrowing his brow as he contemplated other means to locate Lin Qiye. Should he command the clones to assist in the search? Fat chance. He could not trust this mentally challenged group. The moment they were out of his sight, they would devolve into chaos, misinterpreting the original commands in myriad ways. The factory settings of not harming humans, not killing humans, and not witnessing harm to humans could easily be misconstrued as needing to rescue a human on the verge of injury or death. Pure idiocy. Trusting them to complete the task efficiently was akin to believing the author was Qin Shi Huang. In short, attempting to use these clones to locate Lin Qiye was utterly futile and would likely endanger him even further. What to do? Rubbing his temples in thought, pondering deeply. I have a plan. If I cannot find Lin Qiye, then I shall make Lin Qiye seek me out. With the larger pills still active, I can use the controller to alter him into a more human form. He will undoubtedly come looking for me. Chu Ming felt like a genius. However, he resolved to take extra precautions. He first called in Qingyu. "Hello? Brother Fish. Where are you now?" In the sewer, came in Qingyu's calm, yet puzzled voice. "Who is Lin Qiye? Why are you seeking revenge on him?" Chu Ming quickly denied. "My sister has no vendetta against him. I merely want to scare him a little. It's just a prank." And Qingyu replied, "Impossible. This person undoubtedly has a deep-seated grudge against you." Just now, millions of Nanduo snake demon clones charged out, all shouting to hunt down Lin Qiye. "You dare call this a prank? That is not it. They should have another line, right? I want the Nanduo snake demons to ultimately be killed by Lin Qiye." And Qingyu analyzed calmly. "I heard that clearly. You evidently wish to exhaust Lin Qiye." Chu Ming retorted, "How can you be so logically astute?" Chapter 47. Lin Qiye, overwhelmed by mystery, at a loss, what to do, urgently awaiting response. Chu Ming felt a surge of frustration. "I have no time to chat. This is all an accident. I need you to help me find Lin Qiye." And Qingyu teased, "You actually want to kill him yourself? It seems you truly harbor a deep-seated grudge." Chu Ming exclaimed, "I want to save him. Save him. I don't care what method you use. You must find Lin Qiye in the shortest time possible. Then inform me immediately." And Qingyu replied with calm, "What's in it for me?" After a moment's contemplation, Chu Ming offered, upon success, "I will give you the Nanduo snake demon Kuin. And Qingyu responded eagerly, "Deal. I will ensure the task is completed." After a pause, he inquired, "Wait. I don't know Lin Qiye. What are his distinguishing features?" Chu Ming frowned, glancing at the controller in his pocket, and suddenly had a bright idea. "Don't worry. I will make it so you can spot him in a crowd instantly." And Qingyu asked, "Huh? Why? What is so special about this person?" Chu Ming smirked. "This person. His specialty is his specialty. Indeed, he is special." And Qingyu was left bewildered. "Whether you understand or not, just get it done." Click. The call ended. Chu Ming exhaled in relief, scratching his slightly itchy backside with one hand while producing a controller from his pocket, intending to make a slight adjustment for Lin Qiye. In the next instant, whoosh. Chu Ming plummeted from a rooftop nearly 500 meters high. His screams echoed through the air. "Damn, I forgot I was upside down." Moments later, thud. Chu Ming landed on the sidewalk in a disjointed heap, inadvertently crushing several snake demons beneath him. Surrounding him, a throng of Nandu snake demons and their offspring paused in astonishment before hastily gathering to gawk and speculate. What is going on? Where did this person come from? Just like that, poof, he appeared. Has anyone seen my brother? We were both born of a snake demon. Oh. It seems he just got crushed. Oh, good. I thought he had sneaked off to eat something unsavory again. Surely he would choose something better. Of course. I only eat the feces of purebred dogs. Why would I eat that of common mutts? I'm not foolish. Are you out of your mind? Does that even taste good? Then what do you consider tasty? I think girls are more delectable. Chu Ming felt bewildered, as if no coherent words were being spoken around him. As for his right ear, damn it. That is my ear. Don't eat it. Put it down. I command you to release my ear. Nearby, a snake demon offspring quizzically glanced at a third of Chu Ming's head, unhesitatingly tossing the ear into its mouth. Crunching noisily. Why should I listen to you? Crunch, crunch. Do you think you're Chu Ming? Crunch, crunch. Chu Ming. I am Chu Ming. Moreover, do not utter my name outside. The snake demon offspring scoffed. Ha. Chu Ming is a whole person. He wouldn't be all over the ground like this. Crunch, crunch. How dare you impersonate Chu Ming? Do you think I'm foolish? Crunch, crunch. Chu Ming. Snake demon offspring. Crunch, crunch. Chu Ming. What the hell are you saying? Damn it. A bunch of idiots. This is infuriating. Whoosh. Whoosh. Keywords triggered. Countless Nandu snake demons and their offspring turned their solemn gazes toward the scattered Chu Ming. Is he really on the verge of death? Unbelievable. Should we save him? I think he can still be revived. Save him? Crunch, crunch. I can tell at a glance he is not human. Crunch, crunch. How could he be in such pieces yet still speak? What the heck? Could you actually be a genius? A sage. We have a sage among us. Are you an idiot? Sages cannot speak. They cannot speak. Hiss. I'm quite curious about where this pile of remains came from. What is there to be curious about? He just walked over like this. Impossible. He is in pieces. How can that be? I suspect he just walked over bit by bit. Wow. That makes sense. Good grief. A sage. We have another sage among us. Chu Ming. Overwhelmed by fools, utterly at a loss. I'm exhausted. Let us change the scene quickly. I'm truly done for. Chow chow. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye was also engulfed by fools, utterly at a loss. More precisely, he was surrounded by a multitude of snake demon offspring. Thousands of them encircled him, leaving him no avenue for escape. Thousands of eyes fixated on Lin Qiye's chest, where a student ID was prominently displayed, inscribed with the name Lin Qiye. At this moment, Lin Qiye was so anxious he could hardly breathe, utterly bewildered, his expression blank. He was at a loss as to what these snake demons wanted. What the hell? Why is everyone staring at my chest? After a prolonged silence, the first snake demon offspring spoke. What do these three characters say? The second, with a serious face, replied, I don't recognize the last character in Mu Chi. So, are there four characters? Obviously, it's a mistake. This isn't Lin Qiye. Let us go. I told you he wants tea. You wouldn't believe me. With that, a swarm of snake demon offspring instantaneously dispersed like a receding tide. Lin Qiye sighed in relief, drenched in sweat, hurriedly tearing off his student ID, ripping it in half, and stamping it underfoot. Damn it, why does this school require students to wear IDs? I almost forgot to take it off. It nearly cost me my life. Fortunately, these creatures seemed somewhat dim-witted. Just as Lin Qiye prepared to make his escape, a voice suddenly called out from nearby. What the hell? Lin Qiye, what are you doing here? Help me. Lin Qiye, I know you have special abilities. I beg you, save me. Lin Qiye. In the midst of the sea of snakes, this unexpected human cry made Lin Qiye feel a wave of nausea. It was deafening, overwhelming. He stiffly turned his body towards the source of the voice, only to see a few hundred snake demon offspring holding Wang Xiao, frozen mid-run towards the hospital. Huh, why did they stop? Wang Xiao exclaimed, Lin Qiye, help me. Lin Qiye, these creatures are insane. I merely said I was about to collapse, and they insisted on taking me to the hospital. No, I suspect they aren't even human. Help me. Lin Qiye, Wang Xiao shouted excitedly, extending a pleading hand towards Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye, are you trying to get me killed? In the next moment, swish, swish, swish. Countless Nandu snake demons and their offspring turned their attention toward the boy clad in a uniform standing amidst the serpents, following the direction of Wang Xiao's arm. At 18, standing like a pawn, Lin Qiye's eyes twitched, feeling utterly hopeless. I just want to go home. Wang Xiao, puzzled, remarked, Huh? Lin Qiye. They seem to recognize you. Lin Qiye, damn it. Oh, by the way, if anyone doubts that my plot doesn't circle back, rest assured, everything is under control. I have my own rhythm. Just watch and see. And one more thing. Although I typically write 2 chapters a day, they are often around 5,000 words each. So this segment is not me dragging it out. Alright, I'm done. Chapter 48. The Snake Demons. Is this Lin Qiye's transformation truly wondrous? Lin Qiye. That person is definitely Lin Qiye. Huh. What gives him the right to claim that? How can we prove it? Are you foolish? Just ask him. Hello. May I ask if you are Lin Qiye? No. Of course not. His denial indicates he is hiding something. He is Lin Qiye. Kill him. Ah. We've found Lin Qiye. Let us tear him apart. Under Wang Xiao's guidance, thousands of Nandu snake demons erupted into chaos. Countless pairs of slit pupils fixed their bloodthirsty gazes upon Lin Qiye, filled with ferocity and malice. This is truly dire. Lin Qiye's face turned ashen, completely despondent. In this moment, surrounded by nearly 100,000 mysterious beings, even if they were merely illusions, it was an overwhelming predicament. Even when surrounded by 100,000 ordinary people intent on his demise, Lin Qiye felt devoid of any hope for survival. In that moment, the prospect of death loomed ominously. Taking a deep breath, he turned to the bewildered Wang Xiao nearby and stated, "You should be grateful that I am about to meet my end." Wang Xiao, perplexed, responded, "Huh? Why is that?" Lin Qiye replied, "Otherwise, you would be the next to perish." Wang Xiao? At that moment, the streets were teeming with Nantua snake demons, rapidly converging upon Lin Qiye. Without a moment's hesitation, they leapt high into the air, a mass of serpentine bodies hurtling towards him, their sheer numbers blotting out the sun. As darkness descended, realizing there was no escape, Lin Qiye closed his eyes in despair, silently awaiting death. Yet, the anticipated excruciating sensation of being torn apart never came. 1 second, 2 seconds. 3 seconds later, he was startled by the sound of the snake demons debating amongst themselves. Wait, he is a human. We cannot kill him. We must not harm humanity. Panic ensued among the serpents. What do we do? We cannot kill him. Ah, it torments me. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, the snake demons erupted into chaos. Lin Qiye opened his eyes to witness a scene of agony and turmoil among the demons, followed by a series of detonations. In an instant, thousands of Nantua snake demons and their offspring exploded, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a festive celebration as they dissipated into clouds of smoke. A vast expanse of space emerged around him, leaving Lin Qiye in a state of shock. What on earth just happened? Did they self-destruct? Nearby, Wang Xiao stood in stunned silence. Though he was oblivious to the cause, he exclaimed in joy, "Wow, a massive number of them just died. This is fantastic. Lin Qiye, you're alive." But the next moment, he sensed a surge of murderous intent, his smile fading as he turned to see Lin Qiye's eyes ablaze with fury. "Oh, you were joking just now, right?" Wang Xiao stammered, drenched in sweat. Lin Qiye, exasperated, felt a mix of rage and exhaustion. The feeling of having narrowly escaped death left him both relieved and drained. Fortunately, it appeared that the mysterious entities were operating on a single-thread basis, incapable of processing conflicting commands simultaneously, leading to their self-destruction. At least I'm safe for now, Lin Qiye thought, releasing a long sigh of relief. Though a sense of confusion lingered, he couldn't shake the feeling that these beings were not truly alive, but rather products of some technological advancement, exuding an air of artificial ineptitude. Regardless of their nature, he was certain that there was a puppeteer behind the scenes. After all, why else would they so resolutely seek his demise? Who could be orchestrating this madness? Was it the ancient cult that Zhao Kongqing had mentioned? No matter who it was, they must be utterly deranged, forbidding the demons from harming others while simultaneously sending them to kill him. The conflict in their programming was laughably flawed. Am I not human? Lin Qiye mused, overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation. His recent experiences had been so ludicrous that they would elicit scorn even in the realm of web literature. 10 years of insanity coupled with 20 years of a cerebral thrombosis couldn't conjure such absurdity. Ah, forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. For now, I am safe. With a glance at the remaining snake demons still self-destructing around him, Lin Qiye's anxieties began to dissipate. Assuming all would remain well, he decided to head home. However, an unexpected occurrence interrupted his thoughts. Wait, what? As he walked, Lin Qiye felt something amiss, as if the ground beneath him was rising. After a few steps, he could see the balcony of the second floor. A few more steps, and he could see the third-floor balcony. After 5 steps, he inadvertently smashed a 10-meter-high streetlight. Lin Qiye? Stunned, he paused for a moment, then glanced down to see his legs had inexplicably grown to nearly 12 meters long. Chu Ming, have you lost your mind? Realizing who was responsible for this transformation, Lin Qiye was engulfed in a fit of rage, his face burning with indignation. How absurd to suddenly have his lower half elongated while his upper body remained unchanged. What kind of joke is this? At that moment, Wang Xiao's astonished voice broke through from behind. What the hell? Those legs look incredible, but wait. What is going on? Did you only learn half of the method for transformation? Lin Qiye felt a genuine desire for vengeance brewing within him. Yet, before he could react, the multitude of snake demons halted their self-destruction, gazing at Lin Qiye's elongated legs as if contemplating something. Whoa, he has really long legs. Why did his lower half suddenly grow so massive? Did that part grow too? But the disproportion between his upper and lower body is quite absurd. What size shoes would he need for those enormous feet? The focus shifted as the demons realized that Lin Qiye had become something beyond human, an abstraction of sorts. Wait. He is not human. Absolutely impossible for a human to change size like this. With newfound clarity, they declared, we can kill him now. Eliminate Lin Qiye. Destroy Lin Qiye. 3 seconds later, a thunderous roar filled the air, echoing with rage. Chu Ming, I will kill you. On the rooftop. Chu Ming toyed with his controller, a self-satisfied grin on his face as he muttered to himself, to prevent him from being recognized and cornered by the snake demons. I made his legs as long as possible, and to ensure he could run faster, I didn't allow his upper body to grow, thus reducing his weight. With such a prominent target, the chances of Xingyu finding him are greatly increased. Genius. I am truly a genius. If Night Brother knew of my good intentions, he would surely be grateful. Beaming with pride, Chu Ming resolved to share this tale with Lin Qiye, ensuring that he owed him a significant favor for saving his life. Suddenly, he thought he heard a faint growl, as if someone was threatening to kill someone else, although he couldn't discern the words. The fury contained within the roar was palpable. Shaking his head in pity, he mused, that fellow must have really angered someone. The person who offended him is surely doomed. Chapter 49. The Medusa Agent, a serpent woman solves the case. Goodness. Zhao, did you hear a scream? On the rooftop of a high-rise in the Western District. When Qima gazed curiously in a certain direction, Zhao Kongsheng furrowed his brow as he observed the serpent demon below and replied, What noise? You must be mistaken. When Qima frowned, but I truly felt I heard something. It even sounded a bit like Lin Qiye. Zhao Kongsheng scoffed, You must be hearing things. Lin Qiye and that lunatic are locked in the interrogation room, secured with multiple locks and several prohibitive measures. There's no way they could escape. When Qima pondered this and decided not to dwell on it further, he lowered his gaze to the serpent demon below, resuming his observations. After watching for so long, Do you have any insights, Zhao? My head is about to burst, Zhao replied. I feel the same way. However, I have noticed something. What is it? I found that these serpent demons are rather abnormal. I think you're the one who is abnormal. No, hear me out, Zhao Kongsheng said in exasperation. What I mean is, these serpent demons display a mental state reminiscent of Chu Ming. When Qima paused, reflecting on this and realizing it made complete sense, a chilling possibility struck him. Could it be that this mystery was all orchestrated by that brat? Zhao Kongsheng's brow furrowed tightly. I've suspected him for a while. He vanished for several days, and then suddenly this incident occurs. It's too coincidental. But we lack evidence, so we can't act against him yet. When Qimo gasped, What? If it is him, what does he intend to do? Is he seeking revenge on society? Or aiming to annihilate humanity? This is more extreme than the ancient god church. Zhao Kongsheng fell silent, sighing, If it is him, he might just find it amusing. Meanwhile, from their earpieces, Chun Mai's voice echoed, Zhao, Qima, after observing for so long, have you discerned any patterns among these mysteries? Zhao Kongsheng promptly replied, They all seem intent on killing Lin Qiye. Even a fool can see that. What else? Other patterns? Zhao scratched his head. They all seem rather dim-witted. When Qima added, Some of the mysteries are obsessively fixated on making doublings. Shinmai sighed, Forget it. We haven't found any leads on our end either. Let's continue observing for a while. After a brief pause, he continued, Zhao, keep a close watch on your surroundings and be wary of ambushes. We just discovered traces of the ancient god church. The ancient god church? Yes. We stumbled upon some peculiar stones that likely originated from the abilities of the serpent woman. The serpent woman? Chen Mai's tone grew increasingly grave. She recently joined the ancient god church as Medusa's agent, codenamed Serpent Woman, and currently only possesses the pool realm. Zhao Kongsheng and Wen Qima exchanged alarmed glances, then instinctively gazed down at the serpent-bodied monsters below. Serpent Woman, Serpent Demon, Medusa, all share the same grotesque form. Could it be? Is all of this truly a conspiracy of the ancient god church? Zhao Kongsheng exclaimed. Shenmai replied, It is highly probable, but we still lack conclusive evidence. At that moment, a voice filled with a whirlpool-like intensity interrupted. Isn't this already irrefutable evidence? The motives of these serpent demons are glaringly obvious. They wish to kill Lin Qiye. Who but the crazed members of the ancient god church would go to such lengths to eliminate a divine agent? Shenmai fell silent. Indeed, at this moment, all evidence pointed towards the serpent woman, yet he felt something was amiss. Moreover, Shenmai frowned and said, However, even if the serpent woman possesses the ability to produce serpent demons, she is merely at the pool realm. How could she possibly generate 500,000 serpent demons? That seems implausible. The whirlpool voice retorted dismissively, why is that impossible? The divine ruins and the forbidden ruins are not the same. You have no experience with the divine ruins. You cannot fathom their might. Right, Captain? Wang Mian interjected. That doesn't seem right. The whirlpool voice continued. Isn't the strength of Medusa's divine ruins excessively exaggerated? Can a mere pool realm generate such numbers? Zhao Kongqing chimed in. Could it be that the inherent stupidity of these serpent demons is a result of this? Everyone fell silent, contemplating. Zhao Kongqing persisted, moreover. These serpent demons are all incredibly weak, less than 1/5 the strength of the ghost-faced man. An ordinary person like me could easily slay thousands. The group began to grasp it. Zhao Kongqing added, don't forget, these serpent demons cannot harm ordinary people and even exhibit behavior of saving them. This is entirely inconsistent with the style of the ancient god church. Clearly, something is amiss. The realization spread among them. Zhao Kongqing concluded thus. Either the serpent woman is deliberately creating a facade to mislead us, or her low realm is causing her to produce an excessive number of serpent demons, resulting in this side effect. The group collectively understood. What? That makes sense. It actually holds some truth. Surprisingly, I must admit, that is quite insightful. Could it be that Zhao is truly a genius? I firmly believe the evidence is irrefutable. It's definitely the serpent woman behind this. It's terrifying how powerful Medusa's endowment is. I have heard tales that this woman is quite mad and mentally unstable. Perhaps she is indeed capable of such reckless deeds. Why do you say perhaps? What do you mean by that? The whirlpool voice wondered, is it possible he meant Chu Ming? Oh, then it's nothing at all. But wait. Why are you so anxious? Am I anxious? Why would I be anxious? How dare you accuse me without reason? No. I simply don't understand how you deduced I was anxious. You see, you're anxious again. I swear, you are infuriating. Wang Mian hurriedly interjected to interrupt the escalating debate. All right, for now, the suspicion surrounding the serpent woman is indeed the strongest. Hence, our plan must undergo some adjustments. It's not convenient to discuss here. Let us return to the underground space and reconvene in the meeting room to formulate a new strategy. Understood. Did I hear an extra voice? No, that must be your mistake. Oh well then. Damn, the ancient god church is becoming increasingly brazen. To eliminate a divine agent, they would go so far as to wreak havoc in Songnan City. Thankfully, we had the foresight to protect Lin Qiye. 10 minutes later, back in the empty meeting room of the underground space, the group gazed at the deserted surroundings and the forbidden object rope lying on the floor, lost in thought. Have they learned to become invisible? That is possible. They certainly didn't just run away. Captain Shin, this forbidden object rope of yours isn't very effective. It's impossible. This rope, once tied to someone, should secure them tightly. There is no way they could escape unless they could shrink their bodies. Do you think that is possible? Shinmai fell silent for 2 seconds, then sighed. All right, it seems the rope must be defective. Wang Mian also sighed, feeling a headache coming on. This brat escaping now is akin to courting death. The streets are teeming with serpent demons eager to kill him. It's far too dangerous. Shinmai's expression was grave. The most dangerous one is not him. Wang Mian, perplexed, inquired. Then who is it? Shinmai closed his eyes, raised his head, and sighed deeply. Chu Ming has fled as well. The real danger now lies with us. Wang Mian replied, damn, that's true. Zhao Kongqing's face turned exceedingly grim as he turned and pushed the door to leave. I will go retrieve those 2 brats. The others exchanged helpless glances and shook their heads. Let's go. Our current task is to find them first. No, we must locate Lin Qiye first. He is of greater significance. That scoundrel Chu Ming won't die anyway. That makes sense. Damn it, the cursed ancient god church. How audacious they are to attempt to kill Lin Qiye. Foolish snake woman. You'd better not let me catch you, or else I will surely end you. Sweep. Spray bullets with the machine gun. Snake woman, I think we must go rescue Lin Qiye. On the rooftop of a tall building in the western part of the city, Han Xiaoyan spoke gravely to the snake woman beside him. He is a newly emerged divine agent, and the higher-ups are currently trying to win him over. He is in peril now. If we rescue him, who knows what might happen. The snake woman raised an eyebrow, a hint of impatience crossing her enchanting face. How troublesome. I was told merely to investigate the situation in Songnan City. Oh well, if we must save him, having another plaything is quite delightful. For the plot enthusiasts, please do not fret. It may appear chaotic now, but it is merely an illusion created by the wild storyline. Everything is under control, and it will not spiral out of order. Trust the narrative. Additionally, some individuals have remarked that I am too erratic and advised me to write more normally. But I must assert that life is already exhausting. Let the novel be a source of joy. A bit of madness is preferable. Finally, the author is, in fact, a perfectly normal person, extremely stable. Look, I am currently enjoying sweet candy. Sweet, Hee 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 hee. Chapter 50. Snake Woman. Such a splendid mental state. I adore it. It is impossible to avoid stirring the ancient god church in Songnan's current situation. The Snake Woman recalled a high-ranking official's lament she heard before being dispatched at Songnan. Compared to the current Songnan, our ancient god church is relatively peaceful and prosperous. Such frenzied and perverse methods are beyond our capabilities. At that time, the Snake Woman had been somewhat dismissive, thinking the higher-ups were merely exaggerating. In this world, what methods could surpass her own in madness and perversion? Until she arrived in Songnan. She fell silent. She was terrified. She was exhilarated. In short, the Snake Woman was profoundly shocked. After a brief moment of astonishment and panic, she developed a keen interest in the mastermind behind the creation of such numerous serpent demons. This individual was so perverse, she found it quite appealing. Just imagining stepping on him thrilled her. A peculiar flush gradually appeared on the charming face of the Snake Woman, her gaze becoming increasingly unfocused. Han Shaoan, what is this perverse woman thinking again? Han Shaoan was truly speechless. He had zero desire to undertake this task. However, he had no choice. Protecting Snake Woman was the mission assigned to him by the ancient god church, and as a believer, he had no option to refuse. Simultaneously, the higher-ups had given him another task. Upon arriving in Songnan, if an opportunity arose, he could attempt to win over Lin Qiye and Chu Ming. One was a divine agent, and the other was a suspected individual with 3 high-risk forbidden zones, an extraordinary being who could not be killed. Both were talents needed by the ancient god church. Snake Woman, let us hasten our actions and quickly locate Lin Qiye to rescue him. Han Shaoyan reminded helplessly. I hope you understand that this is the higher-up's intention. If there is still time afterward, we may need to find that Chu Ming as well. Upon hearing this, the flush on the Snake Woman's face diminished slightly, and she pouted in displeasure. Fine, how bothersome. Songnan is not entertaining at all. Han Shaoan, if this woman were not the agent of the evil god, he would truly wish to eliminate her on the spot. Just as the two prepared to leave the rooftop, a voice suddenly echoed from nearby. What are you two doing? A man and a woman up on the rooftop at such a late hour? Are you playing Han Xian? This is just a wild battle, right? Be careful not to catch a chill. Oh, and remember to light some mosquito repellent. Otherwise, the mosquitoes will feast on you more than you will on them. Don't ask how I know this. Snake Woman, Han Shaoan. The two exchanged puzzled and wary glances, turning to the source of the voice. They saw, on the opposite rooftop, a striking young man who had appeared there unbeknownst to them, looking at them with a curious expression, like an innocent child filled with wonder. Han Shaoyan and Snake Woman exchanged glances, both recognizing the surprise in each other's eyes. When did this person arrive? They were at the pool realm and the sea realm. Yet they had not noticed him at all. He is certainly not an ordinary individual. Han Shaoyan tightened his grip on his halberd, his eyes narrowing as he asked in a low voice, Who are you? The young man paused. I am the night watchman. Han Shaoyan, Snake Woman, such an honest child. After a moment, Han Shaoyan inquired again. What is your position in the 136th Night Watchman Squad? Chu Ming, I am. Of course, Chu Ming. Are you Zhao Kongqing? Does he possess my level of handsomeness? Han Shaoyan was taken aback. Chu Ming? Snake Woman, bewildered. Is this really him? Neither of them expected to encounter a night watchman in Songnan City under such circumstances. Moreover, one of their targets had been so effortlessly located? No. It was as if the delivery had arrived at their doorstep. This is quite peculiar. Something feels off. It is exceptionally off. Han Shaoyan and Snake Woman observed the seemingly naive Chu Ming with immense vigilance, while cautiously scanning their surroundings. Fearful that a second night watchman might suddenly emerge to deceive or ambush them, 2 old comrades aged 69 combined. Have you finished your questions? Chu Ming blinked his eyes and said, In the spirit of reciprocity, it is now my turn to ask, right? Han Shaoyan narrowed his eyes. What do you wish to ask? I will tell you. It is impossible. I will not disclose any information about our mission. Unless you want to die. Chu Ming was astonished. Huh? You all have a mission? What does that have to do with me? I merely wanted to ask if playing Han Xian on the rooftop is inappropriate. Is it enjoyable to wild battle up here? Han Shaoyan. He turned his expressionless face toward the Snake Woman. This person seems to have some issues. You should handle the communication with him. Snake Woman? What I mean is that your communication skills are superior to mine. I trust you with this matter. The Snake Woman's eyes brightened. Oh. She excitedly licked her rosy lips with her delicate little tongue, looking at Chu Ming with a hint of pathological exhilaration. She quite liked this little fellow's mental state. A strange flush returned to her face as her gaze became increasingly unfocused while staring at Chu Ming. She began, Little brother, you. Chu Ming interrupted her, casting a glance. Wow, you are quite flirtatious. Snake Woman. Chu Ming then turned his gaze to Han Shaoyan, sizing him up with curiosity. You wouldn't be Han Shaoyan, would you? An outer member of the ancient god church? TSK, what a pity. The snake woman is a formal member, not an outer one. Han Xiaoyan, I am a believer. An outer member, not merely an outer one. Snake woman, what does outer mean? Chu Ming continued to scrutinize Han Xiaoyan, his gaze landing on the halberd in his hand, exclaiming, your weapon is quite impressive. If I am not mistaken, this is indeed a halberd, right? Han Xiaoyan clenched his fist, and the snake woman burst into laughter, exclaiming, ha ha ha. A jester, aren't you? Han Xiaoyan? Ha 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 ha. Chu Ming turned to her, his eyes lighting up. So you are the snake woman? Impressive. A jester and a snake. What a perfect match. The smile faded from the snake woman's face. Han Xiaoyan's gaze turned icy. Chu Ming, puzzled, asked, hey, why the silence? Was my joke not amusing? The murderous intent between the two thickened, the snake woman's eyes transforming into slits, ready to unleash her petrifying gaze. Is it that you can't hear me from so far away? Chu Ming furrowed his brow. Fine, I'll come closer. With that, he reached into his pants, adjusting himself left and right, moving up and down. The snake woman's expression shifted dramatically, her excitement rising. Are you aiming that at me? Han Xiaoyan suggested, why don't we just kill him? But in the next moment, their murderous glances turned to shock. Chu Ming, after his adjustments, suddenly found his legs elongating, transforming into two 10-meter-long limbs. He then stepped forward, effortlessly bridging the 8-meter gap between two rooftops. Oops, a bit wider than expected. Allow me to perform a split for you on our first meeting. As long as I wish to walk, the path lies beneath my feet. Han Xiaoyan. The snake woman? What the hell? In her astonishment, the snake woman lost focus and inadvertently met Chu Ming's gaze, causing him to freeze mid-split, effectively meeting his demise. Han Xiaoyan and the snake woman were both left bewildered. Is he here to clown around? No, perhaps a performer of acrobatics. This guy must be out of his mind. Yes, the kind that drools even when cured. But such a splendid state of mind. I find it utterly delightful. Never mind, having such a person in the ancient god church would be troublesome. Let him perish here. Why are you pulling down his pants? Oh my. His legs are so long. I'm just curious if the other parts have changed. Let me climb up and see. Insanity, pure insanity. Chapter 51. Han Xiaoyan's weapon is quite dashing. It must be a long halberd? The snake woman swiftly climbed up Chu Ming's extraordinarily long legs, licking her lips in anticipation. Is it really transformed? Do you like it? I'm so pleased. Suddenly, she jolted awake and looked up to find Chu Ming smiling down at her. Startled, she leaped back, retreating to the rooftop, exclaiming, why you? How are you not dead? Because I'm alive. Chu Ming replied. What? The snake woman was flabbergasted. No, weren't you completely petrified by me? How could a mere trifle possibly undo my petrification? Chu Ming shrugged. I didn't undo anything. I merely returned to life. No big deal. The snake woman blinked in astonishment. The intel was true. He really is immortal. Han Xiaoyan, equally astonished, inquired. Can one really come back to life? What kind of forbidden realm is this? Chu Ming took another step, reaching the rooftop where they stood, casually stating. Forbidden realm sequence 11451. I can certainly live again. Han Xiaoyan's mouth twitched. Where do you get all these forbidden realms? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Ming corrected himself. Oh, I must have misremembered. It might be sequence 10086. No work? Then that means death. Han Xiaoyan pressed. Come on, can't you act normal for once? What is abnormal about me? Chu Ming retorted. The snake woman chimed in. Yeah, what is so strange about him? Han Xiaoyan exclaimed. Am I the one who is abnormal? At that moment, Chu Ming reached into his pants, retrieving a controller for various sized pills, making slight adjustments. In the next second, he swiftly returned to his normal stature. The snake woman gaped, licking her lips. You can control your body size? Absolutely. Chu Ming replied proudly. What is the matter? I'm quite impressive. The snake woman, parched with excitement, asked, can I give it a try? Of course. Chu Ming encouraged. Don't be shy. Yay. The snake woman exclaimed, thrilled. Enough. Han Xiaoyan interjected, frustration clear on his face, as he yanked the drooling snake woman back, glaring at Chu Ming with a mix of fury and wariness. Stop acting like a lunatic here, and don't toy with fools. The snake woman. Han Xiaoyan demanded, speak. What is your true intention for approaching us? To his surprise, Chu Ming's smile faded, and he replied solemnly, my intention is, of course, to get closer to you. The snake woman marveled. Wow. What an intriguing answer. I've learned something new. Han Xiaoyan's demeanor hardened. His fist clenched tightly. Swish. The silver long halberd sliced through the air, suddenly resting against Chu Ming's throat. Han Xiaoyan gritted his teeth. Do you believe I want to kill you? Chu Ming admired the halberd. Your halberd is indeed impressive, but alas. It's rather slender and not very useful. The snake woman laughed heartily. Haha. Little brother, you're quite humorous. Do you think I want to really kill you? I can come back to life. Han Xiaoyan fell silent for 3 seconds, then threw the halberd to the ground, expressionless as he crouched at the rooftop's edge, pulling out a cigarette, lighting it, and taking a deep drag. The wind-up here is quite strong. Chu Ming kindly reminded him, brother, you're in the sea realm. Jumping down from here won't kill you. There's a building over there, over 500 meters tall. You should give it a try. You might just sustain a minor injury. Han Shaoan covered his head and ears, emitting a low, despairing wail. Hey, Chu Ming frowned. Brother, your base has reached too. Even though we're both male, that's tough on your throat. I suggest using the pelvic resonance technique. It 1TB is harsh, but it's alright. I have a friend whose high notes reach 8, that's truly damaging to the voice, akin to a kettle coming to life. The snake woman exclaimed excitedly, wow, that's amazing. Can I meet your friend? I know a bit about music, but my high notes only reach 3. I can sing to 8. Chu Ming nodded. Sure. If you learn from my friend, I guarantee you'll be able to sing to 8. Yes, I love singing high notes. I can't agree with that, personally. My favorite range is actually 13, but sadly, no one has ever sung it for me. I think I can. I'm the representative of Medusa. I have a high talent for high notes. Han Shaoan interjected, can you both stop discussing music? Chu Ming and the snake woman looked at him in surprise. Huh? Were we talking about music? Han Shaoan shouted in exasperation. Aha. Han Shaoan suddenly stood up, glaring with bloodshot eyes, fixating on Chu Ming. Brother. I called you brother. What exactly do you want? What do you want from us? Already reluctant to live, Han Shaoyan now felt utterly exasperated. Damn it, though I, Han Shaoyan, have committed many heinous acts for the ancient god church out of necessity, if possible, let the night watchman punish me through law. What is the meaning of sending a lunatic to torment me? And the one I'm supposed to protect from the ancient god church is also a lunatic. Damn it, 2 lunatics are on the same frequency. One illness atop another. Am I the only sane one here? Suddenly, Han Shaoan came to a realization. Why should he engage with a lunatic? Why follow his line of thinking? He could simply drag the snake woman away, couldn't he? With a newfound clarity. Han Shaoyan's eyes sparkled. He bellowed angrily, I don't care what you want to do. You can stay here and play by yourself. If I speak to you again, I shall use my spear. No, my long spear, Zisha. With that, Han Shaoan seized the snake woman and turned to leave, preparing to jump off a building. The snake woman, infuriated, exclaimed, let go of me. I haven't finished talking to him. You despicable believer. Remove your filthy hands. This is rebellion. This is rebellion. The church's believers devour the Lord. Han Shaoyan did not look back, as if he had made a resolute decision. Chu Ming, with a resigned expression, said, all right, seriously. I actually want to save Lin Qiye. Han Shaoyan's pace slowed. Chu Ming continued, oh, by the way, I also wish to join the ancient god church. Mentioning this made him furious, his face flushed with anger. Damn it, these night watchmen have no manners. Each one more irritable than the last. They tie people up for punishment and display them on the conference table. I can't stand being around these night watchmen for another day. The snake woman furrowed her brows, closely observing Chu Ming's expression, and exclaimed, hey, he doesn't seem to be acting. Han Shaoan paused. Chu Ming added, look at me. A normal person, forced into this state by the night watchmen. I even saved one of their lives before, single-handedly slaying 2 ghost-faced men and the ghost-faced king. Yet they treat me so brutally. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. The snake woman responded with delight. This doesn't seem like an act. Really. I can feel his genuine emotions. Han Shaoyan took a couple of steps back. Chu Ming exclaimed, damn. This evil organization. I can't stay here another day. I must flee. I want to join the ancient god church. No, I also want to help my good brother. Help my night brother escape from this torment. Bring him along to join the ancient god church. Han Shaoyan slowly turned around, his expression wavering. The snake woman inquired, you brother? Who is that? Is it Little Leaf? Chu Ming replied, of course not. It's definitely Lin Qiye. Han Shaoyan's body shook with shock. Are you serious? Suddenly, Chu Ming flashed forward, pressing his spear against Han Shaoyan's throat, smiling as he said, actually, I'm mainly curious about how you use the spear, Zisha. Han Shaoyan. The snake woman blinked. I'm curious too. Han Shaoyan. You guys, at that moment, a tremor, as if the earth itself were shaking, resonated from afar, leaving Han Shaoyan in a state of alarm. Chapter 52. Chu Ming? Why is he beside the ancient god church members? Boom, boom, boom. A series of colossal sounds echoed from the distance, growing ever closer. With each thud, the ground vibrated in response. Han Shaoyan's expression shifted, astonished as he asked, what is that booming sound? The snake woman frowned. Why does it sound like clanking to me? Chu Ming pondered for a moment and ventured. Could it be Kidalong and Kedonkyang? Han Shaoyan, puzzled, asked, who are they? Chu Ming replied, I don't know. Han Shaoyan retorted, then why would you say it's them? Chu Ming explained, because Kidalong goes dong and Chong goes chong. Han Shaoyan. the snake woman. Before the two could recover from this abstract conversation, the booming grew nearer. Suddenly, from the edge of the rooftop, Han Shaoan caught a glimpse of something peculiar in his periphery. Frowning slightly, he looked down and was instantly dumbfounded. Below, on the street, thousands of snake demons were relentlessly pursuing the tall youth. The boy, pale-faced, was desperately sprinting with long strides, pounding his feet on the ground as he muttered, Fortunately, my legs are long. Otherwise, I would have been caught by now. Hey, isn't that my night brother? Chu Ming exclaimed with joy, rushing over to wave and shout. Night brother, I'm over here. It's Chu Ming. How is it going? Aren't long legs useful? No need to thank me. It's what I should do. The running Lin Qiye froze for a moment, looking up in shock as he exclaimed, Thank you so much. Chu Ming waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities. We don't need to say such things between us. We're brothers. Lin Qiye responded, Damn it. I'm done. Without you, I would have been fine. I screw you. The snake woman marveled. Wow. A telegraph operator. Chu Ming's smile gradually faded. Wait, why is he cursing again? Is he really Lin Qiye? I've read the original 3 times, and Night Brother doesn't he have this character? The snake woman questioned, Is he really Lin Qiye? Can Lin Qiye's legs really change size? Is that also a controller? Han Shaoyan's eyelid twitched. He couldn't be bothered to engage with the two lunatics and didn't wish to ponder the mystery of Lin Qiye's long, beautiful legs. He spoke flatly. Now that Lin Qiye has conveniently appeared, we just need to rescue him, and our task will be nearly complete. Everything will soon come to an end. With that, Han Shaoyan prepared to leap down to save him. Just then, a few startled exclamations arose from the rooftop across the street. Old Zhao, I see Lin Qiye. Wow, he is so tall. Wait, look at the rooftop opposite. There is someone. Han Shaoyan, the Han Shaoyan from the ancient god church. Hiss. And the woman beside him is the snake woman, right? Just as I thought. It's her doing. Now they are caught red-handed. Wait, Chu Ming. How is he with the ancient god church members? Could it be we have a traitor among us? Huh. Chu Ming, is this even possible? Aren't you too extreme? Shut up, you fool. Indeed, standing opposite was the entire 136 squad and the masked squad. Seeing Chu Ming among the two members of the ancient god church was like watching a husky blend into a pack of wolves. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Wang Mian, his expression vacant, reached to wipe the sweat from his forehead, only to find it on his mask. He murmured, The situation is becoming increasingly complex. Chu Ming also muttered, What do we do now? The scene fell into a sudden silence. A group stared at each other, unable to speak for a long while. Just then, the thousands of snake demons that had been pursuing Lin Qiye suddenly stopped in unison, lifting their heads in surprise to gaze at Chu Ming. Seeing this, Lin Qiye hesitated, halting his steps, panting heavily while casting a perplexed glance at the snake demons. In the next moment, the snake demons erupted into a frenzy of excited howls. Leader? Did I hear the name of the leader? On the rooftop. On that rooftop. Look. Leader. I see our leader. The leader is amazing. The leader is amazing. Shut up. Did you forget the leader's orders? You're not allowed to mention his name outside. Oh, sorry, I forgot. The leader is amazing. The leader is amazing. The leader is amazing. The leader is beyond us. The leader is amazing. The clamorous roars surged like a tsunami, deafening and resounding through the heavens. Everyone present was left utterly astonished. Suddenly, Zhao Kongqing raised his hand and pointed fiercely at the snake woman beside Chu Ming on the opposite rooftop, his eyes wide with fury. It's her. It's her. It's definitely her. The snake woman looked bewildered. Chu Ming responded in disbelief. Hey, seriously. All I wanted was to write something related to music. What is the problem? I aspire to hit high notes of 8, even learn to reach 13. What is wrong with that? Do I have some sort of musical virus? Why are you blocking me? Huh? Chapter 53 Zhao Kongqing declared, There is only one truth. Everything points to the snake woman. Following Zhao Kongqing's finger, Chun Mai and Wang Mian, along with others, turned their gazes in unison toward the snake woman on the opposite rooftop. Their eyes were filled with 8 parts certainty, 2 parts suspicion, and 99 parts fury. The snake woman appeared utterly confused. Who are they calling the leader? Who is he pointing at? Who are they looking at? Han Shaoyan was puzzled. It can't possibly be me, right? Chu Ming was equally baffled. It can't be me, can it? The snake woman was dumbfounded. Huh? Then who is it? Chu Ming smiled gently and patted her head, saying, Of course it's you, silly. Huh? Me? The snake woman's gaze was lost. Her mind short-circuiting. Why me? What have I done? Chu Ming replied with a smile. If it's not you, then could it possibly be me? Huh? No. That doesn't seem right. The snake woman gradually panicked. No. I'm innocent. I haven't done anything. Chu Ming reassured her. It's okay. It's only those who wrong you that truly know how delightful it is, right? They understand how wronged you are. The snake woman nodded vigorously. Yes. Yes. I'm truly innocent. Humph. Innocent? Chu Ming suddenly stepped back, creating a significant distance between them, angrily pointing at her. Everyone says it's you. How can I trust you? Downstairs, countless snake demons followed his figure with fervent gazes. Seeing this, the crowd exhibited expressions of confusion, letting out a soft gasp. Chu Ming hurriedly rushed over to stand close to the snake woman. But, personally, I still believe in you. The snake woman? The gazes of the snake demon shifted back. The crowd narrowed their eyes slightly, nodding in affirmation. The snake woman's face flushed. What are you doing? Chu Ming retorted. What business is it of yours? It's not like I'm doing anything to you. The snake woman appeared disappointed. Oh, fine. Chu Ming remarked. I find you rather abnormal. The snake woman questioned. And you are normal? Han Shao's eyes widened in disbelief. He would be afraid. Is this for real? Save him. You should save me first. This guy is insane. Chun Mai and the others were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances. What is going on? Is Han Shao also mad? No, from what I understand. He must have gone mad due to Chu Ming's influence, right? Oh, that makes sense. How typical of him. Damn, this little brat is truly a natural-born undercover genius. As they pondered, they looked at Han Xiaoyun with a mix of pity. At this moment, the snake woman finally began to grasp the situation, her enchanting eyes widening. You all don't suspect that these snake demons are all my doing, do you? Huh? How could that be? Chu Ming scoffed. Your reaction time is slower than Fan Xiaoqin's, and he considered clever. The snake woman was baffled. Huh? Who is Fan Xiaoqin? Chu Ming replied. Never mind. It's not important. I was complimenting you. The snake woman asked. Huh? Is that so? Chu Ming frowned, sensing something was amiss. This peculiar woman seemed rather daft, quite unlike her portrayal in the original narrative. He couldn't help but glance at Han Shaoan, whispering, Brother Yun. How long has this woman been with our ancient god church? Han Shaoan replied flatly, about 10 days. The higher-ups will surely regret it. After a pause, he added, and where's your mother? Ignoring the latter comment, Chu Ming's expression became enlightened. According to this calculation, the snake woman had only been with the ancient god church for a little over 5 months by the time she was first introduced in the original story. Now, she was merely a novice, which explained her blend of abnormality and Na'vi foolishness. The snake woman? The snake demon? Han Xiaojun couldn't help but cast a doubtful glance at the snake woman. Could it truly be her? The snake demons in Sangnan City had only appeared a few days ago, and the snake woman had joined the ancient god church shortly after. In just 10 days, they hadn't fully grasped all her abilities. After all, every deity has but one agent, and no one knew what powers Medusa would bestow upon her. Could she genuinely possess the ability to produce snake demons in such quantities or exhibit extraordinary fertility? Han Shaoan found it difficult not to harbor suspicions. After all, everything seemed far too coincidental. If the snake woman truly was the instigator, what could be her motive for concealing everything and joining the ancient god church? The more he pondered, the more troubled he became, narrowing his eyes at the snake woman. What is going on with you? The snake woman grew anxious. It's not me. I'm being framed. Someone is framing me. Chu Ming frowned in thought. Then who could it be? The snake woman exclaimed. Right. Who is framing me? A silence fell over the scene for 2 seconds. The snake woman's mind began to clear. Vaguely realizing something was off, Chu Ming interrupted her spellcasting. You're innocent. You must be wrong. Chu Ming raised his voice triumphantly. The leader? The leader of the snake demons is actually the snake woman? Is that even possible? The leader of that group of snake demons is her. Chu Ming shouted at the top of his lungs. Did you hear that? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Chun Mai and the others changed completely. Did you hear that? Chu Ming is calling for help. He claims that the leader of the snake demons is none other than the snake woman. They heard it loud and clear. There's no misunderstanding now. Prepare to take action. Just rush over to rescue him. After all, Chu Ming won't die. Why are you yelling so loudly? The snake woman was left dizzy and confused once again. Chu Ming smiled gently, his voice hoarse. Isn't this helping you seek justice? Silly. Oh, thank you. The serpent woman scratched her head, overwhelmed by the chaos, her thoughts a muddled haze. At that moment, she glimpsed Chenmai and the others on the opposite rooftop gradually unleashing their suppressed fury, their murderous intent boiling as they prepared to charge. The serpent woman's expression shifted dramatically, and she cast a pleading glance at Han Shaoan. You are my bodyguard. Yun Go. Save me. They are slandering me. Han Shaoan furrowed his brow, hesitating. Although the serpent woman was highly suspect, there was no absolute evidence against her. Should he not take her back first? However, just as he was about to offer aid, a commotion erupted below as hundreds of thousands of serpent demons began to murmur excitedly, whispering amongst themselves. What does the leader mean? I don't understand. The serpent woman? He claims our leader is the serpent woman? It must be the one the leader is holding. She is indeed our leader. No, the leader said she is the leader. She is our leader. The serpent woman is our leader. The serpent woman is amazing. The serpent demons quickly reached a consensus and began to chant in unison. The serpent woman is extraordinary. The serpent woman is extraordinary. The serpent woman steps on me. The serpent woman wears black stockings. Is that even 4 words? Does it matter? All that matters is that the serpent woman is extraordinary. Han Shaoan silently withdrew. His vigilance heightened and anger simmering as he glared at the serpent woman, grasping his spear tightly, slowly retreating. What further explanation do you have? Chapter 54 Li Yifei, haha. Chu Ming sent me to hunt you down. So many people, huh? This doesn't seem right. The serpent woman stood frozen, her face blank, her mouth slightly agape. Utterly dumbfounded. Chu Ming sighed, feeling helpless. There is no way around it. I initially intended to help you argue your case, but the evidence is irrefutable now. And I'm powerless. The serpent woman was on the verge of tears. Thank you. You are a good person, but I am truly not their leader. I am not. Chu Ming, how do you prove that? The serpent woman. Chu Ming, right. The evidence is conclusive. Why not just admit it? The serpent woman, no, I am truly not. Chu Ming, how do you prove that? The serpent woman. The serpent woman fell silent, feeling wronged, her eyes gradually reddening as tears began to well up. I am not. Whoa. Buzz buzz buzz. At that moment, a strange yet clear sound suddenly emanated from not far below the rooftop. Everyone paused. Turning in unison towards the source of the sound, they beheld a large drone, which had mysteriously flown above the street, hovering at the height of the 10th floor. Directly above Lin Qiye. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Where did this drone come from? Were there others nearby? Chen Mai and Wang Mian immediately became vigilant, scanning their surroundings. At that moment, the drone speaker crackled to life within Qing Yu's voice. Lin Qiye? You must be Lin Qiye. I finally found you. Lin Qiye looked up, bewildered and uncertain, staring at the drone. What on earth was this? And Qing Yu's voice rang out again. Not going to admit it? That's fine. I know it's you even if you don't say it. Who else could be so tall? TSK, I really want to dissect you. Lin Qiye, is there anyone normal here? And Qing Yu, not going to speak? Whatever, I found you, and my mission is complete. I just need to give that neurotic mastermind a call to report, and everything will be over. Huh? A neurotic mastermind? Chen Mai and Wang Mian's expressions hardened. The serpent woman wailed, it's not me. I swear it's not me. This is a misunderstanding. Zhao Conqing sneered. There are only 2 half-crazed individuals present. Not you? Then it must be Chu Ming, right? Xuanhua interjected, right? So who is the half? Rose patted his shoulder. He misspoke. It's fine. You can keep playing. Xuanhua looked puzzled. Huh? The serpent woman broke down. Why am I being wronged? Why? In the next instant, Chu Ming's phone began to ring. Is this your excuse for dismemberment? If you could do it all over again, would you still chop me up? The crowd? Eyes turned in unison towards Chu Ming, filled with suspicion. Chu Ming, is this your excuse for dismemberment? If you could do it all over again, would you still gnaw on me? The crowd's gazes grew even more dubious. Chu Ming, the serpent woman, your phone is ringing. Chu Ming, no, it's not. The serpent woman, but. Chu Ming frowned. What? Do you think I'm the mastermind? You suspect me? The serpent woman's expression changed. No, I don't. You can't be. Chu Ming smiled. Then that's good. The serpent woman, with a sorrowful face. But who is the mastermind? Chu Ming shrugged. How would I know? Could it be me? In the next moment, and Qing Yu's voice echoed. Strange, why has Ti answered the phone for so long? Didn't Ti hear it? The crowd. Chu Ming. The serpent woman was dumbfounded. Huh? This? Lin Qiye was furious. Could it be? Chu Ming's mouth twitched as he helplessly took out his phone. The crowd. Speaker. Chu Ming. Wait a moment. Shaking his head in resignation. He pressed the answer and speaker buttons on his phone. The crowd held their breath in anticipation. Phone. Hello. Are you interested in purchasing an excavator? The crowd. Chu Ming. Get lost. Phone. Sure thing, bro. Chu Ming spread his hands. Just a telemarketing call. Utterly nonsensical. The crowd exhaled in relief. Is this your excuse for dismemberment? If you could do it all over again, would you still chop me up? Suddenly, a ring-own pierced the night sky again. This time, it was the serpent woman's phone. The crowd. The serpent woman. Chu Ming. Tasteful. The crowd glared at the serpent woman, yelling, Speaker. I'll put it on speaker. The serpent woman. Feeling wronged, pressed the answer and speaker buttons without hesitation. In the next moment, the scene erupted as the drone and the phone simultaneously rang within Qing Yu's voice. Oh? It's connected. I must have dialed the wrong number earlier. Reporting to Lady Serpent, I found Lin Qiye. The serpent woman's expression stiffened. Haha. The crowd burst into laughter, casting cold glares at her. Desperate, The serpent woman shouted at the phone. Who the hell are you? Do I know you? Drone and phone. Yesterday, you called me little fishy, and now you don't recognize me? All right. I now have fishy proof. The serpent woman? I'll fish you out. Zhao Kongqing sneered. She is panicking. Xuanhua. Who is panicking? Where? Rose. Not talking about you. Xuanhua. Oh, that is fine. The serpent woman. Who is it that is framing me? Chu Ming. Please save me. Whoa. Chu Ming smiled slightly, about to say something. Suddenly, a heavy and rapid footfall echoed from down the street. In a blink, amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, a creature with a human head and a serpent body charged forth, grinning at Lin Qiye. Ha ha ha. Lin Qiye. Finally found you. Chu Ming sent me to kill you. Ha 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 ha. Lin Qiye. The serpent woman. Ah? The crowd. Chu Ming was at a loss for words. Why has this fool arrived at such a time? Indeed, the newcomer was Li Yifei. Chapter 55, Li Yifei exclaimed. The leader is Chu Ming. No, wait, it's the serpent maiden. Haha. Lin Qiye, I've searched for you throughout the night and finally found you. At last, I can fulfill Chu Ming's assassination task. Ha ha ha. Li Yifei, or rather the true form of the Nandu serpent demon, came to a halt 10 meters away from Lin Qiye, a sinister grin plastered across his face. Lin Qiye responded with amusement. The Nandu serpent demon continued to cackle. Lin Qiye, amused. The Nandu serpent demon's smile vanished. What do you mean? Why aren't you afraid? Lin Qiye, with a stoic expression, replied, Do you not see? Is your presence even necessary here? The Nandu serpent demon paused, glancing behind Lin Qiye, where countless other serpent demons stood, identical to it. The Nandu serpent demon's mouth twitched in irritation. I am different from them. I am of the pool realm. Lin Qiye, can you defeat hundreds of thousands of them? Nandu serpent demon. Lin Qiye, then why are you posturing? The Nandu serpent demon's facade cracked. You insolent fool. Do you dare to threaten me? Lin Qiye, expressionless, pointed upward. The entire 136th team and the masked team are watching you. Are you not moved? The Nandu serpent demon scoffed. What nonsense are you spouting? The 136th team, perhaps, but the masked team? Do you know how formidable they are? They wouldn't come to this miserable place unless they were out of their minds. Lin Qiye regarded it with pity. The Nandu serpent demon, puzzled for a moment. Sensed a wave of killing intent from above, its expression shifting as it instinctively looked up. Wang Mian, Xuanwu, Rose, Tianping, and Yue Gui, the Nandu serpent demon. Haha, good evening. Are you here to admire the moon? Or perhaps the serpents? Ahaha, since you're silent, I'll take my leave. Wang Mian spoke coldly. No, you cannot leave. The Nandu serpent demon froze mid-turn, glancing back with a smile that had turned into a grimace. Captain Wang, is there something you need? Shinmai squinted. Fixated on it. Pool realm? Are you the progenitor? The Nandu serpent demon's expression shifted. I am not. How could I possibly be the progenitor? Wang Mian. Then why are you of the pool realm? The Nandu serpent demon widened its eyes. Captain Wang, you don't believe him, do you? Wang Mian nodded. I do. I wholeheartedly believe. Nandu serpent demon. Chu Ming interjected. What old trope is this? Should I be drinking chicken soup now? Suddenly, the Nandu serpent demon turned towards another rooftop, its eyes alight. Leader, you are here too? What a coincidence. Chu Ming nudged the serpent maiden with his elbow. I was calling you. The serpent maiden looked bewildered. Huh? Me? Han Shaon remarked. It just said that Chu Ming was calling you. Did it not? Chu Ming frowned. No. It never called my name. Are your ears defective? How could you mishear this? The Nandu serpent demon excitedly waved its hands. Leader. Lord Chu Ming. Look at me. The crowd exchanged increasingly bewildered glances. Chu Ming stared incredulously at the Nandu serpent demon. What is wrong with your intelligence? Wasn't it supposed to be high in the original text? Nandu serpent demon. Huh? Chu Ming fumed. Are you out of your mind? Do I even know you? What is your name? Nandu serpent demon. My name is Li Yifei. Chu Ming. Who is Li Yifei? I don't know you at all. The Nandu serpent demon gaped in disbelief. Leader, how can you say this? Just yesterday, you called me little serpent, and now you don't even know who I am? Fine, I want to show my face again. The crowd furrowed their brows, deep in thought. Chu Ming, you are also a simpleton. The serpent maiden exclaimed. This sounds so familiar. Could it be? Chu Ming, the serpent maiden gasped. Could it be? It's also maligning you. Chu Ming, exhilarated. Oh, you too are a simpleton. The Nandu serpent demon grew frantic. No, my leader is clearly Chu Ming. I haven't misremembered. At this moment, the countless serpent demons, unable to contain themselves any longer, glared furiously at the Nandu serpent demon and simultaneously began to curse. Are you out of your mind? Our leader is clearly the serpent maiden. What is this nonsense about Chu Ming? 114,514? The Nandu serpent demon stared in disbelief at them. Are you revolting? You are the one revolting. How can you not recognize the serpent maiden? 114,514. Who else could it be? Leader. Kill the traitor. 114,514. The Nandu serpent demon was dumbfounded. Stunned for 2 seconds, then slowly lifted its gaze to Chu Ming. What is happening, leader? What is wrong with them? It's one thing to misidentify the leader, but to insult me as a traitor? Chu Ming's gaze turned icy. They speak the truth. The Nandu serpent demon? Once again. It froze for 10 seconds. As realization dawned on the Nandu serpent demon, its expression shifted. Ah, yes. I remember now. My leader is the serpent maiden. It is she. It cannot be Chu Ming. Please do not misunderstand. Silence. A pin could be heard dropping in the stillness. The crowd's peculiar gazes flitted between Chu Ming and the Nandu serpent demon, deep in contemplation. The Nandu serpent demon, bewildered, asked, "Why are you all silent? My leader is truly not Chu Ming. You must believe me." The crowd's expressions grew even more peculiar. Chu Ming, amused, said, all right, you from the opposite rooftop?" Chun Mai and Wang Mian exchanged glances and began to whisper. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that it truly is Chu Ming? That seems unlikely. All evidence points towards the serpent maiden. However, this newly appeared simpleton serpent demon, could this be a deliberate frame-up? There is a possibility, but it might also be improbable. And there could be another possibility. Are you talking nonsense? Zhao Conching furrowed his brow, engaged in a mental storm, carefully analyzing. His gaze piercing as he remarked, I believe there is an 80% chance this is a deliberate frame-up by the serpent maiden. The crowd turned to face him in unison. At this moment, all evidence pointed towards her. An incredibly tight logical chain had formed. This was irrefutable. The crowd nodded slightly in agreement. Thus, in light of such compelling evidence, the sudden appearance of a new serpent demon shouting that Chu Ming was the leader. Does that make sense? The crowd shook their heads. It was unreasonable, absolutely unreasonable. Zhao Concheng let out a cold laugh, decisively stating, therefore, I conclude, this scene is most likely a scheme orchestrated by the serpent maiden to frame Chu Ming. The crowd suddenly understood. They found no fault in this reasoning. Chapter 56, in a dreamlike state. Someone provided me with irrefutable evidence that Chu Ming is the mastermind behind it all. Wow, that's reasonable. So reasonable. Old Zhao, you are magnificent. Incredible. Absolutely stunning. A master of deduction. Impressive, impressive. This time we can uncover the true mastermind. Old Zhao has truly made a significant contribution. The crowd praised him profusely, astonished to discover Zhao Concheng possessed such remarkable deductive abilities. The serpent maiden was left dumbfounded. Huh? Isn't this a presumption of guilt? Isn't that illegal? Chu Ming gently remarked, Fool, we are members of the ancient divine church. We are not bound by the law. The serpent woman responded, Ah, that's right. This is indeed illegal. Chu Ming, bewildered, replied, So what if it's illegal? Do you expect us to follow the law? Have you lost your mind? We are part of the ancient divine church. The serpent woman faltered, Huh? That doesn't seem quite right, does it? Chu Ming furrowed his brow, his tone rising sharply. What is wrong with that? Do you wish to abide by the law? Do you aspire to be righteous? Do you desire to become a guardian? Do you wish to betray the ancient divine church? The serpent woman, terrified, exclaimed, No, I never intended to be a traitor. Chu Ming, with a serious demeanor, inquired, Then will you obey the law? The serpent woman shook her head vigorously. I will not. Absolutely not. From now on, I shall be a good person who breaks the law. Chu Ming smiled, nodding in approval. Good, very enlightened. So their reasoning just now was quite reasonable, wasn't it? The serpent woman nodded earnestly. Indeed. How could it be wrong? Chu Ming smiled gently. Exactly. That's the right attitude. Han Shaoan scratched his head, feeling an itch as if he were beginning to think more clearly. For a moment, he found himself agreeing with Chu Ming. What was this guy's background? No, something felt off about Chu Ming. Meanwhile, the Nantua serpent demon raised her arms and proclaimed, Everyone, please do not misunderstand. My leader is truly the serpent woman. She did not send me to frame Chu Ming. No, absolutely not. Han Shaoan squinted, sighing. It seems I've been overthinking it. The serpent woman is indeed the serpent woman. The gazes from Chun Mai and others toward the serpent woman became increasingly convinced. At this moment, the evidence was irrefutable. She was left speechless. Suddenly, a ringtone echoed. The crowd collectively groaned. Is this ever going to end? Han Shaoyan pulled out his phone, apologizing. Sorry, I need to take this call. The crowd responded. Is now really the time for you to be answering calls? Have you been infected by Chu Ming's abstract ideas? What they did not know was that this call was imperative for Han Shaoan. As the caller was one of the 3 oldest deities of the ancient divine church, murmur. The call connected swiftly, and Murmur's soft, elegant voice resonated. Everything happening in Songnan is orchestrated by Chu Ming. Just now, someone named Yu provided me with solid evidence. Han Xiaoyan was struck dumb. What? Chu. Murmur continued. However, you cannot disclose that it was Chu Ming's doing. Shift the blame onto the serpent woman. What? What did you say? Han Xiaoyan was once again taken aback. Chu Ming, looking perplexed, asked, what is going on? Are you calling my name? It's fine. I called you a beast. Han Xiaoyan casually dismissed him, too incredulous to engage. Are you serious? Why? Han Xiaoyan stood in shock, repeatedly glancing at the caller ID, utterly bewildered, struggling to believe it was truly Murmur speaking. Why was this happening? Was Murmur losing it too? Had the entire world gone mad? Was he the only rational one left? Murmur's voice chimed in again. There is a reason for my actions. Let me explain. Chu Ming, a mere vessel, has created millions of serpentine demons, all of the same kind. This alone is sufficient to prove that his forbidden realm is of exceedingly high danger. Furthermore, he possesses immortality, the ability to control the spectral kings, and the power to alter his size at will, each ability more exaggerated than the last. Regardless of whether he is the owner of a forbidden realm or if all these abilities are bestowed upon him by an unknown forbidden realm, it matters not. What is clear is that Chu Ming's potential is unparalleled. He may surpass many divine agents, at least even more than the serpent woman. Do you understand? Han Xiaoyan listened in stunned silence, gradually coming to a realization. The implication from Murmur was evident. The serpent woman was to take the fall for everything, shielding Chu Ming from blame. Consequently, Chu Ming would owe a favor to the ancient divine church, potentially securing his allegiance in the future. Murmur added, I understand Chu Ming's mental state. He is incompatible with the Guardians. Han Xiaoyan nodded, whispering yes. Chu Ming mentioned that he is often tied up by Team 136 and showcased like a trophy. He seems quite displeased. Murmur continued, thus, I believe our chances of winning him over are quite high. What harm is there in doing him a favor? Han Xiaoyan, sweating profusely, replied, but that favor seems rather considerable, does it not? Murmur smiled, isn't that just perfect? Han Xiaoyan had no retort. Murmur added, however, there is no need to sacrifice the serpent woman. Bring her back. After all, she is a divine agent and holds significant value, since the blame is on her. Should anything arise in the future, we can always discard her. Han Xiaoyan sighed in resignation, understood. Chu Ming interjected, what did you understand? Han Xiaoyan stuttered, Murmur prompted, what? Chu Ming complained, can you hurry up with the call? Do you think you're a knight, impervious to interruptions during transformation? If not for my delay, Wang Mian and the others would have charged in to handle you. Han Xiaoyan was taken aback. Murmur laughed, how amusing. Chu Ming glanced at the phone screen. Hey? ISNT that Chen earn you? Murmur inquired, what? Han Xiaoyan was confused, what? Chu Ming chuckled, did you not know? Murmur's real name is Chun Erniu. Haha, what a name. Trying to sound elegant, haha. Brother Erniu, so graceful. Murmur commanded, kill him. Han Xiaoyan exclaimed, huh? Murmur repeated, I said, kill him. Han Xiaoyan protested. But I can't kill him. Murmur exploded with rage, I demand you kill him. Chu Ming, puzzled, remarked, what has got you all worked up? If you were a defense system, I'd have been invincible by now. The system quipped, child, you are invincible. Give up, go die somewhere. What is this nonsense? Chu Ming retorted, why are you also breaking down? The system responded. Murmur persisted in his fury, kill everyone who has heard that name. Eradicate them all. Han Xiaoyan gasped, huh? Do I have to do it too? The serpent woman quickly covered her ears. I heard nothing. Nothing at all. Murmur snapped, I curse you. With that, Chu Ming snatched the phone, hung up, and powered it off, leaving Murmur in a fit of rage. He then patted Han Xiaoyan's shoulder, don't mind him. He is just reactive. Let us proceed with his earlier instructions. Han Xiaoyan, dazed, asked, he told me to kill you? Chu Ming corrected him, that was the previous instruction. Han Xiaoyan replied, oh, but it seems he has changed his mind. Chu Ming sighed, are you an idiot? Can you trust the boss's angry words? Let me tell you. If you believe it, you're done for. If you fail to complete his true task, he will undoubtedly shift the blame onto you. Han Xiaoyan, but, muttering, he doesn't seem like the type to shift blame. Chu Ming, what was his last command? Han Xiaoyan, shift the blame to the snake woman. Chu Ming, damn it. Keep your voice down. Han Xiaoyan quickly covered his mouth, apologizing. Oh, my bad, brother. I understand now. Thanks to you. I nearly caused a disaster. Chu Ming smiled. No need to mention it. The snake woman looked confused. Shift blame? What does that mean? Chu Ming, it's nothing. The esteemed Lord Mu just called to say that you performed admirably this time. He will put on a show for you later. Snake woman. Oh, really? Chu Ming frowned. Do you think I would deceive you? The snake woman shook her head rapidly. No. I absolutely trust you. You're the only one who believes me. Chu Ming smiled and nodded. That's right. I truly am a wonderful person. He scratched his head, feeling a bit befuddled. Han Xiaoyan mirrored the gesture, his mind also feeling fuzzy. Chu Ming looked at the duo with satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the crowd on the opposite rooftop. He scoffed. What are you all staring at? We've been chatting for ages, and you're still not taking action? What kind of nonsensical plot is this? There's no logic at all. Zhao Kongqing's eye twitched. Didn't you just tell us not to move? Honging added. Yeah. You said you had your own rhythm and told us to wait and watch. Xuanhua, are you out of your mind? Chu Ming, is this your first day here? Xuanhua, Captain, should we consider apprehending him as a traitor? He is clearly siding with the followers of the ancient god cult. The evidence is undeniable. Wang Mian, let me think about it. At that moment, Han Xiaoyan raised his voice. Everyone, I just received a call from the higher-ups of the ancient god cult regarding the true mastermind behind all of this. They already have solid evidence. The crowd was taken aback, turning to him in unison. The snake woman exclaimed joyfully, Great. Who is it? Clear my name. Chu Ming wore a smile. Han Xiaoyan, indeed. The mastermind is none other than Chu Ming. Chapter 57 Chu Ming. What if everything that has transpired is part of my grand design? Chu Ming's smile vanished. The snake woman was taken aback, panicking. Huh? What are you saying? It can't possibly be him. Absolutely not. Han Xiaoyan looked at her with pity. The snake woman. What else with that look? In the next moment, Zhao Kongqing's mocking laughter echoed. Chu Ming? Your superiors claim the true mastermind is Chu Ming? Do you think I believe that? Chen Mai and Wang Mian also wore expressions devoid of emotion, their gazes towards Han Xiaoyan filled with derision. Just moments ago, they had a hint of uncertainty. But now, the evidence was irrefutable. They were openly slandering Chu Ming. Such a lowly tactic, it was painfully obvious. Chu Ming's smile resurfaced. Han Xiaoyan was quite the naive one. Hong Ying indignantly stated, You are all being excessively cruel. Chu Ming is already foolish enough. Yet, you still resort to such underhanded slander. It's outrageous. Chu Ming's smile vanished once more. The snake woman sighed with relief. Laughing. I told you it was Chu Ming. Han Xiaoyan's gaze grew more sympathetic. Silly child, truly foolish. The snake woman protested. How am I foolish? Han Xiaoyan, why are you standing there? Run. The snake woman. Huh? Boom, boom, boom. On the opposite rooftop, waves of forbidden energy erupted violently. Kill. Kill the snake woman. Save Chu Ming. Kill. Xuanhua, keep your voice down. You're hurting my ears. You think I care? Kill. The snake woman. You shall die. Chen Mai and Wang Mian led a vigorous charge towards this side, no longer hesitating, intent on claiming the snake woman's head. Zhao Kongqing, what? How am I supposed to get across? I can't fly. In midair, Xuanhua turned in confusion. Just unleash your forbidden power and jump over. Zhao Kongqing, are you out of your mind? Xuanhua. At that moment, whoosh, 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 fierce gusts of wind suddenly appeared out of thin air. Instantly, a 10-mile radius was engulfed in howling winds, the skies darkening. In midair, Chen Mai and Wang Mian found their figures violently swaying, their expressions shifting. Hong Ying gasped. Forbidden Sequence 079. Great Wind Disaster. Chu Ming shouted, No. This is tornado destroying the parking lot. Han Xiaoyan, forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with a lunatic. Han Xiaoyan controlled the tempest, pulling the snake woman upwards, exerting force with his legs. And the two soared into the night sky, riding the wind. Huh? We're taking off. The snake woman exclaimed. Then quickly turned to Chu Ming on the rooftop. Chu Ming, wait for me. I will find you. Thank you. I am truly grateful today. The whole world is slandering me, but you believe in me. You really are my savior. Sob, sob, sob. Chu Ming smiled. No need for thanks, really. Damn. They're trying to escape. Don't let them get away. Chase. Chase them. Kill. 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 Chen Mai and Wang Mian were burning with rage, battling against the gale as they pursued. Moments later, the fierce winds gradually subsided. The scene quieted significantly, as hundreds of thousands of serpent demons were blown away by the wind. Is this the sea realm? Chu Ming sighed, shaking his head, then glanced down at the disoriented Nanduo serpent demon. Little serpent, what are you still doing here? The Nanduo serpent demon struggled to lift its head, locking eyes with Chu Ming, and in an instant, comprehended his intent. The next second, it suddenly surged forward, charging towards Lin Qiye. Kill. Lin Qiye? On the opposite rooftop, Zhao Kongqing, witnessing this scene, was taken aback, immediately disregarding his dizziness, picking up a knife, and preparing to leap down to save someone. However, what happened next shocked Zhao Kongqing to his core. He saw the Nanduo serpent demon swiftly reach Lin Qiye, extending its sharp claws, and in one swift motion, severed half of its own neck. Lin Qiye? Blood gushed from the Nanduo serpent demon's neck like a fountain, yet it paid no heed. Roaring at Lin Qiye, kill me. Lin Qiye was stunned. Nanduo serpent demon, kill me. Otherwise, I will kill you. Lin Qiye, what kind of request is that? Nanduo Serpent Demon, I don't care. Hurry, kill me. Lin Qiye, no, weren't you the one chasing me? Nanduo Serpent Demon, exactly. Catch up to you, then have you kill me. Lin Qiye, are you insane? Is there anyone normal here? Seeing Lin Qiye frozen in place, the Nanduo Serpent Demon grew anxious and lunged at him with a claw. Kill. Lin Qiye was startled, almost instinctively dodging the attack, then subconsciously threw a punch. The Nanduo Serpent Demon did not evade, allowing the blow to strike its head, a relieved smile gracing its lips. My mission is complete. Bang! With a muffled sound, the head of the Nanduo Serpent Demon was struck down by Lin Qiye with a single punch, rolling lifelessly onto the ground. Lin Qiye gazed at the severed body of the Serpent Demon sprawled on the ground, then glanced at his own fist. Feeling utterly perplexed, how could such an abstract form of self-destruction exist? Before he could ponder further, in the next instant, a part of Lin Qiye's body unexpectedly elongated. With impeccable timing, it collided with the head of the Nanduo Serpent Demon, akin to a game of billiards. With a resounding crack, the head rapidly rolled away, traveling several meters before fortuitously landing at the entrance of a sewer. The manhole cover above had just been dislodged by Han Xiaoyan's great wind disaster. Everything transpired with uncanny precision. Lin Qiye, dazed for 3 seconds, raised his head in fury. Chu Ming. Chu Ming quickly adjusted the situation, scratching his head sheepishly. Haha. Accidental touch. It's easy to misfire when it's tucked away. Lin Qiye sighed. Forget it. Why argue with a fool? Ah. This night drags on endlessly. When will I return home? Zhao Kongsheng watched in astonishment. Is this truly self-destruction? Why? Chu Ming sighed. I don't know. Perhaps life has been unkind. Poor serpent, it shall never slither again. Zhao Kongsheng retorted. You, just forget it. Why argue with a madman? Chu Ming gazed towards the sewer entrance, his expression contemplative, letting out a long sigh. The world mocks my madness, yet I laugh at their inability to see through it. Zhao Kongsheng interjected. What are you pretending to be profound for? What does it have to do with you? Chu Ming shrugged. Indeed. What does it have to do with me? Zhao Kongsheng snapped. If it has no bearing, then be silent. Chu Ming shot him a glance. Old Zhao. If I were to say that all of this was part of my grand scheme, and that you all are mere pawns in my game, would you believe me? Zhao Kongsheng scoffed. Believe what? That you were abducted by the ancient god sect? Spare me. My head is already spinning. How do you lack even a hint of humor? Get lost. All right then. Lin Qiye said. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Chu Ming's expression shifted slightly, and he hastily exclaimed. Hey, don't go. Night brother, with this world so perilous, aren't you considering joining the night watch? Zhao Kongsheng interjected. What nonsense. Everyone has already said they don't want to join. What on earth do you want? I'll tell you this. Your plan to break Lin Qiye out isn't over yet. Prepare to be punished. Lin Qiye paused, appearing to hesitate. Slowly turning around, he inquired. If I join you, can I still hit him? Zhao Kongsheng replied. Theoretically, yes. Lin Qiye's lips involuntarily curled into a wild grin. Meanwhile, unnoticed in the sewer, and Qingyu approached slowly, picking up the head of the Nanduo Serpent Demon. Furrowing his brow, could it truly be as coincidental as he claimed? He raised his head, peering through the sewer entrance, his gaze fortuitously locking with Chu Ming, who stood atop a building. Chu Ming smiled subtly and discreetly gave him the middle finger. And Qingyu paused, muttering to himself, what kind of cerebral structure is this? I really want to dissect it. Chapter 58. Everything returns to the original trajectory. I, Chu Ming, am a genius. Thanks to the speed advantage of Great Wind Disaster, Han Xiaoyan managed to escape the pursuit of Chun Mai and others, retreating into a remote mountain forest outside the city, accompanied by the Serpent Woman. What in the world is happening? Han Xiaoyan felt utterly numb, his head pounding. After years of navigating life's tempests, he considered himself seasoned enough to remain composed in any situation. Yet today, he realized he was still too young. The chaos just witnessed was akin to a scene where Kuan traversed into SpongeBob's realm, entangled in a jellyfish-catching escapade, only to end up with a massive basketball instead, leading to an impromptu performance that was simply too beautiful to behold. Amidst such overwhelming and chaotic information, who could function normally? It was a miracle not to combust on the spot. Why did it feel as though Chu Ming was deliberately stirring the waters? Han Xiaoyan stroked his chin, deep in thought. Little man, despicable follower. His musings were interrupted as he turned to see the Serpent Woman, seething with rage, and immediately felt a headache coming on. Calm down. I had no intention of framing Chu Ming. The Serpent Woman retorted furiously. Why should you frame him? Why claim he is the mastermind? Han Xiaoyan replied. I'm framing you. The Serpent Woman fumed. Yes, you're even framing me. You dare claim you're not a petty person? Han Xiaoyan clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to strike her, gritting his teeth. Can you not remain calm? Have you not realized that you've been brainwashed by Chu Ming? Damn it, that little brat was definitely a schemer. I almost got ensnared by him. The serpent woman blazed with fury. You dare slander him further? You wish to sow discord between us? How utterly outrageous. Han Xiao sighed. I'm exhausted. Let it all end. Everyone is accusing me. Even our own is suspecting I'm the culprit, feeling utterly wronged. The serpent woman seethed. Only Chu Ming has never doubted me. If he isn't a good person, who is? No. I must leave the ancient god sect and seek him out. No one shall stop me. Han Xiaoyan thought. This person is done for. Finally, everything returned to its rightful course. On the way back to the office, Chu Ming couldn't help but feel gratified, his heart swelling with satisfaction, knowing that all his plans had come to fruition. Although there were minor hiccups along the way that necessitated several adjustments, the outcome was ultimately favorable. Lin Qiye voluntarily joined Team 136. The non-Tuo serpent demon had been slain by him, and Qingyu had obtained the head. The serpent woman, having served her purpose, had successfully escaped, and it was unlikely to disrupt the subsequent narrative. At this moment, everything seemed to have returned to the original trajectory of the story. Simultaneously, he had emerged unscathed, without any repercussions. Was there anything amiss? If I, Chu Ming, am not a genius, who is? Perfect. The only flaw lies in the Thai pills. Chu Ming reveled in his triumph. By the way, how should the remaining serpent demons in the city be dealt with? Lin Qiye suddenly spoke. Should we still eliminate them one by one? That sounds tedious. Zhao Concheng glanced at him, indifferent. Whatever. The serpent woman, the instigator, has already left Songnan. The number of serpent demons shouldn't increase any further. We'll eventually eradicate them all. Lin Qiye nodded in agreement. That's true. Chu Ming interjected. I believe otherwise. Zhao Concheng retorted. When the adults are speaking, children should not interrupt. Chu Ming protested. What's wrong? Why can't I interject? I enjoy interjecting. If I didn't I wouldn't even feel like it. Lin Qiye asked. So, when can we hit him? Zhao Concheng replied. Don't rush. I'm eager to. Chu Ming insisted. No, I'm serious. I actually have a plan to swiftly eliminate all the serpent demons in Songnan. Zhao Concheng and Lin Qiye exchanged dubious glances, their expressions filled with skepticism, unable to muster a shred of trust. Chu Ming was at a loss for words. Why is it so hard to believe me? Zhao Concheng wore a serious expression. It's not that you are untrustworthy. Rather, you seem to be somewhat unwell. Lin Qiye interjected. Not only is he unwell, but he is also, a paratrooper. Chu Ming inquired. Why are you calling me a paratrooper? Lin Qiye replied. I was merely aiming for rhyme. Chu Ming retorted. You insult me for the sake of rhyme. Igniting a fire within my heart. Zhao Concheng, at a loss for words, exclaimed. Stop the nonsense. Speak plainly. Chu Ming responded. All right, my idea is quite simple. Those snake demons, upon seeing Night Brother as a human, will explode on the spot. So, if we take Night Brother for a stroll around the city, we can easily eliminate all the snake demons, right? Zhao Concheng paused, suddenly enlightened. Oh, yes. We just need to take Lin Qiye for a spin. Lin Qiye was perplexed. Huh? Chu Ming laughed heartily. The genius who conceived this idea is truly remarkable. Without further ado, let's go, old Zhao. We shall take Night Brother for a stroll. Lin Qiye exclaimed. Wait, am I now a human snake repellent? Little did Lin Qiye anticipate that his first task as a night watchman would be so mundane, abstract, and humiliating. Nevertheless, he reconciled with it. For the protection of his family was paramount. Indeed, this was the true reason Lin Qiye chose to join the Night Watch. The world was undeniably terrifying. Without the Night Watch's protection, he felt utterly powerless to safeguard his loved ones. If, on a fateful day, he were absent from home and his aunt and Jean encountered danger, how could he protect them? Would he leave it to Little Black to defend them? Ridiculous. Strolling down the street, Lin Qiye gazed at the vast moonlit sky, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Perhaps joining the Night Watch was his destined path. Let us go? Bitter smiler. There are still plenty of snake demons over there. Old Zhao, when can we strike them? Patience, you must first fulfill your task. Under the veil of night, the three wandered aimlessly through the streets, their banter filling the air, amidst the backdrop of incessantly exploding snake demons, creating a strangely warm scene. As they passed a manhole cover, Chu Ming cast a glance at it, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Little fish, can you resist temptation? Somewhere in the drainage system, a perplexing machine defied the principles of material conservation. Qingyu tenderly caressed the control panel of the cloning machine. As gentle as one might stroke a lover's hand, his eyes brimming with fervor and reluctance. Compared to the head of the Nandu snake demon, he yearned far more for this miraculous machine. Yet, he understood that Chu Ming would never part with it. After spending so long together, it's hard to let go as Chu Ming prepares to take you away. How about we elope? If you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent. Cloning machine, Chapter 59. Gaining a new ability from Wolfuncle. Can Chu Ming enter the green pastures? In the Divine Psychiatric Hospital, within the underground prison, Lin Qiye observed the exhilarated Nandu snake demon in its cell, deep in thought. Are you Li Yifei? No. To be precise, Li Yifei is my second personality. He was previously unaware of my existence. In his consciousness, he is merely an ordinary high school student. Why are you explaining all this to me? I fear you might kill me. Lin Qiye rubbed his temples, overwhelmed by countless questions, unsure where to begin. Why do you insist that I kill you? It's merely the leader's task. Do you not find this task absurd? It is indeed somewhat absurd, but the leader must have his reasons. Lin Qiye fell silent, gazing at the Nandu snake demon, whose face was marked by conviction and a hint of fervor. He could not help but recall certain legal programs he had watched recently. The victims brainwashed by their organizations displayed similar expressions when mentioning their leader. Have you been brainwashed? Lin Qiye could not resist asking. The Nandu snake demon's expression shifted dramatically, eyes wide with disbelief. What do you mean? Are you doubting my leader? Or attempting to sow discord? It scoffed derisively. You do not understand my loyalty, nor the greatness of my leader. You will never comprehend. Lin Qiye, suppressing the urge to slay the snake, took a deep breath and inquired again. So, who exactly is your leader, the snake woman or Chu Ming? The Nandu snake demon regarded him as if he were a fool. Do I look more like a snake or a human? Lin Qiye replied, you resemble a beast. The Nandu snake demon retorted, hey, you have a keen eye. You noticed that? Lin Qiye pondered. Since you and Chu Ming are similar species, his suspicion is quite substantial. The Nandu snake demon? It was stunned for a moment, then infuriated. Do not attempt to pry information from me. I warn you. Warn me? Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow in surprise. He was the master of this hospital, capable of controlling its life and death. Did this snake demon truly not comprehend its place? The Nandu snake demon insisted. I warn you. Immediately have me sign a labor contract. I wish to become your laborer. Whatever you say, I will comply. Exploit me. Ruthlessly exploit me. Otherwise what? Otherwise, you shall never uncover the truth behind this snake demon incident. If you do not allow me to be your laborer, I will resort to drastic measures. You were severely brainwashed. Are you still trying to sow discord? Do you believe I would truly resort to drastic measures? Lin Qiye stroked his chin, lost in thought. How long could this brainwashed state endure? Once separated from the one who brainwashed it, it likely would not last long, right? Perhaps he could do something to help it, or rather, to help Li Yifei regain his sanity? If so, would he soon uncover the true truth? After much contemplation, Lin Qiye ultimately had the Nandu snake demon sign a labor agreement even more exploitative than the original text. Thus, the first caregiver of the Divine Psychiatric Hospital was born. The Nandu snake demon quickly transformed back into Li Yifei, looking at the blue caregiver uniform adorning him, his face alight with excitement. Huh? The leader did not deceive me. I truly have become a caregiver of the divine. Lin Qiye narrowed his eyes, seemingly calm, yet a storm brewed within him. The mastermind appeared to know of the Divine Psychiatric Hospital's existence. Was their initial intent to make Li Yifei a caregiver at a psychiatric hospital? That seemed improbable. What significance could that hold? The crucial point was that both the Nandu snake demon and Li Yifei had foolishly divulged much information to him. Was it intentional or accidental? Lin Qiye's mind swirled with questions, struggling to comprehend the situation. He sensed that everything unfolding during this period felt like an elaborate scheme, an enormous and perplexing plot. One laden with ambiguity and confusion. Who could the mastermind be? The snake woman? Chu Ming? Yet, neither of them seemed particularly clever. How could they orchestrate such a vast scheme, turning Songnan City upside down, only to conclude peacefully? Could there be another party involved? Regardless of the circumstances, what Lin Qiye could ascertain was that the intellect of this hidden mastermind was undoubtedly far superior to that of ordinary individuals. In Songnan City, such high intelligence was indeed a rarity. In the late hours of the night, within the underground space of the peace office, Chu Ming, confined alone in the interrogation room, surveyed the empty chamber with a mood steeped in frustration. What have I done wrong? Clearly, it was old Zhao who erred. All of this turmoil is because I chose to save him. Otherwise, would I need to go through such convoluted efforts to mend the storyline? Yes, the fault lies with old Zhao. Why am I being punished? This is unjust. I believe old Zhao should be imprisoned as well. If you continue to disregard my dignity, do you not believe I would genuinely join the ancient God Church? Do you believe it? After shouting for quite some time without receiving any response, Chu Ming could only curse under his breath in resignation. Bored, he began to toy with a high-level gaming device when a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to hastily open the system panel. Host, Chu Ming, Realm. Late stage of the T-Realm. Abilities, Infinite Recovery, Immortality, Conceptual Research. Lightning Form. Current connected world. The world of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. Currently bound deity, Big Big Wolf. Deity introduction. Deity, Big Big Wolf. Divinity, God of concepts, abilities, power of contemplation, conceptual research, infinite recovery, immortality, infinite willpower, extraordinary insight, genius form, wolf king form. Divine form, bond value. 28. Upon reaching 100, can summon this deity. Hint, 2 chances to draw deity abilities. Wow, I have amassed so much already? Chu Ming was elated. He had almost forgotten about the system amidst his recent busyness. The last time he checked the panel, the bond value was merely 17. To his surprise, in just over 10 days, it had risen to 28. It made sense, considering the abundance of the holders of forbidden ruins surrounding him during this time. Especially the masked team, whose strength was formidable and whose realms were increasingly elevated. These past few days had provided Chu Ming with ample opportunities to absorb energy. Otherwise, why would he willingly remain shackled in the conference room? Did they truly think he couldn't escape? He was far too astute for that. And today? Why did he embrace the snake woman? Did they think it was merely out of desire? Wasn't it rather to absorb the energy from the divine ruins? Honestly, indulging in everything would only lead to their demise. In this light, arriving at the training camp was indeed a delightful prospect. And the anticipation of battling the masked team was growing ever stronger. With the night deepening, it was the perfect opportunity to make a move. A smile crept across Chu Ming's lips as he commanded, Lao Tong, let us initiate a draw. Please, I beg you, act a bit more rational. The author isn't rational. How can you expect me to be? Are you unwell, or am I? Beep. Extracting the abilities of the deity Big Big Wolf. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Wolf King unit transition. Wolf King unit transition, a characteristic of the unit transition, regardless of what transpired in the previous episode, what injuries were sustained, or where one may find themselves. In the next episode, Big Big Wolf will recover entirely and will most likely return to the Wolf Castle. The host can use mental energy to manifest the Wolf Castle mark, and the marked location will be designated as Wolf Castle. Hiss. What is the difference between this ability and conceptual recovery? Chu Ming furrowed his brow, slightly puzzled. Aren't they both about transition recovery? If the host is confined in an indestructible iron cage and submerged in the depths of the sea, can you escape with your current abilities? That depends on the circumstances. First, clarify what makes the iron cage indestructible. If it were submerged for 100 years, would it corrode? If not, what material is it made from? If Earth were to perish, would it still exist? If the universe were to come to an end, would it still? Are you out of your mind? Do you understand what it means to be meticulous? You're the one going mad. Oh, I get it. Chu Ming suddenly realized, his face lighting up with joy. With this unit transition ability, even if I were locked in an indestructible cage at the bottom of the sea, in the next chapter, I would return to the Wolf Castle and restore all my states. Incredible. Hee, what indestructible cage? Clarify, what material is it made from? Are you arguing with me? Stop it. I'm in deep thought. Chu Ming exclaimed, suddenly sensing that after this lottery draw, his mental realm had astonishingly broken through to the pool realm. But that wasn't the most significant part. The key was, in his mind, that expanse of verdant grassland, which had existed for over a decade, that had once appeared hazy, like a distant television screen, now suddenly became crystal clear. It felt as if it were right before him, transforming into a tangible world. Could it be? Chu Ming swallowed hard, a bold notion surfacing in his mind. Could I enter it now? And by the way, the author's sexual orientation is perfectly normal, so please act accordingly. Chapter 60, Entering the Grassland. I find Red Wolf still quite captivating, as the host's mental power and the bond value with the currently bound deity increase. The integration with the connected world also improves. Once the integration reaches a certain level, the host can condense a mental entity and briefly enter that world. The higher the integration, the longer the mental entity can remain in that world, and the greater the impact it can have on that world. Current integration, 5. The host can enter the Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf world for 5 minutes daily, and currently, the host's spiritual entity cannot cause any substantial impact on that world. Only the sound of speech can be heard by beings of that world. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Chu Ming fell into contemplation. Having bound Lao Tong for so long, this little gadget had such an incredible function? Why had it never informed him before? It had been secretive and stingy. You've bound me for so long. How many times have you actually used me? Huh, how many times? Are you even ashamed to ask? Wait, what kind of tone is that? It sounds like we're an unhappily married couple in midlife crisis. You're the one going mad. I want to enter. With that, Chu Ming willed himself, and his consciousness abruptly faded to black before he found himself immersed in the world of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. System. Really, I don't understand. What is wrong with me wanting to emerge from the desert? Why interrupt me? 3 times. A full 3 times. Is this not pure bullying of the system? You, sob. I'm just a child of 3,005,000 months. Why must I be bound to him? Why? Wah. Swish. Chu Ming opened his eyes, curiously surveying his surroundings. Before him lay a dim, eerie forest, filled with towering trees, each one appearing menacing with gnarled branches and faces that seemed to leer, creating a terrifying atmosphere. Clearly, this was the forest across the river from the grassland. Why have I been brought here? Chu Ming, slightly disappointed, murmured to himself about seeking out the lazy Emperor of Heaven. He had no time to ponder further and hurriedly sprinted along the only path beneath his feet, plunging deeper into the forest. With only 5 minutes to spare, he could not afford to waste a single moment. After approximately 2 minutes of frantic running, a massive, dilapidated, and eerie castle suddenly loomed before him, its entrance marked by a wolf's claw emblem. This was the birthplace of Uncle Wolf. Chu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rushed to knock on the door, only to have his arm pass straight through it. He almost forgot that he was now in a spiritual form. How convenient. Is Uncle Wolf home? Sister-in-law. Are you there? If not, I shall enter. Chu Ming grinned before sliding into the grand hall of the castle. He glanced around but found no one, save for a lone figure, a humanoid wolf wearing a tattered hat and bearing a scar across his face, who approached the door with a look of confusion. Peering outside, he muttered to himself, did someone just speak at the door? No, you must have misheard. Oh? The expression on Grey Wolf's face shifted. Suspicion edged across his features as he scanned the surroundings, attempting to locate the source of the voice. Who's there? It's me. Who are you? I'm Chu Ming. Who is Chu Ming? It's me. Grey Wolf was baffled, his vigilance heightened as he scrutinized the area, ready to activate the castle's defense system. He harbored grave suspicions that a mischievous lamb had infiltrated the castle to play tricks on him. It must be that wretched slow lamb, who has concocted some invisibility invention. Never mind that. I have limited time and need to discuss something important. Uncle Wolf, is your wife home? Grey Wolf's wariness surged as he shouted. What do you want? Calm down, Uncle Wolf. I just need a minute to talk to your sister-in-law. Just 1 minute will suffice. Tomorrow, I'll bring you some lamb meat. I warn you, if you dare harm my wife. At that moment, Red Wolf appeared, yawning and holding a frying pan as she emerged from a room. Observing Grey Wolf standing at the door, she asked, Darling, what are you doing here? Why aren't you out catching lambs? Grey Wolf's expression changed dramatically. Wife, you need to leave. It's dangerous here. Chu Ming, brimming with joy, exclaimed, Found you. Haha, I've long desired to obtain you. With that, he charged towards Red Wolf. No, the antidote. Who is speaking? Red Wolf queried, puzzled. 3 seconds later, Chu Ming, thoroughly satisfied, found his consciousness returning to the interrogation room. A smile gracing his lips as he looked at the frying pan in his hands. At last, I have acquired the legendary frying pan. What did you think he wished to obtain? All those with impure thoughts should reflect on their actions. It appears that, as I suspected, upon entering the green pasture world, I can envelop an item with my spiritual energy and bring it back to the real world. However, the consumption of this spiritual energy is rather significant. Chu Ming felt lightheaded, as if he had overexerted himself. Bringing back just a frying pan nearly drained him of all his spiritual energy. More formidable items, such as Uncle Wolf's extraordinary inventions, would likely be beyond his current spiritual capacity. But that is all right. If I cannot bring them back from the pool realm, I shall wait until I reach the river realm. If that fails, I will wait for the sea realm. In that case, all I need to do is establish good relations with Uncle Wolf and Brother Shizi, and when my spiritual energy is sufficient, I can trade with them. 3 gene of lamb meat in exchange for a customized extraordinary invention should be quite reasonable, right? Chu Ming thought eagerly, feeling that life was becoming increasingly promising. Although he possessed Uncle Wolf's conceptual-level research abilities, he was still constrained by his spiritual energy and could not act as freely as Uncle Wolf. Moreover, the ability's consumption of spiritual energy was indeed substantial, as it involved creating something from nothing. Trading for an item with Uncle Wolf would undoubtedly require less spiritual energy than crafting one himself. This was akin to providing me with another avenue to attain extraordinary items. Chu Ming nodded in satisfaction, glancing down at the frying pan in his hands with delight. Red Wolf's frying pan, seemingly unremarkable, was capable of launching Grey Wolf into the sky without sustaining any damage. Its strength was self-evident. In the real world, it would undoubtedly be a formidable weapon. I wonder how it compares to the Starblade forged by the Queen Mother of the West, or against Wang Mianzi Yuan. Chu Ming mused, momentarily lost in thought. However, he had no means to conduct an experiment at present. Resolved, he decided not to dwell on it further. With a thought, he once again called upon the system. Am I not able to draw a power once more? Grant me my wish. What's wrong? I'm in trouble. Who did this? Speak. I promise to assist you. Don't be shy. Just spill it. Alas, what a misfortune. Forget it. Let us just make do. Can I draw? Draw? Congratulations. You have drawn a new ability, personal space. Personal space, an animated character trait. It provides a storage space of unknown dimensions that allows one to retrieve any item from within their body or behind them. Current space size, 100 cubic meters. The size of the personal space expands with the host's spiritual capacity. Oh, this is excellent. Chu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. With a mere thought, the frying pan in his hand vanished, reappearing within his personal space. Excellent. This round has yielded abundant rewards. With 2 extraordinary abilities in the frying pan, it seems I will find plenty of amusement in the training camp. Chapter 61. Chao Yuan. I don't wield a sword, yet this person can still drive me insane? How is that possible? The following morning, after a night of diligent work, Master Lin finally exterminated all 99 snake demons in Songnan City. According to the bloodline trace, only a little over 2,000 of these mysterious snake demons remained, likely hidden in various corners of the city. These remaining snake demons will be entrusted to Team 136. We have other tasks to attend to, so we must take our leave now. At the Peace Affairs office, Wang Mian, smiling, addressed Chun Mai and the others in a relaxed tone. Although this mission was not flawlessly executed, we at least identified the root cause, and fortunately, there were no civilian casualties. All in all, it was a narrow escape. I am very pleased to have collaborated with Team 136 and eagerly anticipate our next partnership. Nearby, Xianzhu, Rose, Yuan Gang, and others wore smiles, appearing relieved, as if they were celebrating a festival. Chinmai politely responded, "Thank you for your hard work. I too look forward to our next collaboration with your mass team." Wang Mian reflected, "Indeed, having spent so many days together, I find it difficult to part with you all." "I feel the same way," Chinmai replied. "Next time, we must collaborate again." "Absolutely." Chinmai? All right. I promise next time." The two exchanged pleasantries, their reluctant farewells filled with warmth, showcasing the camaraderie and affection within the Night Watchers. This truly embodied the core principle of fostering communication and collaboration among the teams, striving to create a harmonious environment. Chu Ming, observing from the side, was deeply moved and couldn't help but interject, "Captain Wang, since you're so reluctant to part, why not stay and have a meal together before leaving? I would also love to spend a bit more time with everyone." Captain Wang's smile abruptly faltered. The expressions of Xuanhua, Rose, Yuan Gang, and others shifted dramatically, as though they had just heard a terrifying tale, and they instinctively turned to flee. "Goodbye. Until next time. Run fast, don't look back. If I come to Songnan again, I swear I'll be a dog." In the blink of an eye, the group vanished from sight. Chu Ming, after a brief silence, turned to Chinmai and pouted, "This special team isn't very impressive, is it? Just a few 100,000 lamp boundary snake demons. And they're scared out of their wits?" The others paid him no heed, shaking their heads with resigned sighs before heading towards the underground space. Alas, once again, he felt isolated. Chu Ming, feeling a bit aggrieved, glanced at Lin Qiye, who was sitting on the ground, and said, "Brother Yi, don't you think so? Lin Qiye, are you asleep?" "Ah, youth is indeed a blessing. One can simply fall asleep at a moment's notice." Chu Ming sighed, contemplating Lin Qiye for a moment before slowly extending his hand. With a flicker of thought, a black wolf claw imprint materialized in his palm. The Wolf Fortress mark signifies its designated location, the Wolf Fortress. Moreover, after a cooling period of 10 days postmarking, it can be cancelled at any time and reassigned to another location. It's a unique ability. To reason, no matter the damage inflicted upon the Wolf Fortress in each episode, even if it were completely destroyed, it would remain intact in the next. So, if I were to mark the entirety of Songnan City as Wolf Fortress, would it not mean that Songnan City could never cease to exist? System, basic operations are essential. To reason, this is indeed the case, but the Wolf Fortress mark is a manifestation of the host's mental strength, meaning that the range you can mark depends on the intensity of your mental power. Currently, the maximum area you can mark is only within a radius of 1 kilometer, far from encompassing the entirety of Songnan City. No matter, after the training camp, I believe I will achieve that. A subtle smile crept upon Chu Ming's lips as he gazed at the exhausted Lin Qiye, silently resolving, "For now, I intend to mark the Wolf Fortress mark on Brother Yi, ensuring that we shall never be apart. Are you from Nantong?" I'm merely concerned that he might suddenly vanish, causing the narrative to collapse. This way, I can rescue him at any moment, you see? I don't understand. I only know that your actions may drive him mad. Do you look down upon our friendship? Chu Ming, uninterested in the banter, tiptoed over to Lin Qiye and gently tapped him on the forehead. Smack. Lin Qiye stirred awake, the wolf claw imprint on his forehead gradually fading. A look of confusion on his face. What's wrong? Did something happen? Chu Ming smiled. Nothing. Just thought you were sleeping so soundly that I'd let you wake up to enjoy a second round of slumber. Lin Qiye? Chu Ming, with a touch of concern. This way, you can sleep twice as well. Lin Qiye, feeling a sense of despair. Brother, I've been up all night. Can't you let me rest a bit? Chu Ming's expression shifted. Why should I let you sleep? You're not from Nanyang? Are you hoping for Beiqiao? Lin Qiye. Haha, just joking. Sleep as you wish, it's all good. Thank you, brother. No need for formality. Lin Qiye slowly closed his eyes, quickly slipping back into dreamland. Qiye, Qiye. Hong Ying's voice suddenly rang out. Your room has been tidied up. You can go sleep there. If you're not used to it, there's my villa. What's with that look? Lin Qiye's gaze was filled with deep resentment. Chu Ming waved his hand. It's all right. The kid is just a bit cranky in the morning. Oh, by the way, Sister Hong Ying, is the room for you the same one I used before? Hong Ying paused. Yes. Why? Chu Ming squinted. When you were tidying up, did you happen to find Lu Gui's paper? Hong Ying. What's that? Good. Good. No need for it. What's Lu Gui's paper? A relic? Never mind. I was just pondering a profound historical question. What question? Tell me. How could someone from Wei leave the character gene on Lu Gui's paper? Indeed. That is quite profound. Right? There is another historical conundrum I've been mulling over. Is Naliang's fate aligned with Beiqiao, or is it a case of Horu? Oh my, who would have guessed that you, looking so eccentric, actually delve into history? Brother Chu Ming, you truly surprised me today. Lin Qiye. Hong Ying, you're really foolish, truly. Time. Just like the author's typing speed, it accelerates. Unbeknownst to them, the annual training camp for the Night Watchers was about to commence. At this moment, atop Juhua Mountain, within a meditation room, Master Chao Yuan, on your journey to Tsangnan, you will encounter not only a noble person, but also a peculiar individual. Chao Yuan appeared bewildered. Peculiar? How peculiar? The old monk's expression grew grave. Speaking with utmost seriousness, this person is truly strange. Chao Yuan, can you be more specific about just how strange? The old monk, strangely terrifying. Chao Yuan? The old monk's gaze turned solemn, and with a deep sigh, he continued, I cannot discern this person as fate. It is too resilient. Chao Yuan frowned. How resilient? The old monk clasped his hands together, immortal and undying, existing for eternity, seemingly a reincarnation of a calamity star. Master Chao Yuan, if you encounter this individual, keep your distance. Chao Yuan, unable to believe, is it truly that uncanny? The old monk, incredibly uncanny. If you spend time with this person, even without engaging in combat, you may find yourself driven to madness. Chao Yuan was astonished. Does this individual possess the ability to influence others' minds, rendering them incapable of calmness? The old monk shook his head. No, he does not. Chao Yuan paused, guessing further. Does he possess similar forbidden objects? The old monk shook his head. No, he does not. Chao Yuan was perplexed. Then how can he drive me to madness? What makes him so special? Sigh. The old monk lamented. He has a mental illness. Chao Yuan. Just that? A mere mental illness can drive me mad without contact? Is that even possible? Chao Yuan found it hard to believe. Having practiced Buddhism for years, he considered his heart as tranquil as still water, assuming that as long as he avoided conflict, he could face any person or situation with composure. Can a mere mental illness be so formidable? Chapter 62 Chenmai. Half a month. Do you know what Chu Ming has been up to during this time? The Peace Affairs Office. Underground, in the captain's office. Chenmai stood with his hands clasped behind him, facing away from Lin Qiye, and began. Qiye, in just a few days, the new recruit training will commence, lasting a whole year. Lin Qiye. Chenmai. Sigh. Having spent such a long time together, I find it difficult to part from you, my dear boy. I have called you here today to have a heart-to-heart conversation. Lin Qiye. Chenmai. You are unlike Chu Ming. You are a normal person, and your potential is unpredictable. The specialized training in the camp this year is crucial for you, and I hope Chu Ming does not ruin it. Lin Qiye. Chenmai. Puzzled. Qiye. Why are you silent? After spending so much time together, how do you feel now? Lin Qiye. I feel a heaviness in my steps, as if I am bearing something on my shoulders. Haha, I didn't expect you to take this so seriously. Indeed, as night watchman, what we bear is responsibility. We spoke. Chenmai turned away with a look of satisfaction, only to find Chu Ming innocently perched atop Lin Qiye's head, gazing at him. Chenmai's smile vanished. Chu Ming scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Haha, Captain, please continue. I won't interrupt. Chenmai widened his eyes in confusion. When did you get here? Chu Ming. I was here at the beginning of this chapter. Chenmai. No, when did you come in? He looked at Lin Qiye in bewilderment. Qiye? Why didn't you tell me when he came in? Lin Qiye, bewildered. I didn't know. He just suddenly appeared on my head. What's going on? Chu Ming. With an innocent expression. Yes, what is going on? Last night, I accidentally passed out, and when I opened my eyes, I was here. How strange. Chinmai silently pondered for 3 seconds, then, with heightened vigilance, shouted, Speak. What are you up to this time? Are you planning something mischievous again? Chu Ming's eyes widened, instantly displeased. What have I done? Captain, what kind of look is that? Am I some kind of outsider? Why does everyone always have to be on guard against me? I feel absolutely no warmth here. Chinmai, expressionless, the day before yesterday. You adjusted the trajectory of all 500 of Lin Qiye's guns to the left, making him question his life, and he couldn't sleep all night. Chu Ming explained. I was worried that he might lose his gun on the battlefield, and if the enemy picks it up, they could use it directly. It was purely out of kindness. Lin Qiye, astonished. No wonder I managed to hit the 50-meter target with a gun yesterday. It all makes sense now. Chinmai glanced at him. So Lin Qiye is even more uncertain about life. He drank 3 gin of white liquor last night. Lin Qiye. Chinmai looked back at Chu Ming. 3 days ago, you hollowed out a pumpkin that Qiye had grown, stuffed a lump of cow dung inside, and then somehow restored the hole on the pumpkin. Chu Ming innocently responded, What's wrong with that? I was fertilizing the pumpkin. I thought this method would be more effective. Chinmai's eye twitched. Do you know how great the psychological shadow was when I cut open the pumpkin while cooking that day? Chu Ming frowned, seriously stating, If you want to quantify the shadow's area, you need to provide some known data first. That's a hard requirement, like the radius of the heart, referred to as the hard diameter, and then I can calculate it. Chinmai gritted his teeth and coldly remarked, So your math skills are quite good, huh? Chu Ming, perplexed, Huh? I didn't mention math. Chinmai clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. And 5 days ago, we encountered a very generous client at our office. And I asked you to entertain her and make her happy, showing a bit of emotional intelligence. Chu Ming, right? I greeted her saying, Auntie, you look so young. Was that wrong? Chinmai. And the client replied, I'm already 53 years old. I'm old. What were you thinking? Chu Ming, impressive, Auntie. If it were me, I'd be dead by now. Chinmai, Lin Qiye, 100,000 in commission fees just vanished. Why? I was merely complimenting her for living an impressive life. Isn't that emotional intelligence enough? This person is simply unreasonable. She even scolded me at that time. 6 days ago, during our camping trip. You cut a hole in the tent. Do you know how many mosquitoes there are in the woods at night? Hey, is there a possibility that the hole was made by a mosquito? Or on the day of camping, you picked up a dung beetle's fecal ball, shaped it into a cube, and returned it, exhausting the poor creature to death? What's wrong with that? I was playing with the dung beetle, and I wore gloves. So it was clean and hygienic. That night, old Zhao ate fried chicken with the gloves you had used. 7 days ago, Chinmai mournfully recounted the numerous misdeeds committed by Chu Ming over the past month for half an hour, an account that was utterly damning. In just half a month, they were nearly driven to madness by Chu Ming's antics. The key was, this kid could not be contained, no matter what measures they took to seal him. Each time they turned around, he would escape again. These past 2 weeks felt longer than the final semester of senior year, each day dragging on like a light year. Captain, light years are a unit of distance. Chu Ming kindly reminded. Of course, it might also be a unit for fishing. What does it matter what unit it is? How did you know what I was thinking? Chinmai looked astonished. It's nothing, I guessed. Chu Ming patted the mind-reading ring in his pocket and stored it in his personal space. At that moment, the personal space contained dozens of peculiar props, all secretly crafted by him during this time. Moreover, all the props had been tested and were completely faultless. As for who he tested them on, well, that will be left unsaid. No need to elaborate. Sigh. Chinmai let out a long, complex sigh, then seemed to think of something, and a relieved smile spread across his face. Fortunately, the new recruit training is about to begin. They have finally endured to the end. Ding ding ding. At that moment, Chinmai's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was a call from Yuan Gang. After a brief hesitation, he answered, Hello, Instructor Yuan? Is there something wrong? Yuan Gang's voice came through in a state of despair. Brother, why is Chu Ming's name on the training list? Why did you let him participate in the training? Why? Chinmai fell silent for 2 seconds, reassuring him. Rest assured, Chu Ming has improved during this time. He is actually quite normal now. Yuan Gang, what else with the nervous tone in your voice? Chinmai, with a serious expression, stubbornly replied. How could I, the illustrious Blackwood Chang, be nervous? Instructor Yuan, please do not overthink this. I assure you he has changed. He is truly changed. Yuan Gang, is that really so? Chinmai, asked Xiaoping Gu. Would I, Chinmai, lie? Yuan Gang, he said you would. Chinmai, hand the phone to him. Captain Chen, please remain calm. I told you to give the phone to him. Lin Qiye, I am so tired. Chu Ming, serious and looking down, hold on. The burden on your shoulders is the organization's test for you. Lin Qiye, brother, I don't want to keep up this fa of scolding people. I beg you to come down. All right then, I want to make it difficult for you. Chu Ming nodded, understanding, and jumped down from Lin Qiye's head. Lin Qiye breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. The next chapter seems to be stuck in review, huh? Chapter 63. Under Lin Qiye, atop Lung Xian, with the captain on the left and old Zhao on the right. Invincible. Chu Ming smiled, perched on Lin Qiye's head. You're welcome, Lin Qiye. When did you come back? Chu Ming helplessly shrugged. I can't do anything about it. The code is written this way. Lin Qiye, I'm feeling sour. Chu Ming, with a serious expression, replied, Brother Yi, you should be grateful to me. Now you are Wolf Fortress, immortal and indestructible. Lin Qiye chose to ignore him. This lunatic always spoke in ways that were incomprehensible, utterly baffling. Why should I bother with a madman? Calm and composed, woohoo. Night Lin Qiye. Charge. I'm up for the early class. Brother Yi, we are united in thought. Chu Ming, you. Why do you keep cursing at me just for the sake of rhyme? This truly infuriates me. Rhyme. I simply want to curse you. Brother Yi. Your character shouldn't be so irritable. It might provoke the original fans of the story. Damn. I curse. That afternoon, just like in the original story, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan took Chu Ming and Lin Qiye to shop for daily necessities needed for training camp, almost traversing the entire Songnan city. In the East Market, they bought tank tops, in the West Market, skirts, in the South Market, black stockings, and in the West Market again, a saddle. I can understand everything else. But why do you need to buy a saddle? Hong Ying looked at Chu Ming with confusion. Lin Qiye, why can you understand the others? I don't understand any of it. Chu Ming, playing with the saddle in his hands, nodded with satisfaction. Explaining, this thing should make my sitting more comfortable in the next chapter. Hong Ying? Si Xiaonan murmured. Hong Ying, why do you care what he buys? Let's quickly finish shopping and get back. We can finally send him away tomorrow. Hong Ying's eyes brightened. Yes, the nightmare is finally over. At least for a year. We won't have to see him in Songnan. Wonderful. Chu Ming clicked his tongue and leaned closer to Lin Qiye, sighing. Brother Yi, it seems they really dislike you. They're so happy that you're leaving. Lin Qiye, brother, you're not planning to ride me with that saddle, are you? Chu Ming frowned. How could that be? You're not a horse. Lin Qiye let out a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. I thought. Chu Ming continued. You are Dianwei. Lin Qiye. Chu Ming, with an excited expression, proclaimed. And I am El Bu. As we all know, El Bu is invincible on horseback. Dianwei is invincible under the horse. And if I ride you, it's as if El Bu is riding Dianwei, unmatched in close combat. If conditions permitted. I would have tied Qing Yu on my back to boost intelligence points and tied Hong Ying to your backside to breathe fire, achieving nitrous acceleration. Then I would place Lung Xian on my head for ranged attacks. Finally, I would have Chunmai in my left hand and Zhao Concheng in my right. Mastering the art of the blade. This is simply the most formidable combination of godslaying. Lin Qiye, Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, an idea struck Chu Ming, who slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Right. Let us stuff Si Xiaonan in the middle, then we'll have healing as well. Invincible. Absolutely invincible. Si Xiaonan, Hong Ying, why aren't you laughing anymore? Si Xiaonan, on the verge of tears, lamented. Hong Ying, why did you show such kindness and keep him around? He is just unbearable. Hong Ying, filled with guilt, said, It's my fault, all my fault. It's all right. Soon we will send him off to the capital for training. Just endure a little longer. Chu Ming pouted. Is there any possibility that this year's new recruits training venue will be set in Songnan? No one paid him any mind. And no one believed him. The expressions of those around him had transformed entirely, now gazing at him as if he were a lunatic. Chu Ming sighed. Alas, the world mocks my madness. The following morning, at the train station entrance, Chu Ming and Lin Qiye dragged their luggage, with Chen Mai and others behind them. Moved to tears. Hurry, let us go. The train is about to leave. Chen Mai waved to the two with tears in his eyes. He is leaving. He is leaving. Woa. Long Xian clutched Si Xiaonan, weeping. Hong Ying had tears in her eyes. Yes, he is leaving. Zhao Concheng looked up at the sky, not wanting his tears to fall. A month, a whole month. Even Wu Xiangnan's eyes glistened with moisture. Go on, child. Hurry and leave. This scene moved Chu Ming deeply, stirring a mix of emotions within him. Reluctantly, he said, So everyone really doesn't want me to go? Why cry? Should I stay another day to accompany you all? Everyone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, the group turned and ran, quickly disappearing over 100 meters away. Run. Run fast. Don't look back. Don't look back. Damn it. If he doesn't leave soon, we'll have to. Finally liberated. Haha. Chu Ming's expression gradually became serious as he turned to Lin Qiye. Brother Yi, do you believe they will regret this? Lin Qiye, pulling his luggage, silently boarded the train. The thought of having to endure another entire year with Chu Ming cast a shadow over his life. Why? Why am I the only one tormented? Chu Ming shrugged and also boarded the train, carrying his luggage. The two quickly found their seats and sat down. 5 minutes later, the train started. Chu Ming admired the scenery, waiting in silence. As expected, his phone soon rang. Upon answering, Chun Mai's voice, filled with a sense of despair, came through. Have you boarded the train? Chu Ming smirked. Yes, I'm currently checking out the girls. Chun Mai, is it on time? Chu Ming nodded. On time. She's wearing stockings. Super on time. Chun Mai shouted angrily. I asked if the train is on time. Chu Ming was taken aback. Huh? The train? The train isn't as punctual as her. Chun Mai, slap. Chu Ming narrowed his eyes. Captain, you must be applauding me, right? I curse you. Hurry and get off the train. Damn it, the higher-ups have gone mad. Suddenly changing the training location to Tsangnan. I'm going to lose my mind. Chu Ming smiled as he hung up the phone, turning to Lin Qiye, about to say something. Lin Qiye's eyes sparkled with joy. Ha ha ha. This is wonderful. I won't be tortured alone anymore. Ha 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 ha. Chu Ming? Chapter 64. The Righteous Young Instructor. I don't believe in evil spirits. Outside the newly constructed training camp in Songnan City. At a military checkpoint, a soldier with binoculars gazed into the distance for a long time, bewilderedly murmuring, what on earth? Am I seeing things? Uncertain, he took another look. After a while, the soldier became even more perplexed and, with a strange expression, picked up the walkie-talkie. Report. 2 individuals have been spotted approaching. Report their situation. Both appear to be young males, seemingly high school students. The one on top is balancing 2 Peppa Pig suitcases, while the one below is carrying a bag containing what seems to be a skirt, a tank top, and black stockings. The officer on the other end of the walkie-talkie was dumbfounded, feeling as though he hadn't heard a single coherent sentence, and asked in confusion, What? What's on top and what's below? Did they come by car? Is someone sitting on the roof? No, someone is sitting on the top of the head. And now that person is coming down. And he just took a piece of black stocking and put it on his head? Hey, he also put one on the other person's head. I suspect they might be mentally unstable. The officer fell silent for a moment, sighing, I should have known who they were. Who? Could they be the new recruits? But we haven't issued any notifications yet. How could they arrive early? The officer spoke gravely. They are the new recruits from Tsangnan. Their early arrival likely means they were expelled by their squad. Soldier. Is Team 136 from Tsangnan really that discordant? Officer, you do not understand. One of them is named Chu Ming. I have heard some accounts of his deeds from Commander Yuan Gang. This individual is quite deranged, exceedingly so. It is said that even those with the most stable mindset will be driven mad after spending some time with him. The soldier, in disbelief, exclaimed, Really? Is it that exaggerated? He then chuckled. We ought to teach him a good lesson. Any problematic newcomer will surely be obedient after spending a few months with us. However, the officer replied solemnly, No, this person is an exception. It would be best for us to ignore him. Whatever he does, as long as it isn't too extreme. We should try our best to overlook it. Otherwise, we may ultimately find ourselves being the ones who submit. Soldier. Soldier, is it really necessary? He.S. just a lunatic, isn't he? The officer remained silent for 2 seconds, then recounted some of Chu Ming's heroic exploits. Finally, with a quiver in his voice, he added, Not long ago, he managed to provoke the Night Watch's Supreme Commander Yi Fan into a furious rage with just 2 sentences, causing him to erupt in a torrent of curses. Soldier, sir, I request permission to shoot him on the spot. Officer, one of his abilities is immortality. He cannot be killed, simply cannot. Soldier, shall we then confine him to a cell? The officer sighed. Many have tried before. It is impossible to keep him locked up. Soldier, officer, thus, for the next year, we should try our best not to speak with him. After all, we are not instructors. We can simply ignore him. Soldier, sir, can I apply for early retirement for a year? Officer, I have already requested that. It is not possible. The officer took a deep breath, his demeanor serious. In short, let us ignore him. From now on, we shall pretend he does not exist. Do you understand? Soldier, understood. Under the blazing sun, Chu Ming, wearing a head-covering nylon stocking, walked along a muddy road with Lin Qiye. Truly, these $2 stockings were of such poor quality that they were utterly non-breathable, providing maximum sun protection. Brother, do you think we'll be mistaken for bandits and shot down like this? No worries, I cannot die. What about me? You are from Wolf Fortress. You will absolutely not perish. Even if you do, I will ensure you have a lively afterlife. Brother, I don't quite understand what you are saying, but I have a question. What question? Why aren't we using the sunscreen that Sister Hong Ying bought? Chu Ming pondered for a couple of seconds, then yanked off the nylon stocking from his head, nodding earnestly. Night brother, you are a genius. I am growing fonder of you by the moment. Lin Qiye also removed his stocking, muttering, thank you. I like myself too. Boom. Just then, a military jeep sped towards them from a distance, kicking up a cloud of dust before screeching to a halt in front of them. A soldier poked his head out of the window, looking at Lin Qiye. Are you the new recruit? Chu Ming. Yes. The soldier nodded. Good. Then hop in. Chu Ming. All right. Lin Qiye silently approached, opened the door, and took a seat. Chu Ming was about to go around to the other side to get in. In the next moment, vroom. The soldier slammed the accelerator, and in the blink of an eye, the military jeep sped off over 100 meters. Chu Ming, who had just touched the door handle, was bewildered, his eyes wide. What's the meaning of this? I haven't gotten in yet. Hey, I'm not in yet. Inside the jeep, Lin Qiye, sitting in the back, furrowed his brow in confusion. Did we forget something? The soldier was taken aback. What did we forget? I didn't see anything. Lin Qiye fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Never mind. After all, he isn't worth anything. Meanwhile, at the first military checkpoint outside the training camp, a young instructor put down his binoculars, a slight smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. A troublesome new recruit? Likes to go insane. Huh. I shall see just how mad he can get. Regardless of how he behaves outside, once he arrives here, he is merely a recruit. Just a rookie. Today, I must ensure he submits completely. Behind him, the officer swallowed hard, instructorly. Didn't Commander Yuan say to try to avoid dealing with this individual? Instructorly frowned. Yuan had mentioned this matter to him previously, and he had been exceedingly angry at the time. How could a mere recruit be allowed to run rampant? No matter what he does, it is best not to interfere? On what grounds? Is it possible that Chu Ming has connections? Has the Night Watch descended into such degeneration? This is a recruit training camp. It represents the future of the Night Watch. It even symbolizes the future of the Great Xia. How could it be allowed to fall so low? Instructor Lee was deeply shocked, feeling as though his beliefs were crumbling, leaving him momentarily stunned. He didn't hear a word of what Commander Yuan said afterward. All he caught was that this Chu Ming was mad and mentally unstable. But none of that was reason enough for him to have special privileges. Humph. I will disregard whatever Commander Yuan says. After all, he hasn't arrived yet. I simply cannot tolerate such an outdated atmosphere. Instructor Lee snorted coldly, filled with righteous indignation, at least until the chief instructor arrives. I will make sure this Chu Ming knows his place. I will not allow any recruit to have special privileges here. The officer wore a bitter expression, trying to explain. Well, Instructor Lee, do you know what this fellow has done in the past? I must tell you. Instructor Lee waved his hand, interrupting. You need not say more. It remains true that no matter what he has done before, here, he will only stand at attention to receive his punishment. Today, my first lesson for him will be to make him walk to the training camp. Humph. Merely 10 kilometers. This is just an appetizer. The officer gazed at Instructor Lee's righteous silhouette with a complex expression, sighing inwardly. The young instructor truly is too young. Can you guess why Yuan Gang has yet to arrive? Chapter 65. The surprise Chu Ming prepared for Team 136. An enormous surprise. At the Peace Affairs office. Finally, we have sent away this calamity. Pop the champagne. Let us celebrate with a feast. I shall treat. Old Zhao is so generous. But what if the training location has moved to Chang'an? Will he sneak out to find us? The jubilant atmosphere suddenly faltered. The smiles on everyone's faces gradually faded. After exchanging glances, they nodded in unison, as if making a firm resolution. We must relocate. Yes. Let us move to the south of the city. We need to find someone to set up a new underground space. Dig deeper. At least 300 meters. The key is that the entrance must be concealed. We absolutely cannot allow him to find it. The group excitedly shouted as they hastened towards the underground space, already envisioning a blissful life without Chu Ming. However, when they pushed open the door to the underground space, the sight before them rendered their voices silent, each one staring wide-eyed in shock. Where's this? What the heck? Have I crossed over? Is this where we're supposed to be? Is this still our base? Would we have crossed over into a science fiction film? The formerly modest and unremarkable underground space now resembled Iron Man's base from a Marvel movie, saturated with elements of science fiction. The once concrete floor, walls, and ceiling had transformed into high-definition electronic screens, displaying a myriad of vibrant images. Along the walls stood various high-tech devices, their purposes unknown. Several small robots busily navigated the area, tapping away at the equipment, their tasks a mystery. Chun Mai and his companions stood frozen at the entrance, entranced. As if caught in a dream, their expressions blank. Suddenly, a small robot approached them, its screen displaying a charming and endearing smile. It then emitted a clear voice. Hey. Surprised, aren't you? What is a surprise, you ask? The group fell into an immediate silence, their gazes fixed on the small robot. A mixture of shock, confusion, and terror reflected in their eyes. Sobbing, Sima Nan clutched Hong Ying, wailing, Why? Why won't he just leave us alone? The others sighed. Their faces contorted in a blend of distress and disbelief. The robot interjected, I am not Chu Ming. I am Chu God number 1, the artificial intelligence he created. The group collectively sighed in relief, their expressions brightening slightly. Thank goodness it's not Chu Ming. I thought it was a voice call. You nearly scared me to death. Goodness, that was terrifying. I almost drew my gun. Same here. I was about to pull out my knife. What in the world is this? Artificial intelligence? Beast number 1? What on earth has Chu Ming created? The robot screen displayed an angry expression. I am Chu God number 1. Not a beast. Regardless. What matters is that my master has prepared a super-duper surprise for you. What you see here is merely a small portion of it. The group fell silent again, gazing at the robot with a contemplative air. After a moment, Chenmai spoke up, Could you please change your voice? Your tone is so irritating that I fear we might be unable to restrain ourselves from attacking you. The robot responded. In the next moment, suddenly, the ceiling of the underground space erupted, revealing 66 laser cannons, 88 electromagnetic cannons, and 99 massive Gatling guns, all aimed squarely at Chenmai and his companions. Lin Qiye was astounded. Is this heaven? The robot, filled with pride, declared, This is my master's self-defense system. Even intruders from the sea realm would be instantly obliterated. The group stood in stunned silence, their eyes glued to the advanced weaponry, rendered speechless by the shock. Wu Xiangnan swallowed hard and said, I always said Chu Ming must have some unknown research facility or explosive project. It must be him. Please don't mention that. Lin Qiye interjected. Why not? Oh, my apologies, I nearly forgot about that incident. Let us not bring it up. Lin Qiye, Chenmai's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes wide with astonishment. So, this self-defense system was created by Chu Ming using his forbidden realm? The robot grinned proudly, pretty much. My master has been working on this for the past half-month, preparing a surprise for you. Although there were a few hiccups along the way, the outcome is positive. My master is very grateful to you all for giving him a home, allowing this orphan to experience the warmth of family. Now, he is a person with a family. At this revelation, the group felt a tremor in their hearts, their expressions frozen in disbelief, with Hong Ying and Sima Nan's eyes gradually reddening. A wave of guilt and emotion surged within each of them. Zhao Kongqing, with a complex gaze, quietly lit a cigarette. So, this kid has been thinking this way? Chenmai sighed, filled with remorse. It turns out he wasn't causing trouble on purpose. He was merely trying to surprise us. Hong Ying choked back tears. We have wronged Chu Ming. We even resented him. Sima Nan sobbed. I'm so moved. So touched. The robot chimed in. This line must be delivered with emotion. They will surely cry. Remember to delete the parentheses. The group? Sima Nan's cries abruptly ceased. Zhao Kongqing dropped his cigarette. Hong Ying's tearful eyes suddenly dried. Silence. A prolonged silence of half a minute ensued. Suddenly, the group erupted into laughter. Haha. True to form, he never fails to surprise us. This kid is truly both endearing and infuriating. To be honest, I quite like this surprise. It's evident he put thought into it. Yes, I feel a bit moved, too. This kid has a kind heart. He means well. Even if his execution was flawed, we needn't be so guarded around him anymore. Exactly. I see no fault in that. The robot piped up, by the way. My master has prepared a special gift for each of you. Let me take you to see it. The expressions of the group, ranging from relief to emotion to bitterness, swiftly vanished. Old Zhao, haven't we eaten yet? Chenmai asked solemnly. Zhao Kongqing nodded in realization. Right. Why don't we go eat first? The group, sounds good. Let us go. In the next moment, they all turned in unison and fled as if running for their lives. The robot. Chapter 66. Chu Ming's gift resembled the most delectable chocolate-shaped excrement. Ultimately, under the warm and friendly invitation of the robots, Chenmai and his companions reluctantly entered the activity room. The room had also been transformed into a high-tech wonder, with holographic displays covering every inch of the walls. Within this space, the group felt overwhelmed by the brightness. Why do they have to stab our eyes with needles? Chenmai's voice trembled, tinged with fear. The others shared his trepidation, feeling utterly unmoved, not a hint of emotion to be found. Each of them was confronted by a robot, which extended its mechanical arms to hold open their eyelids, wielding a needle-like object, poking at their eyeballs. The leading robot displayed a friendly smile. Don't be afraid. We are implanting chips. This way, you can freely enter and exit the underground space without being mistaken for intruders. How does that sound? Are you happy? Chenmai wearily replied, Is there a possibility that this place was originally ours? The robot. No, now it belongs to my master. Chenmai sighed. Your master is truly something else. The robot proudly struck a pose. Thank you for the compliment. My master is a god. The one and only true god. The group. Moments later, the chip implantation was complete, and the 7 small robots smiled as they departed, echoing Chu Ming's voice. You're welcome. Anytime, buddies. The group. Zhao Kongqing. I see you all as songbirds. The robots abruptly halted, slowly turning back to display dangerously squinted eyes. As the crowd's countenance shifted, beads of sweat adorned their brows. Zhao Kongqing exclaimed, Brother, I was merely jesting. The robots cast a scrutinizing glance at him, then began to whisper among themselves. Songstress? What does he mean by that? I believe he intends for us to perform a song, does he not? How about singing by the river? He has already implanted the chip. We must heed his command. Then let us proceed. With a flurry of movement, they promptly aligned themselves in a row, their voices clear and resonant. Akin to the masters of illusion, dancing, and singing. If this is merely an excuse for you to wish for a puff of e-cigarette in this frigid weather, but alas, Crick has no power. Why do they appear so grim? Is our singing inadequate? Perhaps we should switch to Yefon's vocal tone. After a brief contemplation, no. It is not a matter of vocal tone. It must be that our performance lacks professionalism. The master stated that professional bel canto should reach a pitch of 8. Such a high note presents quite a challenge. Are you joking? We are robots. Just adjust the settings. Yes, indeed. You are a genius. Let us all set it to 8. Excellent. I have adjusted it to 8. All right. Now we are all at 8. Prepare. 1, 2, let us sing. 7 voices, akin to a kettle boiling over, and like nails scraping against a chalkboard, emitted an excruciatingly shrill sound that erupted suddenly. Within the confines of the small activity room, it reverberated, the echoes lingering, deafening and earth-shattering. The lead robot applauded. What a splendid melody. Truly splendid. Thank you for the praise. All right, enough singing. Let us inquire about the feelings of those humans. The robots nodded with smiles. Then turned to gaze at the unconscious forms of Chen Mai and his 6 companions, the smiley faces displayed on the screen gradually fading, replaced by smugness. They have fallen asleep. Well, our song is so enchanting that they have succumbed to slumber. Does it have such a soothing effect? By the way, did not the master say that Zhao Kongqing often suffers from insomnia? Should we not sing for him daily? That sounds delightful. Suddenly, Zhao Kongqing jolted awake in a panic, cursing the foolish robots, you brainless machines. The robots gasped in awe and applauded. What a fine poem. Zhao Kongqing implored, I beg you. Can you not behave normally? The robots were taken aback. Are we not normal? The code is written this way. Zhao Kongqing fumed. Who wrote this foolish code? It was Chu Ming. Zhao Kongqing, with a swift motion, slapped Chen Mai awake, his face contorted with despair. Captain, please lead us out of here. I implore you. Let us charge forth just once. Chen Mai, equally forlorn, replied, their weapons can slay at sea level. We cannot charge. It is utterly impossible. Zhao Kongqing was taken aback. The 2 locking eyes and recognizing the despair mirrored within one another, then they embraced, both men shedding tears in a breakdown. What? Damn it. What? The lead robot, witnessing this, remarked in surprise, you are so easily moved to tears? Gentlemen, please calm down. The leader has prepared gifts for you. Each one of you shall receive one. As if whispered by a demon, swish, swish, swish. The 7 individuals sprang up from the ground, pressing themselves against the wall. Terror etched on their faces, hearts racing like the reference of Tomcat. No, we do not want gifts. We appreciate the sentiment. Please, no gifts. We truly mean it. Antidotes. I would rather die than accept them. Even if it means crashing into a wall, I refuse to take anything from him. The lead robot smiled faintly. Oh, why such formalities? No need for such politeness among brothers. The next moment, with a wave of the lead robot's hand, a fissure opened in the left wall, revealing a grand platform adorned with 7 exquisite gift boxes. This is the gift prepared for you by the leader. Hurry and unwrap them. The crowd fervently shook their heads. No. Antidotes. We want antidotes. The lead robot frowned. Human politeness is truly cumbersome. Since you are so shy and embarrassed to unwrap your gifts, I shall assist you, the crowd exclaimed. Click. The lead robot opened the first red gift box, revealing a beautifully crafted 3-centimeter-long red spear. This is for Hong Ying. It can change size at will and can breach the defenses of peak sea level. The lead robot explained, clicking on the spear, which instantly extended to 10 meters in length. Boom, piercing through the ceiling. The crowd gasped. Apologies. It is my first time using it. I mismanaged the length. Let me reduce it. With another click, the massive spear shrank back to 3 centimeters. The lead robot smiled and turned to the astonished Hong Ying. Do you like this gift? Hong Ying swallowed hard, visibly excited. Is it truly for me? Of course. If you truly do not want it, you may give it to someone else. Hong Ying retorted angrily, no way. Why should I give it to someone else? This is a gift from Chu Ming. I shall treasure it dearly. This is a family gift. Family. Chun Mai and the others nodded in unison. Indeed. We are a family. What about our gifts? Can we unwrap them? The lead robot looked puzzled. Why have you suddenly become so impolite? The crowd replied. We are family. Why should we be polite now? Give us the links. No, wait. Let us unwrap the gifts. Hurry, let us unwrap them. Humans are truly abstract beings. The lead robot mused, then turned to open the other gift boxes, presenting them one by one. This 30-meter-long great sword weighs 100 tons and is for Chun Mai. Do not be deceived by its length and weight. It is quite unwieldy. Oh, really? However, if you can wield it for a single strike, even peak sea level will fall instantly. If you can manage 2 strikes, even a boundless powerhouse would be severely injured. Impressive, right? But what if I cannot swing it? Then what use are you? Next, this is the gift for Lin Qiye. Tada. A sniper rifle that never misses. Wow. How incredible. Indeed. As long as you draw the target on the sniper rifle, upon firing, it will always hit. What if I cannot draw? Then what use are you? Next, for Xiaonan. Hooray. What is it? A pillow. As long as you sleep on it during battle. Your forbidden area effects will be enhanced tenfold. Healing and protection effects will be maximized. Huh? Sleep during battle? I can hardly sleep at all. Then what use are you? Alright. Next. Soon, the gifts were unwrapped. The crowd stroked their chins, lost in contemplation. These gifts, indeed, possess remarkable capabilities. Each one a unique treasure. However, to speak candidly, such words may not be pleasant to hear. Is it truly conceivable that such abstract conditions could be devised by carbon-based life forms? Does Chu Ming possess a mind that resembles a convoluted intestine? Chen Mai and the others were left in a state of confusion, uncertain whether to laugh or cry, feeling a warmth in their hearts, yet also a hint of chill. How can one describe this? It is akin to a famished individual, starved for 3 days, receiving a delectable piece of chocolate-flavored excrement. Eating it is not an option. Yet rejecting it feels equally untenable. The leader of the robots remarked with resignation, there is no alternative. My master's mental prowess is still quite limited. Creating something so formidable remains a challenge. He has already given you his utmost. The crowd exchanged glances, their emotions a mix of complexity. Only old Zhao stood in bewilderment. His eyelid twitching as he pointed at the frying pan in his hand. What on earth is this? Their gifts are so splendid, and I receive merely a frying pan? Is this a personal affront? The leader robot shot him a glance, letting out a soft sigh. You still fail to grasp the master's benevolent intentions. He is none other than the god of Chu. How could he treat his family poorly? Furthermore, all that you see is merely a fraction of the surprises he has prepared for you. The true astonishment awaits in 5 months, when you shall witness it alongside Loki. I assure you, it will be a monumental event. Chapter 67. Lin Qiye. This training camp is doomed. Boom. The military jeep rolled into the training camp and came to a halt beside the dormitory building. The soldier driving the vehicle disembarked first, hastily approaching Instructor Li, who had been waiting there, and saluted. Reporting to Instructor Li, the mission has been accomplished. Instructor Li nodded with a smile. Well done. You performed admirably. The soldier hesitated, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes, and could not help but voice. Instructor Li, will our actions offend that Chu Ming? Offend? Instructor Li's smile faded as he adopted a serious demeanor. I am the instructor, and he is the recruit. It is my duty to train him. How could that be deemed offensive? That is true, indeed. You present a valid argument. The soldier conceded. Moreover, what if I did offend him? Does he dare retaliate against me? Dare? How could he? Humph. A mere 10 kilometers is but a small lesson to temper his arrogance. When he arrives at the training camp, if he still remains unconvinced, I have my ways to discipline him. Indeed. What kind of person is Instructor Li? He possesses countless methods. Instructor Li furrowed his brow, gazing at the soldier. Why do you speak in such a sarcastic manner? The soldier, looking perplexed, replied, I am merely speaking. Instructor Li was taken aback. Who was speaking to me just now? The soldier silently glanced to his side, panic evident in his eyes, seemingly wanting to say something, yet for some reason, he could not muster the words. Chu Ming adjusted his instructor's uniform, frowning in confusion. Why are you staring at me? What have I done to you? Instructor Li abruptly turned his head, astonished. Who are you? Chu Ming, momentarily stunned, replied, I am Instructor Chu. Old Li. We have only been apart for 2 days. How can you not recognize me? That feels rather inconsiderate. The soldier interjected. Yes, Instructor Li. This is Instructor Chu. Do you not know him? Chu Ming shook his head, mildly disappointed. Never mind. I am merely a new instructor. I've only met Instructor Li once during a meeting. It is understandable that he does not recognize me. Instructor Li, slightly bewildered, was about to say something when suddenly, Chu Ming's phone rang. He pulled it out, frowned, and impatiently hung up. Eh? Was that number just now General Yuan? Instructor Li hesitated, querying. Chu Ming, was that who you were speaking of? Chu Ming grimaced. Indeed. That Yuan is quite loquacious. I prefer to avoid engaging with him. Instructor Li's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that this individual has connections? Goodness. Has Yuan Gang fallen to such depths? He could no longer contain his frustration. Instructor Li's expression darkened. Very well. Instructor Chu, you are truly. Ding ding ding. Chu Ming's phone rang again. He glanced at it, his face reflecting exasperation, answered the call, and spoke impatiently. What is it? Is there something you need? Laughter emanated from the other end, belonging to Yi Fan. Ha ha, nothing much, just that your uncle misses you. Is it not permissible for me to call? So, how is it being an instructor? Is it arduous? Has anyone upset you? Inform your uncle, and I'll ensure they lose their job. Instructor Li's complexion shifted dramatically, his voice abruptly cutting off. Chu Ming looked at him curiously. Li Gu, what did you just say? Instructor Li swallowed hard. I said, Instructor Chu. You are truly an exceptional talent. Ha ha ha. Who is speaking? Oh, this is Instructor Li, my Li Gu? No, I cannot accept that. General Yi, hello? I am Li Ji. You can call me Xiao Li. Oh, so you are Xiao Ji? Yes. I am Xiao Ji. How small? Ha ha ha. Just kidding. Yi Fan's laughter rang out. Xiao Li, you are a newcomer, right? Instructor Li nodded vigorously. Yes. I have only been here for 2 years. Then you are already a senior. Henceforth, I will rely on you to look after young Chu. Instructor Li's face displayed hesitation. After a moment, he gritted his teeth. General Yi, are you trying to pull strings? This seems inappropriate. Yi Fan's tone suddenly turned serious. What do you mean by pulling strings? I am merely looking out for the new instructor. What relationship could I have with my nephew? Instructor Li. Oh, Yi Fan, I mean. What connection do I have with the god of Chu? Instructor Li was bewildered. A beast. Chu Ming interjected. Uncle, he is insulting you. Instructor Li's complexion paled. No, I did not. Chu Ming chuckled. Haha, just a jest. Li Gu, work hard. Next year, I will have the general arrange a wife for you. Very well. Sounds good. Chu Ming laughed. Haha, this is also a joke. Work diligently. Next year, you will be the deputy general instructor. Instructor Li was astonished. Pointing at himself. Huh? Me? Deputy general instructor? Yi Fan's voice chimed in. Deputy general instructor? I mean general instructor. Instructor Li was utterly flabbergasted. General instructor? Yi Fan, what is the matter? Do you not desire it? Instructor Li panicked. Of course I want it. But I have only been here for 2 years. Yi Fan admonished. What of 2 years? Your abilities are outstanding. Do you think you're inferior to Yuan Gang? He is merely the deputy captain of a small night watch team in Beijing. What makes you less capable than him? Chu Ming concurred. Indeed. I believe Li Gu surpasses Yuan Gang by far. He is evidently a talent. Only he is fit for the position of general instructor. Yi Fan, precisely. I choose Li Xiaobu. He is the one everyone anticipates. Instructor Li was bewildered. Huh? I am not called Li Xiaobu. Yi Fan's voice turned stern. No. You shall be called Li Xiubu. Huh? What? You still wish to make progress? I do. General, I truly wish to advance. Then what is your name? Li Xiubu. I shall be called Li Xiubu. Good. Yi Fan smiled with satisfaction. Now you should understand my intentions, correct? Just a mere general instructor is merely a formality. Do not feel hesitant. Instructor Li was left dizzy. What do you mean by this, General? Yi Fan, it matters not whether you understand or not. Just do as I say. Click. The call abruptly ended, leaving Instructor Li in stunned silence, his mind buzzing with confusion. Who am I? What am I doing here? He glanced around at the equally bewildered soldiers, then turned to Chu Ming, who was visibly fuming. Look at my uncle, hanging up without a word. How rude. Chu Ming sighed, putting away his phone and adjusting his sheepskin mask to ensure it was on straight before exclaiming, I can't believe you didn't recognize me, Li. I even offered to treat you to a meal last time. Oh. Instructor Li suddenly enlightened. It's you. I remember now. You're my brother Chu. Haha. How could I forget you? I even recall your name, Chu Xing. Confused, Chu Ming questioned. Then why did you? Instructor Li chuckled. That was just a joke. Chu Ming laughed heartily. You certainly have a sense of humor. Instructor Li nodded eagerly. Thank you for the compliment. Brother Chu, since you're new here, would you like me to show you around the training camp? Sure. That would be great. Thank you. Not a bother. It's my duty. Haha, Xiaobu. I have high hopes for you. Thank you. But about my chief instructor. Chief instructor? You mean the commander? Is that true? Are you joking? How could you believe that? Haha. You're quite humorous. I'm not greedy. Just being a chief instructor is sufficient. With arms slung over each other's shoulders, Chu Ming and Instructor Li strolled away like old friends, while the soldier remained frozen in disbelief, questioning his own wakefulness. In a jeep. Lin Qiye observed this scene through the window, his expression blank, the corners of his mouth twitching. This training camp is finished. Chapter 68, Yuan Gang. The new instructor personally arranged by Commander Yi. In the capital city, at the Night Watch training office. Xiaopinga pushed the door open to find Yuan Gang slumped in a recliner. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, Yuan Gang? Why are you still here? You should be in Songnan. Yuan Gang, eyes closed, replied Songnan. What Songnan? I've never even heard of such a place. Xiaopinga retorted. You just returned from Songnan 2 weeks ago. Yuan Gang was taken aback. Oh, really? Damn, I seem to have lost my memory. Xiaopinga raised an eyebrow. Yuan Gang slapped his head in distress. My brain must be malfunctioning. Oh right. I must have been injured during the last battle with the serpent woman. He looked at Xiaopinga helplessly. Captain, look at me like this. How about giving me a little vacation? It doesn't have to be long, just a year. 1 year will suffice. Xiaopinga frowned, scrutinizing Yuan Gang. He was somewhat speechless. I just don't understand. What is so terrifying about a little brat? You, a chief instructor, are afraid to go to the training camp because of one new recruit? You've managed all these years, and now with Chu Ming around. You can't handle it? Really? Yuan Gang closed his eyes, expressing despair. Things were different before. Now there are freaks. Xiaopinga was incredulous. Is Chu Ming really that formidable? Has everyone who interacted with him gone insane? Can he even break Commander Ye's defenses with just a couple of words? To be honest, without witnessing it firsthand, Xiaopinga found it hard to believe, as it seemed utterly ridiculous. Commander Yi was one of humanity's elite, unfazed even in the face of disaster. Would he truly be shaken by a mere young man? Concerned, Xiaopinga observed Yuan Gang's disoriented demeanor and raised an eyebrow. You're making me increasingly curious about this Chu Ming. Yuan Gang shot him a glance, his eyes brightening. What? Captain? Do you want to join me at the training camp to see this kid? Xiaopinga shook his head. No, I need to stay in the capital. I don't have time to go. Yuan Gang looked disappointed. However, Xiaopinga continued. You can video call me later. I want to see just how outrageous this Chu Ming really is. Yuan Gang's eyes lit up with excitement. Haha. Great. Captain, just don't regret it. Xiaopinga scoffed. What is there to regret? Is that kid going to attack me through the screen? Yuan Gang erupted in a chilling laugh, springing to his feet, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Quick, Captain, book me a flight to the training camp. Just then, ding ding ding, Yuan Gang's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller, his expression turned serious. And he quickly answered, Commander Yi, what can I do for you? Xiaopinga was startled, leaning in closer. Yi Fan's calm voice came through, Yuan Zheng. I need to discuss something with you. Yuan Gang was taken aback. Please go ahead. But, Commander Yi, my name is Yuan Gang. Not important, little Yuan. I've decided to temporarily arrange for someone to join the training camp as an instructor. His name is Chu Sheng. Please take care of him. Yuan Gang was bewildered. A last-minute arrangement? But the list of instructors was already confirmed. Yi Fan's voice turned stern. What? Can I make arrangements? Yuan Gang panicked. No, that is not what I meant. You're the commander, of course, you can arrange it. I just thought it was too sudden. Yi Fan replied, then don't think. Yuan Gang? Xiaopinga furrowed his brow, suspicion etched on his face. He discreetly muted his microphone, whispering, is this really Commander Yi? Would he arrange for someone to take a shortcut? Something feels off. Yi Fan continued, and don't you dare think. Xiaopinga was taken aback. I thought I muted it. Yi Fan remarked, oh, then I didn't hear anything. Strange, why did it suddenly go silent? Yuan Gang, Xiaopinga, the two exchanged doubtful glances, the gravity of the situation sinking in as they nearly concluded that someone was impersonating Commander Yi. Who had such audacity? The ancient god sect? But surely they wouldn't be that foolish. In the underground chamber of the Peace Affairs office, the leader robot was visibly anxious. Electric currents coursing through its body as it quickly muted its microphone. It hastily grabbed a peculiar communicator, exclaiming in panic, Master, something is wrong. I think they might have seen through me. What should I do? Moments later, Chu Ming's grave voice replied, they actually figured it out? As expected from the elite team in the capital, their insight is extraordinary. The leader robot nervously admitted, yes, they are too clever. It's hard to deceive them. After a brief silence, Chu Ming instructed, all right, hang up the call for now and then call the real Yi Fan using Yuan Gang's number and voice. Oh, okay. The robot complied, operating the device for about a minute, bringing up a holographic screen displaying a voice call with Yi Fan. Cough. Yes, that's the voice. The robot adjusted the settings to match Yuan Gang's voice, anxiously waiting. Chu Ming said, just repeat what I say. Understood. Moments later, the call connected. Yi Fan's puzzled voice came through. Yuan Gang? What do you need? Chu Ming, Commander Yi. I am preparing to assign a new instructor to the training camp. Named Chu Sheng. Yi Fan, puzzled, responded. Then go ahead and arrange it. Isn't the training camp entirely under your jurisdiction? Why are you asking me? Chu Ming, I merely seek your opinion. This Chu Sheng possesses remarkable abilities, albeit lacking in credentials. However, I feel compelled to arrange for him Yu Fan. What is the matter? Are you stuck? What's wrong with arranging Chu Sheng? Chu Ming, well, I just think, arranging Chu Sheng, it's just arranging him. Yi Fan? Chu Ming, regardless, arranging Chu Sheng is just that. Click. The call ended. Yi Fan? What on earth? What is the issue with arranging Chu Sheng? What do you mean by leaving half your sentence unfinished? Is that Yuan Gang infected by Chu Ming's madness? Is he out of his mind? It's strange. How could someone impersonate Commander Yi and call me? Yuan Gang's expression turned grave. There is something amiss. Xiaoping pondered for a moment and said, there is definitely something wrong here. Let me call Commander Yi and report the situation. Good. Yuan Gang nodded solemnly. Someone impersonating the commander is no trivial matter. It must be reported. Xiaoping took out his phone and called Yi Fan, who surprisingly answered immediately. Yi Fan, Xiaoping, is Yuan Gang beside you? Xiaoping was taken aback. Yes, Commander Yi. What is the matter? Yi Fan's voice carried an edge of anger. Are you two out of your minds? What was that all about just now? Xiaoping was dumbfounded and stammered. That call just now was from you? Yi Fan, of course. Who else could it be? What are you both planning? What is wrong with arranging Chu Sheng? Just tell me. Xiaoping, Yuan Gang? A peculiar silence enveloped the office for 3 seconds. Xiaoping and Yuan Gang exchanged glances, both reflecting shock and panic in their eyes. Yi Fan, did he hang up again? Yuan Gang hastily replied, No, I think arranging Chu Sheng is quite good. Quite good indeed. Yi Fan, and then? Yuan Gang began to sweat. Then I will certainly take good care of Chu Sheng. Yi Fan, was that call from you? Yuan Gang hesitated. Yes, what about it? Yi Fan, oh, nothing. Just try to limit your interactions with Chu Ming. You seem a bit out of sorts. Forget it, I have matters to attend to. Remember what I said. Yuan Gang understood. Rest assured, Commander Yi, I will remember. The call ended. Yuan Gang and Xiaoping were drenched in sweat, utterly astonished. What on earth? Who is this Chu Sheng that Commander Yi personally arranged for and called to instruct me to care for? This is serious. His background must be extraordinary. Could it be that Commander Yi is resorting to backdoor dealings? Has he fallen from grace? Honestly, I'm rather disappointed. I thought Commander Yi was above such conduct. Could there be a misunderstanding? Is it possible that Chu Sheng possesses exceptional talent, warranting special consideration? It is indeed possible. Chapter 69. Power truly corrupts the heart. I, Chu Ming, willingly allow myself to be corrupted. At the training camp, outside the dormitory building, Chu Ming leapt down from Lin Qiye's head, stroking his chin, lost in thought. Murmuring, perhaps I should relocate the Wolf Fortress mark. This isn't very convenient. Lin Qiye turned to him, speaking in a monotone. Brother, what exactly do you intend to do? What is your purpose in impersonating an instructor? Of course, it's to impersonate an instructor. Chu Ming yanked off the sheepskin mask from his face, revealing his original appearance. With a smirk, he added, Am I meant to impersonate a newcomer? Lin Qiye shrugged. Do whatever you want. I want to pry. Chu Ming, uninterested, was lost in contemplation of significant matters. He had exerted considerable effort to obtain an instructor's position, not merely to create trouble but to maximize the absorption of forbidden energy. Although the 200 or so recruits here were primarily possessors of forbidden energy and could provide a substantial amount, Chu Ming had long tested his limit for absorbing forbidden energy, 30 meters in radius. This meant that once the recruits were more than 30 meters away, he could no longer absorb their energy. During training, it was manageable since the recruits tended to gather, allowing him to absorb energy from many of them. However, once night fell, and all recruits returned to their dormitories, scattered throughout the building, his access to their energy would drastically diminish. Thus, Chu Ming planned to blend in with the instructors at night. Though few in number, the instructors all possessed realms above the pool realm, with some even at the river and sea realms. The forbidden energy they could provide would be significant. Moreover, due to their limited numbers, they wouldn't be too dispersed while sleeping at night. Perhaps he could absorb energy from all of them. In this manner, absorbing from recruits by day and instructors by night would surely lead to an explosive increase in his bond value. A genius. I, Chu Ming, am an absolute genius. Oh, night brother, do you think my cleverness will make you feel inferior? Chu Ming couldn't help but express his thoughts. Lin Qiye was momentarily stunned by this disjointed and absurd comment, then laughed in exasperation. Yes. Everything you say is correct. Indeed. I also believe I am quite right. Ah, yes, indeed. I, Chu Ming, am a genius. Ah, yes, yes. Night brother, what shall we name our team in the future? Ah, yes, yes. Ah, yes, yes team? TSK, that name is rather abstract. ISNT it? Forget it. Who am I to spoil you? Very well. Our future team name shall be the Ah Yes Yes team. Ah yes, yes, right. Lin Qiye suddenly realized, bewildered. Team name? What team name? Chu Ming, putting his arm around his shoulders, grinned widely. It's the name of our invincible little team in the training camp. Lin Qiye was even more confused. What team? Why do we need to form a team? Chu Ming, looking at him with exasperation. Ah, you're still too young. In a place like this. If we don't band together for warmth, what will we do if we get bullied or harassed? Forming a team is for mutual support. Lin Qiye was dumbfounded. Bullying and harassing you. Yes, what is wrong with that? Brother, this is the first time you've made such a humorous joke. Just then, Instructor Li hurried out of the dormitory, looking around in confusion, muttering, Huh, where's everyone? How could Instructor Chu vanish after just going to the restroom? Chu Ming replied, perhaps he teleported out with a simple transition. Instructor Li frowned at him. What are you talking about? Chu Ming shrugged helplessly. If you don't believe me, that's fine. In this day and age, sincerity often leads to suspicion. Instructor Li scrutinized him with a strange expression, suddenly startled, and exclaimed, You are Chu Ming? Chu Ming nodded. Yes, would you like an autograph? Instructor Li was taken aback. Huh? Weren't you outside the training camp? How did you get in so quickly? Chu Ming naturally stated, I transmitted it in. Instructor Li was taken aback. Your forbidden domain ability is teleportation? Chu Ming replied, No, that is merely one of the abilities of my third forbidden domain. Oh, by the way, I have a total of 6 forbidden domains. Instructor Li exclaimed. Lin Qiye interjected, Who asked you? Instructor Li widened his eyes, Yeah? Who the hell asked you? Chu Ming was momentarily stunned and sheepishly said, Apologies. I forgot you only have 1 forbidden domain. It's all right. 1 forbidden domain is quite impressive. Unlike me, burdened with 6 extremely perilous forbidden domains. As they say, with greater power comes greater demands. The pressure is immense. Instructor Li, slightly flushed, responded, No, did I ask you? You mentioned yourself. What is wrong with having 1 forbidden domain? No matter what, I am still in the pool realm. Can I teach you? Chu Ming retorted, I am also in the pool realm. Instructor Li seemed to have made a resolution and turned away without a backward glance, tears of envy welling in his eyes. He thought, I cannot manage this. This person, I can no longer control. Let whoever wants to handle it do so. Damn it. He decided to seek out Instructor Chu instead, for he was his benefactor, the shortcut in his life. As he contemplated, a glimmer of hope began to spark in his eyes, the light of a desire for progress. Chu Ming observed his retreating figure and sighed, shaking his head. What happened to this once righteous youth? Why has he transformed so suddenly? Alas, the temptation of power truly corrupts the heart. How tragic. How lamentable. Indeed, it is all the fault of this damned power. Lin Qiye, after a moment of reflection, saw Chu Ming once again donning the sheepskin mask, instantly transforming into the likeness of Wu Yanzu. Lin Qiye cast him a sidelong glance. What are you planning to do now? Chu Ming, with his hands clasped behind his back and chin held high, exuded an air of privilege and smiled. I wish to experience the taste of power. Lin Qiye pointed at the ceiling. There are cameras. Chu Ming assured, Do not worry. I have already turned off the main switch. Lin Qiye could hardly fathom how this small training camp would be irrevocably altered by the presence of Chu Ming. The Great Buddha. The ensuing year would surely be a purgatory. Chapter 70. The masked team. Has Yi Fan fallen? No. We must guide him back to the right path. 3 days later, aboard a military helicopter, the 7 members of the masked team sat upright, their expressions grave, their eyes betraying a hint of anxiety and tension. Enveloped in silence, the helicopter pilot frequently glanced back, his heart heavy upon witnessing the scene. Unable to contain himself, he said, Captain Wang, it seems your mission is exceedingly daunting. I hope you return safely. Wang glanced at him and forced a grim smile. Thank you. Xian Wu sighed. Return safely? I no longer dare to hope for that. What? The pilot exclaimed in shock. Is this mission truly that terrifying? Are you being sent to eliminate an unfathomable entity? Xian Wu scoffed. Unfathomable? What does that even mean? Even Klein or a demigod would find this task far less challenging. Wang and the others nodded slightly in agreement. What? The pilot's face turned pale. So you are being sent to your doom? Xian Wu shook his head. Not quite. We are merely going to the training camp to help rein in the new recruits. The pilot was momentarily dumbfounded. Then where lies the difficulty? Xian Wu raised his head and sighed. The challenge lies in the fact that among the new recruits, there are beasts. The pilot. What do you mean? He thought to himself, Why does it seem that this legendary masked special team is rather overzealous? Beasts, Wang murmured, suddenly realizing something. Speaking of beasts, I am reminded of someone. The others looked at him in confusion. Who? Chu Xing. What's up? This individual is Chu Xing. Why is he a beast? Who is he? I am referring to a new instructor. Why is he a beast? Wang took a deep breath, suppressing his impulse to unleash on Xianwu, and explained. This instructor's name is Chu Sheng, the Chu from Chu Ming and the Sheng from birth. Oh, the others exclaimed in sudden understanding. Xianwu remarked, so the beast refers to Chu Anxing means birth. Such an abstract name. Wang frowned. The focus is not on his name. I heard from Yuan Gang that this new instructor was personally called by Commander Yi 3 days ago and temporarily assigned to the training camp, with instructions to take good care of him. The group was taken aback, revealing expressions of shock and disbelief. What does this mean? Is he using connections? Perhaps. No way. How could that be? Is Commander Yi really that kind of person? There must be a mistake. Chang Wei couldn't believe it. Xianwu also grew serious. This situation seems dubious. Could someone be impersonating Commander Yi? Wang shook his head, calmly stating, I called Commander Yi to verify. What did Commander Yi say? He seemed a bit irritated, saying, what is wrong with assigning Chu Sheng? Do you have an issue with that? That was his exact wording? Wang nodded solemnly. His exact words. After a pause, he continued, I felt something was amiss, so I asked him, do you know who Chu Sheng is? What did he say? Commander Yi replied that he knew, and I further inquired, what is your relationship with Chu Sheng? At this point, Wang paused for 2 seconds. A look of sorrow crossing his face as he sighed. Commander Yi became somewhat indignant, saying, what does Chu Sheng have to do with me? I don't even know him. What is it with all of you asking me about assigning a new instructor? Upon hearing this, Xianwu and the others fell silent, exchanging glances that conveyed mutual disappointment and anger. It was evident that Commander Yi was fully aware of the situation. Moreover, it was clear that Chu Sheng was someone he had orchestrated himself. There were no formal procedures followed, nor any documents issued. It was merely a hasty phone call that placed a person unknown even to Yuan Gang into the Night Watchman's new recruit training camp. Furthermore, Commander Yi vehemently denied any connection to Chu Xing, yet it was impossible. If there were no ties, how could he have been personally assigned? His denial was nothing more than an attempt to conceal his abuse of power. Wang and the others were not foolish. How could they not see through this? Never would they have imagined that Yi Fan, the highest commander of the Night Watchmen, had also succumbed to the corruption of power. Tragic. Lamentable. Wang's expression darkened. This may merely be a minor test from Commander Yi. If it succeeds and no one opposes it, if he tastes the sweetness of abusing power, he will likely escalate his actions. Tian Ping nodded in agreement. Indeed, the drama in the name of the people portrays this perfectly. All corrupt officials descend step by step into depravity. Wang asserted gravely, thus, we cannot simply stand by and watch as Yi Fan plunges into the abyss. If even the highest commander loses faith, the collapse of the Night Watchman organization will be imminent. Throughout history, countless dynasties have perished due to the emperor's tyranny and abuse of power. I do not wish to witness such a fate befall the Night Watchman. The group wore solemn expressions, nodding in unanimous agreement. Indeed, we must take action. I believe. This marks Yi Fan's inaugural abuse of authority. We must resist. He needs to understand that the Night Watchmen are not merely his puppets. Support. Support. We must communicate our stance to him. As the crowd's emotions began to escalate, Wang Mian swiftly intervened. Enough. There is no need for excessive agitation. It would be best if this matter could be resolved peacefully. Otherwise, it could lead to significant trouble. Therefore, during our visit to the training camp, in addition to assisting Yuan Gang in maintaining order, we must also undertake another task. That is to teach that Chu Xing a lesson, making him realize that the back door is not so easily traversed. Simultaneously, we aim to convey our attitude to Commander Yi, hoping he will reconsider his actions. The group expressed unanimous agreement. Indeed, this must be done. Let that Chu Sheng know that as a mere beneficiary of connections, he is utterly unworthy of being an instructor. Chang Wei was particularly incensed, as she could not abide such injustice. Xian was scoffed. Teaching a lesson is my forte. I guarantee I can break his defenses. Tian Ping shot him a glance. Are you capable of that? Xian will widen his eyes. How could I not be? I was tormented by Chu Ming for days in Songnan. Do you think I endured that for nothing? To be frank, I have already mastered 30% of Chu Ming's methods. Tian Ping remained skeptical. Chu Ming possesses innate talent. Can you truly replicate that? Yu Guei interjected. I believe Xianhua can. After all, his mental state is rather unconventional. Xianhua, exactly. What do you mean by that, Yu Guei? Yu Guei, I am praising you. If you possess even a third of Chu Ming's prowess, breaking through Chu Sheng's defenses would indeed be a trivial matter. Xianhua beamed with pride. Of course. That insignificant Chu Sheng will be a piece of cake. Chang Wei added coldly. Humph. A beneficiary of connections? Does he think he is Chu Ming? Rules do not bind him? I Chang Wei must subdue him. Xianhua furrowed his brow. Subdue? What do you mean by that? Why would you reward him? Chang Wei. And at that moment, the helicopter pilot was drenched in sweat, too fearful to look back, his face ashen. What did I just hear? Am I to be silenced? Chapter 71 Chu Ming. Commander Yi often takes me to clubs filled with muscular men. Training camp, instructor's dormitory. In a certain room, Chu Ming awoke groggily from a 2-meter-wide goose-down mattress. As soon as he sat up, Li Ji hurriedly handed him a cup of warm milk with a flattering smile. Chu Ming leisurely accepted the milk, tilted his head back to drink it all in one go, and then spat it out into Li Ji's face with a loud pft. Li Ji's smile froze. Chu Ming wiped his mouth. I have heard from Hong Ying that milk is good for beauty, and imported milk is even better. Li Ji was momentarily stunned but quickly laughed heartily. Huh? Brother Chu is right. Thank you for the beauty treatment, Brother Chu. Chu Ming, no inappropriate remarks allowed. Li Ji chuckled awkwardly. Haha, I was just being humorous. You certainly possess a knack for humor. Chu Ming rolled out of bed, surveying the room cluttered with phones, computers, figurines, snacks, cigarettes, Fiji cups, and dolls. He sighed. When did I ever reside in such a simple room? Li Ji quickly replied. Brother Chu, please try to endure. I know this cannot compare to the villa Commander Yi bought for you, but we are instructors now, and we must maintain a low profile. Chu Ming sighed. Indeed. My status has changed, and I must be discreet. I long for the days my uncle took me to clubs. Li Ji gasped. Huh? Commander Yi also frequents such places? Chu Ming nodded. Yes, Commander Yi enjoys it there. He takes me every now and then, but I do not particularly care for it. Going too often is detrimental to health. Li Ji swallowed hard, feeling he had just uncovered a monumental secret, and nervously asked, Can you really share that with me? Chu Ming raised an eyebrow. Why not? We are all on the same side. If the opportunity arises, I will take you with me next time. Li Ji was thrilled. Really? Can I truly go? Absolutely. I, Chu Xing, always keep my promises. Wonderful. Thank you, Brother Chu. Li Ji was ecstatic. Hesitating for a moment before asking, Are the girls at that club beautiful? Chu Ming frowned slightly. Girls? There are hardly any. Most of them are men. Li Ji's pupils dilated. Huh? What? Is there a problem? Li Ji shook his head repeatedly. No. No problem. I respect you all. Chu Ming smirked. Not only are there mostly men, but most of them are muscular brutes. Li Ji was utterly shocked. What? What now? No. I respect. But, Brother Chu, perhaps I should skip that club. I feel I might not handle it. Why not? Let me tell you, the first time might be quite painful, but after several visits, you'll enjoy it. Each time will leave you utterly exhausted, legs trembling, unable to stand. That sensation is simply exquisite. Li Ji's face blanched in horror. No way. Brother, I really can't handle that. Chu Ming looked at him, perplexed. Why can't you? Commander Yi and I can manage. Other senior members of the Night Watchman can too. Why not you? Are you not capable? Huh? Li Ji was taken aback. What does that mean? Is this some sort of initiation? Goodness. Are the higher-ups of the Night Watchman actually so twisted? Li Ji felt his worldview shifting once more, filled with anguish and conflict. Yet ultimately, he resolved to assert himself, clenching his teeth. I can handle it. Chu Ming smiled. That's the spirit. If everyone can do it, how could you not? Right, we cannot stand out too much. Li Ji laughed awkwardly, his expression resembling a grimace. And after a moment of hesitation, he stammered. But, Brother Chu, my first time, facing a muscular man, I really can't take it. How about starting with a lighter exercise to help me adjust? What? Chu Ming looked utterly bewildered. What lighter exercise? You want a partner for your workout? Are you perhaps a bit peculiar? Li Ji was dumbfounded. Workout? ISNT at a club? Chu Ming. Yes. A fitness club. It's an upscale venue in Beijing filled with well-trained muscular individuals. In a proper setting, where would you find a workout partner? Li Ji scratched his head, feeling a bit confused. You just said the first time is quite painful, but afterward, you enjoy it, and your legs are left trembling. Chu Ming frowned. What is wrong with that? ISNT that how leg training goes? The first time is indeed painful, but afterward, you gradually adapt, and you'll come to revel in that feeling of exhaustion. It signifies you've truly exerted yourself. Li Ji. Chu Ming's eyes narrowed suspiciously. What's wrong? Did you misunderstand something? Could it be? Li Ji shuddered and quickly replied. No. I was thinking of the fitness club. I definitely did not think wrong. Absolutely not. Oh, as long as you didn't think wrong, that's good. Chu Ming nodded, casting him a disdainful look. Tisk, wanting a workout partner? You're really something else. Li Ji, wait, why do I feel like you're purposely messing with me? Gathering his thoughts, Chu Ming gazed out at the bright morning sun, exclaiming, "The morning sunlight is simply radiant." Li Ji, brother, it is already 2 in the afternoon. Furrowed his brow. Did I not mention yesterday that I had urgent matters this morning and asked you to wake me at 6? Li Ji replied, "Brother, you were playing games until 7 in the morning before you went to sleep." Chu Ming responded, "Is that your justification for not waking me?" Li Ji looked bewildered. Then what else could it be? Chu Ming shook his head in disappointment. "Oh, my young comrade, your awareness is alarmingly low. Do you think I lost track of time? Or that I am intentionally making things difficult for you? No, I merely wish to gauge your attitude. When I delegate tasks to you, do you feel incapable and simply choose to ignore them? With such an attitude, how can the organization trust you with challenging assignments in the future?" Li Ji's eyes widened in realization, panic setting in. Yes, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I didn't grasp your intentions. Please, grant me another chance. Very well. Chu Ming sighed. You are still young, and it is understandable that you lack this knowledge. You will learn in due time. He shook his head, exhaling. Dressed in an administrative jacket, holding a thermos, with his hands clasped behind his back. He then walked towards the exit. Let us go. That young master from the Bailey family should have arrived this morning. I will request a token of greeting from him. Oh, yes. Good leader, I mean. Good Chu Go. I will lead you there. Chapter 72. The plump by Li Shun Qingzhu and Emily remarked, "This instructor Chu is truly a good person." In recent days, most of the new recruits had settled in, and the dormitory was nearly full. At this moment, in one corner of the dormitory, a group of new recruits gathered around a chubby boy exuding an air of affluence. Their expressions varied. "Brothers, I brought you some local specialties from my hometown. I hope you one day find them lacking. One for each of you. There is plenty for all." The chubby boy raised his plump arm, adorned with dozens of Rolex watches, showcasing various styles that radiated an aura of monetary excess. The new recruits immediately became excited, rushing towards him in a frenzy. Not far away, Lin Qiye stood agape, murmuring to himself, "What kind of family does this fat boy come from? Giving out luxury watches to everyone. This is just throwing money around." Indeed, it was sheer extravagance, wasn't it? Lin Qiye's expression stiffened, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes as he turned his head. There, he spotted Chu Ming, clad in instructor attire and wearing a lambskin mask, having appeared beside him unbeknownst. "Chu Ming," Lin Qiye blurted out instinctively. Li Ji was taken aback. "Huh?" Chu Ming, filled with suspicion, thought Lin Qiye was deliberately retaliating against him. He turned to look behind him, confusion etched on his face. "Chu Ming? Is that the rumored handsome, exceptional, and impressive Chu Ming? Where is he?" Li Ji, equally puzzled, glanced around. "Damn it, where is that brat Qi?" Lin Qiye calmly intervened. "Apologies, I misjudged." He had no desire to expose Chu Ming. What benefit would that bring him? If this lunatic held a grudge against him, it would be worse than being in the doghouse. Oh, so it was just a misjudgment? Chu Ming cast a look of appreciation at Lin Qiye before shifting his focus to the chubby Bailey, who was throwing money among the crowd. He swiftly changed the topic. This person must be the heir of the Guangshan Bailey group, right? Li Ji snapped back to attention. Yes, indeed. That is by Li Tu Ming. After a pause, he whispered, "Chu Go. The Bailey Group is the second largest sponsor of the Night Watchman after the government. We should try to maintain a good relationship with him." Chu Ming frowned, visibly angered. "What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting I grant him special privileges?" Li Ji exclaimed. "Huh?" With a sweeping gesture, Chu Ming, brimming with righteousness, thundered, "What of the Bailey Group? Whether he is from the Bailey Group or the Guardian Group, here, he is merely a new recruit. In our training camp, all recruits are equal. No one is entitled to privileges. The thing I despise most is those who seek to use connections." Li Ji. Lin Qiye. 6. With this outburst, the entire dormitory fell silent. The new recruits turned to face Chu Ming, their expressions a mixture of astonishment, surprise, and respect. Isn't this the instructor? Of course. Clad in instructor attire. Who else could he be? Incredible. This instructor from the Night Watchman exudes such integrity. But wait. Why did this instructor suddenly come here to say such things? Is he just posturing? Trying to build a persona? What a twisted mindset. Just because you enjoy posturing, you think everyone else is like that? Ha, what a clown. I merely speculated. Are you out of your mind? Ha. Getting agitated, are we? New recruits exchanged whispers. Nearly 60% regarded Chu Ming with respect, while 30% viewed him with disdain, believing he was merely putting on a show. 1% fiddled with their new watches. And 2 individuals began to fight. It's over. If the instructor finds out about this. Bai Li, in a state of panic, stood there flustered, wondering if this principled instructor would punish him for giving gifts. Chu Ming, hands behind his back, narrowed his eyes, marching forward with an aura reminiscent of a stern, responsible homeroom teacher from school. The new recruits instinctively fell silent, parting to create a path. Approaching Bai Li, Chu Ming scrutinized the various Rolex watches adorning him, his voice raised in anger. Luxury goods? Who permitted you to bring such ostentatious items into the training camp, and to brazenly gift them to other recruits? What are you trying to achieve? Do you aim to buy everyone's allegiance and become the tyrant of the training camp? Bai Li's face paled as he hastily shook his head. No, instructor. I just wanted to make friends. This is merely a local specialty from our Guangshan. Chu Ming scoffed. Oh really? You call these thousands of dollars worth of watches local specialties? Bai Li paused. No, these watches are all over 100,000. Chu Ming. Furious, Chu Ming retorted. You dare flaunt your wealth before me? Bai Li panicked. What? I didn't. I was just correcting you. Chu Ming sneered. You don't even realize you're boasting? Bai Li? In indignation, he declared. Did you all see? This is the vile capitalist class. The privileged elite. They have distanced themselves from the common populace. Watches worth hundreds of thousands, to them, are just local specialties. Distributing gifts worth hundreds of thousands, in their eyes, is merely making friends. Meanwhile, we, the lower class, will never earn $1 million. Why? Is it because we don't work hard enough? Is it because we lack perseverance? No. Our efforts are tenfold, 100-fold greater. Yet our rewards are but a fraction of theirs. They occupy 90% of the wealth and resources in society. They can squander it at will. Using these Rolexes, with their lofty attitudes, under the guise of friendship, they flaunt their wealth and trample on the dignity of ordinary people. And this 90% of wealth and resources, at its core, was created by us, the common people. They have seized our wealth, and with our resources, they flaunt their power before us. Do you think this is right? Silence. A profound stillness enveloped the room. The entire venue fell into an eerie silence, with even the faintest sound of a falling pin audible. The majority of the new recruits stared at Chu Ming, their eyes wide with astonishment. Each gaze more electrified than the last. The grandeur of his vision and the profound depth of his speech were truly deafening. Not far away, Shen Qingzhu watched Chu Ming, an enigmatic light flickering in his eyes, lost in thought. Beside him, his aide Li Liang swallowed hard in astonishment, exclaiming, "This instructor is remarkably principled. His ideological stature far exceeds that of ordinary individuals." Shen Qingzhu nodded slightly, responding coolly, "He's decent enough, I suppose." Suddenly, Li Liang recalled something and asked in confusion, "Brother Shen, didn't we hear there was a nepotistic figure among the instructors? Who could it be?" Shen Qingzhu shook his head. "I'm not sure. I initially thought the Night Watchers had succumbed to corruption, but witnessing this instructor, I sense there is still hope." Li Liang nodded in agreement. Indeed. It would be wonderful if all instructors were like him. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory corridor, a tall girl with fiery red hair stood there. Her earlier disdain for the rotund Bai Li now replaced with sheer shock as she gazed at Chu Ming, admiration shining in her eyes. "Such an instructor is truly commendable," Molly murmured, then shifted her gaze back to Bai Li, her expression once again turning scornful. "Humph, this spoiled rich kid deserves a lesson." On the other side, Lin Qiye's eyes twitched uncontrollably. At that moment, his desire to confront Chu Ming reached its zenith. What on earth does this guy intend to do? Chapter 73. Bai Li, what a good person. Instructor Chu is genuinely kind-hearted. Li Ji stood there in a daze, completely flabbergasted. For a fleeting moment, he even found Chu Ming's words to be remarkably sensible, igniting a flicker of righteous passion within him. Yet, in the next instant, Chu Ming cast a meaningful glance in his direction. Li Ji trembled all over, quickly snapping back to reality, and began to applaud enthusiastically, shouting, "Instructor Chu speaks wisely. The capitalist class must be eradicated. The world belongs to the people." Chu Ming regarded him with approval, recognizing the potential for growth. In the next moment, the new recruits erupted into fervor, clapping, and shouting. "Well said. Instructor Chu is absolutely right. Why should we toil so hard, suffering for years, only to earn a pittance that can't even buy him a single watch? And we are not even the true underclass. We still have the forbidden ruins. We can even join the Night Watchers. Yet, even the upper echelons of the Night Watchers earn less in a year than his monthly allowance, right?" Chu Ming declared, "Indeed. We Night Watchers fight desperately against the mysterious forces to protect the people, not to create a comfortable environment for these capitalists to exploit the populace. The great Xia belongs to the people. But why must the people suffer while capital looms over them, draining their lifeblood and indulging in a life of luxury?" The atmosphere fell silent once more. Then, the recruits' emotions burst forth. "That's right. If I were to battle the mysterious forces in service of the capitalist class's enjoyment, what would be the point? Damn those capitalists. I curse you. Return your watch. This is an insult to me." "Exactly. Everyone, give the watches back to him. We do not need his charity. Can such a small amount of money truly buy our dignity?" "Well said. I don't want it either." "Huh. Wait, are you really giving it back to him? Having taken it, such an expensive watch, Why not keep it? Instantly, the new recruits cast hostile glares at the one who spoke, their anger palpable. What do you mean? Are you siding with the capitalists? Have you bowed to capital? Do you wish to collude with them? Do you aspire to stand above the people? The recruit panicked, his face paling, and hurriedly shook his head. No, I didn't mean it. I'll return the watch right now. The crowd displayed expressions of relief. Thus, the dozens of watches by Li had just distributed were returned to him, leaving him bewildered and at a loss. Confronted by the furious and judgmental gazes of the crowd, he nervously shrank back. Chu Ming looked at him sternly. Do you now understand your mistake? Bai Li, confused, replied, huh? The crowd's anger intensified. Bai Li quickly nodded. I was wrong. Chu Ming inquired, what was your mistake? Bai Li stammered, huh? The crowd's glares nearly ignited flames. Bai Li trembled. I should not have brought such a lavish and indulgent atmosphere to the training camp. I am guilty. I repent. The crowd regarded him with satisfaction. Chu Ming smiled and nodded. Good. Recognizing one's errors is the first step towards improvement. It is evident that you possess a good nature, merely tainted by your upbringing in the capitalist class. You still have room for redemption. Bai Li exclaimed, Yes, I'm not lost. Chu Ming addressed the surrounding recruits with a smile. Thus, there is no need for any of you to trouble him further. Let us strive to enlighten him. Make an effort to befriend him. Understood? The recruits shouted in unison. Yes. Their gazes towards Chu Ming grew even more reverent. They had not anticipated that this instructor was not only righteous but also magnanimous, giving Bai Li the chance for redemption despite his grave mistakes. Magnificent. Words are unnecessary. Befriend him? Bai Li's eyes lit up, and his expression towards Chu Ming shifted instantly. This instructor truly is a good person. All right, everyone seems quite spirited. Chu Ming nodded appreciatively, then turned to Bai Li. Since you have acknowledged your mistake, I won't delve deeper into this matter. Let it be a lesson learned. As for your Rolexes. At this point, Chu Ming displayed a conflicted expression, pondering for a long while before sighing. How about this? I will take care of them for now, and once the training camp concludes, I shall return them to you. The recruits nodded in agreement. Fair enough. Sounds reasonable. Bai Li also nodded. All right. Thank you, Instructor Chu. Lin Qiye interjected. This map of Yen is truly long. And so, Chu Ming successfully gathered over 100 Rolexes. Cradling them in his arms, their brilliance radiant, yet his expression was one of distress. I hope this won't be twisted against me. The recruits exchanged puzzled glances, with one asking, twisted against you? What do you mean, Instructor Chu? Chu Ming shook his head, his expression sorrowful. I don't know. I'm a new instructor. And since I arrived here, I have been deliberately targeted, as if nothing I do pleases them. The recruit's expression shifted dramatically, exchanging glances filled with trepidation, all contemplating a chilling possibility. This instructor is so principled, with a mindset towering at least 3 stories high, to be targeted among the instructors? What could this imply? They dared not ponder further. Not far away, Shen Qingzhu's expression hardened upon hearing this, his gaze sharpening. Li Liang, astonished, whispered. Could it be that the Night Watchers are truly decaying? Even such a righteous instructor is being targeted? Shen Qingzhu remained silent, his countenance darkening further. At that moment, a voice thundered, what the hell is going on here? Are you all gathered for a marketplace? Instructor Hong, flanked by several instructors, stormed over, furiously rebuking them. Do you even understand what discipline means? This chaotic scene is utterly disgraceful, and thus, the words hung in the air, abruptly interrupted. Instructor Hong suddenly spotted Chu Ming amidst the crowd, clutching a plethora of Rolex watches. He was momentarily taken aback, his face instantly contorting into an expression of profound disdain. Suppressing his anger, he exclaimed, Instructor Chu, what are you doing here? Are you fooling around with the new recruits? Let me remind you, you have no authority here. Swiftly, the new recruits turned their gazes toward him, their eyes ablaze with fury, their teeth clenched in indignation. Instructor Hong, bewildered, pondered, what does this mean? Are there really so many unruly recruits in this cohort? No, their reaction seems to stem from my reprimand of Chu Sheng. Quickly, he pieced together the situation. His astonishment palpable as he scrutinized Chu Ming, ultimately fixating on the mountain of Rolex watches in his arms. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. Oh, I see. Instructor Hong, now agitated yet sardonic, retorted, Instructor Chu, how dare you openly bestow gifts upon the recruits? What are you plotting? To bribe everyone and become the emperor of this training camp? The other instructors shared his disdain, casting scornful and furious glances at Chu Ming and Li Ji. They had long harbored grievances against this connection and this sycophant, and now, they dared to commit an act that crossed their bottom line. Such audacity was utterly intolerable. Chu Ming's expression dimmed, and he opened his mouth as if to explain, but hesitated, ultimately bowing his head and lamenting, Fine, it's my fault. Punish me as you will. This series of expressions did not escape the notice of the recruits, who exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the fury brewing within. Instructor Chu had indeed been unjustly accused by the other instructors. He was immediately branded with the label of a gift giver. Those Rolex watches were not even his. What else could this be but a baseless accusation? Moreover, it was evident from Chu Ming's reaction that he had intended to explain but ultimately relinquished the attempt. It was clear he had faced such accusations before and realized that any defense would be futile, thus he was left with no choice but to acquiesce. Contemplating this, the recruits felt their anger boiling over, many of them clenching their fists in indignation. Bai Li, the chubby recruit, momentarily stunned, hastily interjected, "No, it's not." Chu Ming interrupted him, shooting him a fierce glare. "They are mine. These Rolex watches are indeed mine." Bai Li was left speechless, his mouth agape in disbelief. The recruits stood momentarily stunned, a flicker of emotion igniting within them. They had not anticipated that the seemingly stern Instructor Chu would shoulder the burden for a new recruit's error in the face of such accusations. Their hearts swelled with admiration. Instructor Hong narrowed his eyes, casting a glance at Bai Li and then back at Chu Ming, speculating, "These watches, they cannot possibly belong to Bai Li, can they? Instructor Chu, are you accepting bribes from him?" He was well aware of the privileged background of the young master from the Bai Li group and recognized that both this chubby recruit and Chu Xing were intertwined in a web of influence. How lamentable. How pitiful. Bribery. How did I become the one accepting bribes? Chu Ming exclaimed, bewildered, his face reflecting a mix of indignation and sorrow. How many more labels do you intend to place upon me? He pointed an accusing finger at Instructor Hong, his voice trembling with emotion. What do you want from me? Are you intent on driving me away or forcing me to compromise my integrity before you are satisfied? Instructor Hong and the other instructors were momentarily taken aback, their expressions frozen in disbelief. What do you mean by compromising integrity? What nonsense is this? Chu Ming's audacious rebuttal left them momentarily speechless. After a prolonged pause, Instructor Hong erupted in laughter. You wish to turn the tables, do you? We are the ones branding you with accusations? You, a mere connection, dare to utter such words? Chu Ming, equally incensed, retorted, "Ah. So now I am being branded as a connection, am I?" The recruits glared fiercely at Instructor Hong, their eyes ablaze with resentment, teetering on the brink of rebellion. Instructor Hong, bewildered, questioned, "What are you all planning? A revolt? Get back to your dormitories immediately." Ignoring his command, the recruits advanced a step forward, their fury intensifying. "Calm down, everyone. Step back," Chu Ming ordered, raising his hand to maintain order. The recruits hesitated. Though perplexed, they obediently took 2 steps back. "Do not engage in any actions that violate discipline for my sake. I do not wish to jeopardize your futures," Chu Ming advised, his voice steady and resolute. A shiver coursed through the recruits' bodies, many feeling tears welling in their eyes as they regarded Chu Ming with a complex mixture of emotions. Simultaneously, their disdain for Instructor Hong and the other instructors intensified, as if they were gazing upon despicable scoundrels. Instructor Hong and the other instructors exchanged incredulous looks. Why were all the recruits rallying behind him? For a fleeting moment, they felt a sense of righteous indignation emanating from Chu Ming, almost as if they were the villains in this scenario. Had these recruits been bribed by him? No, that was not it. It felt more akin to brainwashing. Suddenly, the instructors snapped back to reality, astonished. What had Chu Sheng been telling the recruits these past few days? How had he managed to sway so many of them so swiftly? Was he involved in some sort of pyramid scheme? Having dealt with various cults and organizations, Instructor Hong was acutely aware of the dangers of brainwashing, and unease began to creep in. He spoke urgently. "Wake up. I'll be frank. This Instructor Chu is the infamous connection everyone speaks of." Some of the recruits, upon witnessing Instructor Hong's serious demeanor, began to waver, uncertainty flickering across their expressions. Sensing this, Instructor Hong exhaled in relief and continued, "I don't know what he has told you, but I can assure you, those words are nothing but deceptive rhetoric. They hold not an ounce of truth. Do not believe a single word." A sudden silence enveloped the crowd. The recruits who had hesitated moments ago now exchanged knowing glances, their expressions shifting to certainty, while others scoffed derisively, as if they had just heard the most ludicrous joke. Instructor Hong was taken aback. Chu Ming regarded him with a look of pity. Instructor Hong's expression shifted, realization dawning upon him. "What did you tell them?" Chu Ming gazed skyward, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, just a few inaccuracies." The recruit scoffs grew even more mocking. Instructor Hong was at a loss. What else could he expect? A person who had merely leveraged connections to enter this realm, with no prior military experience, what could he possibly say that was of any substance? At that moment, a voice laced with disdain emerged from beyond the crowd. "Instructor Hong, with all due respect, A person like you is unworthy of being a mentor. Instructor Hong turned to see that it was Shin who had spoken, and he was momentarily taken aback. Well, it seems even the proud have been swayed by my charisma. Chu Ming mused silently. The recent turn of events has proven quite fortuitous. Not only securing a Rolex, but also garnering the loyalty of a significant number of new recruits. Within this training camp, it has become a manifestation of public sentiment, establishing an exceptional foundation among the masses. The days ahead promise to be exceedingly pleasant. System, what exactly do you intend to accomplish? Garnering loyalty? Building a foundation among the masses? Are you aspiring to become the Supreme Commander? Chu Ming's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Supreme Commander? That sounds like a splendid position. System, brother, do refrain from meddling. If you disrupt the narrative entirely, you will forfeit your omniscient advantages. Chu Ming, fear not. I am attuned to my rhythm. Everything is well within my control. System, Chapter 75. Chu Ming. The sensation of being corrupted by power is truly exhilarating. Am I unworthy of being an instructor? Instructor Hong was utterly bewildered, his expression gradually becoming exceedingly grim. At this moment, he realized that the overwhelming majority of the new recruits had already, through preconceived notions, perceived Chu Xing as the embodiment of righteousness. Furthermore, they had succumbed to an extreme emotional state, teetering on the brink of irrationality, fervently aligning themselves in a binary black and white fashion. In simpler terms, they resembled certain internet zealots who, in their extreme conviction, believed their leader to be infallibly correct. Should anyone dare to utter a word of criticism against their leader, they would descend into a frenzied collective attack, devoid of rationality, driven solely by emotion. What on earth did Chu Xing convey to these recruits? What actions did he undertake? How could he so swiftly indoctrinate them to such an extent? Instructor Hong's thoughts spiraled into disbelief. A mere young upstart, and yet he possessed such influence? However, Instructor Hong could hardly afford to dwell on this matter any longer. Observing the recruits growing increasingly agitated, with a few even beginning to unleash their pent-up emotions, he felt a chill run down his spine. Realizing the situation had escalated beyond his capacity to manage, he needed to report this immediately to General Instructor Yuan. With that thought, Instructor Hong decisively led several other instructors away from the crowd, shouting, 2 o'clock this afternoon. All personnel assemble at the training grounds. Their original purpose for being there was merely to notify the recruits of this matter. Who could have anticipated such absurdity to unfold? Instructor Hong, are we not appearing rather cowardly? One instructor could not help but inquire. Instructor Hong's eye twitched. Cowardly? This is merely a tactical retreat. Should we engage in conflict with these recruits? That would only exacerbate the situation. Besides, do you truly believe we cannot handle these fledgling recruits? We simply choose not to fight. The last statement bore a hint of insecurity. The instructors exchanged glances, choosing to remain silent, their expressions betraying a shared exasperation. This cohort of recruits was unlike any before, brimming with prodigious talent. Divine agents, possessors of 3 high-risk anomalies, heirs of the 8 trigrams palm from the capital, heirs of the Bay Mo family S marksmanship, elite special forces. What an astonishing lineup. If they truly had the confidence to confront this group of recruits, they would not have summoned the elite task force to maintain order. The mere presence of these recruits was already a source of considerable stress. And now they had to contend with the formidable Chu Xing. This year's training camp is truly a cauldron of trouble. Observing the instructors' forced composure as they retreated hastily, Chu Ming raised an eyebrow, excitement and contemplation flickering in his eyes. In truth, he had come here merely to engage with Bai Li and play with some Rolexes. Seeing such a crowd, he could not resist the urge to deliver an impromptu, impassioned speech. He had not anticipated that it would inadvertently sway the recruits to his side. Knowing the narrative well, he understood that soon enough. Instructor Hong and his colleagues would arrive. If exposed, it would undoubtedly incite public outrage. Chu Ming was not particularly concerned about this. The crux of the matter was that if his true intention of seizing Bai Li's Rolexes was revealed, all his efforts would be for naught. Thus, he had spoken to the recruits, planting the seeds of precaution. Unexpectedly, the tides of public sentiment had turned in his favor. What an unforeseen windfall. At that moment, the recruits directed their furious gazes back from the direction Instructor Hong had vanished, their eyes now filled with respect, admiration, and indignation as they looked upon Chu Ming. Instructor Chu, are you all right? Instructor Chu, rest assured, we shall stand by your side. They have gone too far. I never imagined that the Night Watch would be so rotten internally. Even someone like Instructor Chu is subjected to exclusion, and to do so openly, casting aspersions upon him. This is utterly outrageous. Indeed, do they think we are blind? Can we not discern right from wrong? This blatant reversal of truth is impossible to overlook. I believe they have grown accustomed to wielding their power, thinking everyone is like Instructor Chu, too timid to resist. How laughable. We are not cowards. Exactly. Chu Ming. No. Instructor Chu. I did not mean to imply you are a coward. My point is, you have been far too accommodating, and such behavior only emboldens the petty. Are you daft? Can you not articulate your thoughts? Instructor Chu is merely a new instructor, with little influence. How could he resist? He must endure. Yes. It is my fault. I misspoke. I am simply too incensed on behalf of Instructor Chu. My mind is clouded with indignation. Indeed, it is infuriating. Why must a good person be marginalized and oppressed? Should the virtuous be subjected to such treatment? The crowd erupted with fervent expressions of discontent. How could such a noble instructor endure such unfair treatment? They could not, would not tolerate it. Chu Ming surveyed the scene, a spark of exhilaration igniting within him. For the first time, he felt the trust of so many. For the first time, he was defended by so many. This was a moment to cherish. Previously, during his time in the psychiatric hospital and with Team 136, he had endured suspicion, isolation, exclusion, and punishment daily. Compared to this, the present moment felt like paradise. So this is what it feels like to be embraced by the masses. Is this the intoxicating allure of power? Chu Ming felt as if he had discovered a new realm. Moreover, surrounded by so many recruits possessing anomalies, his bond with Grey Wolf surged dramatically. If he could maintain this momentum, he sensed that it would not be long before he could summon Grey Wolf and bind another divine entity. With power and the hearts of the people at his disposal, gathering these recruits to harness their energy would become merely a matter of words. What if he were to earn the trust of the instructors as well? Chu Ming's eyes gradually brightened with ambition. Power, it seems, is rather effective, isn't it? I must maintain my image of justice in the eyes of these new recruits. If the opportunity arises, I should ideally charm the instructors as well, bending them to my will. With this, I could have my way in the training camp, indulging myself as I please, selecting whom to absorb and how to relish the experience. The more Chu Ming contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Indeed, let us proceed with this plan. After all the torment inflicted by Team 136, I deserve some enjoyment, don't I? However, according to the narrative, the masked squad capable of nationwide parachuting will soon arrive. So I must remain vigilant to avoid being dismantled by them. While soothing the recruits' emotions, Chu Ming pondered silently. At that moment, Lin Qiye, with a dazed expression and twitching eyelids, gazed at Chu Ming, surrounded by the crowd, muttering to himself, I believe I have discerned the mastermind behind the snake demon incident. Nearby, Li Pangpang indignantly exclaimed, Qiye, I think it is imperative for us to step forward and support Instructor Chu. Those individuals were utterly excessive. Lin Qiye responded. Li, in light of the rumors of the noble and just night watchman, how could they have decayed to such a state? You are the clever one. Do you have any insights? Lin Qiye replied, I sense there is a pig beside me. Li Pangpang looked around, bewildered. Where? In the crowd. Chu Ming feigned casualness and stole a glance at Li Pangpang. His eyes slightly widened in surprise. Has the celestial treasure master yet to regain his memories? Or is he merely engaged in self-cultivation as an actor? Chapter 76. Yuan Gang. So obedient? Could it be that Chu Ming has truly reformed? In the afternoon, the recruits assembled on the training field, standing awkwardly, with most casting scornful, dissatisfied, and furious glances at the instructors. Yet when their eyes fell upon Chu Ming, they were instantly transformed into admiration and reverence. On the martial platform, Yuan Gang observed this scene, his expression dark as water. He had not anticipated that what Hong Hao said was indeed true. He turned to Chu Ming, standing straight among the instructors, and with a slight twitch of his eye, coldly scoffed, Who would have thought you possessed such capability? Chu Ming was momentarily taken aback, frowning in confusion. Chief Instructor, I do not comprehend your words. Observing his pretense, Yuan Gang's fury surged, and he spoke sternly. Chu Xing, let me tell you. Suddenly, Yuan Gang sensed something was amiss, turning to find the recruits glaring at him with immense anger. What are you doing? One new recruit shouted. Instructor Yuan, do not go too far. How dare you insult Instructor Chu in front of us? Do you truly believe we would not dare to resist you? Yuan Gang? Chu Ming's expression changed, and he quickly raised his voice to explain. No, it's not that. I am Chu Sheng. I am Chu Sheng. Please do not speak. The recruits were taken aback, their faces contorting with rage and sorrow. For the sake of avoiding conflict with the chief instructor, Instructor Chu had audaciously accepted Yuan Gang's insult. He openly admitted to being a beast. He is truly so admirable. Li Pangpang was deeply moved. Why? Why does he always consider us willing to endure humiliation himself? Lin Qiye, Chu Ming. Indeed, Instructor Chu is incredibly valiant. Truly magnificent. Li Pangpang. Right, huh? He looked around, bewildered, noticing a handsome, unfamiliar youth had appeared, gazing at Instructor Chu on the martial platform with admiration. Lin Qiye, startled, suddenly turned to Chu Ming. staring blankly for 2 seconds before pivoting back to the instructor. Hey, brother, you seem unfamiliar. Why have I not seen you before? Li Pangpang furrowed his brow. Chu Ming replied nonchalantly, I merely experienced social anxiety and have stayed in the dormitory, too timid to come out. Oh, Li Pangpang exclaimed in realization, instinctively reaching into his pocket, but then hesitated, forcing a smile. Ah, I initially intended to give you a welcome gift. Chu Ming replied calmly, a welcome gift? No need for that. I find such gestures superficial. I prefer to cultivate friendships with sincerity. Li Pangpang's eyes sparkled. Sincerity? How does one go about forming a friendship in that manner? Chu Ming glanced at him with a faint smile. First, you must feel your own heart. How shall I feel it? Take a deep breath and hold it. Now, please feel your heartbeat. Li Pangpang held his breath, quietly sensing. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. His face gradually flushed. Chu Ming instructed, do not exhale. Continue to feel your heartbeat. 40 seconds, 50 seconds. Li Pangpang's complexion turned increasingly purple, and he looked pained. Just as he was about to give in, suddenly, he noticed his heartbeat quickening. Instantly, he became excited. Chu Ming smiled. All right. Now you may exhale. Phew. Li Pangpang sighed with relief, gasping excitedly. I felt my heartbeat. It quickened. Chu Ming nodded with satisfaction. That's right. Are you feeling a bit dizzy? Yes. How did you know? Why is that? Because you were holding your breath. Li Pangpang's expression froze as he looked at Chu Ming, then at Lin Qiye, blankly stating, Qiye, have I been played? Lin Qiye, uninterested in engaging with him, looked at Chu Ming with confusion. How did you accomplish that? He had just utilized the mental power of the mortal realm to skin Chu Ming's body. Finding no issues, he was simply a living person. Yet simultaneously, he scanned the Chu Sheng on the Marshall platform, which was also a living person. Is this a doppelganger? Chu Ming smiled slightly. How about that? Wolf King technology is quite remarkable, isn't it? Lin Qiye had long grown accustomed to Chu Ming's cryptic statements, rolling his eyes in exasperation and opting not to inquire further. What does it matter how he did it? It's of no concern to me. At that moment, Yuan Gang, who was analyzing the situation and contemplating what to do, suddenly noticed Chu Ming in the crowd, his expression shifting dramatically. This little brat actually obediently gathered? Is he truly so compliant? Could he be plotting something? Yuan Gang began to feel anxious. However, upon noticing Yuan Gang's gaze, Chu Ming's expression instantly turned serious. He tensed his body, standing in a standard military posture, eyes fixed straight ahead, resembling a soldier demonstrating absolute obedience to orders. Lin Qiye? Yuan Gang? Huh? What does this mean? Could it be true, as Chen Mai mentioned on the phone, that this kid has truly reformed? Chapter 77. Iconic scene. Spiraling kneel before Instructor Chu? Surely, this is all an act. Right? He must be scheming something, right? Yuan Gang watched Chu Ming with immense vigilance, his heart filled with disbelief that this little brat had truly changed for the better. Simultaneously, his head was growing heavier. Originally, the training camp was already a headache for him with a participant named Chu Ming, and now another named Chu Sheng has arrived. Is it possible that I am fated to have conflicts with those surnamed Chu? At that moment, a voice crackled through Yuan Gang's earpiece. Instructor Yuan. Are you still not ready? We've been here for half an hour. Please hurry. We have tasks tomorrow and cannot afford to waste too much time in the training camp. Yuan Gang glanced up at the cerulean sky, his eyes filled with helplessness. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, the situation is a bit complicated. Never mind. You may proceed with the jump. I will speak to you in person after you land. He certainly could not explain directly. What if the masked squad discovered that Chu Ming was present and fled? Moments later, Wang Mian's voice echoed through the earpiece. Okay, all members of the masked squad, prepare for the jump. What? We are really jumping? Oh no, I am not ready yet. Yuan Gang, listening to the cacophony of screams that sounded like a slaughter, felt his mouth twitch slightly as he tore off the earpiece. This fellow, Xin Yuan, bears a striking resemblance to Chu Ming. I hope he does not ruin everything. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed that Chu Sheng had jumped off the high platform and was standing on the ground, gazing up at the sky while shifting his feet as if adjusting his position. Yuan Gang was puzzled but had no time to ponder, and he shouted at the recruits. I know. You are all geniuses from across the Great Xia. Each of you possesses unique talents. However, now that you are in the training camp, you are merely recruits, a bunch of rubbish. With the masked squad already having jumped, time was exceedingly limited, and Yuan Gang's speech was significantly condensed compared to the original. Is there anyone among you who dares to disagree? As his words fell, the expressions of the recruits turned grim. A young man with a backward military cap, his uniform unbuttoned, and chewing gum slowly raised his hand mockingly, saying, I disagree. Yuan Gang responded, good. I know you all disagree. Shin Qingzhu questioned. Huh? Lin Qiye chimed in. I do agree. Yuan Gang declared. So you all disagree, huh? Then I shall give you an opportunity to recognize yourselves. Lin Qiye remarked. Why do I feel like this instructor is in such a hurry? Beside him, the impeccably postured Chu Ming looked up at the sky and said, Look. What is up there? Li Pang curiously looked up. Is it clouds? Chu Ming instinctively replied, What is up there is not clouds. But the sky of Jing Tian. Li Pang was perplexed. Lin Qiye added, Don't mind him. He is just playing with references. Li Pang confused. Asked, Huh? Is this a reference? I haven't heard of it. What reference? Chu Ming shot him a glance and sneered. Ah, those born after 2010 laughed. Those born after 2000 enjoyed it. Those born in the 1990s cried, and those from the 1980s felt a sense of loss. Li Pang was baffled. Lin Qiye, apathetic, said, Just ignore him. That is also a reference. Li Pang looked at him suspiciously. Qiye, how do you know him so well? Are you too close? Lin Qiye chuckled. Chu Ming smirked. Of course, we are close. I have saved Brother Yi 3 times. Especially the last time. I rescued him from millions of snake demons. Li Pang exclaimed in shock. What? I've heard of the incident with millions of snake demons. Millions? That sounds terrifying. You managed to save Brother Yi in such a situation? Chu Ming humbly replied, It was just a casual act. It's nothing to speak of. Lin Qiye looked at him with a deep sense of grievance and couldn't help but say, I already know who is behind the snake demon incident. Chu Ming gazed up at the sky. The sky is indeed so high. Damn it, Li Yifei actually dared to report me? I hope I don't catch him. Li Pang, curious, asked, Who is it? Brother Yi, can you tell me? I heard it was the serpent lady of the ancient god church. Is there someone else? Lin Qiye glanced at him, then at Chu Ming, hesitating for a moment, ultimately deciding not to speak. Instead, he looked up at the sky. What about this sky? Is someone falling? Li Pang, displeased, said, Stop brushing me off. Do you really think I'm foolish? You think you can deceive me with this? At that moment, the surrounding recruits erupted in astonished murmurs. Did someone fall from the sky today? What the hell? Masked? What is happening? Who the hell started singing? Stop being abstract. Pull me up. I can see it clearly. The person falling from the sky is from the masked squad, one of the 4 special squads. Li Pang, bewildered, looked around, to trick me. You all managed to conspire with so many people? Chu Ming remarked, You don't seem like a heavenly being. In the midst of the onlookers' astonished gazes, the 7 members of the masked squad, under the gravitational control of the force field conversion, suddenly halted their rapid descent, gently floating down to the ground. Hello everyone. We are the masked squad, Wang Mian calmly stated. Thud. Xuan Yuan's legs buckled, and, just like in the original, he knelt before Chu Sheng, the new recruits. Yuan Gang and the others? The masked squad? Chu Xing, looking terrified and flustered, stammered, There is no need for such formalities. Please rise. I am merely a small instructor. You must get up. I cannot bear this. Xian Yuan, confused, replied, What? Chu Sheng, nearly in tears, urged, Xian Yuan, please, get up. There are so many people here. You are embarrassing me. Xian Yuan. Chu Ming, speechless, thought, I had just adjusted my position to avoid you. Yet you deliberately jumped in front of me. Xian Yuan. Hearing this, the numerous recruits, who had been filled with confusion and astonishment, suddenly paused, casting uncertain glances at Xian Yuan. After all, the masked squad is one of the most formidable teams among the Night Watchers. How could they make such a rookie mistake? Just a mere 10,000-meter jump, and they were so frightened they collapsed to their knees? What a joke. The masked squad has even slain beings of unfathomable realms. Could they truly be so timid? It seems implausible. Could it be that the masked squad was indeed trying to elevate Instructor Chu? But that also seems unlikely. No matter how much they might not favor him, they wouldn't invite the masked squad to elevate him, would they? In the crowd, Shin Qingzhu, chewing gum, looked perplexed and murmured, It doesn't seem reasonable. Something feels off. What could the truth be?